From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you live. 11th floor, Odyssey Radio Tower on DFW Sports Station. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live, as always, on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as well. It's freaking cold outside.
It's chilly out. Yeah, it's really chilly. I woke up this morning, threw on some underwears and a T-shirt, and let the dog out. And I walked outside with the dog. I was like, "Oh, whoo, this is chilly. This is no time for underwear and T-shirt out here. Get inside."
Do you have the thermostat changed to where when it hits a certain level outside, it changes on over to heat or switches over to something to save you? Because this morning I had to switch it to heat for little man.
Oh,
It doesn't sound like you do.
We put on heat last night. We put it on. It got to like 64 in the house. Yeah, we put it on last night. We don't have like a Nest. Well, is that what it is? A Nest?
Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't split it. We got the builder grade stuff.
Pepe, with the new home in Rockwall with the missus, who controls the temperature and what is it normally on?
It's me. It's normally on 70, maybe 69, if I control it. But yeah, she's the big, I'm cold. And, it's 71 in the house. I'm like, you're not cold. But yeah, I forgot to do it last night. I woke up, it was 62 in the house. Yeah, because I was getting changed in the bathroom and I said, oh my goodness, I did not change it to heat. I went over to the thermostat because we have two, one upstairs, one downstairs. So I had to go do both.
Wow.
62.
You touched the upstairs one?
Yeah. Well, we sleep upstairs. Everything's upstairs.
Oh.
Yeah. The only thing downstairs is the kitchen, the living room.
How's that bill? Because I'm about to, for the first time, have dual thermostats. Is it wreck you? Is it crazy?
Electricity was 75, I think, first month.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
And then water was, I think, 30 or 40.
Yeah, well, water is.
Do you,
the air or the,
Ollie will be upstairs?
Yes.
That's your killer because we don't even touch upstairs. We leave it off. For the most part, we just leave it off because nobody goes up there. But no, it's. I mean, it depends on the home will be really efficient, but yeah, like, do you have gas?
Yeah.
For heat? Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, we don't pay ever more than about $60 a month in the wintertime for gas. Electrical. I mean, shoot, the summertime we're paying $300, but that's with the pool though and all the AC that's running.
Yeah, it's chilly this morning.
Yeah, it is.
So be prepared for that when you are walking outside. Everyone basically had a night off. I'm dealing with blue tape, going through the new house, correcting everything, and you're dealing with new roofs in the entire neighborhood.
Yeah, the whole neighborhood needs. We got that. That hail killed us on Thursday night. Killed us, and the golf courses in town peppered. Like they won't be able to use those golf courses for weeks. But we didn't get the home. Friday morning. Just trying to catch up, right? And taking the day off of work. I'm sick. My voice is gone.
Gotta get ready for dinner.
All right. By the way, Sarah says, "Why'd you say we went to dinner Friday? What's Saturday?" I was like, "Oh, I guess."
What day did you go?
Saturday. I guess dementia does run in the family. The hell do I know? Yeah.
It was a great segment, though.
Oh my gosh! I knew something had to be a little bit off with that. I knew. I even asked you. Did you not go Saturday to dinner after you called out sick on Friday? The topic yesterday during the Expressway, can you go out to a social outing the night that you call out sick in the morning? You went Saturday.
What's Saturday? I said, what the hell did we do Friday? She goes, went for sushi. So we did go out that night. Yeah. But not the Perry's. We didn't dress up. It was in like sweatpants. We didn't dress up that night. So, kind of in the clear, kind of not, but whatever. See, when I don't work, I don't even know what I'm doing with myself.
Holy crap, y'all!
I have no idea.
If I'm not LeBron in Cleveland with that first team,
oh man.
Wow, oh man!
See, I told my mom, I said, that bastard husband of yours, He gave me high blood pressure. He gave me the baldness. He gave me the height. And that son of a you-know-what's going to give me this dementia stuff, too. He gave me the hemorrhoids, too. Got all those things. All those things. But that was it. Anyway, so that was that.
And then he admitted to going out Friday.
Yeah. So anyway, Thursday night, we got peppered. So Friday morning, we wake up, and 8:30 in the morning. 8:30 in the morning, there's a ring of the doorbell. Dog's going crazy. And
they sniff it out, don't they?
Oh, they know exactly where it hits.
I'm not talking about the dogs.
No, I know.
Excuse me.
The roofers, they're knocking. Some roofer knocked. I'm like, nah, I got a guy. Nah, an hour later, another one knocks. I'm like, yeah, I got a guy. So I finally, I'm meaning to call up K-Post that I called up yesterday. Within 3 minutes, the guy calls me, oh, I'm down the street because your place got hammered. So they come over, and we got the insurance company coming out about a month now to check it out, like to agree to the adjusting or whatever it is.
Now it's covered.
The roof will be covered by insurance. Yeah, I mean, I'll be out my deductible.
Yeah,
but I'll probably push it back and have them wait until like the storm season's over.
Yeah. Have you ever gone through a new roof? And how old is your home?
I've not gone through a new roof. It's 7 years old.
Okay. Because I'm kind of dreading this, like when we get a potential buyer, what happens house 7-8 years in, I'm noticing like a piece of shingle up top on the top of the roof. I'm like, oh, watch, they're going to go ahead and hit me with this thing needs a new roof somehow, some way. Although I haven't experienced like the hail like you have.
Yeah, 7 years in, you should
bullets,
be all right.
Not hail.
Yeah, 7 years in, you should be all right with a roof. But now
you're 7.
Right, but that's because of the hail. The hail damage is what did it. If you've been peppered with hail, then you might need somebody to get K-Post over there. They'll give you a free roof evaluation.
877-881-1053 is the TruckWreck.com text line. So what did everyone take in last night with your entertainment with no Mavs, no Stars?
We had
Harry Potter 3.
No. We didn't really even. We were just like.
I don't even know why I'm asking you. You'll probably tell me what you did Sunday night.
I know, right? No, we took the dog for a walk, made dinner, and then just kind of hung out. Like just perused our phones and didn't really even. Something was on TV. We weren't even watching it though. Like the TV was literally on. I think it was on National Treasure, Part 2, Book of Secrets. But we weren't really watching it. We were more on our phones, just hanging out.
Pepe.
Me and Mackenzie are on the Bachelor train. So now we did not watch the newest episode, which came out last night. We're an episode behind, so we finished up the previous one. But they're at hometowns now, baby. Or after, I guess, hometowns. It's getting good now.
I love how you just hang me out to dry every time we talk about reality TV or Bravo, and you just sit back there all quiet and all freaking innocent, and now you know the order of the Bachelor. When you drop hometowns, you know specifics.
Hometowns.
Tony Casillas would be very, very proud of you. What other reality does she like and that you are forced, quote unquote, to watch with her?
Not reality. I mean, she watches like Mean Girls, shows on like Netflix like that. But I mean, that's the only reality we watch together.
Okay. But you like The Bachelor.
Yeah, I do.
You're in on that. Yeah. 90 Day. It was a big 90-day night for me.
90 Day Fiance?
90 Day. Dude, I can't keep track of what they are. 90 Day Single Life, 90 Day Diaries, 90 Day Fiance, 90 Day The Other Way. They have 14 different versions to keep you watching with the cast members you're familiar with.
I had no idea they had all those different ones. I thought it was just 90 Day Fiance.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's good, though. Good. You need filler.
You need good trash TV, I think, in your life.
You got trash TV, you need filler TV with the time. So let us know what y'all got into with a night off with the local sports scene at 877-881-1053. We have goodbyes from Tyron Smith, Leighton Vander Esch. We have a former Cowboy who may be saying goodbye because of injury. A pretty sad story developing. The Cowboys bring back one of their running backs, and we got some baseball to get to. One of the two big-name pitchers is off the market. Did he end up in the armpit? And get ready, this is not a hot take. We got Michael Jordan out here dunking on everybody. Next on Sean and RJ, it's a Tolo Tuesday.
Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down. And one from the rafters.
Yo.
Yeah.
Dude. Anthony Edwards, dunk of his career, dunk of the year. Good morning, Metroplex. There are few things in sports I like hearing better than the beginning of that clip. Pepe, get ready to run it again. When the crowd, you're sitting there and you grab the people next to you and you're like, oh my gosh, what the heck did I just see?
Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down. And one from the rafters.
This guy is out here producing MJ-type highlights. I know exactly what I just said. From the block, his explosion is insane. That block a few weeks ago, where he won the game, his head almost ended up hitting the rim. And then John Collins, if they still make posters, I do not know. I have to go to Spencer's and see. John Collins, his life was absolutely taken. And to add insult, actually to add injury to the insult, John Collins was hurt on the play. His head got hit, not a concussion, and Anthony Edwards dislocated his finger. What do you say about this dunk?
It's amazing. I think he got put in a concussion protocol, though, on that dunk.
Collins?
Yeah.
And Collins is a huge leaper himself.
Oh, they call him John the Baptist. Like he's a posterizer himself. But this was tremendous.
Woo!
And you know it's bad when you hurt your hand on the other player's head, which is apparently what happened. Because he did the classic block out with one hand, and he just posterized him. This was remarkable.
Did throw it. Okay.
Yeah, he threw the ball. He pulled the old Blake Griffin. I'm not even sure he touched the rim.
He didn't.
Maybe he nicked it or just barely got the rim to qualify it as a dunk. But
this actually should have probably been an offensive foul.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, you could make the case because he put using his offhand to...
He put the left arm out to shove Collins' face.
Yeah, he did. He did. He put the left arm out.
But there's just no way, as the referee, you can call this. I don't know. We probably don't have NBA rights to this to show it on the fan cam and Twitch, but Anthony Edwards reacted to the all-time poster he created afterwards.
All right, we got to talk about that dunk. We got a monitor right here, and you're going to talk us through what happened on that dunk. Here we go.
Ah! Oh my God! Hey, that was my best dunk of my career. I'm not gonna lie.
You've had some good ones.
I didn't even react because I dislocated my finger. You see it?
On your left hand too.
I couldn't react to it. I wish I could have reacted to it. I wish I could have.
So someone after the kids were saying, "Can I have your jersey? Can I have your jersey?" He said, "I got to give it to John Collins."
I got to give it to John.
He's got that. Bobby mentioned this a couple days ago. He's one of the ones left with that old school attitude.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, if you could see, you could slow it down. I still shot at it here. You could see his hand is. It probably nicked the rim a little bit, right? The trajectory of the dunk, the hand probably grasped very, very slightly.
Look at John Collins' hands.
Yeah, his hands are flailing. He's Lipton everywhere. The poor guy. The poor guy's gonna have nightmares. He just is. I mean, he's done enough players himself. He's on the receiving end now.
Woo!
You got to retire. There's no other way around it. You got to retire.
My word!
He's gonna be playing in Spain next week. They don't do this in Spain.
Even the still shot. Well, where did Vince Carter get Frederick Weiss?
That was in the Olympics. Yep, that was in the Olympics.
Could have been in Spain? Could have been in Barcelona? I don't know.
That was not 92.
Okay.
I don't know where that was. It could have been Sydney.
Yeah.
But either way, they don't do this in the European League.
There were rumors that the armpit, according to Ken Rosenthal, was interested in talking to Blake Snell. Thankfully, the defending NL Cy Young winner ends up in San Francisco. 2 for 62. Blake Snell is finally off the market.
Yeah. This is, look, Scott Boras is one player away, Jordan Montgomery, from the old, as I saw on Twitter last night, the old golden sombrero of an offseason, 4 strikeouts. Because, Snell wanted 7 for 200. And he got 60 million? Yeah, he wanted 7 for 270, I think is what he wanted. He got 62 million. Matt Chapman wanted 150 million. He got 54.
Yep.
Cody Bellinger wanted over 200 million. He got 80, but for the most part, these are all 1-year deals. Like, I haven't seen Snell having an opt-out. Oh, it does have an opt-out. So it's got an opt-out of the first season. They all have opt-outs of the first season. So they'll all be on the market again next year. He wanted, 9 for $270, 7 for $210. Like, he wanted these mega deals, and he wound up not getting it.
He got 11 less than Wheeler in Philly.
Yeah.
I'm pissed about that if I'm Blake Snell. Zach Wheeler got 42 a year, and here's Snell coming in at 31 per. It would be so magical. It would be awesome if people started abandoning and jumping Scott Boris's ship.
I mean, it would be. It would be, and it would also really kind of speak to the players themselves. I mean, Blake Snell's a great pitcher. All right? He's had 2 amazing years, but what is the one thing how many games, I'm going to ask you this, how many games last year did Blake Snell pitch beyond 6 innings?
Well, I will say...
And he won the Cy Young.
And he won the Cy Young. I'll say he did it 8 times.
He did 3.
3? Past 6 innings?
Past 6 innings. He never goes beyond 6 innings. Meanwhile, Wheeler went beyond 6 innings 3 times in August alone.
Wow.
Like, Blake does not eat innings up. That's just not what he's going to do. He's going to throw 180 innings out there, and now he's going to give you 6 every night. Every night. Like,
ooh. You get pulled like you right there with that sentence.
He doesn't usually get blown up early on in games. Other pitchers can. He's very, very consistent. He's going to go out there. He's going to give you 6 innings. He's going to allow 2 or less. And that's just what he does every night. But, you're not going to get an ace innings eater out of him, and that's generally pays you $40 million.
Frustrated players are asking for the removal of the Player Association rep.
Yeah, Tony Clark has been with the Players Association for years. He's been the head of the union for a long time, and they're urging him to be replaced, and his second in command, Bruce Meyer, with a former MLB player, lawyer, Henry Marino. That's what their major and minor league players are talking about. There's a mutiny going on. And listen, he has been thoroughly manhandled by Rob Manfred as often as it gets in the negotiations.
Now,
Rob is a labor lawyer.
They're not trying to push out Tony Clark.
No, they're trying to put the second in command.
Yeah.
But Clark has been manhandled. And the lawyer is the one that does the negotiation, right? Like, a lot of times you'll see, remember Donald Fear would always do the negotiations with the players union, and they just want, new leadership from the negotiation side, I think, because they're just getting destroyed by Manfred year in and year out. Manfred is known as one of the best labor lawyers there is, and that's his background. That's why the owners hired him.
877-881-1053 is the TrentRec.com text line. So what will this mean now for Jordan Montgomery? This right in line with where he's going to end up, or even a little bit lower?
I assume it means he's going to get a 2-year, 3-year deal with an opt-out. But was there talk yesterday?
He's Boris as well?
Yeah. Was there talk that he wanted a 7-year deal? Is that what I saw the other day?
I didn't see that.
That is, if that's true, that would be insanity. I get wanting it.
Well, I want a 7-year deal too at my number.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. He wanted a 7-year deal, but that's just not going to happen. I mean, we're here. When does the season start? Next week, Thursday. Next Thursday. You want a 7-year deal now? He's not going to get a 7-year deal. He's going to get a 2-year deal with an opt-out.
But he doesn't get the same as Snell, right?
What, the 31 a year?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I would think he'd fall more in the 25 a year. He may get the Chapman deal, $55 million over a couple of years and with an opt-out, but he's not going to get his 7-year deal.
Maybe RJ Choppy won't be forced to watch Harry Potter anymore with the recent developments to his favorite show.
Man, Yellowstone, there is the final season coming out this year. They think, they hope, maybe early 2025. But they do announce that it will be a 10-episode final season at minimum. Maybe 11, 12, or 13-episode final season. There was concerns they were going to rush through this.
So has this been off for a while? Like a long break? Or
this came out, the last season came out in It was either spring of 23 or fall of 22. So I think it'll come out in 2025 is the next season. I just saw Yellow Jackets, another one of the shows I like, is looking at a 2025 release date. But Yellowstone, I think like shows with yellow in it. Yellowstone, Yellow Jackets, I don't know. But they're talking about a 10-plus season, episode final season. There was a lot of concerns they were going to rush right through this. Especially there was no idea about Kevin Costner and his availability. Maybe now that his new show is going to be coming out in this summer, that he'll be able to film the final season and give it a fine, wonderful farewell that farewell deserves. Because the show's been fantastic. I've loved it. It's tapered off in the last season. I didn't care for the last season, but the first 4 seasons were amazing. I thought amazing.
Truckwreck.com text line is open. Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt in early again to What Do We Owe That? We'll find out as we talk about Tyron Smith's goodbye to the Cowboy Tolos. Connor Williams definitely not coming back to the Cowboys because he may not be coming back to the National Football League. And why is this hated San Francisco 49er trending? Because of Leighton Vander Esch's official announcement. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan is next.
Studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell once again joining us early. What's going on?
Yesterday I was concerned that you needed me to cover because I didn't know if Choppy had long movid. And then today I just couldn't sleep really last night. So I woke up. Laura kept waking me up. They're back in school from spring break. And so she's not sleeping great. She's getting into our bed early. And so kept waking me up. And so I was just like, all right, I'm getting up.
Freezing from no thermostat changeover?
Yeah, I didn't switch it over to the heat. Kristen had to take a muscle relaxer last night, so she was knocked out. It didn't matter how cold it was in the house, and I prefer it mid-60s in the house if it's up to me. So, yeah, it was like 66 when I woke up.
All right, I guess we start with the player trending yesterday because of some Cowboys and their official goodbyes. It was Trent Williams. Ryan, you probably won't be able to show the video, maybe the still shot. Trent Williams being blamed for ending the career of Leighton Vander Esch. Do you remember talking about this at the time?
I remember the video people posted weeks later, but not the day after. The day after that game, we talked about that.
There was a lot going on the day after the game.
Yeah, we know.
There was a lot.
Which loss was this?
Niners.
This was 42-10.
Yeah, I know. Niners
This
loss?
was 42-10 in San Francisco. This is the one that Jerry screamed at us for. Or screamed at me for, I should be clear.
That's right. So what do we make of this? I know we're supposed to have on our Cowboys blinders. Was the Trent Williams play dirt? Now look, Leighton Vander Esch's neck was compromised anyway. We all knew that he had injury issues. Trent Williams he does push him in the back, but the result of it is Vander Esch hitting Micah. There it is right there. Ryan's got it on the fan cam and Twitch. So he's got Vander Esch from behind. I remember talking about this, and I'm not blaming Trent Williams for directing Leighton into Micah, which ended up causing the hit and the injury.
Nope, not at all. I mean, he happened to be blocking him at the time, but this wasn't like some dirty play.
And that may have been illegal right there.
I mean, that looks bad on that still frame. When you watch it in real time, it's very close. It's like he's hooking and he's coming around.
Yeah.
And
I can blame him for blocking Vander Esch straight up in the back, but directly WWE throwing him into the partner on the outside of the ropes and the turnbuckle, knowing that was going to happen. Come on, y'all.
It's like I don't even remember who did it for the Panthers. It's like blaming whoever for the Panthers for breaking Romo's collarbone. And it's like he had issues with the injury. The injury is something that cropped up throughout his career. It was somebody was going to hit him again. It was going to happen again. Leighton Vander Esch had concern. There were concerns about his neck coming out of Boise State that teams were looking at. And so you're talking about a guy who, if it didn't happen there, it was probably going to happen another point. Like, that's just the way that it was.
If you see the up close, all right, and then you just start there, that's one thing. If you see the entire thing, I mean, it's not like he just kind of he was already on the outside. He just kind of moved him away. It wasn't, did it end his career? Sure. That doesn't mean that it was like purposely, hey, let me try to end your career on this play. Like that, there's a massive difference in the two. It's unfortunately it's football. It's like this is part of football. Like you're engaged in plays at 1,000 miles an hour, and some of them are gonna get away from you, and someone's gonna get hurt. I mean, it sucks. It's the reality of the sport. This isn't Greg Williams putting bounties on people.
I was gonna say, this isn't Albert Hainsworth stomping on Andre Gerard. Like, it's not some egregious attack. Like, he was playing football, and these are the sort of things that happen, and they happened a lot to Leighton Vander Esch. What during the course of his career, how many times do we see him laying on the turf? Like where we're like, is he gonna get up? Like 3 or 4 different times. It happened a lot. That was the one time I've seen Dan Quinn snap, was after that game, and he was going out to talk to Leighton Vander Esch's wife, and the photogs didn't know any better. They were just taking photos. They're like, oh, Dan Quinn's walking out of the locker. They didn't know why. And Dan Quinn, when he walked back over, he goes, hey, how about you guys have a little bit of class? I was talking to that man's wife. And I was like, oh, okay.
Wow. Did turn the hat around for a serious conversation?
Oh, there was no hat there.
Oh, no hat
No
there.
hat.
Vander Esch missing time because of neck injuries in 2019. 2022 and 2023. So he's stepping away at the age of 28. How do you summarize the career, Choppy?
I think he was a good player. Obviously, I don't think there's any question about that. I think that he was a guy who exceeded his talent level.
Man, I was shocked yesterday when I read after a 6-year career. I said, that's it?
That's it.
That's it? Leighton Vander Esch was only around here for 6 years.
I know. That's the thing. It's like you
doesn't seem like 9.
It seems longer. It does seem longer, but it also seems like a little less because he missed so much time too. It was like, how many years did you actually get out of him?
It was the draft here in Dallas. That was the Jason Witten retirement surprise. That was the same weekend.
It's like he exceeded. I think he exceeded his talent and just couldn't overcome his injuries. That's how I would describe his NFL tombstone, if you want to call it that. He got the most out of his talent level, his ability that he possibly could. But if it was the fact that his body shouldn't have been that size, like Sean Lee, and Sean Lee just couldn't maintain health with the size of the body that he had to have to play in the National Football League, or he just got snake bit by injuries. Like, you can't separate the two. The guy overachieved talent-wise, and he just couldn't play and stay healthy enough to maintain a 10-year career.
He was such a fantastic story. Like, if you go back and look through his younger years, he grew up in this tiny town, Riggins, Idaho, where they didn't have enough kids at the high school to play normal football. He was playing 8-man football in high school, and he had to walk on at Boise State. Like, he was not a scholarship player when he got to Boise State initially. Walked on there, overcame a lot. Was, when you look at the way that he tested at the combine, he was one of the most freakish athletes to play linebacker in the NFL. And that first year that he played, he was...
Or remember the 7-on-7 football?
Yeah.
Scouting him from that?
Yeah. And him playing quarterback. He was playing quarterback and, defensive end there. And he was pretty also, cool. An all-state basketball player or something like that. I mean, he was a really special athlete. And that first year, there were that team doesn't... I don't know that team makes the playoff. I know Amari Cooper was the big... You made the trade and you go on that run. I don't know that they make the playoffs without Vander Esch. There were a couple of games, specifically I'm thinking of the game in Philly on the road where he makes a big third down stop to ice the game. He was incredible that rookie year, and it's just the injuries piled up after that, and he was never quite the same. Yeah. But
it's funny you mentioned the town he was in and the size. It's like I saw this thing on Instagram the other day about Prosper back in 1985. Did y'all see this?
No.
Was it dirt?
No, close. 1985, Prosper had 88 kids in their school. They had to... The football team was the basketball team. The basketball team was the baseball team. It's the same kind of thing, right? It was such a small, tiny place. And this was even more magnified than that, where he's sitting there playing quarterback and end and playing 8-man or 7-man.
Pay.
Yeah, on the fan text 877-881-1053, the 214 regarding Leighton Vander Esch. He already had neck issues, so it was only a matter of time before he went down. And then 214 also says, once again, a waste of a first-round pick by the Cowboys.
Ooh, a waste. This is always interesting to define a successful draft pick. Is it off the second contract? Jalen Smith? Is it number of years you stick around? Randy Gregory? Is it straight up games played? Is it Pro Bowls for a first rounder? Obviously, it's very, very subjective, but that is your own definition of defining a successful pick.
Let's look at the guys that went directly behind him. Okay, the guy they really liked that year.
What number did Vander Esch go?
19.
All right.
They really loved Derwin James. That's who they wanted. But they wanted Derwin James or Vita Vea. Both those guys hit. They were really good players. Vander Esch made a Pro Bowl that year. He was. There's an old tweet from back in November of his rookie year where I can't remember what it was. Lance Zerline or somebody was like, when you watch Leighton Vander Esch play right now, you might think he's the best player in the NFL.
Oh
like that. He was playing at such a. People forget how good he was his rookie year, but these are the guys right behind him. Frank Ragnow, center. Guy who they had Frederick at the time. There was no reason for them to think they needed an offensive lineman. Billy Price, center, who was on the practice squad for the Cowboys last year. Good buddy of Matt Pittman's. Rashawn Evans, linebacker, Titans, who ended up on the Cowboys and was released again. Isaiah Wynn, tackle, who's not been able to stay healthy. And then, okay, now you get down to Carolina, 5 picks later, there's DJ Moore. And then there's Hayden Hurst. But, I mean, realistically, the fact that he made the difference that he did, I'd say he was worth it. It's just he falls in line with this trend that the Cowboys have had for 12 years now, that their linebackers that they pick, they all have massive injury issues that derail their careers.
Yeah, I think the best way for me to summarize it is, man, I was just hoping for a lot more and expecting more after that start. After that start, it felt a little disappointing. That's the way I would talk about it. I mean, obviously, the first word that's going to come to mind is injuries. Maybe Wolf number 2 for the description. But after that start, I was hoping for a lot more, and it just kind of tailed away from that. Meanwhile, Tyron Smith penning his goodbye to Cowboy fans.
Did he? I don't know. Did he? That was the that was the chatter yesterday on G-Bag. They're like, how do we know this wasn't old Chat GPT writing this for Tyron? We never hear from the man. Yes, he did. He wrote a heartfelt goodbye to the Jones family, the Cowboys organization, Cowboys fans. He says, to the Jones family, thank you for the amazing opportunity to play for the Cowboys and the life-changing experience that my family and I will be forever grateful for. He says, Cowboys Nation, thank you for everything. While I'm excited for the next chapter of my football career, part of my heart will forever be left in Texas until we meet again. And then it's got the little Tyron Smith signature. And I was thinking about it yesterday. This may be the first time in his career he's directly spoken to fans.
Yeah.
Even through a Twitter post. But he is just, if you were to, the cut-ups you get of like Dirk quotes or Madonna quotes for audio montages. If you had one of Tyron Smith, it'd be a bunch of grunts. Never talked, never liked being up front. He was just a keep your head down, take care of your business, and that's kind of his legacy. But he is that's another one. When we talk about legacy, the draft that he came out of and the type of career he had, he is one of the best picks in the history of the Cowboys.
Oh, there's no doubt about that one. There's no doubt. And there's quite, we're just thinking about how his age always stunned me.
Yeah.
It always, there was
a baby.
He's younger than Zach Martin. Mm-hmm. And he was drafted like
3 years
earlier than him.
He signed a second contract before Zach Martin played, and he's younger than Zach Martin. That I was looking at it yesterday, though. That it's nuts when you look at the draft that he came out of. The draft class that he was in: Von Miller, Patrick Peterson, J.J. Watt, Jason Kelsey, A.J. Green, Julio Jones, Richard Sherman.
Speaking of former Cowboys linemen, apparently Connor Williams has contemplated retirement due to how severe his knee injury was. He's only 26 years old, so that apparently came from ESPN.
Yeah, you're going to talk about young ages. 26? That feels like he's been in the league also for that was the same draft. It was the Vander Esch draft.
Yes.
I think he was the youngest player in the draft that year.
And you're worried about running backs remaining on this roster? Don't be alarmed, because Rico Dowdle is apparently coming back.
So that's improvement.
No, Jerry.
Damn right, that's improvement, Jerry. Sean, stop it. You're always trying to throw cold water on the things that the Cowboys are doing. Rico Dowdle is a championship move.
I'm almost rooting.
All in, baby.
I actually really do like Dowdle.
I'm almost rooting for an absolute dumpster fire of a season.
Oh, I think we're there.
We're not there. I mean, you said that they're going to win 11 or 12 games.
Oh, yeah.
That's not a dumpster fire.
We'll be talking the whole year.
No. Let me finish. I'm talking about 6 wins. I'm talking about 5 wins. I'm talking about disaster. I'm talking about flames. I'm talking about the building with the swing set in front. Because I used to be terrified that losing around here would mean no ratings. But as Bobby has pointed out with some of the recent numbers, maybe Cowboy fans don't necessarily tune out when things are disastrous. And I'm just kind of rooting for them to get what's coming to them from this offseason. Kind of. I still would pick 12 wins. Okay, if I had to circle it, but that sick part of my brain is saying, man, 6 wins. That's what you deserve.
There would have to be a catastrophic injury or 7. I think personally,
or they lose 5 3-point games.
Yeah, or you have to just have this crazy unlucky season.
Yeah,
where you are losing all kinds of 1-score games, bad luck, bounces. I mean, it's certainly possible because it's the NFL, and every game for the most. But this team also doesn't play. They don't live in that 1-score game world. They bully bad teams. There's going to be enough of those on the schedule where they're going to get 4 wins guaranteed in the division. They're going to get the 4 wins guaranteed. But other than that, maybe with the schedule, it does turn out to be a little bit more difficult.
You know what a Cowboys fan's worst nightmare is? 9-8. That's their worst nightmare. They either want it's got to be
9-8 may lead to sweeping changes, though.
Sure, but I think in general, Cowboys fans want 12-5. They want to be contending for the division, or if it's not going to be that way, it's burn it down then. And I mean, I can't blame. Be interesting. Whether that's bad interesting or good interesting, just be interesting. Don't be middle of the pack.
The Texas Rangers may be more interesting than we thought to defend their World Series championship. Are we getting some surprising help on the way? Hear from World Series General Manager Chris Young on the home of the Rangers next. But let me go ahead and get you set up.
website, carsforkids.org.
This is your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers.
Damn
Good
right it
morning,
is.
Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Some good news finally for the start of the season besides Wyatt Langford. GM Chris Young saying that Corey Seager and Josh Young trending the right way.
We still have some uncertainty on the left side with Josh and Corey. I think they're trending the right direction. They're certainly, they've made a ton of progress. I watched them both out on the field today. Really fun to see them. Corey's amazing. It's just amazing how Corey can step out on the field, see live BP for the first time, and just pepper the ball all over the field. It was pretty impressive. But that said, there's still some steps to pass for those guys.
Where were we when he had the surgery, the likelihood of him being ready on the opening day?
I mean, I wasn't sure. I think that we knew from a timeline perspective, but I know I've had surgeries plenty of times, and you just never know how the recovery is going to go. You have one setback, one infection, one case of, even a stomach bug can set you back when you're coming back from these things. And so if everything goes according to plan, we knew it would be in and around opening day. I think right now he's trending towards being ready, but there's still a lot of steps to clear here. And, but I am optimistic that Corey's going to be hopefully out there March 28th when they announce our lineup.
Could you imagine having surgery, hernia surgery like this or something like that, and and having a stomach bug and sitting down the toilet and popping a stitch? I mean, could you just imagine? How do you go to the doctor and say, "Doc, sorry, had the rhea and popped a stitch"?
I don't even know why you'd put that mental image in my head, to be honest.
That's what I think of, Bobby. This was going through my head, okay? I'm just sorry. I don't know what to tell you. This is what's in the head here. This is great news, though.
Trending to be ready.
Yeah, not popping a stitch, pooping, but trending to be ready. Because, I mean, I don't think any of us had any clue when he could be ready.
Sure, it's great news, if you believe it.
Yeah, it's going to be. I mean, it's probably not. Is it wise? Would it even be wise?
No,
wait. 162 games away.
Wait. Don't they lie in the other direction? This is like...
Here's my position on Chris Young from now on. Trust in Chris Young.
We love you, Chris.
But do not trust Chris Young. Trust that Chris Young is going to do the right thing for the Texas Rangers and he's going to do everything to make them competitive, but don't trust that he's going to tell you what that is. And he's going to be upfront with you about what everything is. There's just been way too many times of I'm not saying that that's not the case. It's great, encouraging news. Bochy said something similar, said that they're cautiously optimistic about both of them being available to play. But I will say I have been bamboozled by Chris Young's statements on injuries before. It's similar to every offseason when Jerry tricks us into thinking they're going to do something. Yeah. That's Chris Young with injuries. But it's good to hear. It's just I'm taking a believe it when I see it approach.
Well, let's see what he says then about possible load management for Corey when Seager returns.
Well, I think, the training staff will dictate that. Corey will dictate that too. And Corey's very open and honest with how he's feeling. I think we have to be cognizant that it's a long season and Corey's such a vital part of our team that we want to protect him. We want to ease him in. We recognize he hasn't had a full spring training. And so I think we're going to have to find some selective off days, some days to get him off his feet at shortstop and DH him and find ways to rest him. And so, Zeke and Josh Smith will likely see a lot of shortstop, for over the first month and probably into the season as well. And I think we, like I said, we want to keep Corey as fresh as possible and keep him on the field as much as we can. So, but again, just seeing Corey out there today, the way he was hitting and running the bases and passing all the tests, it's just amazing. This guy was, he was on an operating table, 6 weeks ago, and here he is, almost ready to go. It's really impressive.
Why are you making faces?
Because for a team that's going to really need to lean on its offense in all likelihood through the first 2-3 months of the season, I'm not pumped about a guy in Josh Smith who has played 163 games, basically a full season, 163 games in his career, and has an OPS of 592.
But Zeke, baby.
Zeke, sure. But the idea of even referencing Josh Smith as a definite key cog in making sure that we ease Corey Seager back is don't love that. But
got some speed.
Sure. Yeah.
We got to hit it first.
Austin Hedges with speed.
Yeah,
great.
Austin Hedges with speed, basically. Yep. Get on base a little bit. That's about it, right?
Zeke Duran hit 276 last year. with 14 home runs.
And I'll bet you if you were to use the time, just his numbers during the 40 or so games that Seager missed in the beginning of the year, and not other times that Zeke played later on in the season, I bet you was much higher than that 270. I have to go back and look at that, but he was fantastic in the first couple of months.
Yes.
I'm just looking at Josh Smith numbers here.
No, don't.
No. You're going to love this. For his career, he has 22 extra base hits, and he has been hit by 16 pitches. He's getting hit by a pitch almost as often as he's getting an extra base hit.
One of those was nasty. I don't know how he didn't break half
All
of
right,
his
Bobby,
jaw.
shut up. You can take off the rest of the segment. We got encouraging news on Young, encouraging news on Seager, and encouraging news on DeGrom. Is that what you saw the other day?
Yeah, this is from... So Jeff Passan did a write-up on all 30 teams, a season preview of all 30 teams. And you get to the Texas Rangers, and I'll just read you the entire thing, and then the DeGrom part as well in here. But because the season hinges on Corey Seager. While recovering from sports hernia, it could take months. He wants to be back soon after opening day. This was a couple days ago, obviously before the Chris Young interview, who said basically, hey, we'll see. And at this point, who's to question him on anything coming up a second World Series MVP? And even in a stacked lineup, he is more lighter fluid than spark. When he's locked in, there aren't many better hitters on the planet. Texas can turn to plenty capable Zeke Duran to fill that short time, but they're incomplete without him, and their hopes of back-to-back championships depend on their shortstop playing at his best. What's the best bet? Their opening day status for him, without it, 29.5 home runs seems like easy money for Corey Seager. That's the over-under on home runs for him. He hit 33 in just 119 games last year, 33 and 151 in 151 games 2022. And then they get to Jake DeGrom. So this was the original point of this was a fantasy baseball thing. It said, how do you win your fantasy league involving the Rangers? And it was draft Jake DeGrom. I was like, huh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see what it say here.
It's a keeper league.
Yeah.
The best pitcher in the world's average draft position is 255 this year.
And he still said the best pitcher in the world, labeled him that.
Right. Yes. For leagues with an injured list, he should go at least 100 spots higher.
Wow.
So if you have an injured list on your fantasy baseball league, take him in the 150s. And even those in leagues with one should consider grabbing him if he returns from Tommy John as scheduled in August. 2 months of big strikeouts and low walks can make a difference in the team fighting for first. And I don't care about the fantasy baseball aspect of this, but this is not some spare reporter. It's a bum, Jeff Passan, but he's not a spare reporter.
Horrible text.
Yes.
Yeah.
This also plays for the real thing. He is saying to take Jake DeGrom so that when he comes back in August, right? Goes back in August as he's scheduled to. I'm like, are we just assuming that Jake's not coming back? Because we have not talked anything about DeGrom returning this year. Everything has been about basically they're going to keep him out. They're going to play for 2025.
Yeah.
With him.
We may have been victimized by Extreme Bassick on this.
Well, that's a problem. We should stop listening to him, except for, on the games, I guess.
Yeah. We should stop listening to him. Oh, yeah, wait. He's the Bally analyst. Oh, except for all the games. But Derek Collin agrees with Bassick that we're not going to see DeGrom. So
again, should we really be listening to him? No, but you're right. Because we've talked nothing about DeGrom returning this year. It's like second time he's on, late in the year. I mean, he didn't get until what, June?
We've also been stung and stained by Jacob DeGrom in general. It's like, why would I count on anything from that?
It's funny. I was a couple weeks back. I was like scrolling YouTube and something popped up in my feed. Is like, watch it again. And it was DeGrom highlights from one of his starts early last year. And you're watching it. It's just like, holy cow. Like how, like it is. It makes me sick to think just how little we got to see him last year because he was so good. I'd love it if he was to come back. I think we've talked about him coming back in August only in the sense that like DeGrom has consistently said that's when he wants to come back.
Right.
And Chris Young keeps saying like, never say never. Don't shut the door on anything. He's always talking like that. But yeah, Mike, Derek, other people who have talked about this injury, they're like, that is the most optimistic timeline. That is Terrell Owens sleeping in the hyperbaric chamber leading up to Super Bowl to get out there and play. Like, you need everything to fall into place correctly. And he's not a guy throughout his career who has consistently had everything fall into place.
Yes. Meanwhile, Blake Snell finally has a new team. It's not the Astros, thank goodness. It is the San Francisco Giants, 2 for 62. So, Bobby, 31 a year for Snell, and that means Jordan Montgomery is left out there.
All the leverage sits in the Rangers' hand now, doesn't it? They're never going to go back there.
The fact that we're so far away from this as a possibility is pretty sports depressing. It really is.
It is, because it's at this point, it is a massive low risk. Now, maybe the only reason why Montgomery's still unsigned is because these reports that he still wants 7 years are true.
I mean, look, there's been a little. How much can we trust what some of the reporting has been around? Look, I think it's hard to say. You talked earlier about the Tony Clark.
Who reported that, by the way?
Which part?
7 years, Choppy.
I don't remember the exact report. I'll see if I can find it.
But I mean, in general, I think that
I see it on Reddit.
It feels like collusion.
Well, that's the most truthful spot in the world.
But we were told
also get you fired from things.
We were told Snell wanted 10 years or whatever. We were told, he wants this 8-year deal and he's holding out for that. Well, then in recent weeks, we started hearing that no, Snell's actually just at this point, he's trying to get 2 years for $64 million, which is what he got. He got apparently what he had been looking for. So part of me wants to know, okay, is this just part of this grander collusion that people keep accusing Major League Baseball teams of being part of? But it's ridiculous to me that Jordan Montgomery, regardless of how you look at him and think, well, how does his body type project out? Is he going to come back down to earth? Are his peripheral statistics good enough? He's a gamer and he performs consistently. He needs to be on a roster.
How much better would you feel if the Rangers started off the year with Eovaldi and Montgomery right there to begin your rotation? Well, probably not with Montgomery to begin the rotation because he hasn't been in the camp. But just like that, you feel stabilized. Right now, we're walking on eggshells and hoping for the offense.
Right. This is from last week, and the MLB Trade Rumors had this little report. The Red Sox have been connected to free agent Jordan Montgomery. John Heyman reports that the two sides have stayed in contact with the lefties looking for a 7-year deal. That's from Heyman. That was now again
definitely wrong. Then
take that for what it's worth. At the very least,
would Nightingale back it up, confirm it?
At the very least, his name is spelled wrong.
Nightingale is the one who said 2 years, 66 is what Snell was looking for.
What did you just say?
I said the very least, Heyman will have the name spelled wrong because he did the arson judge last year to the Giants,
and I won't be able to see it because he has me blocked on Twitter.
John Heyman blocked you?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I was tweeting some really trolly stuff to him after Cliff Lee signed with the Phillies.
After Cliff Lee?
Yeah,
he blocked you since the Cliff Lee days?
Oh, yeah. I've been blocked for since I was 20 years old when I was doing Mavericks looking for some revenge tonight.
877-881-1053. Chartrate.com text sign. Just know we are your home of the World Series champs. RG3 says Caleb Williams needs to pull an Eli Manning, and we have another police investigation involving Tyreek Hill. Plus, quarterback draft lessons to learn. Will RJ admit that maybe you shouldn't be taking quarterbacks no matter what after the disastrous last weekend that took place in the NFL? Around the rest of the league on the home of the Cowboys next. But let me go ahead.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Misery loves company. You know that is a show motto here on Sean and RJ. We love to drag other people down while we are not succeeding. And that's the way I feel about the San Francisco 49ers. And yesterday, two little chuckles that I got really yesterday when I talked about what did everyone take in last night with no Mavs and no Stars. Bobby literally called me in the middle of like my 7th time watching the Year Appreciated video. I went back and just watched
I watched it a few times too.
The 2.5 minutes of it, and watching Bobby. I don't think anyone realized Bobby had not heard it before or knew where You're Appreciated came from with the karaoke from Rangers Spring Training and Surprise. And I was like, let me just go ahead. Watching Bobby's first reaction to it brought me such joy.
It did.
And he called me like smack in the middle of it. I'm like, that's crazy.
Yeah, it is. It was fantastic. I watched it several times. It's such a great callback.
And a hot plate.
It's like one of those things where you maybe don't even realize. I don't know if you guys realize like the magic you were capturing in the moment. Like, oh my gosh, we're capturing history here. But you hear it back and it's pretty great. It literally took probably 15 seconds in the song before I realized what he was singing, and I love that song.
And I'm glad we ran out of time with it. Hopefully it's not in the system, but I had a one-on-one with him afterwards, but I was pretty drunk.
Yeah.
I was pretty drunk. My voice was going all of it.
Well, to be fair, I don't think this was even in the system. I think Choppy like found it and had to email it to Peyton.
Oh, Troy like took it, you think? On his way out?
No, I emailed it to Chop and Sean to make sure it was the right one.
Yeah, that's what it was.
All right, so I chuckled over that, and then I chuckled over these two San Francisco stories. The 49ers penalized in the next 2 drafts for a payroll error. They forfeited a 2025 draft choice and were penalized 4 spots in this year's draft as a result of an administrative payroll accounting error. So San Francisco gets a pick taken away and a pick knocked down because of payroll.
Yeah, and look, I know we all...
Bobby's here to defend it.
No. I know we all celebrate the misfortune of the 49ers. This is good for the Cowboys. So that's objectively good. But let's just look at it from the realism of like when you asked about Trent Williams, where you said, let's try to take it away and see, is this a legitimate criticism of Trent Williams with Leighton Vander Esch? The NFL acknowledges they definitely were not trying to circumvent the cap.
Yeah.
And they didn't gain any cap benefit from this clerical error. To me, this is the salary cap version of that Jordan Spieth story of like mark down his wrong score on his scorecard. And it's like, okay, but if it didn't impact anything, what are you doing docking them positioning and then taking a pick?
They misreported their player compensation. What are you up to? That's what it was. There's something with the numbers. I'm not going to be objective about this whatsoever.
That's fine. And look, like I said, it's objectively good for the Cowboys, so we'll celebrate it. I just look at it and I go like, that seems overly punitive.
So they have 10 total picks still, including 3 in the 4th round. And then RJ Choppy, this may be one of your larger recent wins. Although I guess you would say this about any defensive end, period. So I guess I'd have to factor in all defensive ends. But this Chase Young thing now seems like we're trending towards bust. Chase Young signs a $13 million fully guaranteed 1-year deal with the New Orleans Saints. So his run in San Francisco is already over.
Already over.
Wow.
And just think what could have been if you're Washington when you drafted him over Herbert and Tua.
Oh, they took him over Herbert.
Well, because, Sean, he was the most safe pick in the draft. He was the best player in the draft. So you've got to take him. You've got to take the most safe player in the draft. You couldn't possibly take a quarterback that you didn't know if they were going to be any good.
Well, who was their quarterback at the time? Because if there's one thing I know about Washington, they've replaced Mark Rippon many a times. What's spare could have been?
Rippon was the last quarterback to win a Super Bowl there, though. So how
I'm giving Mark Rippon the props. They haven't been able to get one since him. I'm trying to remember.
So here's the thing. Again, we got to be careful with revisionist history, Chop. Because
best player of the draft. I mean, you got to look. The guy won the Bronco Nagurski Award. You just have to take it.
When you look back on the COVID year, that was the COVID year. Was his rookie season, and when he and Montez Sweat were just causing nightmares for the Cowboys in 25-point blowouts in both games. Like we were watching those games and going like, "Oh my gosh, Chase Young is a monster."
Did you say in 25-point blowouts?
Yeah, they lost by 25 plus in both games to the Commanders.
But that was with backups, right? Dak was not. Dak got hurt that
Andy
year.
Dalton was going to take Dak's job, is what I heard. So I mean, like you should have been happy with him in there. But no, like I think Chase Young is a guy who. It's kind of similar to Leighton. Like injuries completely derailed him.
This is one of those moves though. When it happens mid-season, it's like, oh my gosh, Bosa and Chase league over, and it did not happen. They gave up a 3rd-round pick. Chuckle. He had 2.5 sacks and 10 tackles with 16 pressures in 9 regular season games. We also have to kind of compliment the Cowboys because when that type of move is made, we're all sitting there saying, are you kidding me? Why don't you put him opposite of Tank? Why didn't you put him with Micah Parsons? That would have wreaked havoc on everybody else, and it did not. So again, give Stephen Jones, Jerry, some credit for staying away versus actually making a move and being active.
Who is Jerry's favorite player?
Dorrance Armstrong.
And we always laughed at that. Like it was always so, like, what are you doing referencing Dorrance Armstrong? It's so random. It's like referencing Brian Anger every week or something like that.
Yeah.
And if you look at it, if I would have told you at the end of 2020 after Chase Young's rookie year, I say, hey, when they both hit free agency, Dorrance Armstrong is going to get $3 million more guaranteed than Chase Young.
Gosh,
nobody would have.
No.
Say that again.
Dorrance Armstrong got $3 million more total guaranteed than Chase Young.
Wow. Chase got 13 guaranteed.
Yeah, and Dorrance got 16. And Dorrance is making 11 a year. It's not that far off from the base.
Remember when the news came out that the Commanders declined his 5th year, and we're like, that's why you're a crappy organization.
Yeah.
That's why you're terrible. That's why you're awful. They were on to something.
They were, although generally you do just have it just to have that guy, just in case. So you don't have to pay him. Because let's just say they pop and you want to franchise them. Well, now you're going to pay a higher fee or a higher dollar amount, I guess. So still, generally picking up the 5th-year option is a good idea.
The 49ers are a bizarre case study, though, because I don't know of any other team that consistently can overcome some of the stuff that they have. DeForest Buckner, they take in the top 10. Buckner's a good player, but they don't even get to a second contract with him. They trade him. Number 3 overall pick, Solomon Thomas, was a bust.
Yeah.
We love
Friend
him
of the
here.
show.
Nice guy, Coppell alum, love him, but a bust. Mike McGlinchey, their tackle, they took in the top 10. They didn't sign him to a second contract. They botched the Trey Lance thing. They just traded
who was the all-world troubled linebacker they had?
Oh, Reuben Foster.
Reuben Foster. Yeah. And who was the lineman that we ended up getting from there who started? Oh, dang it. He was a record starting career. Got in all the trouble. D lineman.
Alden Smith.
Alden Smith.
Yeah. No, and then you look at they do things like they just gave they should be getting dragged today for you gave up a 3rd-round pick for 2.5 sacks and half a season from Chase Young and then he left. You gave up a 3rd-round pick for that. If the Cowboys did that, we would be losing our minds.
But they went for it.
They went for it. That's right. They went all in.
They went for it.
All in.
But I mean, seriously, if you think about that, how many other teams are going to consistently overcome things like, yeah, we gave up a 3rd-round pick and immediately lost the guy. Yeah, we drafted a quarterback number 3 overall and traded him after 2 years. It didn't work out.
RG3, who I just kind of roll my eyes at more and more and more.
Yeah.
RG3 with some draft advice for Caleb Williams at 1.
Caleb Williams should pull a Eli Manning and demand that the Chicago Bears do not draft him number 1 overall. After everything that's happened with Justin Fields, can Caleb Williams really look at that and say, you know what? This is the organization that has my best interest at heart, and they're going to help develop me into the player that I want to become. Caleb Williams is on record saying that he wants to be legendary. He wants to rewrite history, and he wants to be the best that he can possibly be and win the most games he can possibly win. After the Bears took Justin Fields, the 11th pick in the draft, and turned him into a 6th-round pick in the 2025 draft by trading him to the Pittsburgh Steelers, can Caleb Williams really look at that and say, you know what? Yeah, this organization is going to help get me where I want to go. I don't think it's saying that.
He wanted to add the coaching change. Caleb goes there. If they don't win big, they blow out Eberflus and company. So that'll be a second coaching staff already for Caleb Williams in his 2nd year. That going opposite of RJ Choppy pointing out this could be one of, if not the best, number 1 pick atmospheres, environments, situations, I should say, that someone could go into. And it's kind of looking like that right now, especially after they traded for Keenan Allen.
You know who I bet wishes they would have heard similar advice that Robert Griffin just gave there.
Robert Griffin?
Yeah. I bet Washington wishes Robert Griffin would have demanded a trade to not end up with Washington. I mean, he is pretty insufferable.
I agree.
RG3. Like he's good whenever he's doing his analysis and everything else, it's good. But like, we get this. Like early on, I'm going to say something that I don't think I've ever said into a microphone.
Uh-oh.
First 2 years Dan Orlovsky was on TV, he was great. That's part of the things that I really despise is that he traded it. Acho did a lot of the same thing. Acho I thought was really good early on and traded it. Robert Griffin III, I'm concerned is going down the
traded it?
Like traded the quality analysis or whatever else for the clicks and the brand awareness and everything else. And that's what Robert Griffin III I feel like is doing now.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Bears, I will say this. I mean, the Bears, Justin Fields was there during their rebuild. The rebuild's complete now, for the most part. Like, their roster's much, much better. They won 7 games last year. They had $100 million of cap space this year. They still have $30 million that they're going to be able to roll over to next year for the most. I mean, they'll have a little bit less than that when it comes to draft picks and everything, but they're going to have rollover cap that they're going to be able to spend next year. They have a top 10 pick in the draft as well, beyond the number 1 pick. It's a pretty good situation to be in. It's like, I don't trust the organization at all, but I mean, from a number 1 pick, number 1 picks generally go to teams that have 1, 2, 3 wins.
Deion Sanders also said you have to factor in the cold that Caleb is going to. He said, I don't want my kid playing in the cold. Look at where they grew up. Look at where they played in college. You have to factor things in like that. So that's Deion with his Hall of Fame perspective saying Chicago should be worried about that.
All the heat in Colorado. 5,000 feet in the air, all the heat.
The football season ends before it really hits there. That's what he said.
That's what he says. I'm pretty sure the lifts are open while Colorado's still in session playing football there in late November.
I mean, look, it's not a complete coincidence that the Bears have gone their entire history without a 4,000-yard passer. That can't just be total coincidence.
And I don't think it's total coincidence that, Green Bay, for the quarterbacks that they've had over the last 30 years, went to 3 Super Bowls. Like, I don't think that's a coincidence that it should be more. Like, you would think Favre and Rodgers would go to more than 3 Super Bowls in a 35-year stretch. And I think the cold weather, having home field so many times, played a role in that.
We continue to get you ready for the madness. Let's see if Peyton did the brand new intro for RJ's college basketball kegger with a former coach going off for teams not wanting to participate in the 3 letters. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But I'm
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti! Oh. Hayden Russell.
Wow.
Now, you know what would really suck is if you had grabbed a Kevin Harlan NBA call and put it in the college basketball kegger. Was that a college call?
Yeah, that was Virginia and Furman last year.
Yeah, it was the upset.
Good job, Pepe. College basketball kegger intro. He went home and did his work.
He did. It was a great game. It was a great finish. Virginia completely pooped the bed in that one. But we got basketball tonight, Sean. First four action. The winner of tonight's game plays Texas on Thursday.
Who Jay Billis has going out in round one.
Yeah, whatever. Billis thinks Billis is also like Mr. No bat flips, no storm in the court. Like he's
hates the mid-major. He wants all the big schools in. That is him.
Yeah, that little walking Q-tip.
But it is Colorado State and Virginia tonight. Game will tip around 8 o'clock. It'll be on True TV. The winner gets Texas. The other game is a 16 seed Wagner and 16 seed Howard. Howard is a 26-year-old on their team. He's
26?
Yeah, he's like in his 8th year. He's had the COVID year plus injury situations, transfers. He's 20.
We're raising a whole generation of Chris Winkies in college sports.
And I think he has extra eligibility left after this year, too. I think he's going to come back again and play next year. Come on, man. But so there you can watch and scout Texas's first round opponent coming up tonight in the first four. I've got some early lines on the Texas schools that are in this tournament, if you want those real quick. Baylor is a 13-point favorite over Colgate, not the toothpaste. TCU is a 3.5-point favorite over Utah State. Texas, we don't have their number yet because we don't know who they're playing.
Billis thinks they're losing anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Texas Tech is a 5.5-point favorite over NC State. A&M is a 2.5-point dog to the Samurai Steph and Nebraska Cornhuskers. And then Houston is a 22-point favorite over Longwood.
What a great name.
Longwood? Mm-hmm. That's a pretty good name. It's in Virginia. That's cool. So that's your...
Peyton, what's the farthest you have your Longhorns going in your 8 brackets?
Round of 32, falling to Tennessee.
That's the farthest?
They're inconsistent this whole year. I mean, they played a lot of good teams close. They took Houston to OT. They lost to Iowa State by 5 in Austin. They beat Baylor once. Should have beat them twice. It's just an inconsistent team. I have them winning whoever they play in the first round, but round of 32, the furthest they go.
What's the furthest you have in one of your brackets Texas Tech going, Peyton?
Ooh, well, if Mackenzie was here, it'd be the Elite Eight. No, I have them going, I think, one round.
I bet he has them in the Sweet. He's not going to own up to it, but I bet he has them in the Sweet 16 because he's a Red Raiders fan. He's such a son.
I bet you he does. So those are the spreads, the early spreads on some of the local Texas teams. Now, there's a team that is a local team in the University of Oklahoma, but they are not in the NCAA tournament. They were the first team to get left out. So according to the committee, they were the last one that they were talking about putting in the tournament. They were the first team out. They decided not to go play in the NIT. They were not alone. All right, they were not alone.
Scared of North Texas.
You what?
Scared of North Texas.
Scared of North Texas. Yeah, scared of North Texas. So there were other teams. St. John's, Pitt, Memphis, Ole Miss, Indiana all declined the opportunity to play in the NIT. Tom Crean, who was a coach at Marquette at Indiana, he did not think too highly of this decision. Tell me what you think about this.
I would want to coach. I would want to develop my team. You've got bigger staffs than you've ever had. There's plenty of time for the portal. There's plenty of time to talk to recruits. There's plenty of time to negotiate NIL deals. There's not plenty of time to play. There's not plenty of time to get your players on the floor and give them a chance to get better. There's not plenty of time for guys to continue to play that may never get to play again. And that, to me, is absolutely ridiculous. It's each coach's choice. I get it. But if you take away a chance to play the games, to put your team on the floor, let them opt out. All right, the bowl season has it all the time. Let it happen. Who cares? Give your players and coaches a chance to keep coaching and playing, and don't shortchange. If a guy doesn't want to play, go sit down. If a coach doesn't want to coach, go recruit. But there's got to be enough people to put 5, 6, 7 people on the floor and go play. Makes absolutely zero sense to me.
Wow.
Damn. Yeah. So the thought is that, like, you know.
When's the last time you guys watched the NIT?
Oh, I mean, I think when Tennessee was in it, I watched it. Like, it's been a while. Like, maybe the Final Four I'll watch. I mean, it does get a decent crowd in Madison Square Garden, but
North Texas in the final last year. That was it.
Yeah, I generally don't watch. But, like.
And how hard is that to bet on, too?
Oh, it's impossible early on because the first couple of games, you have no idea who cares. But, like, once you get to the Final Four, it's like, all right, they're there.
But it's easier than the irrelevant college bowl games.
Yes.
Because they're just not going to play people.
They're not playing people, and college and football is so much about desire. Basketball is like, I mean, it's about desire too, but you know, like if you're in that situation, like you're generally playing for something, like especially get to the Final Four. But you know, the point is like, you know, there are probably guys at the end of the bench that never get any playing time. They're like, yeah, man, I'd love to play a college basketball postseason game, maybe get a chance to play at Madison Square Garden. That's kind of cool. I think it's an interesting thing because this is what sucks about it. The transfer portal window opened yesterday. Why is it open? Why? There's a kid on NC State.
What?
NC State is playing Texas Tech. NC State already had a kid enter the transfer portal that's on their team.
What?
So he didn't even make the trip to them with them.
He's not going to play?
He's not going to play.
If you enter the portal, you're out.
You're out. He's not playing. So, and now he doesn't get, I guess he doesn't get much playing time anyway, or he's disgruntled about it.
Yeah, but still.
But still, it's like, why is the portal open?
That's insane.
It's almost like the NCAA didn't prepare at all for the era of NIL and transfers and everything else and let other people dictate rules for them, and now they have no control over anything and make Wild West decisions.
So, like, Rick Pitino is, instead of going and playing in the NIT, which, by the way, if St. John's got to the NIT final, the place is sold out.
Yeah.
NIT's probably upset about that.
Man, Patino's not going to go.
He's not going, and he's like, no, I'm going to get jump-started on the portal. Well, first of all, why should he get a jump-start? There's guys playing the tournament this week. They're not.
They get punished.
They get punished. They either punish their current team by taking time out to get involved with the portal, or they punish next year's team by not getting involved in the portal. I don't understand that at all. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't just wait. Is it really going to hurt them to wait 3 weeks?
Right.
The tournament's over in 3 weeks, man.
We played several different clips over the last couple months of Pitino talking about how awful he thought his basketball team was. So I'm sure he's just like, I don't have time to waste on this. I got to go get new players. These guys are trash.
College basketball kegger with Ralph James Choppy right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, and apparently, so the NIT final last year was in Vegas. I think the reason why is because the Madison Square Garden hosted a regional in the NCAA tournament, and it was booked. From what I said, it's back at the Garden this year, but they are starting to move it around. So that's the portal window. Now, who's in it? Tell me if you recognize this name. Andre Stojakovic, one of the first players in the portal. Peja's kid. He plays at Stanford. They're talking about him being one of the hot names involved with this. He's a good shooter. Shocker.
Yeah.
He's got great size, just like his dad. So that's one of the players that a lot of teams are going to be going after.
Man, Peja never gets brought up. Ever.
I think, I mean, it's lost that he came here and he won.
Yes, it is lost.
It's completely lost.
Yeah.
He didn't play much in the finals, but I mean, he was big in that Lakers series, and I think he had a couple significant contributions in the Thunder round. But yeah, I mean, he was absolutely. Yeah, I know he had one game against the Lakers where he knocked down like 4 threes in that run.
Dude, Peja's wrist. I'm like, how does his wrist just do that? It's just
so fast. His release,
fling,
so quick,
quick,
quick.
He was wet.
Was
Is that a kid's term still?
Sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
Absolutely. The Caitlyn Clark effect.
That's the bomb, Sean.
Bobby's gonna love this topic. The Caitlyn Clark effect. They're already talking about it. The women's draw. Now, the women's draw, if you notice, you know how like the men have the East, the Midwest, the South, the West. And the East in Boston, Midwest, Detroit, South is here, and then the West is in LA. The women's draw has region 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's because women can't follow directions.
I thought you were gonna say kitchen and living room.
Wow.
I'm kidding.
We both had our misogynist joke.
Yeah.
They're not an Alexa.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
Kitchen, laundry room. That is
so
joking.
They only have 2 sites though, Albany and Portland. That's it. They don't have 4 sites. They have 2 sites, 4 regions, but just 2 sites. I don't know why they did it like that, but they did. So they're already worried that the Iowa Caitlyn Clark effect will come to an end because they are playing in the Albany region. And they are concerned that there's not going to be a sellout there. What? Are you insane?
That's stupid.
How? Like, then you know what? Then she is not as big as we think she is. You are 2 hours from the biggest city in America, and you're 4 hours from Boston, and you don't think you could find 20,000 people to fill up whatever arena that is?
And where is this?
It's in Albany, New York.
Okay, so like
you're like 2.5 hours from Manhattan.
Yeah, if you're giving me the women's tournament ticket or the NIT, I'm not even blinking.
No.
In a cocaine heartbeat, I'm
Right,
going
NIT.
to Albany. Shut up, Albany.
Especially with Caitlyn Clark.
Yeah.
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 I mean,
I don't know what I'm doing if it's not Caitlyn.
She is one of the, 10 biggest names in sports right now?
Yes. She's bigger than any guy.
Yes,
Except
she
for
is.
Kareem.
It's an interesting question. 10 biggest names in sport. Like, she's definitely in the conversation. I'm trying to think.
We don't have enough time.
She's right
for
around.
that
I know.
now.
I'm thinking through it. Yeah, right around.
Like she's a bigger draw than a ton of people. But
I'm
the point
real-
is, like, you're going to sell this game out, and if you don't sell it out, then maybe she's not as big as we thought.
I'm really out on Caitlyn Clark after Addison was watching videos over the other day, and I saw an interview with her, and Caitlyn Clark, they said, who would play you in a movie? And she says, Anne Hathaway, because we look alike. I was like, you don't look like Anne Hathaway, sis. Come on. Let's slow it down a little bit.
Bobby.
That's not a bad thing. It's just it's an awful comparison. She doesn't look anything like Anne Hathaway.
She's Steph Curry.
Yes, she's Steph
Is
Curry.
she the most famous female basketball player of our time? Like the biggest sensation, the best?
Your other options would be
Lobo.
Like we wouldn't consider Nancy Lieberman from our time.
Let's
right?
go, let's start with Lisa Leslie's.
Okay, so you're looking at Leslie, you're looking at Candace Parker, Holtzclaw, you're looking at Diana Taurasi, Sue
Yep.
Bird,
Swoops.
Boy, she's in the news. She can't stop talking
Well,
about
she can't
Caitlyn
count.
Clark.
That's why.
She can't count.
Yeah.
Swoops, Sue Bird.
Yeah, Super. I mean, because of what she did playing and now
Griner.
coaching Becky Hammond.
Becky
Hammond.
Griner, yeah, Brittany Griner.
I mean,
I know Kim Mulkey doesn't recognize her, but otherwise, yeah.
Should recognize part of her.
Yeah.
Right. Or should want to recognize that. Her recognize
What
that
part?
on campus.
What part? We're running out of time in the segment.
Sabrina Ionescu.
But anyway,
Sabrina.
the
good name.
place is going to be sold out. And I wonder, that's probably why they had 2 locations versus 4, because they were worried about filling up maybe a third and a fourth versus putting everyone into 1 or 2. Maybe.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, it's smart, so you'll have two regional finals in one building and 2 regionals in another.
I know people are going to love it if Iowa gets eliminated early. They're going to get... Just keep going as far as possible, please. I want this thing to continue as long as possible. And I even got the Bet Online odds for the women's tournament.
Ooh.
You want to guess who the favorite is? Come on, Mr. BetQL. Let's see how much balance you guys have.
South Carolina's the favorite.
Good job. South Carolina is the favorite.
And then let's go with LSU?
No.
Iowa.
Iowa, 6-1. Then LSU as the 3 seed.
And
Then
you-
Stanford tied with Texas.
Okay.
So remember yesterday, North Carolina was the number 1 seed that didn't have top 5 odds of winning it all. On the women's side, it's the Longhorns who are the number 1 seed that's further down.
Okay.
Even behind LSU and tied with Stanford, who's a 2.
Yeah, LSU got up to a tough start this year. That may be why they're so far down, but I mean, I don't want to play them in the tournament.
Who's your Tennessee Volunteers basketball player that you like that was on ESPN yesterday, the lady?
Oh, Andrea Carter.
Yeah, she had her Final Four up for the women's tournament. She didn't even have Iowa in it. There were a lot of people complaining about that yesterday.
Why? It's her prediction. Why are they complaining?
I don't know, because they were just like, you can't leave Caitlyn Clark out.
Why is Kevin Hagelin going off on the Dallas Cowboys, and we have another invited celebrity golf classic giveaway to hook you up with during the commercial-free expressway next.
Let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Get you help.
The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
This is the Expressway. We are commercial free here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. 105.3 The Fan. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, and we have an invited Celebrity Golf Classic giveaway. And Peyton, talk about what else is involved with this. I even had a Tolo hit me up, Tarek, saying, I got friends over there on hole number 9. He was familiar with it.
Well, we all know the event is free to get into, so you might be wondering, well, why are you giving away tickets that are already free? No. These are VIP tickets, basically. These give you all access. These are the Buzzballs Patio access tickets. They get you access to the viewing at hole 9, the 17 green, and entry to the clubhouse ballroom afterwards. So you get all access with these tickets, and we'll be giving away here during the Expressway.
My wife and I's first official date at a golf tournament. Sucked. Not with her, but the setup.
Was this at the Byron Nelson at Trinity Forest?
It was blazing hot. No trees there.
Trinity Forest.
No trees. I wore sandals like an idiot. It was like I was in sand traps the whole day. Rocky, bumpy turf and terrain. Oh my gosh. It was a beating. She had to go to work after. I had to wait for the buses there. It was miserable.
I thought
I'm not going back.
I thought your first official date was the one where you were like, you're going to buy her another drink. And then Amanda was like, nope, and walked away.
What?
I thought that was the first one. You told that story on the air before where like you were, where somebody like knocked over a drink or whatever.
Yeah.
And I thought that was your first
That was not
drink.
the first date, but you just made it sound like she denied me buying her an extra drink to keep her around.
No, like it was somebody else you were making. And she's like, this is embarrassing. I'm walking away from this.
Oh, no. She didn't walk away, but no, this was like the first official date. Picked me up in that little CERT Tic Tac Fiat that she had and drove me on over to that golf tournament. But this will be much, much better because this is all the VIP access that we're hooking you up with. And again, I'd rather go to this than, no offense to the local tournaments, but this is going to have like people I am much more familiar with as a sports fan. I'd rather see Romo walking around, John Smoltz in his Diamondbacks jersey, Kevin Millar, Josh Donaldson after he came on with us last week. I'd rather see them than the 15th, 18th, 30th best golfer in the world. That's just me, but it's like kind of a Super Bowl Radio Row at this event that we're going to hook you up with here and every single morning the rest of the week during the Expressway.
It's different than Radio Row at Super Bowl, though, because these people actually help us book guests. They're actually good about bringing us guests and bringing people over on time.
Yes, I'm going to see if we can set the record next year in New Orleans. It's going to be tougher to do, but the record for the least amount and fewest guests. That's going to be my next Pacific Standard Time goal. Is we're just not going to take anybody.
Yeah, the San Fran. I think the next one we go to out west is San Fran.
Oh God,
that'll be the one. That'll be the one to really make a statement. Because it's like I said, it's 3:30 to 8.
Maybe we can book all the feces on the side, on the street, on the sidewalk. We can book interviews with that one-on-one. With all the crap that's literally laying out there.
Or we can just go to 95.7 The Game, talk to them. Same sort of thing.
You think they'll even be allowed? You think they'll even be allowed to go out there? Since
no, probably don't have the budget for the bus pass.
I love you. 877-881-1053. Again, misery loves company. We have to take shots at San Francisco because the Cowboys can't even get to their level. And apparently, Kevin Hagelin was a little bit worked up. Has anyone else heard this? Seen this? You heard about this?
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot of people were loving it on the fan text. I just got an email from 105 through the fan. That's their top story in their email blast this morning is Hagee's rant.
I have not heard it. Let's play it right now. Yesterday from KMC.
The Cowboys have bungled Dak Prescott's contract numerous times. Hey, you know what? We think he's pretty good after the very first year. Okay, great. He makes nothing for the next 3 years. Do you want to push all our chips into the middle of the table because we have a systematic advantage over most teams in the NFL because our quarterback costs nothing? I don't know. Let's wait it out and see what happens. No, but you don't get it. You have 3 years. You got to strike now. I don't know. Let's wait. Okay, we get to the last year. Do you think we should now? Do you want to go now? I don't know, but what's our future with Dak Prescott? Who cares? He costs nothing right now. Go all in. I don't know. Let's wait out and see. Well, that's stupid. Do you want to give him a contract extension then? No, because then we would be flattening out that money over several years. How about we just franchise him, Dak? Well, then you can't save anything on your cap right now or in the future. So that's a bad idea. Let's see what happens. Okay, well, here's how much money he wants in future years. $32 million a year. Ooh, that's a lot. Let's see what happens. Okay, he played 5 games. The team did terrible. He got hurt. Let's give him $40 million. You look at every single step of the way with the Dak Prescott deal. It doesn't matter if you love Dak, don't like him, or anywhere in between. The Dallas Cowboys have done the wrong thing every time. Every time.
In your opinion.
Well, I guess.
I love Mike just letting him go through
In
and
your
go, in your opinion.
Because he says opinion with an E.
And he just
Opinion.
Mike inside was just like sitting there giddy the whole time, just ready to hit him. But Hagee ultimately is right. Whether you like him or don't, like, they have screwed it up every single step of the way. They didn't take advantage of him when he was on a cheap deal. They didn't get the deal done early enough. He ended up costing more. And even without him costing more, you could have spread things out easier if you would have done it as an extension instead of a brand new contract. They franchised instead. They bounced back. They went, we're only going to pay you 32. Same sort of thing. He plays 5 games. Off 5 games, they were like, all right, we'll go from 32 to 40. And they cost themselves every single step of the way. And they're probably doing it again. They need to do like George did in Seinfeld. Just start doing the opposite of what he thinks he should.
Oh, yeah. Tuna on toast.
Good reference.
On rye. Untoasted with a side of potato salad and a cup of tea.
Is that from that episode?
That's what he got that
You're
day.
not supposed to put tuna on toast or rye? Is that opposite?
Nah, he usually gets chicken salad,
Okay.
untoasted on rye with whatever. That's what
Look,
he got.
I agreed with them. This is where I had to put the sign on my head on television with Pat Doney. I agreed with them waiting and costing themselves money the first time around because I was still in wait and see mode as to how good he was. And then he went out, I think that was when he had like a first half MVP type season. It's like, okay, go ahead and pay him. And I think you could maybe argue that their trepidation, their pause, their hesitation is still valid today because we are still split as a city when it comes to whether he should get this next contract. So, like, their hesitation in labeling him or saying, this is our guy. This is no doubt the person that can lead us to the Super Bowl. It still exists in the Metroplex. And they're giving off vibes that they're showing that same amount and had that same level of hesitation towards crowning him.
But ultimately...
But it did cost them the first time, no doubt about it.
Well, and ultimately, I think a big part of Hagee's point still stands there, which is like, you didn't take advantage of the cheap quarterback for 3 years. Like, even if you weren't going to keep him, you had a window to do so. He was your starting quarterback. Do something about it.
Right, but they did have to pay Romo. Romo was still on that deal.
Romo was Romo was a split. He was a June 1 split. So it was like half of it was sitting there on 2017 base or on 2017 and 2018. But I mean, like, it was not like this albatross that they couldn't work around.
Right, it wasn't $60 million they had to split.
Right.
I get it.
Yeah, the cap was, I think they split, I think it was something like $22 million. So they had $11 million on both sides of it.
Look, I don't know how valid all this is. There just seems to be a disgusting arrogance from them. That even though it could be the smart thing to do to get ahead and give the contract early versus late, it's just this feeling of, you're not going to tell me when, okay? That's what Jerry gives off in terms of the vibes. I used to just say it was smart business. He's a negotiating expert, but they end up losing a lot of the deals. But you're not going to tell me when to get rid of Jason Garrett. I don't care if it costs me other coach interviews. You're not going to tell me when to give the earlier extension. I'm Jerry Jones. I do it on my clock. I do it on my time. I'm in the freaking Hall of Fame. I am an all-time billionaire. All right? You're not going to sit there and tell me when to spend in free agency. You're just not going to tell me when to do it. You know what? It's like massaging a child and getting them to do something that you want in terms of like eating dinner or taking a nap, and it's like tricking them. Like, okay, we're not gonna demand and we're not gonna get hype with you, Jerry, but like Could we kind of massage it another way and form it in a more creative delivery so that you don't think you're being challenged with your almighty dollar and your Hall of Fame business plaque? It's just an arrogance that I feel comes off of like, I will sit there and harm myself and harm the organization because it ain't on my schedule, as he would say.
How much?
That's just my feeling.
I don't think it's totally off base either. How much do you think at play here, the fact that Micah's still early in his eligibility to do it, but how much of Micah, CD, and Dak, not a single one of them having a deal done right now, do you think is Jerry just going like, this is a display of my time? We do it on my time.
I don't know.
But do you think that's a legitimate factor potentially?
I heard from someone. I heard from someone that it is. I heard that through the grapevine. It's like, nah, it's my timeline. Okay, fine. Well, guess what? There's a sale that goes through today. So after the show, I'm going to go and try to take advantage of the sale and get something for a cheaper price versus being like, nah, it doesn't work for me. I'll go pay the full price on Friday. That's how I am. I would like to go and get the better deal. I would like to go and get the money off, especially if I have a cap and every single dollar. That's what they love telling us. I'm going to beat Kevin's rant, and I didn't even mean to right here.
They love to borrow from tomorrow. They just do. But Jerry's a business guy. He's like, or Steven, really.
No, but you can't preach about every single dollar that you allocate here is taken away from there. You want to talk about the pie nonstop, and then you want to cost yourself blueberries by waiting because of your arrogance. So when you wait until the sale is over or the next guy gets paid and that leapfrog, that benchmark is raised up with the next quarterback contract or the next wide receiver deal, then they always come on and like, nah, that's not that big of a deal. That's not that big of a factor for us. When other teams want to try to get ahead and be like, let's kind of beat this, match the highest contract in the market or beat it by $1 million and not lose $5 or $6 million when all the pie is so precious.
Yeah, they look at it like, hey, look, if we wait and it costs us $10 million and the cap's going up by $10 million,
right,
we're going to even out.
Right.
So it doesn't matter.
Right.
That's just how they look at it.
I think that part of their philosophy is,
but if you don't wait,
then you get $20 million.
Then you get $20 million.
You might, right? You might.
$15 million. We're throwing out stupid numbers,
right,
but you can save. You can save to some degree.
Yeah.
And it's South by Southwest is happening.
Peyton, you should Google that. When you look at I
almost spit my coffee out. And by the way, explain this to me. Let me give props to this Tolo who just sent it. It was Double R. Explain this to me. This is Jason with Over the Cap.
Jason Fitzgerald does a good job.
Teams currently with lowest payrolls. Vikings are at 165. Chargers are at 175. Packers are at 177. Cowboys are at 179.6. Lions are at 183. So the Dallas Cowboys have the second lowest payroll in the NFL. What is this saying to me?
Well, there's the dead cap, right?
Yeah, I think that's player salaries.
Yeah.
So like it's not factoring in all these different charges that they've been hit with from
because just reading this on the surface, this is saying, hey, the Cowboys are spending the second least amount of money in the league on their roster, so why can't you spend in the offseason? That's the way I'm taking it right now. I wanted y'all to weigh in, translate correct.
If the cap is, let's say the cap's $200 million and their payroll is $170 and they only have $2 million in cap space, that means they've got $28 million tied up in what, dead money or whatever that they can't spend. So not everybody has the full cap space allotment to spend each year. Some have more.
Where do you think the Cowboys rank right now in dead money on their cap in the NFL?
Really high.
So like if you're talking about the most, like being first would mean you have the most dead money on your cap. So where would you guess the Cowboys are at?
6.
22nd.
Oh.
So what is it?
Don't know. I mean, a lot of it is when they do these little accounting tricks and flipping switches.
What is what?
Like, okay, so if
What's the holdup?
Yeah, so they only have X salary, low salary, and their cap hits are not crazy, but they also don't have any cap money to spend.
They have 235 in there. I don't know how much of that is maybe restructured. Like, I don't know. I'd have to look at that to see if it's just taken in salaries and whether or not, like, well, it's not factoring in cap number that has been ballooned because of other things that there. It may be that he's talking salaries instead of cap charges.
I would think it's money allocated for Lamb, Prescott, Parsons. I would think. That's what I've been waiting for this entire offseason.
That's what you would think. But
for Dak and Lamb to get done.
It sure feels like they're just, nope, this has to be on our terms. It's been 3.5 years. I think the statute of limitations has passed. So
be careful using that phrase.
The Cowboys, I had a couple different people tell me at the time, back in 2020, the Cowboys planned on firing Mike Nolan at the bye week. And when the reports started coming out from Jane Slater and others about how people felt about the coaching staff and everything like that, that they decided to let it ride out because they didn't want to look reactionary. They didn't want to look like we're reacting to the media. You're not going to make us move, even though that's what they were planning to do anyway. What? It was like, you are not going to, we're not going to look reactionary here.
Even though we were
the plan was
right off a cliff with Mike's defense.
To them, it was like,
even though we were throwing Tabasco in our eyeballs.
If you swap out I think they looked at it as if you swap out the coordinator or not, quarterback is down. We clearly have a toxic group of players here right now. This is going down anyway. So I think to them, they're just like, well, let it ride out then, because we're not going to look like we're reacting and letting media pressure influence us.
Well, it's probably better to get the worst draft pick too. Keep Mike around.
No, they fought hard for Mike. They won an extra 3 games. They were able to pick 10th instead of 4th or whatever, but they got Micah Parsons, so it worked out.
All right, let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on. We want to see you out in Las Colinas.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of Sunday Buzzballs patio tickets to the Invited Celebrity Classic on April 21st. The Buzzball patio tickets will give you access to a viewing platform on hole 9, the bars on 17 green, and entry to the clubhouse ballroom. The Invited Celebrity Classic is happening on April 19th through the 21st at Las Colinas Country Club. Get tickets and information now at invitedcelebrityclassic.com. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right. We wasted way too much time talking about the Dallas Cowboys and the offseason because of the tremendous list of options that we have today. It's a Tolo Tuesday. It's the Expressway. We're commercial free. That means ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly? Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
That's right. It's Tuesday. It's 7:40. Ask Reddit. It's where we take the most viral questions being asked on Reddit over the past week. Choppy, I know it seemed like you were a little disappointed. Not enough salaciousness. Good questions, but you didn't feel like they were. You didn't feel like there was a lot of edgy virals. We're in a spring break mood. People were not wanting to ask aggressive questions. They just wanted to enjoy their spring break. But I think we got some good head scratchers here.
We do.
And you can answer them.
Me getting fired for something last week wasn't salacious enough for you? That didn't get your blood going enough?
Truckwreck.com fan text 877.
Let me find out that person. Let me get that person's name.
Truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053 877-881-1053. Also, we will get your answers on the Twitch and the YouTube. And Sean, I'm going to lead off with you. Who do you have absolutely no sympathy for? This can either be a specific individual or a type of person. You're figuring out how mean you want to be right now?
Yeah. I don't have much sympathy for OJ.
Okay.
I took it to that topic because when there was the reports of OJ's medical issue, and I was like, good, and more warm-hearted Choppy said, no, I don't want anyone to get sick or anything like that. Did not have any sympathy there. I also don't have any sympathy for some people who tried to make us feel bad or worse or lame or losers for talking about sports. I won't have any sympathy for those people if and when they get theirs, because there are and were a group of individuals who tries to make us feel like we're some just company puppets because We decided when we were young, hey, we can't play athletics. What's the next best thing? Let's talk about athletics. Let's talk about sports. And that's what we decided to do. And there's some people who take nonstop shots at us for that. And I don't and won't have any sympathy for them.
RJ Choppy, who do you have no sympathy for?
Ooh,
you're a fairly sympathetic individual.
I am. Here's the thing. I lack empathy in general.
Really?
Yes. It's a flaw of mine. I wish I didn't, but like I see something tragic. Whatever. I mean, it's like even my own thing, even something that happens to me or.
No, I think there's a difference. I think if it happened to you, you had empathy for OJ.
No, I what with the cancer?
Yeah.
I just don't want to see anybody get cancer. Yeah, but like it doesn't like, I'm not gonna I don't like cry about it or anything like that.
Right.
But for me, it's like I have no sympathy for I'll do corporations who get political and then find out, oh, that was a dumb move. The My Pillow guy, I got no sympathy for you, man. You knew better. You knew the temperature. Bud Light, I got no sympathy for you, man. You knew the temperature. Like if that's what you want to go down and you want to have your morals at your companies, I don't believe should have political views. So you start going politics and you lose all your money, I got no sympathy for you, man. You know better. You know the deal.
But you're also an advocate for free speech.
Yep, I am. But the market determines free speech, I guess. I have no problem with the market deciding. I like when bosses decide for you.
But when these
I
companies,
like it when the market decides.
But when these companies decide to be outspoken and free with their speech, you're fine with them getting the backlash and punishment
from the market. Yeah, okay. I'm not fine with it. Say like from like their employer, if it's an individual. My problem is when the company does something, like the company comes out and makes a statement as a company. The market is going to dictate whether or not you should fail or not, and I'm a total free market guy. So you know better. You know better.
Over on the Twitch, Twolo Vader, people who post online saying, I need prayers, can't say what or why, but need it. To me, that just says, look at me. So Kristen always hates she used to get really annoyed with her sister about this. Her sister would do some like showy thing to show she was upset or bugged by something. And then you'd go, what's wrong? And she'd go, nothing.
Yeah.
And so that drove Kristen nuts. For me, it's people who just don't try. Like if you don't give effort in something, like I don't have sympathy for you if you fail. And
I got another good one. The person like Khloe Kardashian, when you get cheated on 5 times and you go back, I have no sympathy. I'm like, you deserve it. Go ahead. You keep on going back. You got options. You got finances. It's not a money thing. You keep going back. You keep getting, psychologically assaulted. I got no sympathy for you. When you go back the 5th, the 6th, the 7th time, I don't want to hear it anymore. Don't even talk to me about it. You put yourself in the situation.
325, no sympathy for Prince Harry, complaining about how hard it is to grow up as a prince. Peyton Russell, who do you have no sympathy for?
Yeah, this one I thought about. Child abusers. They're really an abuser, like dog abusers as well. I had friends that went through child abuse, and it just broke my heart. You hear stories on and on all the time about it happening a lot now. So any child abuse, it's ridiculous.
So here you go. People are on the Detroit.com text line. People who complain about their job and are always self-righteous. And then a lot of people are saying pedophiles, rapists, child molesters.
Yeah.
I believe they're called minor attracted persons now, Sean.
Shut up.
No, I'm not. It's not. It's a real thing.
Rephrasing it? Relabeling it?
People are nuts. Pranksters on social media.
Yeah, if you get lit up while doing one of your little like social media pranks that you're trying to film or whatever else, like I don't have sympathy if you get knocked out. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. You can weigh in on the truckwreck.com fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, also on the Twitch and the YouTube, where you guys will give your answer to this next question that will lead off with RJ Choppy. Chop, which celebrity name sounds like an adult film star?
This is not one of the ones I picked.
I thought it was. I know. I said adult film. I didn't say anything bad.
No, I know. We just have like 3 other adult.
Well, then just say a name really fast. Just say a name really fast.
I think Tom Cruise sounds like that'd be a porny name.
Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Peyton?
Mine's Addison Rae on TikTok.
Oh, that does sound like one. Sean, do you have a name before we move on to the next one?
I'm trying to do celebrity porn names, but I don't think I have enough time. But we have a lot of, I guess you might as well get into it. Well, not it, but Texas. And I didn't want to do this with kids. We're not going to do it right now. We'll do it a little bit later.
Peyton Russell.
The hub has been blocked.
What is something you're a pro at but couldn't make a career in?
Well, it's beer pong, Bobby, and you've seen this first and foremost. My excellent skills. It goes back to the college days, maybe even the high school days a little bit, when we obviously played with water, not beer. But yeah, I'm the best partner you want in beer pong. Wow. I don't even need to warm up or anything. I just go at it. Just something about balls and cups, I'm all for it.
Yeah, I bet. Sean, I feel like you've had several things that you've listed over time where you've said, like, man, if this was a career, I'd be a millionaire because I can do this.
I know, I just can't think of any of them right now. It'll come to me.
Chop.
Worthless talent.
I'm a good bar game player, darts, pool, but I think
you're good at pool. You're better than me. You wouldn't be a millionaire.
No, I wouldn't be a millionaire. I think it's directions.
Ooh.
I'm pretty good with just like I know exactly north. Everything is northeast, northwest. I'm very good with directions. You need me to get to.
Let's say we need you to get to Radio Row and Ruben's in the front seat. You're able to just get there without a problem, right?
Well, no, that's different. I'm talking about I could drive. You want to drive? I wouldn't even if I needed to drive to Vegas. I wouldn't even pull up a map to get there. I know how. I would just start going. I know how to get there. Just to the city. Now, once I get to the city, then of course you need the map.
I just have it doesn't. I guess it kind of helps here a little, but like the number of like pop culture references and random factoids that I'm able to just like dip into doesn't really help me in any way. But you
wouldn't make millions off of that. Troy was.
Well, that's what
if I
could,
if not better.
Troy was not just as good.
He was really good with pop culture references.
You didn't even get what any of them were. How would you know if he was good?
That's a good point. What else is coming up? Your worthless talent that cannot make. It's like my son right now. I bust his chops all the time. Like, the grandparents get mad. This kid's gift right now is puzzles.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. And I'm not talking about those big 4-piece puzzles where it's easy. He's putting together maps, and he does not have the picture to go off of. He is not referencing any visuals whatsoever, and bam, pop, 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 pop. He's putting together these puzzles, and I don't think I could do it.
I can't do it. 903 saving money at the grocery store. 214 says getaway driver. 817 illustrating. You can make careers at those or whatever, but I guess it's more just like I'm good at it, but not good enough to like necessarily turn it into a career.
Me with a research project. Like I know that I'm gonna go to the ends of the earth to like try to get the best deal, find the best quality for the best value, whether it's a chandelier. I still don't have dining room chairs. Tolo, will you hit me back, Sean? For God's sake, I've been DMing you for 2 days. Whether it's going to be carpets, whether it's going to be a fridge, and then Nebraska Home Furniture saved me with all of it. But man, a recipe, I'll go and watch 9-10 different things to feel like I have like the best one to go ahead and research. I've been diving down these research projects.
Sean Sharif, as we do Ask Reddit here, what's something your family raised you doing that you later learned was actually weird to everyone else?
Oh my gosh.
I was just reminded of one the other day. I had no idea until the older I got that, and it's because my dad is from Cincinnati. So I had no idea that it was weird to like do chili 3 ways, 4 ways, 5 ways with like the spaghetti in it. And so like I wouldn't put it in there, but like we grew up, people in our family would do it all the time. And like I just
grew up with the Cincinnati chili?
Yeah, because my dad's from Cincinnati. And so like I just thought that was totally normal. And then I found out over time that was not normal to everyone else. Everyone else thought that was really weird.
Oh, wow. I'll put an embarrassing one out there. I slept in the same bed with my brother for probably too long. It was like we had one bed in the room, we had like a divider, but I was still like in the same bed, and I'm like, I think people might be getting separate beds. I think people might be getting separate rooms. We just had one room for both of us, and we slept in that same bed for probably too long.
Did one of you start waking up like you were camping?
No. You talk.
I thought it was always. I found that odd when I realized that not everybody's dad brings a TV into the bathroom with them.
Huh?
What?
My dad used to go
Like a portable one, or he'd bring one in and plug it in.
So, we had like a 13-inch TV in the kitchen, right? Just a small TV in the kitchen. And then every night after dinner, we would watch. My dad was watching the Yankee game every night. He would bring the TV in the bathroom, set it up, and then because we had the antenna, and he would watch the game on there while he was doing his business. And he was in there for a good 45 minutes to an hour.
That's commitment. I just respect that.
I thought, wait, your dad doesn't bring the TV in him with him to go when he goes poop?
Wow, that's amazing.
Kristen, what do you call the little side road along the highway? What do you refer to that as?
Access road?
Yeah, I call it like access road or service road, one of those. Kristen, we found out during that New York Times language test a couple of years ago.
She's a feeder road
She
girl.
says feeder.
That's
And when
very
I said,
Houston-y.
it's just Houston. Nobody else other than Houston says it. And so when she said feeder, I was like, the hell is that? And she was rattled. She started calling all the people she knows. She goes, you say feeder, right? And everybody's like, what the hell is feeder? I've never heard that in my life. Peyton, what did you grow up with? I feel like you have lots of things that you probably grew up with that you realized were not normal.
Yeah, this one stood out to me. My family has always been about saving money growing up. So every time you stop using something that's plugged into the wall, you unplug it. Like a phone charger or a toaster or air fryer. Not like a TV or fridge. You're not unplugging that every single time, or a game system. But every time I'm done using the charger, unplug it from the wall. The lamp, unplug it from the wall.
That's how you end up with that $75 electric bill.
Unplugging it all?
Yeah, because it's like if it's plugged in, it's using electricity. Even though I know it's a small amount over a month, but they were just like, if you're not using it, unplug it.
I think the definition of the off button on the item you're using means you're not using electricity. Is it actually using electricity just to be plugged in?
Right. That's what I'm wondering.
I don't know. I'm too scared to sound stupid to weigh in on it and be wrong.
We're saying using a new towel after every shower I found was not common. I used to do that.
I do that now.
Growing up, I would use a new towel every time I shower.
Kristen reuses the same one at least once, and I don't. I will always change it up.
I would also say leftovers for me. Like I find out more and more how many people won't take leftovers home and won't keep leftovers in their fridge.
Why?
It amazes me. I don't know.
You paid for it.
I know. People don't think it can taste the same the next day. Oh my gosh, to microwave it? No. I understand if it's French fries, but there are people. I bet if we did a leftover poll, it'd probably be at least 35% that won't eat leftovers.
Damn.
I'm betting. Don't you know a lot of people who...
I know a lot of people don't eat leftovers, but I mean, I don't think they ever taste the same as the night before. Do you?
In many cases, it tastes better. If it's a sauce, it tastes better the next day. If it's spaghetti, if it's chili, if it's a curry, it's going to taste better the next day.
Spaghetti tastes better, especially when you put some of Matt Pittman's Blanco seasoning on it.
Oh, man, I can't wait to talk to Pittman about that next Wednesday.
That is absolutely not on spaghetti.
You know what's even more impressive about Kyrie Irving? He's doing all this without eating or drinking. Little NBA. And do you really, really love basketball? I'm going to put that to the test with LeBron James. Next on Sean and RJ. But do you really love food? Do you really love barbecue? I know barbecue is a lot of times even better.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby has been fist pumping every single hour, of course, when you're not supposed to, but fine, do whatever you want. It's a Tolo Tuesday here with Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. And before we talk Kyrie, before we talk real, true basketball with LeBron James and JJ Redick, you got to hear Michael Jordan dunking last night, Anthony Edwards all over John Collins.
Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down and one from the rafters.
I'm serious. He's exploding on people and flying through the air like Mike. Seriously. Not saying he is Michael Jordan. Obviously, he's a beast. I hate that I love his game so much because I don't like him off the floor, very much like Tyreek Hill, which we'll get to a little bit later on. But that is Anthony Edwards, dunk of the year, play of the year on John Collins.
Easily the dunk of the year. But then again, I mean, we could be prisoners of the moment and forget something. I don't think we would forget that. I just don't think we're forgetting something that bad.
It just depends. Do you have a problem with the technicality of he threw it in? He didn't grasp the rim. Is that a dunk?
I'll tell you this. I went and did a still shot. His hand, so here's the rim. His hand was here. Like, he touched the rim with his hand. He didn't grab the rim. Right? He may have like just
touching
grazed
it. Does that count? Like, I feel like you gotta.
It doesn't.
Either
count.
way, it was incredible. Like, it's an incredible play. Like, it's an insane athletic feat, and it's like jaw dropping when you watch it. And I love that brought this up during the break.
And he hurt John Collins. That's what's even worse for John. It really should have been an offensive foul because he shoved Collins' face with the left hand.
You can't blow a whistle on that.
You cannot blow a whistle on that. Right. But my goodness, y'all, this is crazy.
Yeah, and he
dislocated his finger on the dunk.
I love. Well, then he must have made contact with either his head or the rim, one of them. The thing I love too there is I heard you guys talking earlier about like just the reaction, like the crowd reaction that you get to that. I love when these kind of dunks are on the road, and you just hear almost like the
and this was
in
Utah.
Yeah, the oohs and ahs are different. Like the oohs and ahs at a home crowd are going to be just like losing your mind and excited. The oohs and ahs there are almost just like, my God, did you just witness that accident?
Let's hear it again on the road. Wolves, Jazz.
Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down.
Dang.
And one from the rafters.
That's a road crowd.
That's that. Oh my gosh! Did you just see what he did? Holy cow! Is John Collins all right? Is he dead like Kyle Filipowski? Somebody go check on the man.
All right, let's talk about the greatness of Kyrie Irving as Jay Williams yesterday on ESPN threw Kyrie into a special all-time category.
You tell me if there's a more skilled player in the history of basketball than Kyrie Irving. Debate me, at me, do whatever you want. Like, there's nobody more skilled in the game of basketball than Kyrie Irving.
Who would even shoot that shot?
I mean,
you think about going there, extended.
Over a 7-footer.
Looked like prime Jay Williams to me.
No, that's prime Jay Will 5.0.
It's not crazy at all.
Certainly nobody in the 80s and 90s as TikTok's coming for them, man.
Oh, my gosh. Go off on this.
Okay, listen. And I got to say,
I'm going to kill you on this.
They got some great points. I'm watching this one dude on TikTok, and he is just destroying 1980s basketball as unskilled, slow, unathletic folk are out there playing. And listen, you're obviously evolution happens, okay? The players of today, it is not, you cannot argue, are not more skilled than they were yesterday.
Right.
They absolutely are more skilled. Doesn't mean the game is better. The style of play I don't like. I like the ball movement. It doesn't mean the game is better. But you cannot, and I totally get how young people who've never seen anything else do this. You cannot go back and watch a game from 1990 and think these players are playing even the same sport. It's Magic Johnson.
Oh,
this guy just, he showed, listen.
I hate TikTok and I hate this guy. This jackass.
He went and showed just a random, what was it, 1990 NBA Finals or 89, whatever. It was Lakers Pistons from the opening tip. And it was just, I mean, you would not even, Duncanville beats both of these teams today. Okay? It's not even close. Now, maybe they beat them. They look better doing it. Magic Johnson, in 5 minutes of an NBA basketball game, did not dribble with his left hand. This is Magic Johnson. Did not dribble with his left hand. The guy taking jump shots, I mean, his body, the skill, the form of the shot is atrocious. It's bad basketball. And, yeah, they're more skilled now. They are. The defense wasn't better than that. They just couldn't shoot. You had two guys on the floor that could shoot at any point. Now you got five. Again, I like the game better then.
You were allowed
the style of play better. You go back and look at it. If you go back and look at it.
Listen to this guy on TikTok that RJ pulled with this TikTok assassination.
Why that man jump shot look like he lagged, bro? Look like he had a very early release, bro. Look at Magic dribbling with his right hand the whole time. Look! This man don't know what his left hand feels like, bro. And this man wide open, he trying to force a entry pass to Kareem so he can throw up this nasty hook, bro.
Nasty hook.
Trash.
Disrespectful.
That's all Kareem did is spam hooks, bro. This man was a post scorer. Look at Isaiah throwing up this nasty brick. Man was a gunner, bro. You gonna shoot that with 20 seconds left in the shot clock? Look at Magic. Look at Magic. Back to that right hand, bro. Good old righty. This man Magic ain't felt his left hand in years, bro. He don't know what that feels like. That is insane. Y'all gotta stop acting like Magic was all that. He was terrible, bro. Stop. This man play like an old head, bro. Play like a 60-year-old with a bad hit. Over here dribbling like a grandma, man. Look at this nasty.
And you know what? Shame on you. Shame on you for perpetuating
you
this
know better.
young
Listen,
punk.
Again,
This young out-of-the-womb punk question Isaiah Thomas, who is in this discussion, this Kyrie discussion of most skilled NBA players ever. I don't ever want to hear you reference Babe Ruth or anyone from the old school being great with the way the game looked back then.
Well, you could say baseball. I think baseball is a different story because it doesn't change. Like this athleticism has never been a major part of it. But again, at the time, you only judge these guys against their peers. That's it. You can't go back because if you were never to grow up in the 90s or 80s and you just went back and watch, and this goes for football too, you're like, what am I watching? It is slow. It is different. It is as unskilled as it gets. Because back 1990, you were not very far away from professional athletes having jobs in the offseason.
I mean,
Drew Pearson had a job in the offseason.
Bobby is supposed to be having this generational take.
And I don't. What would... I mean, honestly, I genuinely wonder, like, I feel like you could make a cut up and you could talk the same sort of way about Luka, who plays right now and leads the NBA in score. Like, honestly, there's not a whole lot of difference in terms of body type and being the size they are and bringing the ball up the court and the way that they can flashy pass and the slower pace than between Magic and Luka. The only difference is Luka can hit the three. That's the difference. He's a better offensive scorer. But, they play the game. They approach it the same way.
Let's get back to the Kyrie point from Jay Williams. You have a problem with it?
Yeah, this is just Duke Blue Devil stroking here. That's what this is. This is Jay Williams giving his Blue Devil brethren. How many games did Kyrie play there?
Kyrie played, what, six minutes?
Games? Something like that. I don't know what it is.
He's not a dude. They don't consider
What's
him.
wrong with
Either
this
way,
take?
I think that he's an incredibly skilled individual, but I think just like dropping it down is like there's nobody more skilled in the history of basketball. If you want to talk about like from athleticism or ball handling or different sort of things, like I think Kyrie can be in the discussion, but it's just like some nobody in the history of basketball.
Give me the other names.
To me, like as an athlete, like right away in terms of what they can do in the basketball court, like with the ball in there's no way to me that you can watch and say Russell Westbrook's not more impressive on the court. When he was in his prime, the kind of athlete he was, that is skill.
No, see, we're going to have to break this down
You're looking at skill and athleticism are a little bit different.
Skill and athleticism are different.
Tell that to Magic Johnson.
He was unskilled and unathletic, apparently.
The categories of skill to me, obviously in no particular order, are dribbling. It's not even close.
Shot creation.
Skilled.
Then Jason Williams. White
which
chocolate.
I guess. Well, I think Steph is probably the 1 seed. Like, Steph can't dribble like Kyrie, but all the different type of shots. I mean, he maybe isn't as flashy with his crazy layups, but like Steph Curry's skills would destroy almost everyone.
Then Iverson. Iverson would be above Kyrie for me.
Okay, well, Iverson dribbling. I'm trying to think. I don't think Iverson shot creation is there with Steph or Kyrie.
Iverson broke Michael Jordan's ankles.
Dribbling.
Oh,
I'm talking about when Kyrie Irving.
I know AI's handles were ridiculous.
No. AI gets the dribbling check. I'm talking about when Kyrie Irving goes up in the lane off his feet. When he leaves his feet, no one knows what's going to take place and happen. I will give him that nod over Iverson, definitely. Steph Curry, with his footwork and stepping back and the runners and the one leg and the off balance, that is shot creation, in my opinion, more skill than Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson's handles, that was his greatest skill. Quickness.
And it's maybe Kyrie's greatest skill, too.
Yes.
Like
you would argue, you would not have a problem if I told you Kyrie was the best ball handler in the history of the NBA, would you?
No, like he can be in the conversation. I would not default to him. I would go like Iverson or God Shamgod or one of those people.
Okay, so that's skill. And then what he did the other day, that was skill with the left hand.
Sure.
And not a lot of people that have ever walked the planet can do that.
I do think you're underselling Iverson's ability to adjust at the rim. Like when he would go up, he would do some circus stuff.
Yeah. Who else do y'all think? I mean, Isaiah up there dribbling, despite TikTok. Truckwork.com. Text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I'm talking skills. I'm talking and one. I'm talking a mixtape. I'm talking out on the playground where you're oohing and
So you think LeBron is more of a freak than a master of the art?
See, Kobe is the only one close as a comp. AI better
Kobe's
than Steph.
Skilled.
Yeah. AI better than Steph, better than Kyrie, Iverson, Maravich.
Allen Iverson.
Maravich is a good name.
Let's see.
Come on, y'all.
Iverson was a volume shooter, did not shoot well. Russ is not skilled. He's athletic.
Yeah, I totally put Russ in an athletic freak category, but even more so than LeBron.
If we're talking about acrobat finishes and stuff, like
well,
Russ
he was
was
a nasty, filthy dunker.
Yeah,
that's what he was. He can't shoot. He can't dribble. He was a thoroughbred going up and down. He was a freak.
Here's a name, Rafer Alston. Haven't heard that name in a while.
Rafer
Skip to my Lou.
Skip to my Lou.
Skills.
Mike William, J. Kidd.
White chocolate.
White chocolate.
Jason Kidd, I don't
Tim
think
Hardaway.
Jason Williams could not shoot was the problem. He was not a very good shooter. He was crazy. The way he could distribute the ball was insane.
And Kyrie doing all this while not eating or drinking during the month of fasting.
Yeah.
This was
that.
This sometimes gets brought up with Hakeem.
So,
they're skilled. You want to talk about the way that his footwork, the things he used to do at his size?
People say McHale.
As an idiot here, is that it's a month?
Sunset, it's a month. It's for a month.
It's every day for a month?
Sunset to sundown, I believe, no eating or drinking.
Sunset to sundown. Okay. So Kyrie could drink at the game. Like drink water between breaks.
Yeah, I don't want to go too much into it.
I mean, he did say the other day that he played that game with no food or water on his stomach.
Can you imagine?
I don't know how you do that. I have no idea.
I know. It was a question from our very own fan phenom. Blake Elliott had asked Kyrie about it.
Oh, yeah.
That's where the answer came from.
Did that blow up?
Yeah, it did. It was on ESPN and Bleacher Report and everywhere.
Wow. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. He said it's a special month. It's just you try not to think about the suffering too much and really focus on the journey with God and the path that you're on. Just stay focused on that and stay disciplined. It's a difficult journey. So we should get that audio since Blake asked the question.
Why do I feel like Hakeem did this in the playoffs?
Right.
And we're here in March. I guess it just changes every year. I have no idea.
All right, so there it is around the association here as the Dallas Mavericks taking on must-see. I'm there with Victor, y'all. I'm there. Anytime his highlights come up on SportsCenter, I don't change it. And I change ESPN a ton. The other night, he put up a crazy stat line. He had been struggling for the couple games prior, but he's doing some ball handling things out there. It's stupid. Mavs and Spurs, 7 o'clock tonight, obviously, in San Antonio. Chris Arnold, he's right. CA just hit me up. Oh, Gavin Spittle. Everyone getting involved in the association talk. Spittle, Hardaway's crossover was great. It was an afternoon game. He's right. No food or water. Sunrise to sundown. And then Jared's listening behind on the Odyssey app. I love the first question on Ask Reddit. 877-881-1053. We got Boeing. We got Bluebell. We got McDonald's. And we got Middleton next on Sean and RJ. But right now, we got the Low T Center. Sean Sharif here with my great friends at Low T. And you can go just to get your blood levels checked. It's just something that you should do. Of course, they were our official sponsor out at Radio Row with all the fantastic coverage. Cannot thank them enough for that. And they are here for the Tolos with the $25 special. It's just $25 to go ahead and get your levels checked. They have different options if you can't make it into the office nonstop. Y'all know that the Low T Center has been taking over. Take advantage of being a Tolo and book your appointment online today. LowTCenter.com. LowTCenter.com, where they believe healthcare should be convenient, friendly, and cater to you. And your health assessment going to consist of 2 quick visits. Each one lasts less than an hour. They respect your time. They're going to keep it moving. So get that energy, lose that weight, and lock into your week. Since we're only on a Tolo Tuesday, you do it with the Low T Center. Tell them Sean for the Fans sent you to LowTCenter.com and take advantage of the $25 Tolo hookup.
Always a
Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
We have the exact Tyron contract. You may be even more mad at the Cowboys. Jeremy Martin sending it to us. Bobby will break it down at 8:40. And below the belt, Sean, RJ, and Roberto. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We always try to throw out a thank you in the 6 a.m. club, but y'all on Twitch and YouTube, you've taken the whole station to another level in terms of all the views and all the comments in there. I want to try to do like a special just YouTube and Twitch giveaway separate from the radio audience, because a lot of times those things don't time out correctly with like the number 10 caller and all that. So promotions, programming, let's we need to do something special for the YouTube and the Twitch, because y'all really are taking it to another level. So you're appreciated. 877-881-1053.
And I know what that means now. You're appreciated. I'm in on that bit now. Yeah.
All right. Another Boeing and a new Bluebell, along with McDonald's and Middleton. You want the B's or the M's?
So the B's to start with here. Listen, I'm sorry. I know we've got Cowboys training camp coming up here in a couple of months.
Yep.
You are not getting me on a Boeing aircraft. I've hit the point. Now, normally I don't care about this. I'm cool with it. It's the safest way to travel. I got a buddy in the pilot industry, 2 of them.
Wow.
And they both fly the Boeing 737. And they both told me it is safe. And I am both telling them, nope, not happening. So Tim Collins, get me on an Airbus. All right. You know, in fact, let me just do the flight myself.
Okay, so for the stupids like me, how often do we fly a Boeing out of 10 flights?
A lot. If you
9.
fly Southwest, it's every time. They only fly the 737. I ain't getting on them.
Yeah, I think I've been on an Airbus. We were on an Airbus going, I think, out to Phoenix for Super Bowl. I think we were on an Airbus out there, but that's it.
2 years ago.
All right,
yeah, that's the only time I've been on one.
If I told you the Boeing flight took us to the airport that we actually want to fly into every year, or the other one took you to LAX, you got to pay. What's the one that we want to fly to?
We want to fly to Santa Barbara.
Yeah. All right, so the Boeing flight goes to Santa Barbara to and from, or the other, the safer one supposedly goes to LAX.
Good question. It's a good question.
You sacrifice your life for no drive on the
30 minutes versus a 2-hour drive.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question. Listen, I'm just really trying to get. Tim screwed me. I'm going to air all my dirty laundry here. Tim screwed me this past year. I missed out on gold by 2,000 points. I would have gotten those by taking American to Vegas as opposed to Southwest. I'm airing all the dirty laundry now.
You know why?
He probably got the points.
No, you know why you're airing it.
I'm not gold?
He's on a cruise.
Oh, yeah, he's on a cruise.
Yeah, you can put him on full blast.
Yeah, he's on a cruise right now. So I'm in control of the flights for our show at this point moving forward.
Oh yeah,
that's the T.
That's the T. Yeah, your options are. It's not a Boeing to Santa Barbara. It's a Boeing to Santa Clarita or that, because that Boeing would not make it the final 100 miles.
Right. Yeah.
So as long as you're wrap yourself up in bubble wrap or whatever you got to do to make it a softer landing.
Are they paying for this though? Like, is there just an absolute dodging and unofficial boycotting? Like, are they plummeting the business?
Everyone is pointing fingers. So, Boeing is saying, no, it's the airline problem. So the latest thing is a United flight from San Fran arrived in Medford, Oregon on over the weekend. Now, this was a 25-year-old plane. So this plane was built before all these issues happened. And basically, the long story short, the issues happened when it started to happen when they merged with McDonnell Douglas, and the McDonnell Douglas people took over the company and basically ran this thing like a business and not like an airline. Boeing was always made off of engineering, and now it's being run like a business, and they're cutting corners and shaving costs. So the flight lands, and there's an entire missing panel that just flew off mid-flight. Nobody knows where the hell it went. Just gone.
Clearly didn't need it.
Flew off mid-flight. And
how are they not going over these planes right now to ensure that things aren't going to fall and fly off?
I mean, like for instance, when the Max 8 started having problems.
Like normally you want to fly the day after a plane goes down.
Yeah.
Not
anymore.
Not anymore.
Yeah, when the Max 8 started having problems going down, when it had that crash, like the Ethiopian Airlines crash.
Lion Air in Ethiopia.
Whichever was the first one, there were a lot of questions raised about why aren't you guys checking on this? This seems to be a genuine problem. And Boeing came back and kind of said, no, this was pilot error. If they would have followed our instructions, they would have known it. When it happened a second time, they had to come out and go, yeah, there was an error and we were kind of aware of it. And so, I mean, the problem is that it seems like they want to just kind of minimize things and just hope it goes away. So.
That if you go and watch the whole Max 7, 8, 9 thing, like they never told anybody really about. They had to make a change in. They put this new system and they make a change because they changed the engine structure and it changed the way the lift of the plane was. They're like, oh, you know what? If we just put this little computer chip in, it'll take care of it. We don't have to tell the pilots anything.
The MCAS.
The MCAS. They so it's like, all right. And now I don't know. Like now they're saying some people are pointing the fingers that this is United's problem. This is Alaska Airlines problem. Well, United had a wheel fall off. It had a door arrive open. It had the landing gear just collapsed on one of them on the runway, and then it had hydraulic fluid just leaking out of a plane or takeoff, all in a span of a week.
See, that's part of the concerning thing about this. It's not even like one thing that it's like, well, like Boeing's got a clear problem with their landing gear right now. Right. It's like their entire planes are just falling apart.
And then the whistleblower who started all this, and he said, I would not fly a 737 or a 787 right now. He started all this. He's testifying. He gives a statement. He winds up dead in his parking lot of the hotel. They said it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. I'd love to see who actually believes that one.
Yeah.
But it's a wild story and turn of events as to what's going on. So I don't know, man. Just a plane just arrives with no panel, no side panel.
And a family friend told their local news that the whistleblower told her, don't believe any reports of my suicide, saying, he said, I ain't scared, but if anything happens to me, it's not suicide. There's no way he committed suicide. He loved life too much, loved his family too much, loved his brothers. I think someone didn't like what he had to say, wanted to shut him up, and didn't want it to come back on anyone. So that's why they made it look like a suicide.
It's enough of a problem. Chris Strong told us on Friday that told us about, like, there's this third-party app now that its whole purpose is, like, it'll help you book a flight to make sure you're not on a Boeing.
Wow.
Bluebell.
Bluebell, baby. They are coming out with a new ice cream. It's the newest ice cream flavor. It is called Gooey Butter Cake. And it's an ode to a St. Louis dessert staple. They say it's as delicious as the cake itself.
I'll take a little sip.
It's available in half-gallon and pint sizes, and it's for a limited time.
I don't even know if I'm exactly familiar with butter cake. What is it?
It's our cake. It's basically cake batter ice cream with a cream cheese swirl.
Oh,
so it's supposed to be taste like that. It's gonna be the icing of the cake. So it's limited time availability, but
Bluebell, you're one seed, Peyton, being born and raised here.
Yeah, it's got to be, but Ben & Jerry's is close second seed.
Really?
Yeah, big Ben & Jerry guy.
Kristen,
like a half-baked
brownie fudge.
Kristen just does not like Bluebell very much, and so she's like always. I think part of it was, though, speaking of like the Boeing issue, what was Bluebell's issue about a decade ago? Was it Listeria or whatever? Like that was the way you handle a controversy. You pull everything, you fix it, and you then build back your reputation. And Bluebell is fantastic. This honestly just sounds like sugar overload though for me, so I don't think I'll be eating it, but it looks good.
McDonald's. My wife will love this story. Love these final two stories.
The McNage a Trois.
Oh.
All right, the McNage a Trois. It's an off-the-menu item. It is a double cheeseburger with a McChicken in the middle of it.
Oh.
And
I thought it was going to be like 3 McNuggets.
No. Then you get, they say the spicy McChicken makes it even better. So it's a double cheeseburger. It's bread, beef patty, McChicken, beef patty, bread.
So is this McDonald's endorsed like the way In-N-Out's secret menu is? Like if you order off the secret menu, In-N-Out will make it for you.
Apparently it is. Apparently you can get this. You can go say, I want the McNage a Trois, Google that one. It's got another name to it as well. You might be able to use.
You pay with an upside down pineapple.
You need to do this as a drive-through bit, Peyton. You do Mondays, fast food before grocery store, or Tuesdays?
Mondays.
Yep. You need to go through, do the Ménage à Trois order, and then have all your references and innuendo.
I hope they are like coming around this, because this has been something that people have just created as like little Frankenstein sandwiches, and they've called it something else that I don't think we can say on the air. But when you would order at McDonald's and use the name for it, like McDonald's employees were told not to make it like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because of the name. I don't think they wanted the name to stick that had been made.
And then the controversy that continues to get bigger and bigger with the Royals.
Oh, baby.
My wife is obsessed now.
Kate Middleton's sighting reported is real after all. A new video has surfaced of her at a place called at a Windsor farm shop. At a farm shop. So she was seen.
I don't think that's her.
You don't think so?
Nope, I don't think that's her.
All right,
kind of looks like William with the bald head, but I don't think that's her.
So Windsor Farm Shop, they report eyewitnesses saw them out and about over the weekend. They say she looked happy and relaxed and healthy as she strolled through the store, kind of a supermarket of sorts. Their 3 kids were not with them. The Sun claims, the newspaper, they spent the first part of their Saturday watching their children play sports. But they say that this is 100% her, according to these reports. Now, there are other reports that maybe the reason that she has been...
Hey, what the hell's going on with these levels here? What's going on with this? These trumpets up and down and left and right?
I think it's just cutting in and out.
We'll fix it.
Well, it's not my problem.
Wow.
Where's Chris? Where's Chris?
Where's Chris? Where is he?
Better mustache.
Now, there are talks, though, that maybe that's the reason that she has been kind of persona non grata, like not around at all, is because there is rumors of a Prince William affair.
Yes.
With a Rose Hanbury woman. That's her name, Rose Hanbury. Now, she is...
now, is that where she's from, or that's her name?
That's her name.
Okay, Rose
That's
Hanbury.
her name. Now, she looks like Anne Hathaway.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So she looks like Caitlyn Clark. Yeah, I'm looking at this video here. Either after her surgery, she lost a lot of weight, because this girl walking in this video looks gaunt. It does not look like Kate Middleton to me.
No, it does not.
How many people they pay off to testify that they saw her walking around?
Exactly. You have your theory?
I don't know what's going on, man. I think the theory of the affair makes sense. If she's just been kind of away from the public eye, she's embarrassed, she doesn't want to be anywhere near it, I think that makes a lot of sense. I don't think she's dead or anything, obviously. Or been in a medically induced coma.
Peyton, turn it up even more.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can do my tease through this. The Tyron deal is in. Will you be even more upset at the Cowboys? And Vander Esch says his goodbye as well. Below the belt after this.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they are going to hook you up on that brand new Ford, car, truck, SUV. Platinum Ford in Terrell, you want to head on over there. Why? Because, well, first of all, it's worth the short drive to Terrell to save a lot more on that brand new vehicle. But second of all, and this is, really the best, Adam Vincey's a Tolo. You tell him you're a Tolo. He likes to help Tolos out, and you can get a Ford F-150 Lariat 4-wheel drive for under $62,000. That's almost $12,000 off MSRP. That normally is over $73,000. It's right between I-20 and Highway 80. Ford Truck Month. Get it involved with Ford Truck Month right now. You want a Super Duty, the largest selection in the state. F450s, 350s, 250s, full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s, the all-new Ford Lightning. They got 2024 models on the lot as well, ready to be picked up and delivered today. That Ford Edge SEL all-wheel drive that's yours for under $39,000. PlatinumFord.com to customize it, or drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, Corey will walk you line by line.
Here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Oh, no. These contract details of Tyron Smith going to the Jets don't look great for the Cowboys at the moment. So we have details of this contract. Thank you to all the Tolos that sent this in. This is from Albert Breer. So we already knew he had a $6.5 million deal, and we knew that he had $13.5 million in incentives that could kick in and bring it potentially up to 20. But it wasn't clear what that was going to be. So he has two different playtime incentives with the Jets. So the first tier is basically like, okay, if you reach 38% of your snaps, your bonus will be $750,000. If you get up to 44%, it's $1.75 million. Bunch of different levels up here, all the way up to 68% of the offensive snaps, which then is a $5.75 million bonus. So from there, it goes into the second tier, and he resets the cycle. Okay, if you get to 74%, it's $1.25 million, and then it builds from there. Ultimately ending with 98% or more of the offensive snaps, he gets $6.25 million. So he has to play 98% of the snaps to reach this $20 million. For context, last year, Tyron Smith played in 71% of the snaps for the Cowboys.
And we thought he was basically healthy all year.
Yes. Yeah. That's the way it felt. He gets $250,000 per playoff win with the Jets. You didn't win a playoff game last year, so that wouldn't apply. Gets $500,000 Pro Bowl incentive. And so if you stack it up for Tyron here, this contract with the Cowboys last year would have been basically a $12 million deal if he had the same season he had last year. You're basically paying $12 million, which, if you were to go look at right now NFL offensive tackles and just look at like, okay, who's got the highest averages that they're being paid for 2024 right now? $12 million would rank tied for 27th in the NFL among offensive tackles.
Wow.
And even if he hits all these incentives, which means he's probably playing pretty good, right? He is tied for 6th in the NFL in tackles. So you wouldn't even be paying him as a top 5 offensive tackle. And the Cowboys said, no.
So we all giving him 1 year for $12 million?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
And I mean, if he hits all those other incentives, that means you won playoff games, he made a Pro Bowl, he played 100% of the snaps, it's all great.
You want to throw out your Craig Carton theory? You actually missed this. Bobby was disgusted that I actually played it, but it's the second time he said it on FS1, so I played it, and I had the same thought process as you last night and what you sent, that maybe there's something else going on here with the money.
Yeah, this was so. A buddy of mine texted me about this, and he asked this question, which at the time when he texted me, again, it was yesterday that he texted. This seems dumb as can be.
Yeah.
But considering how the offseason's gone, is it stunning to me, really? And he asked if the big man, Jerry, is having money problems. And on the surface, it's like, what?
Laughable.
Why would anyone suggest that one of the richest people in the world is having money problems?
Right.
But, and as Bobby pointed out, he's basically putting everyone on a one-year deal here, right? That's kind of what it seems like.
That's how it's set up right now.
So that kind of forced me to ask the question, like, what's more likely, that Jerry at his age is going to put everybody on a one-year deal and maybe blow this thing up in a year, or he's not signing guys because he can't afford it? Like, neither one makes any sense.
Right.
It doesn't make sense that he can't afford it.
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense that he would remotely blow this thing up. He has always said, I ain't got time for a bad time. Like, but there's I mean, how many millions of dollars are they spending on stadium improvements this offseason? Getting ready for the World Cup.
Right.
Hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of millions getting ready for the World Cup.
So how does that lend itself to having money problems?
He's taking all the money and putting it into that. Like, that's the thought process. Now, certainly and maybe Jerry doesn't have, when they say their net worth is X, doesn't mean they're all liquid.
Right. The Cowboys are worth $10 billion.
Yeah, $10 billion. But how much of that can they actually? You could borrow against your value or whatever. And I was just like, all right, okay. I mean, I think it's crazy. I think it's absolutely crazy to think that Jerry has money problems. But
we brought up the same question about the two other owners in town. Well, there's three other owners.
Yeah.
Four maybe, FC Dallas. But we asked it about Ray Davis, and we asked it about Mark Cuban.
Mm-hmm.
They're billionaires. We've asked.
I think it's...
Yeah, we have. That's true.
And Craig Carton's like, oh, it would not surprise me. This is the second time he's said it. And again, I don't put any validity towards anything that he's basically ever said. It pisses me off and makes me jealous that he has a television show. But this is the second time. It's like he's trying to say something that he's heard about Jerry Jones selling the Cowboys in a couple of years.
But isn't he pretty, at least I feel like, Carton is one of these guys who's pretty consistently guilty of, here's my hot take, but I am going to say it in a way like maybe somebody told me something without saying somebody told him something. Like, I feel like consistently when we get some of these Carton things where it's like, what the hell is he even referencing? Like Skip does this sometimes, where Skip will say, I know for a fact the Cowboys believe this, or they thought this, and it's like nobody in that organization is talking to you. Really, nobody in the NFL talks to you, Skip Bayless, because you're such a pariah, like, among them. There's a lot of people who blackball Skip and won't talk to him.
Yeah.
And so to me, I look at, like, Carton and just think, if this were going to leak out from anywhere, that would not be the source.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Carton knows somebody in the NFL league office, consider where he lives and where he's worked for 25 years. Like, he worked him in sports radio. It wouldn't surprise me if he has a friend in the league office. Could be a low-level friend.
Yeah, did he go to white collar prison? Did he know? Did he see somebody on the prison yard?
His plug could be Boomer for all we know.
Could be incarcerated Bob from Twitter. That could be his plug. I mean,
who's been right at times, and wrong a lot.
All I know is this: when you act like this during these off seasons, no questions off the table for me. So
it's true.
I'm willing to entertain any crazy theory until you start acting different.
Is that cognitive dissonance, though?
I don't know.
Not just from you. Like basically, like, here's like mental gymnastics, adjusting reality to try and like explain away something that's just so uncomfortable to acknowledge, which is just they're being negligent almost. Is it just it's easier to say maybe this is it rather than just saying no, they're just not spending. They're just banking on, hey, scouting staff, pull a rabbit out of your head, Jason Witten style, and save our roster once again. Replenish our roster because we're not going to go out and sign anybody. We're not even re-signing the guys that you guys have drafted in recent years.
Look, man, I'm just putting it all on the table. Do I think that Jerry Jones has money problems? No. Common sense would say no. Do I think that he's trying to be tight? No. I wouldn't have thought about Cuban, Ray Davis. I don't know their situations. I don't know their status. But if you start acting sketchy and you start disappearing and you start going away for all hours and you start not acting like your normal self, I'm going through your phone. Give me your code. I'm going through your phone. If your computer's laying around, I'm going through it. You start acting sketchy, you start acting weird, then I'm gonna start. You're gonna take me to another level of curiosity and investigation. And that's why we're talking about a possibility of text of there's some Jerry Jones money issue.
And that's
which he's laughing at right now listening.
He is 1,000% laughing on his while he's sitting there on Air Force One
Odyssey app on the boat.
He's listening on his $250 million boat, or he's listening
What if Jerry Jones is on Twitch? What would you believe more? Jerry Jones is watching on Twitch or he's got money problems?
That he's watching on Twitch. I don't believe he's a money problem. But again, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, these guys have their hand in everything. If this is not Jerry's only job, right? Jerry's got other businesses.
Yeah.
Right.
What if all the other businesses are flatlining right now in a bad economy? Like, that would absolutely impact this one.
Payouts, legal issues. I don't know. We don't know.
We don't know.
You
There's
don't
no way of knowing.
I don't know. I look at it and I go, like, the merchandising, the value of the Dallas Cowboys. Look, the fact of however much Netflix is paying him right now to do the documentary about his life. Like, I feel like
I find it hard to believe that the owner of the Genie Bus and Hal Steinbrenner and Jerry Jones would ever run into money problems.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe, but I'm sure we've seen crazier things take place.
Yeah, I just think it's a change in philosophy over time, and it's a different look at, like, okay, this didn't work. Brandon Carr didn't work. This didn't work.
I don't believe Jerry Jones is willing to take the post Troy Aikman quarterback risk in his final years.
What if
I don't believe it? I won't believe it.
Okay, what if let's look at it this way then. What if it's just Jerry has said, right now I am somebody who my managing style is building consensus and going with consensus, using the veto power whenever I can. And what if this just is the Steven philosophy?
Right.
So it's not that it's different. It's just you're now seeing the power of Steven's influence within, their circle of trust.
Very possible.
So with Tyron Smith leaving, writing a very sweet note to Cowboys fans, free of grunts or ducking into the shower to avoid media availability for an entire season without it ever getting reported to the Pro Football Writers Association. You've got the 2011 draft, and I think when you look over this, Tyron Smith went 9th overall, and he went in an absolutely loaded class. Here are some of the guys that went in 2011 at various rounds. Von Miller, Patrick Peterson, Cameron Jordan, AJ Green, Julio Jones, Jason Kelsey, Cameron Hayward, JJ Watt, Jarrell Casey, Richard Sherman, Mike Pouncey, Ryan Kerrigan, Justin Houston, Cam Newton, Robert Quinn. You can go all the way down to Mark Ingram, Andy Dalton, DeMarco Murray. This was a loaded draft. And right around where Tyron Smith went, pick number 9, he was sandwiched right between two absolute busts. One pick before them, it's Jake Locker. One pick after them, it's Blaine Gabbert. And there were a lot of people who said couldn't have gone wrong with J.J. Watt or Tyron Smith. J.J. Watt went right after Blaine Gabbert. Watt, obviously, for all the talk of Tyron breaking down, Watt wasn't able to sustain. He's already retired, could never stay healthy, had some of the same sort of issues. Nobody in that draft class, all those names I just mentioned, nobody's made more Pro Bowls than Tyron Smith on that list. So I think when you consider Dak Prescott, we would consider almost borderline lucky. They had no clue Dak Prescott was going to be a guy they were paying $40 million to.
No.
Eric Williams, when they draft him in the 3rd round, they don't anticipate he's going to be one of the best tackles in football. So I think when you look at 1st-round picks, you're talking about this as potentially the best pick of the Jerry era. When you talk about what they had to evaluate, who they were picking against, it's right up there to me with you take Larry Allen in the 2nd round, you gamble on his health. Emmitt Smith at pick 17. DeMarcus Ware at pick 11, taking him over Sean Merriman. That's the kind of conversation you're in here. But to get an all-world left tackle at pick 9, when a lot of people were like, is he too young? How do we project him out? There's some good quarterbacks here. I think that's right up there. The Zach Martin pick is another one that's up there as their best draft evaluation that they've had.
What a draft.
It's got some
3
studs.
Hall of Famers in the top 11. Easy. 9 of the top 11 made a Pro Bowl. 12 of the top 16 made a Pro Bowl. What a draft.
It's one of that's below the belt. I don't want to make this next sentence and have it anywhere near below the belt with Bobby. This next segment is one of my favorite ones of the entire year.
Oh.
And it allows me to win. It allows me to brag. It allows me to rub it all up in Choppy's face when he knows a lot more and it doesn't show up on paper whatsoever. RJ explains how to win your March Madness bracket pool. All the tips, all the tricks, next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to Zers and get that carpet professionally clean. Clean way, green way, Zers way. RJ Choppy Fan Special. It is a great time. Look, allergies are killing me, man. They've been killing me for a while. If you have allergies, why would you not get your carpet professionally cleaned every single year? It's a great time to do it is during the allergy season because that carpet is the biggest air filter you have. All the dirt, dust, allergens get trapped in the carpet fibers. Get it taken care of. Get it cleaned up with the RJ Choppy Fan Special from Zers. Extremely great offer right now. 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized, $109. They're also going to take and clean a free hallway for you and take $75 off your air duct cleaning from Zers. You want to get that carpet professionally clean every single year. No questions asked. RJ Choppy Fan Special. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-37-CLEAN. 214-372-5326. Or ZeresDallas.com. Spell it backwards or forwards. It spells the same. It's Zers.
studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and IJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Did we just see what we think we just saw? Wow!
Confetti! Oh, let me help you win some money. Let me help you do the opposite of what I'm doing.
Why don't you ever follow? I think I have a theory for it. You don't follow your own advice because it's like, I'm just not going to take the simple way out, and you're doing what you do opposite wise, what you don't want scouts to do, and numbers people for your football arguments. You're using your eyes too much.
Yeah.
You watch more basketball, so you're like, I'm going to trust my eyes. I put in the time. I actually know this sport, and I'm going to use my knowledge, and it has you in last place every year in the morning show competition.
Every year.
If you did what I did, I like to use the eyes during football season and put some of the numbers to the side. If you actually did what your brain told you to do during football, you'd be winning.
You're right. You're right. But what's the fun in that?
I know.
What's the fun in that?
Right.
You know, I didn't spend the last 6 months of my life watching this.
I agree.
To sit there and just go. Now, I find myself on both sides of this because, you know, nothing. I roll my eyes every selection show when Seth Davis goes, oh, they're going to win that game. And it turns up, you look up, and it's like, oh, man, he's picked every 12 and 13 seed to advance. Like, that's not going to happen, right? But we like to talk ourselves into it and show how smart we are by picking a single upset.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what this is. So, as I will finish in last place, because I will follow none of these, you out there in Radio Land can finish in first place by following every single one of these.
Yes. This is the Bible to me.
Yes, it is. It's fantastic. Now, here you go.
Or the Quran for Kyrie.
Well done. Well done.
That was a Ramadan reference at 8 o'clock.
All right, so.
Listen for more at 9:40.
Careful with how you pick your upsets. Right off the start, I'm going to tell you this. Number 1 seeds win 99% of the games in the first round.
Okay.
2 seeds win 93%. 3 seeds win 86% in the first round.
All
right. Even 4 seeds win 79%. We don't see a major drop till you get to the 5 seed, and they only win 65% of the time.
Okay.
So, if you're going to pick upsets, and you're going to have to, really in the first round, really stay away from the 1 and 2 seeds.
Okay.
And then kind of stay away from the 3, 2.
Yeah.
I mean, they're winning 86% of the time.
Yeah.
You might get a 3 or 14.
But haven't we? There was one stat I feel like every single year a 4-13 happens, or the 3 seed goes down. I feel like there's always a 13-4 that you have to look for and try to pick.
13-4. Yeah, you could look for a 13-4. 5-12 is the big one. Like every year you have a 5-12 upset.
All right.
Basically every year.
All
right. So, but again, the 5 seeds only win 65% of the time. That's not very high.
No. It's almost 50-50.
I know which 12 seed I'm not picking. Stupid ass Grand Canyon.
Oh!
Next one.
Honorary Texan.
Go Texans.
You need at least 8 upsets in the entire bracket.
Of any type?
Of any type. Now, they don't count 8-9. An 8-9 game is not an upset.
8-9 does not count.
In fact, 9 seeds win more often than 8 seeds.
Oh.
All right, they've actually got a winning record. So the number of upsets in March Madness since 1985, when the field expanded, is 8. That's the average number. Every year, there's an average of 8 upsets. But don't pick more than 12.
Don't pick more than 12
All
upsets.
Right, so 8 to 12 upsets. You hardly ever see more than 12. Although, this is something to keep an eye on.
So 8-9 does not count, but 2 over 1 would.
2 over 1, yes, it would.
All right.
Yeah, 8-9 doesn't count because it's such a 50-50.
Yeah. 2 middle of the road teams.
Right, 2 middle of the road teams. Now, 2 of the last 3 years, we've seen 14 total upsets. Now, could this be the transfer portal? Could this be whatever? Maybe we don't know yet. It's not a big enough trend, but since 1985, there's an average of 8, but hardly ever more than 12 upsets in the tournament, the entire tournament.
Okay.
Now, you need at least 5 first-round upsets.
You need 5 first-round upsets.
Yep, the most we ever saw was 8. On average, there's 5 total. So 5 upsets in the first round on average.
Okay, and you just told us we can't pick any 1, 2, 3, or 4s.
Yeah, generally, I mean, they may not they may happen, but like your odds say no.
But Purdue is a number 1 seed this year.
There you go. By the time you get to the end of this list, you wind up with no teams you could pick, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
The most upsets of the first round we ever saw was 8. You need at least 3 upsets in the second round.
Okay.
All right. Now, the most we ever saw was 6. Ironically enough, once you get to the Sweet 16, we see less than 1 upset in each of the rounds after that. Basically, once you get to the Sweet 16, the chalk holds.
Okay.
So if you get a 1-4 in the Sweet 16, take the 1. You get a 2-3, take the 2. You get a 1-2 in the Elite 8, take the 1. So you rarely see any upsets after the Sweet 16.
Okay.
That's so pick the chalk. 2 seeds. 2 seeds are tricky. 2 seeds almost always win the first round.
Okay.
All right. Like I said, they're 93% to advance to the second round. But they only advance to the Sweet 16 65% of the time. Meaning about 4 out of 10 2 seeds lose in the second round. That's a lot.
What seed's Tennessee this year?
We're 2 seed.
Oh, okay.
Chances are you need at least 1 2 seed to lose before the Sweet 16. All right.
I love that.
Okay, so that's a little tidbit. You got to have at least 1 seed to lose before the Sweet 16. Stop looking at me.
I know which one I'm picking.
Pick a 1 seed to win it all.
Okay.
Of the last 38 champs, 24 have been 1 seeds.
Does it worry you that UConn is trying to repeat?
A little bit. We haven't seen a repeat since Florida, 06-07. Prior to that, we hadn't seen one since Duke in 91-92. Prior to that, we hadn't seen a repeat champ since, Indiana in the 70s, if I remember right? So you don't see many repeats. I think we've had 4 repeats since UCLA's dominant run. So, but generally, number 1 seeds, they've won 24 of the last 38 championships. 5 seeds have won 2. 3 seeds have won 4. And then the other 5 championships have come from just about anywhere else, including UConn last year was not they were like a 4 or 5 seed. They were a 4 seed.
My boy Goldberg, I don't know why he's listening to this show. He's lived in Texas forever. He won't hang out publicly, socially, but he's listening now and going to Herado Barbecue.
You're welcome.
In every tournament, you think he's listening because of you?
Yeah, it's because of the ring.
In every tournament since 2021, a top 2 seed has lost in the first round to a team. Oh, never mind. I can't read this.
Yeah, you should have known better. I've seen Goldberg's text. You should have known better.
Oh, my. You'll love this, though. It's, damn it. Oh, sorry.
Oh, did
I spill? I threw my phone and it almost knocked your, it had to do with, a symbol of the team names and a type of symbol. And there's like a trend that goes along with it. Sorry, back to you.
All right,
My bad.
I don't know where you're going with that one, but whatever.
You don't want to know.
All right, so
I'll never read his text on air again.
There you go. So pick a 1 seed to win it all. 24 out of 38 times over the last 38 has been a 1 seed. KenPom, KenPom.com. Familiarize yourself with that website. Since 2002, every single national champ has been in the top 40 of offense efficiency and the top 25 of defensive.
Oh, say it again.
Since 2002, when his website started. So what he does is, and I'll show you his website.
So the guy's name is Ken Palm, actually?
It's Ken Pomeroy.
Okay.
So this is his website, right? You're either in the every champ since his website started in 2002 has been in the top 40 of offense and the top 25 of defense.
Okay.
Every single one.
So defense matters, despite what you always tell us, Chop.
It does. Now, I'll go a step further on that. Since 2002, only 1 time has a team been outside the top 20 in either one. So
you got to be top 20 in O&D?
Every time but 1. That was 2014. That was the Shabazz Napier UConn team that won here. They were like 40 and 25. But every other school has been in the top 20 in both since 2002 that has cut the nets down. The top 20 in both? That is Houston, UConn, Arizona, Auburn. Those are the only 4 schools that fall under the top 20 in both.
For this year?
For this year.
All right, give me their names again.
UConn, Arizona, Auburn, Houston.
Houston.
Those are the 4 most likely. There's 5 more that fit the criteria since 2002, if you count that 1 year. You would add Purdue, North Carolina, Tennessee, Creighton, Marquette. So they're like 1B. Your 1A teams, the ones you should pick, Houston, UConn, Arizona, Auburn, they fit the criteria of every single team since 2002 except that one. I would pick from those 4. If you really like one of the other 5 teams, you want to convince yourself to it, go with them. But there is your bracket talkie.
Well done.
Very good.
Are you going to follow these?
No. I'm going to pick based off mascots.
Okay. All right. Pepe came up with a list for the morning show loser. Need y'all to vote on this on the chartwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. And when do these need to be submitted for real? Thursday morning?
Yeah, first game's around 11. So, like, if you get them into the, if you're doing it online, like on ESPN, usually it's Thursday by about 11 a.m.
March Madness morning show payoffs from Peyton Russell. Sing a song live on air. Drink oddly flavored beer or alcoholic beverage throughout the show, like pickle-flavored beer. Shot collar. Cake or pie to the face for YouTube content. Has to go to a city council meeting and live tweet it.
Oh, man, I would go to a city council meeting and talk in it.
Report back the next day with a recap of the meeting.
That could be kind of good.
This one is real. This one made me cringe physically. Wear a different host's underwear during each hour of the show. And he said wear it on the head. To me, if you wore the underwear too, that would be terrifying.
Why, Peyton? Why did that come?
Because it's funny.
Okay.
We need funny stuff.
And then the final one, suggested punishment from Pepe, has to spend a day with Carter. Is that Ryan in the back? Is that Ryan laughing in the back? All right, which one of these would you least like to do? Which one do you think we should do?
Least?
Based on Chop's showering habits, I'm not putting his underwear on my head.
I'll tell you this. If I start winning, if I see myself starting to win and we choose that one, I'm not going to use my anti-yeasty butt cream, and I'm going to be yeasty, and I'm going to have you guys put that on their forehead.
Gosh.
Okay, what else?
Tough acting.
What would you dread here?
I don't want to put any of y'all's underwear on my head.
And I don't want to put yours on.
No,
because you're the sweatiest one.
That's
in
the
here.
one I don't want to do.
I'm going to be the cleanest one. I'm
you
totally
have the most
clean.
pit stains in your closet by far. It's not even close. Pepe, what would you least like to do?
Yeah, it's the underwear. Yeah, I don't trust Chop. You know, his streaks that he has on the underwear.
I don't have streaks on the underwear. I've got yeast infections all over my body.
And yours is the underwear as well?
Oh, easily. I don't want to put.
So that's the winner.
But would we wear these or put it on your head?
Well, no one can see it on like the YouTube and Twitch. You know, if you wear it under your shorts, you got to wear it on the head.
You can't do that.
I'm not saying go all the way down to the neck.
That's somebody in here could have.
That is really gross.
Somebody could have an STD in here.
Okay, then wash it. Then wash it real quick.
Well, then it defeats the purpose. It's supposed to be dirty.
Peyton's like, get a little elbow grease. You'll get that gonorrhea right out. No problem.
You have no idea what's going on.
Peyton, did you skip sex ed?
No.
You can't do that one.
Can we do edibles on air?
I mean,
G-bag.
Not according to
the
Ryan.
afternoon show?
Huh?
You've seen the afternoon show? I mean, look. I
mean, they can drink on air.
Yeah, I'd be down with that.
Why can't we should just do an edible and pretend like we're drinking? Because the edible would be way more fun to do a show than someone drinking. Because we have pretty good tolerance levels. Like Broadus doesn't drink, so it's going to hit him harder.
Well, I was thinking if we're going to do the drinks, it was just at every interval, 5:30, 6, 7, 8, and 9, you would have to shoot a double.
Well, that's really overboard.
Well, you just talked about our high tolerances. I'm telling you this. You guys can do it if you want. I'll get through it, but I'm saying if I lose, you guys are not going to enjoy that show if I have to take an edible. Y'all are going to...
I like that one.
You're not going to... I'm telling you...
pretend we're drinking. We'll just tell the bosses we're drinking.
Yeah.
And we take the edible.
We take the edible instead.
Cool.
All right. I want y'all to remember this conversation when you're going, dear God, why did we do this?
You think he's more dangerous on an edible than drinking? Probably, I guess. But what's the worst that could happen? What would you do?
I mean, we'll need to talk off the air and figure out if I can tell some of these stories on the air. They're not good.
Off weed?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's talk about it. Let's go to break right now. And then Mel Kiper with his latest Cowboys draft pick next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store. Gilchrist Automotive, they're going to hook you up with a brand new Chrysler, Dodge, Ram, or Jeep Platinum CDR.
go to truckwreck.com.
Well, we got Spittle and Legal freaking out right now over the last segment. So that's good. Over NCAA morning show punishments here on Sean and RJ. We get audio, video, and then okay. Well, he's coming up with a lot of different suggestions versus the edibles.
They do have legal ones in the state, but they're not like THC.
Okay.
It's a Delta.
So it's just
Delta
food.
8, Delta 9, and it's got it has the same kind of effect. It's just not THC.
Bobby also has some other on-air punishments that we'll workshop and play around with. Peyton was not privy to the suggestions, but we'll mess around with it for the morning show March Madness bracket that will kick off on Thursday. Sean, RJ, and Robert, we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and Mel Kiper has just come out. Is it Kiper and...
It's Kiper and Daniel Jeremiah have new mocks out this morning.
Oh.
Dueling mocks.
Dueling mocks from different networks.
So how would you like to jump right into the Cowboys, or you want to see what's happening at the top of this draft?
Let's go. I like to do these like top 5 picks.
Okay.
And then the East down to the Cowboys.
Okay, so we'll go with Mel
or if there's like a huge name that drops or something, or like a target. There you go.
We'll go with Mel Kiper's first. He has
By the way, congratulations. Zach Wolchuk will be hosting the draft show this year. I think this will be my first time giving up host duties of the draft show in 13 years. And
he likes to fart in bed.
I'm going to see if maybe I can talk to Boston and let me finally enjoy my favorite night. Maybe at home. I'll probably have to be thrown with Peyton to party
What
up
do you
and
mean
enjoy.
probably?
Come on.
Boo-hoo. You get to go like have drinks with
Sunnyvale
listeners and eat great wigs. Like that's so rough,
I love the
Sean.
draft. I love the draft. I've never done one of the different locations.
It's fun.
At
It's fun.
Pluckers or
I mean,
whatever.
it's busy. It's very busy, but it's
Can
a lot
I pay
of fun.
attention to the draft?
Absolutely.
It's still a little methodical. You got 15 minutes between
Yeah.
picks and stuff. Yeah, you're
I
fine.
think it's 10, right?
It ends up being 15.
But it
Is
does end
ever
up being
really
15.
10? It's never
So,
10.
That'll be Wolchuk hosting every single round this year with all the work that Bobby brought us, and everyone else put into the draft show.
So, Mel Kiper's mock draft. These are the top 5 picks. Number 1, the Chicago Bears select Caleb Williams, quarterback USC. Obviously, there is a question about number 2 about what the Commanders will do. Forever, it's been Caleb Williams is going number 1 to whoever's sitting there, and then whoever's sitting at number 2, whoever comes up, even if it's a team that doesn't need a quarterback, whoever trades up to number 2 will take Drake May, the quarterback from North Carolina. Not according to Mel Kiper. Mel Kiper is saying that Cliff Kingsbury and Dan Quinn will go with Jaden Daniels, the Heisman winner, the quarterback out of LSU, the wrongful Heisman winner. RJ Choppy.
I agree. Should have been Michael Penix Jr.
Number 3, the New England Patriots then get Drake May, the quarterback from North Carolina. And then finally, we end the quarterback run. He has the Cardinals taking Marvin Harrison Jr. from Ohio State, the wide receiver at number 4.
Oh.
And then another wide receiver off the board. There are a lot of people who think this guy could go ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr. now. That's Malik Neighbors, the wide receiver from LSU.
Is this one of those things where people talk themselves into somebody else?
Like, if you're going to talk yourself into someone over Trevor Lawrence, it's like
Right.
so obvious. So let me...
This guy's been one of the top receiver on the board for a year and a half now.
For instance, let me give you Chris Sims. This went viral yesterday. Man, everything Chris Sims says or does goes viral for probably the wrong reasons.
Yeah, like losing to Colorado in the Big 12 title game.
Here are my top 5 wideouts ranking based on film. And this was trending because he put Marvin Harrison 3, Bobby. Malik Neighbors 1. Brian Thomas Jr. 2.
Oh, my God.
Tier 1 explosive wide receivers. Explosive wide receiver 1. He had Neighbors 1, Brian Thomas 2. Tier 2 is no bust, but NFL ready. And Marvin Harrison was there at number 3. Tier 3, high-end skill sets. Odunze,
Roma Dunze,
and Roman Wilson, number 5.
That's his troll take. The Roma Dunze outside, like on a 3rd tier. Everybody views it right now as the 3 guys at the top are all going to be elite superstars. That's Roma Dunze, the wide receiver from Washington, Marvin Harrison Jr., the receiver from Ohio State, and then Malik Neighbors, the receiver from LSU. And then people have a drop down from there. Usually it's Brian Thomas from LSU as the 4th. But, I mean, even that varies a little
But
bit.
is the big offensive thing here Harrison at 3? Are there other people who have Harrison outside of the top 2?
Or
outside of 1?
There are probably, it's not common. There are some people I'm sure who would say they'd take Odunze and Neighbors. Those are 2 really good receivers. I don't know of anybody who's saying they're taking Brian Thomas over Marvin Harrison Jr. other than Chris Sims. He said, undo that top button. It's starving oxygen from his brain.
He has been right with some hot quarterback takes. You said that yourself.
I did.
He has been.
Those are different positions.
He's hit.
He has. He doesn't know receivers, though. So that is offensive. I find that incredibly offensive. But Malik Neighbors, number 5, the receiver to the Los Angeles Chargers. Then we go straight to number 6. Mel Kiper has the New York Giants taking Rome Odunze, the wide receiver from Washington. If you will scroll down just a little bit more, we'll go find the Philadelphia Eagles. I'll stop at this one really quickly. 11, the Vikings. He has them taking JJ McCarthy, the quarterback from Michigan.
Oh, man. I can't wait for a years-long battle with me and Choppy over JJ McCarthy.
Just you wait.
Every day he tries
wait for Jeremiah's mock. Number 12, Denver Broncos take Bo Nix, the quarterback from Oregon. So that's where one of the quarterbacks goes off again. And then the Philadelphia Eagles at pick 22 take Nate Wiggins, the cornerback from Clemson. He is skinny. He's really good, but he came to the combine. He was 6'1" and 172 pounds. That is a thin.
Put some cheese whiz on the bones.
So Emmanuel Forbes, who went to the Washington Commanders last year as a cornerback, he was a similar type of build. And I know talking to scouts last year, they were like, yeah, Forbes, you love everything you see. The problem is just we've never seen anyone this size. So we just don't know. Now you've seen a year of Forbes, but it's probably going to be a lot of the same questions with Nate Wiggins. And then the draft pick for your Dallas Cowboys at pick 24 is Tyler Guyton, the offensive tackle from Oklahoma. They've had a lot of success going up to the state of Oklahoma and taking guys named Tyler for the offensive line. They do it again. This is the write-up. He said, how will the Cowboys replace longtime left tackle Tyron Smith, who just signed with the Jets? Based on their lack of moves over the past 10 days, they might be thinking this pick is their best bet. And looking at my rankings, they're probably right. Guyton, Amarius Mims, Jordan Morgan from Arizona could all be in play in the final 10 picks of round 1. Of those, only Morgan played the majority of his snaps at left tackle. That's what the Cowboys would be looking at here. They'd be looking at a really good talent who's probably one of the higher graded ones, but he's only played right tackle, not played the left side. That's the case with Mims at Georgia and Guyton at Oklahoma. So you'd be asking him to make some sort of a flip. Or you'd be saying, Tyler Smith, you go to left tackle. Terrence Steele, we've got some evaluating to do.
And this is Kiper's?
This is Mel Kiper's, who he did call the Tyler Smith pick a long time ago. So that's Mel Kiper's draft. The Daniel Jeremiah mock draft, a little bit different. Number 1 pick, Caleb Williams, of course, the Chicago Bears. Number 2 of the Washington Commanders, he has them taking Drake May still. He said, I don't have any more clarity on this pick than I did in my last mock. The Commanders did move on from Sam Howell. I'm sticking with May here, basically just because he doesn't have a good feel for it. Number 3, he has the Patriots taking Jaden Daniels. Everybody generally has them all jumbled up the same way. Number 4 is a break, though.
A break from quarterbacks?
No, it's a break from what Kiper did. It's a continuation of the quarterbacks, Sean.
Who was the 4th pick?
I'm sorry.
Right now it's the Arizona Cardinals. But as we talked about the other day, the Vikings, with the trade they made, getting the Houston pick and having pick 11, could very easily jump up. And Daniel Jeremiah, who's very plugged in, says the Minnesota Vikings move up to pick number 4 and make J.J. McCarthy the 4th overall pick in the NFL draft.
That's their guy. They pinpointed. Paul Allen talked about it. They really liked him, but they don't think that they'll be able to get him. They think that they're scared of Sean Payton jumping up and taking him, so they're going to overtrade up to go get him.
We have a major developing situation that had me not even listening to you in the last 30 seconds.
You just heard J.J. McCarthy and laughed.
We have a text from a longtime friend who we have not heard from in a long time.
I have this text too?
You do not. You're not cool enough.
Damn it.
It's the playmaker.
Whoa!
Mike is back, baby. And he's talking to us about some receiver info. I'm not going to relay. I don't want Mike to go away again. But he's just giving us his opinions on some of these wideouts at the top of the draft. So it's good to have Michael Irvin back listening to the show. That's probably why Mike went away, because your ass joined in on here.
He didn't like you, Bobby.
I mean, it sounds like me leading the segment got him to text again. Maybe I should lead more segments, Sean. Number 5, the New York Jets, a projected trade with the Chargers. The Jets come up and look, Daniel Jeremiah's got a really good beat on what the Jets like to do. And so he has the Jets trading up to number 5 and taking Marvin Harrison Jr., the receiver from Ohio State.
Well, imagine the Jets would take more offensive weapons for Aaron Rodgers in 2 years than the Packers did in his entire tenure.
Wow.
The Giants at pick 6 in his mock go Malik Neighbors, the LSU wide receiver. So it seems like receiver's a popular pick for the Giants. Jumping down a little bit, he has a Rome Odunze slide, but he has him getting picked up by the Bears at 9. So you're talking about Caleb Williams walking into Rome Odunze, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore.
Wow.
Which that would be a pretty sweet setup for him at that point.
Your Bears take might end up looking good. That they're the best number 1 pick situation maybe in the history of the NFL.
I appreciate that. It's again.
I didn't say it was going to come true.
It may not, but they had seven wins, and they're going to have the number 1 pick. That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, I guess it wasn't that great of a take. It was obvious.
It is that they are Mel Kiper and Daniel Jeremiah are in lockstep on the Eagles at pick 22. Both have them picking Nate Wiggins, the cornerback from Clemson, and then the Dallas Cowboys at pick 24. They do select an offensive lineman. It is not a tackle.
Zach Wilchuk announces
Jackson Powers Johnson, center from Oregon. He says 11 years ago, the Cowboys took center Travis Frederick at the bottom of the first round, and that worked out well. They go back to the same formula with Powers Johnson. He would be very, very good. I think he's probably better right now than Biotish, like instantly, even as a rookie. His mental processing is really good. He plays with a lot of power.
Is his butt big enough?
I generally leave these scouting reports on butts up to Choppy.
Yeah.
I just don't feel like I'm qualified.
We need you to compare.
Story Jackson, is that who that was?
We need you to compare his ass to Linderbaum's rear end. We need you to break them down.
Okay, so hang on a second.
I don't think you're going to have enough time here. I don't think you're going to have time to Google
Here's the good thing about Jackson Powers Johnson. If you're wondering about center play, you're talking about a guy who the mental processing is great right now. He's going to be a high IQ center for you if you pick him out of Oregon. He plays with a ton of power. He moves really well. He gets up to the second level. He gets those blocks on linebackers, moves really fluidly, plays mean. He's nasty. He's smart. He is the best center in the draft. He is somebody who would be an instant day 1 starter and probably make a real impact for the Cowboys in year 1.
I'm struggling to find photos here.
Okay.
Struggling to find. See some Linderbaum pictures.
Put in a request for the SID over at what's that school, Bobby? Where's
Oregon. Get some butt
Call
photos.
Phil Knight.
Ask Phil Knight for some rear end shots. There you go. Michael Irvin already regretting that he tuned back in to the morning show. Let's cross. What?
I'm just saying, every photo you're seeing here, Chop, is him in a firm squat. I think he's got a dumpy.
Yeah,
but I mean,
from the front. You got to judge it from the back.
He's doing that work. I think that
every
you can
center
feel
is in
confident.
every center squat.
No, he is in a heavy squat. I will show you these pictures at the break.
No, he's at a different center squat.
Different center squat.
Different one,
yeah, these aren't RJ Choppy squats.
Oh,
I don't do that anymore. I'm 44 years old.
It's clear you don't do them anymore.
Your calf game is done?
Oh, no, the calf game is on point. I can't squat anymore.
Oh.
I've got spinal compression. I'm already down 1.5 inches.
Let's cross-talk with the KMC masterpiece after this. And this is Herado Barbecue, the official barbecue restaurant of the World Series champion Texas Rangers. It's your go-to for the best.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's ride, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. What did you say, Mike?
You're so demanding.
Why?
Because like 5 seconds before you go on, you go, okay, guys, here we go.
No, I said.
Why did he say that?
And you're so thankless because I do that so you guys don't get fired. Because I'm so disciplined that nothing that I'm cursing about or talking about off air will carry over on air. And I say, all right, here we go. That's it. That's it. But I'm gonna let you sing.
We were kicking around bet payoff ideas, and I was saying that I think a good one for Sean would have to be that he still has to lead like normal, but one of these shows, Peyton creates the entire rundown, and Sean's not allowed to talk about or set up a story unless Peyton put it in there, and he would have so much trouble giving that up.
That's a bad idea. I'm just joking. You've learned a lot, Peyton, I bet, since you started working with these guys. I mean,
a lot.
Like you get to see their show prep every morning and how hard they work. I still wouldn't trust it, though. I'm just saying.
Just one time. One time. It'd be a Friday. We'll do a Friday.
By the way, Sean, I just want to point out, you couldn't work with Mike then. Because
no way.
Every segment, every day, Mike talks right up until the moment the light turns on. He stops. I don't know how he does it. I have no clue how he does it. But he talks right up until that moment, and we're all terrified that something's about to happen, and then all of a sudden, there it is. The segment's
So
going.
it's not one of you two like warning him? He does it on his own?
I put my earbuds in as soon as we're Pavlovian here, where as soon as we hear something, we do things.
I think he got released from Oklahoma City. I liked him in the draft.
Roger Pavlik? But Lee, like as soon as I hear a certain sounder, I put my earbuds in.
I thought that was the guy the
Mike
Mavericks
will
picked
talk
years
for the
ago
next
from
30
Russia.
seconds until the light turns on his microphone.
Does it ever happen on TV?
No.
Okay, why not?
Because I'm nervous.
Care more about so you don't like it doesn't bleed over, and you're like carrying a conversation, and bam, lights on.
I feel like radio is more conversational.
Yep.
Then when I'm doing a post-game show, it has to be the person, and I get Kevin's leading our show, but it has to be that person coming back. And also we have a producer, so they're in your ear telling you to shut up.
So when you're cross-talking with G-Bag, who on their show is like right up to
Mike? It's still Mike.
Still Mike?
It's still Mike. Like every once in a while, Wolchuk or Chiafalo will get in that vein, but Dawson's very focused on whatever he's doing over there, and then Broadus is just waiting for you to tee him up. You know, he's just like, hey, as soon as you tee me up, I'm ready to hit.
Yeah. Like I don't even like doing remotes with them because especially this one, he'd just take his headset off, and I feel like I have to get his headset back on. Like no one keeps their headphones on during the commercial break.
Kevin does that too.
Listen for anything.
Whenever we're on the road at Buffalo Wild Wings, which by the way, we're at RJ Duke Sports Cards and Memorabilia this Friday. Next Friday, we'll be at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Hell yeah.
So we're looking forward to that. But when we're out at Buffalo Wild Wings, Mike and I immediately take headphones off, and because now we're talking to people. So I usually just try and keep Kevin from having to talk to people because he's got a lot of stuff to focus on.
I don't get paid for commercial breaks. I get paid for on air. Okay, that's how I look at it.
Well, okay, so you've given up all your commercials?
No, I get paid for when I'm talking, but when I'm not talking, I'm sorry. I just headphones off, baby.
My responsibility is the tolos.
I got to keep the ears. The ears good, right? You know, I got to keep them that's why I keep the headset very low. You know, it's all about the big ears, baby.
I do the same thing when we're on remote that I do here. When I walk out of the room, if I'm going downstairs to like the little snack shop or whatever, I start a timer on my phone, and I know I got to be back here in like 5.5 minutes. Yeah, and so I keep an eye on that clock.
When I'm in the bathroom there, the corner stall, gotta have the timer going.
What's coming up?
I can't time my number twos.
Oh, I do.
Well, my phone, I spilled water on it just a minute ago.
And your computer.
Or my computer. I spilled water on my computer, so I need to look at the run sheet real quick.
Are they messed up?
Huh? I'm just making sure that it does not get water into the motherboard processor. It just got on top, but I'm just making sure that it stays dry, so it's off right now. So we'll see how it goes.
You can help him. Your computer went off the other day because of that.
It did. It did go off. It came back on. It came back on about, 15 minutes later?
Yeah.
But it came back on in a reset. It like went back and like kind of updated things. So that was kind of cool.
Right out of the gate, though, we do get into the Snell conversation and the importance of having Seager and Young ready for opening day. And then are you appropriately paying attention to the Mavs this season and what they're doing? And guys, I heard y'all talking about Ramadan this morning. My son, y'all was around 8 o'clock this morning, I believe.
Thank you.
My son, for the last 2 years, has been participating.
Really?
He obviously because he met a girl. But he now does this. So he is in the middle of, I guess he's almost a week and a half in.
Wow.
Are you saying he forgot to wake up in time to eat?
No, he wakes up early and eats in the morning, and then once the sun's up, then he's done with everything. He has track, so no water.
Gosh.
He does track and all that too. Last year it was tough for him, very tough. They say to break the fast with a date. So we have a whole bunch of dates in the fridge, and then he at 7:45 is whenever the sun goes down.
Complain about that?
What's that?
What?
The dates? No, she's fine with it. And then from 7:45 on, he feasts. So
have you feel like has it done anything for him?
He's already a pretty focused kid, but there is a lot of. He's not trying to get closer to God or anything. He's just
trying to get closer to her.
Yeah, but he's also he is establishing some discipline that I think is important. So it's nice to watch and see him grow like that. And he does dabble a little bit in lots of different religions. So he just kind of wants to know a little more and why. I told him that a long time ago. I was like, look, man, I grew up Southern Baptist. I'm studying Buddhism right now. As I wanted to learn
are right
more.
now?
Yeah, this year was my focus was to get a little more focused into that. Father-in-law has a little bit to do with it because he's been studying Buddhism for a long time. It helped him. He had some rage problems, and so he said it just helped him kind of center himself more. So
Fascinating.
I'm floored. I got nothing. I am floored. I got nothing.
You're the one who could chime in on this topic if anyone could. Not that we're gonna. Force you to get into your personal
my son
life.
never went to church. Never. Not a single time. Like my mother tried to get him to read the Bible or hey, let's go learn about God here. Nothing. Me, I was like, hey, go learn about. He gets this girlfriend, and they've been together since what are we here in March? They've been together since like I don't know, just before Christmas. He comes to me the other day. Hey, I'm gonna get baptized. I'm like, I'm sorry, what? Do you even go to church? You're just doing this? But no, he's gonna do it.
He's chastising you for taking the Lord's name in vain. And
he
stuff
did because I said on God. I said, no, we're on God, man, on God.
And now he doesn't say that anymore.
He's like, you can't say the Lord's name in vain. I'm like, who are you?
Is he still running around doing the shake weight thing, or is that? Did he stop doing that?
He doesn't do that.
Oh, it was all the other.
That's the other one.
Okay,
The other
right.
one's doing all the twerking and.
Yeah, he used to go to the plate and like draw his girlfriend's name in the dirt. Now he does.
Now he goes to the offering
At the end of
plate.
his bat, he put her initial.
All right.
That is
Michael.
Yes.
Cover the side of the cross when I go to the bat.
Good for him.
I don't care. Good for him,
What
man.
a
Knock
great
yourself out.
crosstalk this has been. What a great growing crosstalk. Michael, did you hear our Kyrie skilled conversation?
Yes.
Choppy and TikTok crapping all over 80s and early 90s basketball. What did you think of Jay Williams saying Kyrie is the most skilled player ever? And then we were talking about the skills today versus back in the day.
Yeah, I think Kyrie is one of the most skilled players ever. I think it's always tough. It's just like Jordan, LeBron, if you want to throw in Wilt, Kareem, right? It's always tough to be like, I know for sure he was the greatest basketball player of all time. And I would say in today's game, I would say Kyrie's the most skilled with the rules that you have, right? If you put this game back in 1989, when you're talking about the Pistons and Lakers, there'd be a whistle every 3 seconds. They're like carrying the ball, no Euro step. I've seen Dominique did a Euro step around Kevin McHale in Larry Bird's 60-point game, and they're like, that's traveling. Literally, he just took 2 steps around the guy, but they're like, you can't do this jump step thing and change your direction. Now, you can take 3 jump steps in a Euro step. So it's 3 different maneuvers you make for your Euro step. Like, you can't do what Luka does. Every time he does the 1-foot fadeaway, that's a travel. Even Dirk couldn't do that. They would say, you just picked up your pivot foot. You pivoted 3 times, and then you picked up your pivot foot to create that shot. So I think it's the rules of today. So why is Kyrie able to do this? And let's say Magic Johnson's different because he's 6'9", But why wasn't Isaiah Thomas able to do this? One, obviously Kyrie has worked off of what Isaiah did, then / what Iverson did /
Right.
what Steve Nash did. So you learn certain things and then you add to that. And then also the rules have changed so much on how you can travel or / not travel, and then how you can carry a basketball without it being carrying a basketball. And Curry's another great one too, very skilled with a basketball.
I think also Kyrie realized I'm not going to be 7 foot tall, so I have to have a different skill set that allows me to do things that those big guys can't. And that's one of the he practiced that craft. I mean, having a father that played basketball too helps. But,
Not you.
not me, no. But like he knew
Buddhist.
he had to work on the craft, on his handles, on all these different things to be able to do that. But I mean, even take into consideration what Dirk did. Dirk's warm up was things that would not be normal in regular games, but if he had to make a shot that was a little different, he had warmed up for it. He already knew how to do it.
And there's something too also like having a coach that at the youth level, at the high school level, that doesn't try to fit you into a box. Like,
right.
If
Certainly not the NBA level for Kyrie now.
Right, but no. But imagine being like the mid 70s and having somebody who's 6'9" on your roster and not forcing him to play center.
Right.
And say, you know what? Just be a point guard.
Well, and growing up here, right, everybody criticized Dirk. Everybody around the nation. What is he doing? He is 7 feet tall. This is the stupidest thing you could possibly be doing. And now it seems
He's
like
the norm.
One of the stupidest things you could be doing is telling somebody you're never going to go outside and shoot a basketball, as in like not outside like in the weather, but you're not going to go out to 15 to 25 feet and shoot a basketball. Like for the most part, obviously Gafford and Lively don't, but for the most part, most everybody in the NBA has to be able to shoot a 20-foot to 25-foot shot.
How about Kevin Hagelin with the fascinating decision to take off Tuesday, Wednesday versus Friday, Monday, Tuesday, or Thursday, Friday? Interesting. Didn't he say he would take off a Wednesday if we got the 4-day work week?
Yeah, just break
That's
it up.
me too.
You take
I
off
think,
a Wednesday?
I think I'd rather take a Wednesday. I get the for vacation, it makes all the sense in the world if you're traveling for a Friday or Monday. But if you're not traveling, that Wednesday makes the week feel so. You work 2 days, day off. Work 2 days, 2 days off. Like that. That makes work to me a lot shorter in a way than 4 straight days of work.
Does not look like your computer is doing well.
Oh, yeah, it's off right now.
Yeah.
And it's tilted upside down.
Did you read to do that somewhere?
So I had this
I've
happen.
never seen that.
When I
You
started
tried to trip
here at this station, I went to go do a podcast with a friend, and he spilled water on my laptop. And I was like, holy crap. And then I like almost tried to make him give me one. He was like, I don't have money, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. We ended up drying it out and just letting it sit for as long as we could. Just kept the power off. I did do the rice thing. And it was like 2 months later before it turned back on. But it did. So we'll see if this works or not.
All right. It's the KMC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
DFW's number one. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We're back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Kevin's out. Probably doing blow or something like that. Nobody knows.
He's with his wife.
She's doing it now too? Wow, man.
I think Chris Rock, was it Chris Rock who had a whole thing on that? Like his
no
whole
sex in the champagne room.
Oh, I don't know about that. I
Okay.
thought Chris Rock was like, if you're like a crackhead, then you need to be with a crackhead or something like that.
I don't think I've ever heard that part.
I think it's like a Chris Rock, like comic commentary on like, if you are a crackhead, you need to be with a crackhead if you're married.
So, okay, I was with a non-cigarette smoker. That helped me quit smoking cigarettes. So I wonder if that helps being with a non-crack addicted person. Does that help you get non-crack addicted? That's a good question, Mike, to start the day off. 877-881-1053. Get in on the conversation right now. Now, Mike, something happened last night that I thought might shake things up pretty significantly, but when I saw the team, I was like, oh, I'm not as concerned anymore, but it still is interesting, and that is that Blake Snell is now signing with the Giants. We'll get into more about this conversation at 10:40 during Baseball Nuggets, but your initial thought on him going to the Giants and how that kind of sets things up.
I was relieved because Friday afternoon, Friday night, I think when the rumor came out that Houston could possibly get Blake Snell, I was nervous. Houston is a really good team. Houston and Seattle and Texas are going to be in a 3-team race, I believe, all year long for that division. And then I think one of them will make the wild card. And I think just like last year, one of them will be left out of the playoffs. So I thought, man, if they had Blake Snell, the Cy Young winner in the National League, that's not going to help the Texas Rangers. So when I saw he was added to the San Francisco Giants, I was pretty happy about that. So I was like, okay, bullet dodge there for the next few years.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that is nice to see that. Like I said, we'll get into more of the conversation on how that might affect Jordan Montgomery and where that goes, because he would be the next available pitching free agent out there and somebody that you have a lot of familiarity with. And I think Rangers fans, Mike's going to bring up a very intriguing topic and intriguing scenario that could tick you off. It could tick you off at 10:40, so stick around for that one. But I did want to dive back into the conversation of Seager and Josh Young and the rest of your infield. Right now, you have one infielder, like one infielder that from your World Series team that's healthy. That's Marcus Semien, because he plays all the games. I guess that's why. Mike, there it is. He plays all the games, and he's healthy right now. If you play all the games, then you're going to stay healthy all the time. That's the way that it's going to work. But with Seager and Young, you heard yesterday that they're continuing to get back into things, and you're feeling more and more like they will be available on opening day. What's your feel on this infield right now?
Yeah, I watched the game on Bally's yesterday. I know a lot of people were at work during the game, but it came on at 3:00, and they had Chris Young on. And so Dave Raymond, Dave Valley were interviewing Chris Young, and he talked about, I'll start with Seager. He said it's amazing how Seager has had this much time off coming off of a surgery, and when he's taking batting practice right now, it looks like he's in midseason form. Just the ball is getting smacked off of the bat and looking great, and you'd have no clue that he's dealing with a major injury. So they're optimistic that Corey Seager's rehab is going so well that he could be ready next Thursday against the Chicago Cubs for opening night. And I will say this, I'm sure Corey Seager really wants to be there on opening night, defending the title with everything that's going to be going on, rather than, and your reserves for the Texas Rangers, right?
Yeah.
They name everybody on the team on opening night, opening day. If you've never been there, it's a long time because you don't just go, and here's your world champion Texas Rangers. Sometimes they do that. They've never
Play
done
ball.
that. And then they just name the 9 starters. A lot of times on opening day, Chuck Morgan goes through everybody that's on the team. So everybody has a chance, like a John Gray, a Cody Bradford, that they're going to get their name announced on opening day, jog out to the foul line, and everybody give them a cheer for this upcoming season.
Did you like that part? Did you like going out there?
I only had it one time in my career.
So it must have been awesome.
It was, except it was like 27 degrees at Shea Stadium. And then on that day, I gave up 9 runs.
Okay, all right.
So I came in relief.
You pitched on opening day.
Tom Glavine started. I believe Scott Strickland came in relief for 1 inning, and then I came in. After warming up, I warmed up in the 1st inning, the 2nd inning, the 4th inning, and the 5th inning. I think I came in the 6th. So I'd probably throw in 120 warm-up pitches because you got to get, when it's 27 degrees outside,
you got to get warm.
It's not like, hey, I've thrown already, I'm good, and I would really never been a reliever. So it was, I stupidly way overthrew. So by the time I was in the game, I was on about pitch 133. Of that day.
I could see, though, why Seager...
And I stunk.
Why Seager and those guys would want to be there for this moment. They won one in Texas. This is his home.
Yeah, and you get to be announced as the number 2 hitter playing shortstop. Now, maybe... I found this interesting, and this is where maybe I'm not a good listener, because Chris Young would be like, Mike, you're getting this totally wrong. He said that they would want Seager, when he's ready to return, to kind of have 2 days at short, 1 day at DH. And I didn't know if he was talking about the start of the season, as in, like, let's just say he plays Thursday night against the Cubs. Saturday, he plays shortstop again. And then Sunday, is he your DH? Was that, and maybe I'm a bad listener when Chris Young was on Bally's yesterday during the game, but I'm like, was he saying in spring training that that's the way they're going to do it in these last kind of 7 or 8 days?
Let's see if we can kind of get this, because cut 2 from Chris Young, he does talk about potential load management for Corey Seager.
Well, I think, the training staff will dictate that. Corey will dictate that too. And Corey's very open and honest with how he's feeling. I think we have to be cognizant that it's a long season, and Corey's such a vital part of our team that we want to protect him. We want to ease him in. We recognize he hasn't had a full spring training, and so I think we're going to have to find some selective off days, some days to get him off his feet at shortstop and DH him, and find ways to rest him. And so, Zeke and Josh Smith will likely see a lot of shortstop, for over the first month and probably into the season as well. And I think we, like I said, we want to keep Corey as fresh as possible and keep him on the field as much as we can. So, but again, just seeing Corey out there today, the way he was hitting and running the bases and passing all the tests, it's just amazing. This guy was, he was on an operating table, 6 weeks ago, and here he is, almost ready to go. It's really impressive.
Yeah, and that's a great cut there, because that explains a lot more than how I was trying to explain it. But he did talk about that DH thing there, but he kind of talked about maybe a 2 at short, 1 at DH.
Yeah.
Which is interesting, because then that brings in the whole thing of the 4 outfielders.
Yeah, that's another thing that makes sense.
Because you have Langford, Carter, Adolis, and Taveras. And you figure 1 will DH, 3 will play the outfield, and it will rotate a little bit. Chris Young was clear when I was there Saturday talking to him, and the media was there too. Langford's playing left field when he plays in the outfield. Leote's playing center field when he plays in the outfield. And Adolis is playing right field when he plays in the outfield. It's Evan, Carter, and Jankowski that are the guys that can play all 3 positions.
Okay.
So one of them will DH. Whether, I don't think Carter's going to DH too much. I think the DH guys will be Langford and possibly Adolis to keep him off his feet a little bit. I don't know if Leote's ever going to DH, because if I have Corey Seager now, let's just put this all together. If I have Corey Seager in the month of April DHing, let's just throw it down to a 1/4 of the games. Instead of a 1/3 of the games, let's just go once every 4 games, Corey Seager is the designated hitter. Then that means 1 out of 4 days, one of those outfielders is not in the lineup. Now, I think against lefties, I think they're probably going to give Evan Carter that day off randomly. Not all the time, but I think, okay, Evan, you're the guy out today. But when it's a righty pitching and Corey Seager is DHing, I'm wondering if you want your best lineup in offensively. Is it Leote who's out? Because we have seen Evan Carter, as this spring training has progressed, Evan Carter's getting more and more time in center field.
Okay.
So I think they're choosing that Langford's going to play left field, I'm going to guess, 2 out of 3 days. And he's going to DH the other day. I think that Langford is in your everyday lineup almost every day. Yes, everybody needs an off day every once in a while, except for Marcus Semien. But I think if there's only 1/3 of the time in left field, and that's going to be Evan Carter getting 33% of his time you don't want Evan Carter out of the lineup a whole bunch. So I'm going to assume if everybody's healthy, Evan Carter plays 33% of the time in left field. Wyatt Langford plays 66% of the time there. And then I'm going to guess about 50% of the time, Evan Carter is your center fielder. It's going to be a 50-50 split with Leote. And when Leote has the day off, I think he's going to have the day off and possibly go in for defensive reasons, later in a game. If you're like, let's put our best defense out there for the last 2 innings and make sure Leote's in center, Evan Carter's in left, and Adolis is in right, if that's the way you can do it that day. But I know we haven't even got to Josh Young.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great break, because I didn't even think about this part of it. If Seager's going to do something like that, I don't know. I can't foresee that that's an entire season thing, but I can see it being he just said ease him in kind of thing, where early in the season he gives him, just a little more rest to make sure that he's completely healed from this thing. Because, Mike, we think that this thing we saw it during the playoffs.
Yeah, he played with this last year, late in the year.
So we know he can play through it, but you don't want him to have to play through it by any means.
No, and obviously he had the surgery. It didn't get better on its own, and so it's just interesting where you're at there. Now, when it comes to Josh Young, I believe we're going to see him either today or tomorrow in the A game. Okay. So he's ready to compete here for the last approximate week of spring training. Remember, today's Tuesday. Next Thursday is opening night, so we're really close. So you have about a week's worth of games for him to get ready. Is that going to be enough time? Seager's one of those freaks like Adrian Beltre, who somehow, some way doesn't need a lot of practice to then look like the Hall of Famer that they are.
Yeah.
Josh Young, can he do that? I don't know. He's been a guy who's dealt with injuries throughout his professional career, but he has been hitting, but he's going to have about a week's worth of spring training games with his calf to prove that it's ready to go and that he is ready to see live pitching and go. But the schedule, we'll talk about that a little bit tomorrow, is so challenging in the month of April/March that you really need that potent offensive lineup to be healthy, I think, in that month of April against the good opponents you're playing.
Just wanted to point out, Mike, I know we're still kind of waiting on him, but Davis Wenzel had a pretty good minor league run last year at AAA Round Rock, where he's playing against the best. And I know results are 361 during spring, and he's got 13 hits. That's second on the team. The dude has been hitting the ball, and I'm just wondering if there is going to be a time for him this year. Like Josh Young, I don't know how healthy he's going to be, and I also don't know. I'm not familiar enough with his defensive prowess to know if Davis can play third base the same way. But I am curious about when he fits into the picture.
It's interesting. I love what you're saying, and it's just bad timing on Wenzel. Is that he's getting close to being ready for the major leagues. Same thing with Foscue, but they're on the world champs. Yeah. So if I look at this 3 years ago, I'm going to be honest. 3 years ago, Nate Lowe was somewhat your first baseman. Who was your second baseman? Was it Rugi Odor?
Maybe so. And you were going with, who was the kid that they got from Tampa Bay? Nick Solak.
He hit yesterday. He had a double yesterday. Nick Solak was in the mix. Who was your shortstop? Hadn't we moved on from Elvis? So 2021, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa.
Yes.
So Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was your shortstop and then he moved to third base. And it's in the COVID year, he won the Gold Glove at third. And then at third base was a dude trying to make the Atlanta Braves as a pitcher, Culverson.
Yeah.
Like, think about that. If Davis wins,
Nick Solak, Isaiah Kiner-Falefa, and Brock Holt.
Okay. And then you had whatever his name,
Andy Ibanez, Charlie Culberson.
Yeah, can you imagine
Donnie Hernandez?
If this was 2021, Davis Wenzel, they'd be like, yeah, he's going to be our starting third baseman. We just gave him a couple $1 million out of Baylor. He's ready to go. He's 24, 25 years old. Hey, Justin Foscue's our starting second baseman. We drafted him 14th overall and gave him $4 million. That is opportunity awaiting. We have opportunity all over the field. But now Simeon's getting paid a whole bunch of money and plays every day at second base. Josh Young was your first round pick, and he made the all-star team as a starter last year. And Corey Seager's the best shortstop in the game today.
Yeah.
So now you start looking, and you're just like, nothing's available anymore. We're sorry, guys. And that's where possible trades come into the mix in June or July. Almost happened with Dylan Cease here a week ago. So,
or you just run some specials on Rough Riders tickets and say, "Hey guys, this is a great time to go see a team they could be a championship MLB team. They just can't get there yet."
It's you know, and I know that who cares about my career, but it really stunk for me is I'm coming up in a system with Cleveland, making the playoffs every year. Sorry, we have Bartolo Colon, Jarrett Wright, Charles Nagy, Dave Burba, Dennis Martinez. You know, at one point they had Doc Gooden, Oral Hershiser, right? It's too bad. We're trying to Chuck Finley. We're trying to win a championship. There's not much room for young pitchers, except if your name's CC Sabathia, and he was phenomenal. So you look at it, and then in 2001, my last year there, they trade me to the Mets, who are still trying to get back to the championship and have Al Leiter and Steve Traxel and Pedro Astacio. All these. If I wouldn't have got traded with Roberto Alomar, at that point in 2002, the Indians, Cleveland, they go into rebuild mode. But instead of me, the people that I got traded, the people that went back to Cleveland, they got free innings because opportunity awaits you. We're rebuilding. We're trying to put together a staff. We're trying to put together a team. So sometimes, unfortunately, I understand Wenzel and Foscue are ready.
Yeah.
But there's no room on this team.
Man, there's no room in the end. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, are you appropriately paying attention to the Mavs and what the rest of the NBA is doing down this stretch? We'll discuss that next on The Fan.
They're laughing too.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and the Mavericks, Mike, this has been a weird season for you, I think, emotionally, because they have done some pretty mean things to you. As they looked at times like they didn't want to play really hard. There was the effort that we discussed yesterday. There have been moments where you're like, hey, they could be a real contender. And we see it. I think everybody sees nights, a stretch of games where you're like, they could be really, really good if. And then all of a sudden, everything kind of just falls apart for a night, and you're like, man, that's the team that I've been watching most of this season. But I am kind of curious down this stretch here, as you look towards the rest of the season, are you feeling more confident that this team will be able to push themselves to a different place than maybe they were the first half of the season?
Yes, because they have centers. Obviously, going into the year, I thought, well, Derek Lively is a developmental center. He's a guy that I'd come around. I wasn't crazy about drafting him. I was wrong on that. Like I will say, I was wrong on not being happy about Derek Lively. And so I quickly changed to, well, I get it. We need a 7-footer, and hopefully over time he can develop, and in year 2, year 3 really show signs of being a contributing player in the NBA, because he was getting compared a little bit here to Tyson Chandler. And if you looked at Tyson Chandler in Chicago when he was drafted with Eddie Curry, Tyson Chandler really couldn't play in the NBA in year 1 and played just a little bit okay in year 2. It was year 3 where he started showing the really good signs that he could be something in this NBA. And I thought, well, Derek Lively's going to be the same.
Yeah, and
or
I
similar.
think whenever Chandler finally linked up with Chris Paul too, that changed his game completely, because he could do some different stuff.
Right. And so wrong about that. Derek Lively was able to help, but then you still were playing Dwight Powell 20 to 30 minutes a game, and he's just not an NBA rotational player. And so I was like, you can't rebound, you can't play defense, you're not going to win in the playoffs. You just can't. You can't win in the playoffs if you can't rebound and you can't defend. And then they made these trades for Gafford and PJ Washington, and it immediately clicked, and it looked so good. And so then my hope went way up, and I really believed. I was like, maybe this team can get to a 4 or 5 seed. And then they lost 5 of 6 and just played uninspiring basketball again. It's just like, man, maybe these guys just don't get it. Maybe because they're a younger group, besides Kyrie, a very young group on the court, 25 and younger for most of the guys. Maybe they just don't understand the value of the regular season. But now recently they've gone back to that really nice stretch that they had pre-All-Star break, after trade, and then just barely right after the All-Star break when they beat Phoenix 123-113. So they're going to give possibly teams issues in the playoffs. How much do I believe they're going to win a playoff series and then maybe win another playoff series? I'm honest here. My opinion, if they play Denver, they're not winning. They're losing a 7-game series against Denver. I don't even think it'll be close. I think maybe the Mavs would win 1 game in that series. My opinion. That's all it is an opinion. I do think they have an opportunity to beat Minnesota. I think Minnesota's a great grinding young team with Anthony Edwards and stuff, but I think they can be had in the playoffs.
Can I ask you a question about the Denver conversation?
Yeah.
The game you saw Sunday, do you think that's the Mavs' best effort against Denver in a playoff? You think that's the best case scenario, is they squeak one out?
In a way, yes.
Maybe run away with one game that Denver's like, we don't care.
I think Kyrie hit a three-pointer late. Besides that, I know Luka had 5 three-pointers made, if I have his number right. I think the Mavericks might have made 6 three-pointers all game.
I think it was 7. It was 4 and 3. Yeah,
okay,
because nobody else made one.
Yeah, and it was, so could they shoot better in a playoff game? The Mavs could shoot better in a playoff game and just outshoot them. But I think Denver didn't play their best game, right? And it was a game on the road, a regular season game, and I know they wanted it, but I think Denver would present you with so many issues
they can
in the
adjust to a lot of
playoffs
things.
that you would be in big trouble. Caldwell Pope is a really good role player. Obviously, Jokic is the best. Murray is that kind of star player you need alongside the superstar. They know their roles very well. They're very big. They go 7'2", 6'10", 6'9" in their starting lineup. So they're going to be a big team and athletic.
I was fascinated how they adjusted with Aaron Gordon. It was a weird like who they had on him and who he was guarding throughout that game. It was fun to watch though.
That's the only team that I will tell you Mavericks are going to lose if they play a 7-game series against Denver. Now, if Denver deals with injuries, you never know what's going to happen in the playoffs. Jamal Murray gets hurt a lot. Now, so does Kyrie Irving. So if you have an injury, then that can change a series. So you never know who's going to be healthy and who's going to be hurt. But looking at the Clippers, I've seen Luka almost by himself take the Clippers to 7 games 2 years in a row. Now, they lost both of those series. Kawhi Leonard played out of his mind in 2021 to pull them out of a 3-2 deficit and win that series. Kyrie, if you were to tell me that was Michael Jordan, I'd say, yeah, that was exactly like the way Michael Jordan would play in the playoffs, the way Kyrie played Game 6 and Game 7 against the Dallas Mavericks. So I know that Kawhi, if I said Kyrie, I'm sorry, Leonard played like Jordan. So I think you can beat LA, and they deal with injuries too. They're dealing with injuries right now with Leonard and with Westbrook. I think Minnesota, I've seen Gobert play very small. Am I taking a shot here? I guess I am. I'm sorry. I'm correlating it to the Dallas Cowboys quarterback. Rudy Gobert's Defensive Player of the Year. Rudy Gobert's a multi-time All-Star. And then Rudy Gobert plays the smallest he's ever played in his life every playoff series. I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't know what happens to Rudy Gobert when the playoff games come on. He has to be benched. He struggles to stay in the game. He plays his worst basketball of the year, even being Defensive Player of the Year. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand why Dak plays his worst football of his life in the playoffs. But it does happen, so I'm going to assume, my assumption with Dak along with Rudy Gobert's, they're going to play bad in the playoffs. And if Rudy Gobert's not a good player in the playoffs and you have to bench him, that changes Minnesota quite a bit. Regular season Gobert's amazing. Playoff Gobert's horrible. Cat is dealing with an injury.
Yeah.
Anthony Edwards, he has a dislocated finger now after that unbelievable dunk. He'll probably be fine, and he's a major issue for the next decade, but I think you can beat Minnesota. Oklahoma City, I think when you're completely and totally healthy, you're as good as them. I think it'll be a battle of a 6 or 7 game battle of a series against Oklahoma City. Denver, I think, beats you in 5, at most 6. So I'm taking those top 4 teams, and I'm saying I think the Mavs can beat those teams in a series. But the Mavs could also come up very small in those series, too. I don't want to get my hope up too much on this team because I feel like they're going to let me down with coaching, with at times effort. But if their coaching is on point and their effort and focus is on point, they might be able to, if the bracket sets up right, make it to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, I think my expectation, and I don't have a destination where I'm going to be excited or happy or disappointed yet. Maybe second round. I think you should get to the second round. I really do.
And
but matchups do define that a lot.
Because it won't be fair if they play Denver in the first round.
Right,
exactly. They've got to
exactly.
make it to the second
The
round.
matchup is a definition of that. You get that, you're in trouble. And I'll get to one of those points in just a second, too. But I think the addition of Gafford and Washington is, I keep going back to this, and we discussed this at length. It's when you add Brendan Haywood and Caron Butler, those dudes will not they won't not give effort. They're not there just to show up. Luka's a gamer. Now it's on the line. Luka loves when you say, I bet you $20 you can't do that. All right, let's go. I'll show you that I can. He wants that kind of environment. Kyrie knows that type of environment, even further and beyond. So I think you have a right combination there. If it was, hey, we're leaning on Timmy for this, I got some concerns. But because you have Gafford and Washington who want to be here for this type of this type of scenario, that's why whenever you get to the playoffs, the effort is, I don't think, going to be anything I'll question. The rest of the season, I do have some questions because, hey, how much is on the line? Now, hearing Jason Kidd say, look, man, the physicality showed up a little early this year, and I like it. I think we're prepared for that. He said, usually around this time, you still got about a week or two before the physical part of, hey, we played 140-point games throughout the season, but now let's put the clamps on. It sounds like Jason Kidd expected it to be a little later, but it's already here. He's excited about that because he thinks he has the dogs to do it, and that's something that I'm excited about too. On The Athletic, they had a little conversation, a little Q&A with some writers, and said, what specific playoff race do you consider to be the most interesting playoff race, and why? And William Gilroy started off, and he was like, the Pelicans, it looks as if the Pelicans are starting to separate themselves from the pack and gaining a firm grasp of number 5. If there's anything, they're starting to put some pressure on the Clippers for number 4. But then immediately he goes, but below that is Sacramento, Phoenix, and Dallas. That's the one right there that's the most important, because you could be in a play-in, or you could be in a totally completely different situation there. And that's where I guess those 3 teams are the ones you have to focus on. That's the most exciting for me. All the guys up at the top, they're gonna rest, they're gonna have their places, but the ones here at the bottom where the Mavericks are, that's where I'm focused in at right now. Is that it for you? Because Mike, you always say, don't just watch your team, watch the league. You say watch the NBA. Is there something as interesting in the NBA playoff race as we get down this stretch here as those 3 teams?
I think the Western Conference is by far more intriguing, because I do think LA and Golden State are going to have a tough time getting into the real playoffs. But we saw LA last year, right? Playoff LeBron, Anthony Davis, if they're both completely healthy and ready to go, they could upset a team, especially, LeBron's been through, 100 playoff series.
Yes. Wow, that's a good question.
And so you go to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, stud player, going to make first team All-NBA this year, going to get votes for MVP. But I don't know if I know they're ready to handle what the playoffs are going to bring. They're that young and upcoming team. I look at them a little bit. They're different, but I look at them as kind of the 2001 Dallas Mavericks. You had Dirk and Nash and Finley, and none of them, Finley might have been in for a second, but none of them had been in the playoffs, and Finley maybe with Phoenix in his early career.
I don't remember
but
if
like,
he did or not.
But Steve Nash sat the bench in Phoenix, so when they made the playoffs, it was Jason Kidd and Sam Cassell as the guards. He was watching those guys play basketball, and Kevin Johnson. So I just look at that and go, man, this is going to be intriguing, because if New Orleans, Sacramento, Dallas, and let's just say Phoenix, those are your bottom 4 teams. Let's just say they make the real playoffs. Those aren't easy matchups for other teams. I maybe need to respect New Orleans a little bit more for some reason. I just don't respect
Maybe they're
them.
trying hard right now and nobody else really was doing what they were doing. Maybe so, or maybe they'll come up and show you.
I wonder if you had a poll and it was like, hey, I want Oklahoma City general manager, Minnesota, Denver, and Clippers general manager. Vote on the bottom 6 teams, including LA and Golden State. Which team would you rather not face in the first round? And what team if you put it in order, then we'd get a good idea on who do you want to face in the playoffs. Obviously, you'd love to face the San Antonio Spurs. That ain't happening. So is it, out of those teams, is it Sacramento you want to face the most because they play at just a very fast pace, but they're probably, as I would think today, the least defensive team out of all the teams that are in that bottom 6? Are they the worst defensive team? Because I think Dallas has the ability to be an average to maybe a hair above average defensive team.
Yes.
Sacramento, I don't think they want to play at such a fast pace, which is a fun thing to watch. But I don't know if they're a team that when you play them in the playoffs, you get scared of, because they don't seem to want to really lock down.
No, they want
as a team. They want to sprint. They want the game to be a sprint. And in the playoffs, the game usually isn't a sprinting game. There's moments where it gets into that sprint, but the majority of a playoff game is going to be a little bit more of a slower paced game. And I don't think Sacramento is good at that type of game. The other one real quick would be, it's going to be later in the playoffs, is Boston and Milwaukee.
Okay.
I think Boston's better.
Yeah.
But the Eastern Conference, I don't think Cleveland can make a run. I don't think New York can make a run. Philadelphia, I don't think can make a run. But I'm like, I feel like that's a two-team race, where in the West, I think Denver's better than everybody, but I don't know how to separate 2 through 10. The records separate them, but I can't tell you Oklahoma City's really a whole bunch better than Golden State.
Yeah, especially as they've all been beating up on each other throughout the season. By the way, 282 games in the playoffs for LeBron, 53 playoff series.
So I was way
you're about
off.
halfway. No, you were about half. I don't think a lot of people would have gotten that close. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Does Houston now look at the other lefty on the market next?
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Alec, for that. I just read you're caffeine free. Is that what's happening here?
Just for a day.
Just for one day?
Yeah. I like to step away from it sometimes because I drink a lot of caffeine. So,
like, how do you intake caffeine? Red Bulls?
No, I stay away from like sugary energy drinks. So I'll go like Prime Energy, Bang Energy, any of those that have no sugar, Zoa, the Rocks brand, and then coffee in the morning.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I had a couple cups this morning, and I'm not quite there. I need another one, I guess. That's what's going on right now. But right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bass.
All right, I'm going to get to Blake Snell and Jordan Montgomery in a moment. I'm going to say this as we are now less than 10 days away from opening day. The tickets for opening day are pretty much sold out. Obviously, if you signed up to be a Rangers insider, they're doing a lottery where there's 1,000 tickets that are going to be available, where it's like a lottery drawing. So 10%, I'm just throwing out a number, approximately 10% of you that are Rangers insiders will get an email. I don't know if you've already gotten it or not, but you'll get an email that says, hey, guess what? You won the lottery. You can choose to pay for 2 tickets, face value, to opening night against the Chicago Cubs. But I was looking at the Rangers website, and if you think this year, I just want to be clear here, because we are the world champs. If you think the way that you've done Ranger tickets in your life is, hey, on April 26th, 27th, and 28th, I think this is a really cool series. Cincinnati Reds are coming to town. They will now come in every other year. Ellie De La Cruz, as long as he's healthy, will be there. That's a really cool 6'7", guy to watch, and a new phenom in the league. Yeah. If you think you're going to wait till Wednesday or Thursday and see what your weekend looks like and then say, I'm going to buy tickets, it's going to be too bad. I was just looking at the Oakland A's series that's early on in the year. Oakland on a random weekday in April. Good luck. Good luck finding.
It's the A's,
right?
Mike. Nobody cares about that.
So I just want to tell you right now, if you're listening, please keep listening. But you do need to go look at the Rangers schedule, and you need to pick out, if you're a single game ticket person and you don't want to buy a 20-game package, or you're not buying a half season, which obviously those are cool too. I'm not telling you, because you can go to the All-Star game possibly with season tickets. You can get preferred playoff ticket situation if you're a somewhat season ticket holder. Full season ticket holder, obviously you can get every game. If you're a partial season ticket holder, you get options to buy playoff tickets if the Rangers make the playoffs this year. But if you're thinking, I've done it a certain way my whole life at Arlington Stadium, the ballpark in Arlington, and I'm going to do it this year because my world champs are here and I'm going to go to like 7 or 8 games. I just haven't decided. You need to decide. And to be honest, if you decide too early, you're going to be able to sell them at face value or more. So just so you know, I'm not trying to tell you to go out on the marketplace right now, buy tickets, and then sell them later. But you're probably not going to have an issue selling Ranger tickets this year if you buy them and then something comes up on a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday and you can't go to the game. I think you're going to be able to resell them for a profit. So I'm just telling you.
Because it's a championship team.
And I'm looking at, I just was wanting to click on where tickets are available for just random games. Guess what? The Chicago series, you're screwed. Unless you want to pay secondary market prices, and you can, but you're not getting face value tickets to Thursday, Saturday, or Sunday. You're just not. And it's the Chicago Cubs, too. There's plenty of Chicago Cubs fans that live here, too. They decided Chicago's not a very good place to live and decided to move to a much better place to live. But they're still a Cubs fan. So I just want to tell you, go to the Rangers website, go to whatever, Ticketmaster, wherever you go to buy your tickets. And I would say, if you see a series that you might want to do and go to, whether it's May or June or July, I would tell you right now, if you're a single game ticket person, go ahead and start purchasing those now and know that if something pops up, you can sell them and you're not going to lose your money on them.
Okay. All right. I'm in on that.
Now with 5 minutes left, Blake Snell signed with the San Francisco Giants. We talked about that to start the show. The Houston Astros were a finalist, it sounded like, with San Francisco for this. Luckily, he signed with San Francisco. My worry is Scott Boras is the same agent for both guys. Doesn't Scott Boras call up Houston now and say, hey, Blake wanted San Francisco. I'm assuming San Francisco offered more money on a 2-year deal. Montgomery's still available. I know Montgomery can help you, and I'm sure Scott Boras would sell it on. Can you believe what Ranger fans would think and what Houston fans would think if you stole away Jordan Montgomery from the Texas Rangers and signed him to the Houston Astros?
Did you see what Jim Bowden said?
No.
Jim Bowden has, at the moment, and I don't mean to blow this up on you, but I don't like Jim Bowden anyway. He said that the Astros are not pivoting to Jordan Montgomery at the moment. But Mike, I'm totally in on this mindset of I don't want them even thinking about it or having the opportunity or chance to do that.
Now, after a 2-year contract from the Cy Young Award winner, I know that there was rumors that Jordan Montgomery wanted a 7-year deal in the offseason.
That's not happening.
And he's not getting 7 or 6.
Yeah.
I would put a lot of money on he's not getting a 6 or 7-year deal. 5-year deal, I don't think he is, but that still might be possible as long as his number's low. If he wants to do, to me, if he wanted to do 5 years at $20 million a year, I think that's doable for teams. I'm not saying it's doable for the Rangers,
because the number's not going up later.
Because the number's low, right? That would be $12 million less per year, or sorry, $11 million less per year than Blake Snell, but over a longer term. So I look at this and I just wonder. I don't think the Rangers are in on Montgomery. I wish they were, but they're not. I wonder, now that Snell's off the market, if there is a conversation at all. I'm just throwing it out, wondering if Chris Young and ownership are having any type of meeting, Ray Davis being the leader of the ownership, saying, hey, it was a 2-year deal. If Montgomery, who has the same agent as Boras, is now down to a 2-year deal, would 2 for $50 break the bank here and ruin us for 2024 and 2025? I don't know the answer. I'm not the owner of the team, and I'm not the general manager of the team. Maybe that's a definite no-go. But I just wonder, a 2-year, $50 million deal. This team can win the World Series this year. The Rangers can do it. I think they can do it the next year, too. If you look at the position players, they're losing nobody. They're not losing a position player after this year is over. They have nobody who's a free agent on their team. Literally nobody that's a position player. So your position players are stacked and loaded. Do we have the pitching? The question is, do you have the pitching to win the championship?
You never have enough.
And so if I added Montgomery, where does that elevate a percentage-wise? Am I 5% better? Am I 15% better for 2024 and 25? I don't know. I know financially right now it doesn't make sense for the Rangers. They're already a top 6, I think, spending franchise. I think they're number 6 in salary this year.
What makes sense to me, though, Mike, is if you are saying you want to win it this year, and I know midseason is another time to reevaluate yourself, but you got to get to midseason. And that's where I would say Montgomery helps the most. Now, is that I was always on this mindset of 1 year, $30 million. It's a big number. Take that, man, if you're Jordan Montgomery, and then try and get another one the next season. So I'm still in that place. I know 2 years is an interesting number. But, man, if you're the Rangers, is $30 million worth growing the first half? You have a pitcher that's motivated. He doesn't want to just have this is a one-off thing. So he's going to be motivated for that first half before you get your other pitchers back. I'd be in on something.
Yeah,
like
it's going to be interesting because look, Cody Bradford, it's spring training, but Cody Bradford Saturday battled but didn't pitch great. Yesterday I watched Adrian Sampson. Now he's not going to be in the rotation unless there's an injury. They've made it clear they know who their 5 guys are, the 3 righties and 2 lefties. You know who they are. So Sampson is now competing for a long relief spot, possibly in the pen. But he did start yesterday, and they're still building him up as a starter just in case an injury happens. And Sampson struggled yesterday against Seattle. He had 3 runs in the first, and I think it was the 4th inning that he couldn't get out of, and they had to take him out of the game. So you know that your depth with your rotation through injuries, to your point, the first 2 months is going to possibly not be as strong as you want it to be. You do have Max Scherzer coming back at the end of May, early June. That is the prognostication.
Prognostication.
That's what
people are thinking.
Yeah, that's what they're hoping on Max Scherzer. But until that day comes, you have about 60 games where your depth, I'm assuming, is Adrian Sampson and Jack Leiter. That's the 2 guys I think you would use if you have injuries. Yeah. That's my thought. I don't know if that's right or not. Maybe Urena, but I'm not sure.
I'm liking what he's doing this spring.
Yeah.
I will say that the Cowboys would tell you that bringing Montgomery back would be a progress stopper. It's a jacklighter and so forth, just like having Tyron Smith around.
I just really hope Jim Bowden is right, but I would hate to see the Houston Astros in the next 48 hours work out a deal with Montgomery because they didn't get Snell and they know that they need another starting pitcher.
I absolutely would hate that as well. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, listening to LeBron and JJ Redick talk. Do you like what you hear? And also, who is your favorite person to listen to that is a former athlete because they break down sports so well? Next on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
I love seeing this already on the fan text, on the Twitch, YouTube. YouTube's having their own discussion right now, so we'll let them dabble in their Patrick Mahomes discussion, and they're also wrong about the ratings. I just wanted to let them know that. The question is, which former athlete do you love to listen to because of the way they talk about sports? And this spurns off of the LeBron James JJ Redick podcast. I think JJ Redick does a really good job with this podcast. His interviews are good. He keeps it focused on basketball a lot, which I think he's like, this is what I'm interested in. I hope people are interested in this stuff with me. On this show, I think we have a really good balance of things that we're interested in. We have the ability to ask Mike and like directly correlate a lot of what Mike has experienced in baseball to other sports. And I like seeing that a lot of people are texting in and they're like, look, it's Mike.
Oh, wow, really?
The Twitch is saying Broadus and Mike, obviously. And I love seeing that because I really do. When I was listening, Mike, when you were with G-Bag, I always enjoyed hearing you talk baseball. It did sound like nobody else in the room wanted to talk baseball with you. But I was like, okay, but that Mike fills a room with content. Like, that's one of the things is you fill a segment on your own. But I love being able to ask you little questions as we go along through the conversation because you open my eyes up to stuff. Baseball was my game growing up.
Yeah.
So I really do. I know because so many people this season during the parade, whatever, walked up and said, Mike, you taught me so much this year. Or Mike, they would tell me that. And I was like, I know, I really enjoy it. And people will be like, oh, what was his career though? Man, you can teach though, and you can talk about the game. And I really enjoy listening to you. So that's where I was listening to this podcast yesterday. And
by the way, thank you so much for the compliments. Cause obviously I feel like there's this, in my rating level, it's either really high or really low. There's a big gap in the middle as there's people who are like, I really like Mike. I love him. He's great. And then there's like, I really hate Mike. He's the worst and wish I could never had to hear of him again. I feel like that's my kind of response from what I do on the air. And I'm not trying to do that, but it feels like that's what I get. But last night, I got to talk real quick to a lot of Texas Ranger fans last night at the ballpark, and there's a lot of Tolos out there who love listening to us talk baseball. So it's really fun to get to talk to more people who listen to the show.
Yeah, I was talking with our friend George Teague over the weekend too, and I brought up what Broadus did. Broadus, Draft 101 was a big deal, and that place downstairs packed up every time we did Draft 101 because Broadus does a great job talking football. He's fantastic at it. He knows the game so well, and he knows what people are looking for. So I was listening to this. This is just about a 2-minute clip. We're not going to play the whole 2 minutes of it. But this is a conversation between JJ Redick and LeBron James on their new podcast. And the new podcast is going to be named something. Don't worry about that so much right now. But it's they have a podcast planned and they're working on it together, and it's going to be about basketball. Mind the Game is what it's called, and it's going to have no corporate sponsors. And it's going to have LeBron and Redick, and I think this is very interesting. Here's a little sample of what these two guys are doing.
There's a lot of other things I would do in basketball too. Like it's a couple other coverages I would do. The pick the picker, BOB. Not bombs over Baghdad, but baseline out of bounds.
Yeah. America's play.
Yeah, America's play. Yeah. You have the guard. You have the best shooter sitting in the middle of the lane.
Yep.
You have the biggest wing sitting at the top.
Yep.
5 is on the strong side. You have the point guard taking it out.
Yeah. And then the weak side corner.
In the weak side corner.
Yeah.
It's not many times that the guy, the wing that's coming down the middle gets that pass. Because in theory, if you're guarding the ball, 1,000, 2,000, take away the basket, and then jump out, right? To take away the shot. The guy that's guarding the ball, when he says 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, why doesn't he just take the guard that's coming out for the pick-the-picker, and the guard that's guarding the pick-the-picker guy just falls right to the guy that's taking the ball out? You go 1,000, 2,000, JJ Redick is flying off left, right, where you know he's dangerous. He can shoot straight up and down if he wants to, or he's going to fade if he wants to as well, maybe kick you.
It's my natural shooting motion. It's my natural shooting motion.
I'm guarding the ball. I just take JJ, and the guard who was chasing you just falls right to the guy that's taking the ball out. That's one. That's not. We could talk about that.
So no. So what's interesting about that? I like that. I'll tell you why. Because like someone who ran that play, right? So whether I slipped or set the screen, I'm coming off. A lot of teams after 2-1000 would send the guy guarding the takeout guy. They'd send him to me.
Yeah.
The problem is my guy's still chasing me. So what happens? I get the ball. I don't have a shot because now I got two guys at me. It's a quick pass back to the inbounder. He gets a layup.
So don't chase you.
That's what I'm saying.
So right there, that was just a small sample of two guys that I think JJ Redick's fantastic at talking about the game. And LeBron James might be one of the smartest basketball players to ever touch a basketball. I mean, he really is. People can say whatever they want about his off-court ventures. They can say whatever they want about the decision, how he's made his way through the NBA, and how he's even changed the NBA. But on the court, the dude's IQ is near Jason Kidd level. Like, it really is. Probably even more so. I bet he could probably coach a game better too, because the way he knows when timeouts need to be called and things like that. So that was just a small example of like that conversation between two really smart guys. Like, they were breaking down America's play. I didn't even know America's play was a thing. They're talking about a specific play that they just broke down and just told me, who I've been paying attention to basketball since I was 15. I didn't know America's play was a name of a play. Just like you've said things that I've been like, oh, I didn't know that before. And so I'm very curious on, like, do you have that kind of respect for him? And who are the other people that are former athletes that you listen to that you're like, man, I really love listening to them? Because for me, I love hearing Kevin Garnett tell stories. When he goes on with all the smoke or whoever he hops on with, Kevin Garnett tells you stuff about the trash talk he had with Tim Duncan while he was on the court. And those are the stories, and he's telling it just like he's still on the court. So the F-bombs are flying. It's real. It's raw. Kevin Garnett, I don't know if he knows anything that isn't like, this is how everything is. It's really fun to listen to him talk. And from the 205, I didn't understand one bit of what they were talking about. Yeah. And
I would want to see it visually, what they were saying.
And on this video podcast too, I mean, we do have the video element. That is one thing. Our station does a really good job of making sure you have the video element to go along with things. There's JJ Redick drawing down plays as it's going on, and they're sipping wine together and all that stuff. But they're talking basketball. They're just talking hoop because that's where their brains are. That's what their mind's all about.
I do like, maybe not that specific of a breakdown, when Tim Legler comes on ESPN, especially during playoff time. I think he does a great job of breaking down with is it Van Pelt?
Yes.
Like, he usually has Tim Legler on after playoff games, and they kind of have a 5 to 10 minute conversation. I think Legler does a really good job.
I think he has a really good foundation of what he expects basketball to look like and what he sees, and he is in tune with a lot of what's going on. I like Legler.
And it's weird because I know I'm not saying anything bad about LeBron here, in that I think he'd probably be a horrible coach, like most great point guards are. They struggle that. Why can't you see it that way? Why can't you pass the ball in this situation? I just drew it all up. I just said pick the picker and pass to the inbounds guy. Like, he's going to be wide open. Well, you know, sometimes, like, I don't see the game as easy as you see the game. You know, you're working off these just in your brain, these natural reactions that are happening that you can see it happen before it happens. Unfortunately, for 99% of NBA basketball players, they cannot see the game the way LeBron or Luka or Jason Kidd saw the game with the ball in their hands or while they were on the court. So it frustrates them, I think, as a coach, that they're like, how do you not see this and just easily execute this? So I think LeBron would be very frustrated as a coach, the way that most great point guards have become as head coaches. They're very bad at it because they can't figure out how they can't see what they're seeing when they were on the court. In baseball, I know this isn't a popular thing. I do love listening to John Smoltz in the playoffs. I get he took a perspective of the other team. He took the perspective of Baltimore, the perspective of Houston, the perspective of Arizona. But he is also giving you great perspective. It was just a perspective of the pitcher on Arizona or the hitter at the time of, let's say, Houston. So I do love listening to him. I'm drawing a blank on maybe some other guys that I watch on MLB Network.
What about Shaq and Barkley? They're entertaining.
Yeah,
but do you really? I feel like Kenny Smith gives you the real things,
Yeah.
like better breakdowns of things.
Charles and Shaq are more having fun and enjoying themselves, and
they
it's
were
very
also
entertaining. But how much are they really breaking down things?
Yeah.
Not much.
Their game was a lot on their physical skill. Shaq was like, I can back you down and get two every time. I'm probably gonna get a free throw. Whether or not I make it, that's up to the gods. But when it came to Barkley, he was a very physical player too. I don't know how much knowledge of the game, other than you hear them talk. What I like to listen to Barkley talk about is stuff about the motion, the effort, those things, because you can really tell that the teams by watching their body language. I think that's what he does very well, but I think Kenny does a better job at that.
On that show, I've come to realize when Ernie Johnson is out, it's a debacle. Ernie Johnson is the one who has that in perfect sync, that he knows how. Somehow Ernie has that brain where he knows how to let these guys go off the rails and have a lot of fun, but then knows how to enjoy it with them, but also bring it back to where it needs to be brought back to. And when Ernie isn't there, I'm sorry, I don't know the other guy who fills in for him. He does
it's just
not.
Different.
Yeah, it's just different. And maybe it's just working with guys year after year, show after show, that Ernie just knows exactly how to let Charles and Shaq do their thing, while then also making sure it's an entertaining show with information on there. But
I thought Jeter during the playoff run was good. I was like, man, he's actually giving me something on this show, as opposed to A-Rod and Poppy.
Think about A-Rod and Poppy, and nothing. A-Rod, I know, is a small owner of the Minnesota Timberwolves, but A-Rod and Poppy, when their career were over, it was, especially for Poppy, it was party time. Jeter went on to be the president of the Miami Marlins. Now, did he do a great job there? I would argue that no, he didn't do a great job there. But he stayed within the game. Derek Jeter knows the players of today because he had them on his Miami Marlins team and then was watching the guys play against his Miami Marlins team to try to make the best educated decision on if they should trade somebody, who they should get, what prospects were available. So he has knowledge. Jeter has knowledge of today's guys, also of what teams are possibly looking for. Inside the numbers, what are they looking for in baseball? Whether it is your hard hit percentage. Well, that doesn't mean that you're going to have a good batting average or a bad batting average. It can sometimes skew. Usually, the harder you hit the ball, the better results you're going to get. But then you have to look at that number and go, hey, his 245 batting average should have been 275 with his hard hit percentage, stuff like that. A-Rod and Big Poppy are we don't get,
thinking on that
we
level.
could care less. Let's just party like everybody wants to be Shaq and Charles, but you have to have an Ernie Johnson to lead Shaq and Charles.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Maybe people are saying we're Shaq and Charles. And we have to have Kevin lead our Shaq and Charles.
But somebody said, so hold on, you're saying that Ernie is what Kevin needs to strive to be. I saw text early in the show. Everybody was like, oh, are these two going to be able to make it today without Kevin? Yes, of course. We'll be able to keep things on the rails.
We have to put on our serious face and stay more on track. We like just being off track and
focused.
let Kevin get us back on track. But football-wise, because I know how much you love football, I used to love it a lot more. Who do you love?
I think Kurt Warner's fantastic. I really enjoy listening to Kurt Warner talk football. When he talks about the quarterback position specifically, Julian Edelman is pretty interesting to listen to as well. I
watched his football life while I was on the plane a little bit or in Arizona. Man, his dad was tough on him.
Yeah, and that's why he played for Tom the way that he did.
Don't sniffle.
Somebody said Luke Kuechly. I'm very interested to hear more from Luke Kuechly as we go along. We didn't get a chance to talk to him at the Super Bowl, so hope maybe so. Brian Baldinger. Ryan Clark does a really good job.
I used to love when Darren Woodson was on ESPN.
Woody's
I know he's
fantastic.
retired, I think, from that, but he was really good at it.
Kevin Millar, people are throwing out there. Joe Morgan in baseball.
Millar's fun, yeah.
And somebody said Thierry Henry, and I think that's interesting because of the way he talks soccer, and they said it's next level, and I love hearing the next level thinkers. We saw Henry out at the Super Bowl. A massive crowd, I think it was last day, walking up with him, and Dawson pops up, and he's like, oh my gosh. And somebody walks up, and I knew who it was, and this guy, they said, who is it? And I was like, oh, he's some soccer player. And the guy goes, oh, it's football, and it's Thierry Henry. And I was like, I know. This is why nobody likes soccer, because y'all are a bunch of snobs. Anyway, that's a different story for a different time. Nasty Nate, Mike.
Okay, before you tease, I would love to listen more to Jamal Mashburn talk basketball.
Yeah, he was great, dude. He was a lot of fun to talk to yesterday. And this is not the tease for the next segment, but Nasty Nate is going to be your opening day starter. So Nate Evaldi getting the ball
believe it.
for opening. What do you mean? You thought it was going to be DeGrom?
No.
All right, coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM. Where we head now?
We got the question of the day. Plus, don't pick this team in your bracket. They are cursed. That's next on the Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up in about 20 minutes, we will have Gridiron Gravy. We'll discuss Tyron Smith at length there. But right now, it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Don't you dare touch that dial. Don't you dare do it, because it is time for AM on the FM. When Kevin's not here, we cause chaos. That's what we do around here. The truckwreck.com text line is 877-881-1053. To answer today's question of the day, as well as Twitch and YouTube, you can answer there. And this is based on a story that I came across over the weekend. The question is, if you could not have to pay for one thing the rest of your life, what would you want that to be? 877-881-1053. You get this one thing for free the rest of your life, every time you need it.
Oh, man. What's something that I gas?
Strong answer.
I think gas because you have to get gas so much. Mortgage payment. Yeah, a mortgage payment. That's it. Because that's the most of my money. The most of my money comes, and I need to change that. By the way, if you know anybody that has a mortgage company, let's talk about that. That's where most of my paycheck goes, is to pay off the house right now. So I think I will go with that. But there are a lot of other answers that I'd love, like,
I mean, for the rest of your life, that's a good answer. Gas is a good answer. Food?
Yeah, food,
if you never had
groceries.
to pay for groceries anymore, or going out to dinner?
Yeah.
I mean, going out to dinner now is just insane how much it costs to eat now.
I think I did.
And I get why they have to charge the now, I don't know, 20 to 30% more than what food cost 3 years ago.
Yeah,
but
they have to. They have to raise the prices too in order to make their bank. I do think I kind of screwed everything up with the whole mortgage thing here, because Mike, you probably could have brought up, well, that's not for the rest of your life.
You hope not,
unless I keep buying houses.
See?
So if I keep buying houses and I never have to pay a mortgage, then Mike, I'm using all that money from all the houses that I buy and sell. I'm using all of that money and flipping it around to buy groceries. So I think the mortgage idea is the way to go. Rent, if you will.
Yeah.
Some people have rent.
See, if you go the mortgage route, though, then you could just have multiple houses.
Yes.
And then you could be like, oh, silly me. I went to my Thursday house. Today's Tuesday.
Yes.
You know, you could totally afford to do that, and your commute to work would be so stupid, but it would be so worth it.
Dude.
Get a change of scenery every day.
I'd buy a house right next door to the station so that my commute to work would be great. Somebody said tolls. They're killing me right now. And we drive on, because we're right next to George Bush, we drive on toll road a lot in order to get out to the airport and stuff like that. We're always on the toll road.
Let's see, from the 214 Texas Rangers tickets. Let's see.
That'd be dope.
That would be awesome.
To not have to ever pay for tickets to go see your favorite team. I would totally be in on that.
Lots of, from the 469, seeing a lot of this elsewhere. Lots of taxes. Lots of mortgage and rent as well. See, food or golf from the 817. Golf does get real expensive, man.
Yeah, what's the most expensive course you've ever played on? Do you know?
I'm not 100% sure, but when we're about to go to Austin this weekend, really quick to see our daughter, and my wife gets me around in that hill country area. It's at a resort. It's really nice. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting what it is, but it's a really.
It's not Rough
nice.
Creek, is it?
I don't think so. I can
Lost Pines.
But,
okay,
but it's probably like $200.
Okay, so that's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
for around there. I feel like because I played Keaton a lot. Like I'm a local guy with not a lot of money, and I played Tennyson a few times. So the Tennyson, the Highlands, is that the expensive course?
I play with Derek Holland some.
At the Four Seasons?
Yeah.
That's an expensive course. Don't you have to be a member or something to get there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Thank you, Derek.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, Derek, I'd like to come play some golf with you sometime.
See, I played golf a lot growing up, and I was a local guy too, didn't have a lot of money growing up either, so I think the most expensive place I played was at Lake Whitney. I played that course out there. and it was awesome. Enjoyed every second of it, but that was one of those we had to get Grandpa to go with us because we're like, yeah, we're not paying for that kind of thing. So,
yes.
Yeah, that was a very rare trip. I think I played it twice and enjoyed every second of it. Let's see, 214, OnlyFans. Okay. Let's see, groceries from the 817. Health insurance from the 940.
Health insurance is expensive.
It is very expensive. That is a great call there. Lots of health care throughout the text as well. And I did see from the Twitch, we have Swaggy Booty saying taxes, gas, or food from Twillo Justin. The reason I asked this question, Corey, you actually hit the nail on the head. The headline reads, woman arrested for using pump glitch to score over $27,000 in free gas.
A pump glitch?
Yes.
I need to know about this pump glitch.
I've never heard of what this is.
So Don Thompson was arrested in Lincoln, Nebraska for allegedly taking an estimated 7,413 gallons of gas from a pump and pantry station over a 6-month period without paying a single dime.
Because she was double swiping her rewards card? Is that what she was doing?
Mm-hmm. According to police, she used the gas pump over 500 times to get $27,860.27 worth of gas. And she did it by, as you mentioned, she had a rewards card, and after a software update to the pumps in November of 2022, swiping your card twice would put the pump into demo mode, which means everything was $0.
What?
Yeah.
I'm reading this right now. It's okay. That's a lot. It cost them 28 grand.
Yeah. That's a lot of gas.
How do you know about something like this? You must stumble into something like this, right?
Yeah.
And then it's on you for honor code if you ever get caught.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're like, I just accidentally did it one day, and then
I bet you it was
started doing it again and again and again and again.
It's an addiction. I bet it was one of those situations where she swiped it once and it was a little slow. She's like, let me swipe it again. And then everything just zeroed out and she goes, oh, I think I found out something.
Yeah, a lot of people on the Twitch are like, that's on the store. That's on the software company. That's not on her.
It really is.
The first time it's on them. The second time and third time and every time after that, that's got to be on you. You're making the bad decision there of doing something that's dishonest and getting in trouble for that. Right?
Yeah, she got caught because she later sold the card to someone else. And that card, or that person rather, using the card got caught, and then they tracked down the whole sequence of events. And they ended up fixing that software update on June 1st of 2023, so don't go trying that anymore. It does not work. It does not work. But honestly, tip of the cap, because like you said, it had to be a total accident. There's no way she was researching this.
Or maybe she worked for the software company.
She did.
And she coded it in, and she was like,
that would be crazy. That would be the coolest turn of events ever. I would love that. Speaking of crazy things, this is a crazy stray across like 3 lanes of traffic by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. This was on Friday Night SmackDown last Friday on Fox. They were in Memphis, Tennessee. That's very important to this piece of audio I'm going to play, because The Rock brought back his infamous rock concert that he does pretty much once a year.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
And he will bring out a guitar or a band. This time he actually brought out a real band, and they played the music for him, and he had sheet music and everything that he was singing off of. And it was a diss to his WrestleMania opponents, Cody Rhodes and Seth Rollins. So at the beginning of this, he talks a little bit about Seth Rollins, but they're in Memphis, so he had to make a joke here at the end.
But you're not alone going to WrestleMania. You got a tag team partner. That living embodiment of cringe, Seth Rollins. Got a little song for him, too. Cackling and dancing is all that you do. No wonder that your wife's more popular than you. You're so damn desperate to make them all cheer, but The Rock is gonna take that title, disappear. You're simply an embarrassment, son. Just like John Morant when he's waving a gun. I love you, John.
All because they're in Memphis, he had to take a swipe at John Morant. And when he says that on the Titantron, they put up a picture of John Morant dancing in a club. It was awesome. Totally uncalled for, but awesome.
I randomly was on Friday night is it SmackDown? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. And he was on there and he was talking with his vest on or whatever. Man, when The Rock does have the mic, it is special.
He knows what he's doing, dude.
And he wasn't singing like that, but I was just like, God, he is good on this microphone.
Yeah. And you always talk about like when it comes to wrestling, you got to have one or the other, and if you have both, you're the star. You're a superstar. That's what you're going to become. If you have the ability to talk and have the moves, you're going to be a superstar, and that's what Rock is.
Yeah, and he, as Mike mentioned, he actually cut a real promo after without the music, and he made a Moana reference, which people make jokes about that at him. I never thought he would use it to his own advantage, but he dropped a "what can I say except you're welcome" reference there, and it was awesome. And the last thing I got for you guys, I said don't pick this team in your brackets. Just don't. They're cursed. It's the Houston Cougars.
What?
They are cursed.
I've been thinking about picking the Aggies in round 2.
I got Houston losing in the Final Four.
So their defense is phenomenal. I've got to watch them play now, like 3 out of their last 4 games. Their offense is just not very good.
They have a very slow pace, too, for that purpose.
The thing that I worry about with Houston, because they do have a chance to represent the state of Texas and win the national championship, is there's going to be a game where they allow a team to hang around because they can't score.
Yeah. No, you're right about that.
And so all of a sudden, if a dude hits a 3, and then they get a turnover and they make another quick bucket, it takes Houston about 3 minutes to score 5 points.
Yeah.
And there might not be enough time. And so that's the one thing about Houston. I think they're great. Their defense is probably the best in the country, but they can't score.
Yeah, and they're hopeful that their defense can keep them in games so that they can keep it a low scoring game. But you're saying they're cursed.
They're cursed, and I never bet
against
against...
Phi Slamma Jamma. Help me out here.
We'll get there. I never bet against a Kelvin Sampson basketball team. I just don't. It's hard for me to do that because he's so good at what he does. But they are now cursed because of Houston's newest resident, Drake. Drake now lives in Houston, and he attended the Cougars Selection Sunday party in which they presented him with a custom jersey and everything, and now he is like an honorary fan, if you will. But remember, he's a diehard Kentucky fan.
That's right.
So people think he might be using his own curse to his advantage
to try and get it,
hanging out with the Houston Cougars on Selection Sunday to make sure that they don't go any further because of his Kentucky fandom.
Okay, and they're where they are in the bracket. That is phenomenal work, Alec Medford. You can hear him all over this radio station. I was going to say on weekends.
My hammy cramped too during that segment, and I was able to fight through it.
Look at that. Mike did that just for you, Alec.
I appreciate that, Mike. Thank you.
Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy and who are going to be the stars of Receiver next on The Fan.
All right, guys, let's talk about...
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Twolo Vader on the Twitch just said, meeting finally over. Now where is Kevin? Did his rant send him back to rehab? Somebody said he's on vacation today and tomorrow. And then Twolo Vader put in parentheses, vacation, or in quotes, if you will. So, yeah, Kevin is out. Maybe he's on a bender. Nobody knows. But we'll find out more information as we go along. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
I don't do anything
anymore. I know you don't.
Cowboy fans get so upset. I'm gonna relinquish myself and just say, Cowboy fans, you win. They're the best.
Last weekend, it was reported that Tyron Smith's new contract with the Jets paid out at $6.5 million with another $13.5 million in upside. The bulk of upside is tied to playing time. Albert Breer this morning said Smith can earn another $12 million in 2024 through a two-tiered playing time incentive. Now, this is a lot of work. The first pays $758,000 for 38%, et cetera, et cetera. I think he played somewhere around 71%, if I heard Bobby correctly this morning. And around there, it would be around $5.75 million. At 74%, he gets $1.25 million. So if he has at least 98% of the snaps this year, he'll make $18 million. He played about 70% of the snaps. The number would put him more in the range of about $12 million. And that's where a lot of people are starting to get upset of, hey, dude, like you could have paid this guy $12 million. My question is, do the Cowboys, will they come out and say, he would have been a progress stopper? This is what I foresee here, because we've seen this a couple different times. Amari Cooper, while it would have been great to have Amari Cooper here with CeeDee Lamb, he was a progress stopper for CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb turned into what he is because Amari Cooper wasn't here, and they wanted CeeDee Lamb to be the #1 receiver on this team. If the Cowboys decide that they are going to kick Tyler Smith out to the left tackle and move a guard in there, or let Bass be their guard, then they will probably throw out look, as much as we love Tyron, we had him on a bargain for many, many years. He was fantastic last year, but I feel like they're going to throw out but he's going to stop the progress of our future. We want to go ahead and get the future started now with Tyler Smith out here at left tackle. And I also do see I'm not saying sabotaging of the Dak Prescott season future with Brock Hoffman potentially at center and Bass at left guard. But it is a thing where you're just like, why? You're not adding to this right now. And it's got to be frustrating for a lot of people that are involved. That being said, Tyron Smith also did send out a message to Cowboy Nation saying, humbly, I don't ever know where to begin. But he thanked everybody. I'm excited for this next chapter of my football career. Part of my heart will forever be left in Texas. So he has said thank you to all those in Cowboys Nation. And Mike, that brings my question. Do we need to send him a thank you note now? Is that how this works? When do you stop sending thank you notes for things?
I think you just do it one time.
All right. So I'm going to graduate high school. And
yeah, it's one time.
People will send me money.
Don't tell them right now, thank you for what you gave me for high school.
And I then send them a thank you letter. They don't have to send a thank you letter for the thank you letter. Like, that was really nice of that kid to write a letter to me to say thank you. I don't have to send a thank you letter back?
No.
Okay. So once a thank you has been out there, you don't even have to send a you're welcome letter. Like, you don't have to, hey, you're welcome. You just say, okay, everything's even now. All right. I like that approach. Keenan Allen had a very blunt but fair explanation for why the Chargers eventually traded him to the Bears.
I mean, it really was no emotion. It was, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. Came off my best season, so it's not happening.
That was him talking about when they came to him and said, hey, We would like to restructure your contract. We would like to have a discussion about pay cut and restructuring and all that. And he just said, this was off of my best season. No. And so the Chargers said, well, then we will trade you. Now it looks like he's going to be going to play with Caleb Williams and DJ Moore. So that's probably a good approach. But I always do think it's real weird. He just said no. Not even going to consider it. Go find yourself a trade partner instead of, let me see what my options are here. Like with Zach Martin, it's like, hey, can we push some money down the road? Can we do some other things? You're going to be getting paid even when you're not a Cowboy anymore. And Keenan Allen's like, no, man, best season. Don't even come to me with that kind of contract conversation. And I'm all about that.
And we move on.
Cowboys did re-sign Rico Dowdle. So that happened. And
it's fine. He's a guy.
We'll see. I am very interested. I'm starting to become more interested in the running back market in the draft this year because of this. I'm not saying that it's exceptional by any means, but I'm very interested to see what the Cowboys' plan and approach is. Because the A.J. Dillon discussions were there. I don't know if that was ever going to be closed and fully come to fruition. The Netflix series Quarterback. Now, Mike, did you ever watch Quarterback? Did you get your eyes on
I never
that?
got to it.
But you do have Netflix back, right?
I do, yeah.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing right there because I think Quarterback is still, you could still go back and watch it and you could enjoy watching Mahomes do his thing. They are now looking at receiver, and they have released. It's going to release this.
This is going to be easy. I hate saying this, but don't receivers seem like such individuals?
Oh, absolutely.
Like all about themselves.
The summer of
Not
2024.
all of them are, but it does feel like receivers don't care so much about the team; they care about themselves.
Which receivers, Mike, would you be interested to follow in this kind of? Very similar to Full Swing and stuff that we've seen.
Well, I want the best. I want Justin Jefferson.
You got Justin Jefferson.
I think he's a crazy person, and I don't know how much they would delve into his personal life, but Tyreek Hill's one of the best.
You don't have Tyreek Hill, but I think because of his personal life is one of the reasons he didn't sign on for this.
I would assume I would want Chase Young, Chase Young. Wait, Chase Young's the defensive end.
He's defensive end.
Jamar Chase.
Sorry. Jamar Chase not included on this list, but I think you're dead on with him.
I mean,
too.
for a Cowboy person, CeeDee Lamb would be somebody.
I think CeeDee Lamb would be phenomenal too. There are no Cowboys on this list.
Yeah.
But I'll give you the list. Justin Jefferson 1, Deebo Samuel, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
George Kittle is involved in this as well.
Okay.
And I think
this should be called tight ends.
Yeah, he's fascinating, and I think they should have their own tight end
so they
show.
have Deebo Samuel and George Kittle?
Devontae Adams and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think that's a really good grouping. And yeah, I think maybe just the idea of Kittle and Samuel, like they can play off each other and have some conversations about stuff. I think it's a great addition there. But that's Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Justin Jefferson, Devontae Adams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
That's a good group.
I think it's a fascinating group, especially
They're
with
all top 10, I would say, right?
Yeah, and Devontae Adams is probably, yes, in and out of the top 10.
Because Devontae Adams a few years ago was considered arguably number 1.
And I still think he's a top 5 receiver. I think his quarterback play was miserable. But Devontae Adams is interesting as he's frustrated. He's a guy like Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's like, dude, I'm trying to come up. I'm trying to show everybody what I'm all about. Devontae Adams is like, I've been doing this thing. I've been great the entire time. When I was there in Rodgers, everything was great. And now he's frustrated. So
you weren't at the Buffalo Wild Wings when Reggie and I did work before, I think, the Detroit game.
Yes.
Where would you have St. Brown ranked amongst wide receivers in the game today?
I have him in top 15, if not top 12, because
I'm with you on that. I think we had, obviously Jefferson and Hill were at the top.
Yeah.
I have CeeDee Lamb in the top 5 now.
I do too. I have him in my top 3.
I think when he's healthy, Jamar Chase, and especially when his quarterback's healthy, he's a top 5 guy.
I am kind of curious. I want to see another good season from Jamar Chase because he hasn't quite reached what he did his rookie year. But Justin Jefferson, when he's out there, is the guy. Like that, he's an unstoppable force. He's Randy Moss. It's you try to guard him, and you're just like, what the hell? Well, I mean, except for Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs can guard him, so that's a lot of fun to see how that rocks there.
It's a contract year for Jefferson, too, so that'll be interesting to follow. And Devontae Adams, this is his last year of his deal that he has guaranteed money.
Yeah, so
Might get weird.
Yeah, I like this. I like this one. I'm going to definitely be watching this one for sure. I like the way they did quarterback, and I think they if they're going to fill it the same way and try and do that, then it's going to be an exceptional show. By the way, the Niners, did you see this, Mike? They got hit for a clerical error. They got hit harder for this error than the Atlanta Falcons did. The NFL announced yesterday the Niners are going to lose a 2025 fifth-round pick, and we'll see their 2024 fourth-round pick fall 4 spots to the bottom of the round for a clerical error regarding player payroll in 2022. It was presented as an accident that created no competitive advantage and did not put the Niners in violation of the salary cap. Still a major sanction, especially if it was an accident. In 15, the NFL gave less of a punishment to the Falcons for piping fake crowd noise into the Georgia Dome. That year, they lost a fifth-round pick. So for this clerical error, this is always wild. You're like, this has nothing to do with on-the-field stuff, except for that these dudes are getting paid. So I guess your accounting team absolutely has something to do with the on-the-field stuff as well. And I do believe, wasn't it one of their old coaches used to talk about the guys in accounting all the time? So I wonder if this is something they've been getting away with all this time. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the best rivalries in Major League Baseball in 2024. And is this one going to be this spicy? Next on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, this Friday we'll be at RJ Duke's out there in McKinney. Looking forward to that. Last time we were there, that place was so packed.
I missed last time. I can't remember where I was at. I didn't go last time.
Wow,
Yeah.
you weren't there and it was packed like that.
Yeah, maybe it's because I wasn't there.
No, it wasn't because you weren't there. It was, I know one time I left a little early from it because I had to go pick up a Carter. But man, the place gets packed. And there are a lot of Tolos and Twolos that make their way over to see us. Some people bring food. I'm not asking for food, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
I like the food.
It is nice when people stop by and say hi. But what's really fun too is seeing like people bringing their kids in, and their kids want to show us a Pokemon card or something like that. And that's always fun because Carter's still in. He's still into it. My Carter, not you, Carter. Still into Pokemon and all that stuff, so it's always fun. But then, we will likely crack some packs.
I think they're over $1,000 worth of stuff we're going to open up, which will eventually be given away by RJ Dukes. They have great deals right now, so if you're looking for boxes and stuff like that, I do know that they have some that are discounted, obviously below what the retail value. If you went to, let's say, Target right now or something, because I remember buying like Optic and Prism basketball during, I want to say we were there around Black Friday time, the last time I was able to go. You guys have been there one other time since then, but it is really fun, and it's a bunch of good guys running that shop that are going to take care of you. I got to remember, one of the people there is a huge Gary Carter fan. And before Gary Carter passed away, he was one of my coaches, and he signed like a Norfolk Tides bobblehead for me.
Okay, nice.
I just got to find it.
And I think that's huge too. What Mike just said is really good people working there. They take good care of you, and I think that's supremely important whenever you're dealing with people in this business.
Yeah.
All right. So
believe me. So
we will be there on Friday. We will be looking forward to seeing all you out there in McKinney, and just stop by and say hello. Now, I saw this yesterday, and it did have the official power rankings for MLB going into the season from CBS Sports. But they had another part of the conversation that I wanted to dive into, and that is the biggest rivalries in Major League Baseball for 2024. Now, Mike, I have the top 5, so I can go start at 5 and go to 1, or we can just dive in right immediately on where we think the Rangers are in this.
I would assume after last year's playoffs and them both tying with what Alex Bregman said after they won the division that Sunday afternoon, and then after what Corey Seager said on November 3rd or 2nd or whatever date it was after winning the World Series on that stage, that the Astros and the Rangers have to be pretty high on this list, and they play each other 7 times in like the first 14 games of the season for both teams.
I think that's going to come up again on not today's show, but that'll definitely come up again very soon. Number 1 on CBSSports.com's biggest rivalries for Major League Baseball in 2024. The Astros came out of the AL in 2017, 19, 21, and 22. They won the World Series twice in that time frame, once legally. The other time they won by cheating. The Rangers have come out of last season winning their first ever World Series title. That alone would put them in a pretty intriguing, like that by itself is pretty intriguing. As somebody texted in the 806, for the first time ever, the Rangers and Astros are real contenders, and they have bad blood. I can't wait. The silver boot means even more now. I agree. Like, just the simple fact that a competitive team versus another competitive team goes there. Now, the Astros owned the regular season last year. They went 9-4 with a plus 19 run differential. And Mike, I think that plus 19 all came in one game where we all watched home run after home run go out of the ballpark, and we were like, was it Nate Eovaldi that struggled in that game, in one of those games too? It was one of his like rehab games, I believe.
Yeah, and Max Scherzer versus Verlander didn't work out our way.
They ended up knotted at 90 and 72 head-to-head record, put in favor of the Astros, and then the Rangers end up having the moments, man. Game 5, Adolis Garcia, home run. Garcia hit by a pitch. Bench is clear. Only to see Altuve hit a 3-run shot to turn the series on its head. And then game 6, Adolis Garcia booed all night in Houston. Went 0 for 4. 4 strikeouts. And then hit a grand slam in his last at bat. And then there was the big deal about the Rangers popping champagne last year. And then there was, as you said, Mike, the Corey Seager moment when he hops up on the stage to do the line. Now, as we've learned, I do believe there was some pot stirring by one of the players on the team that told Seager, because Seager doesn't love to do interviews. He doesn't love to do speaking stuff. But one of the players was like, hey, if you want to get off that stage really quickly, you could just say this. And he was like, all right. So he goes up there, massive cheer from everybody. Everybody goes nuts. And now these two teams get to pair up. They first face off April 5th, as Mike was pointing out, in Arlington. The following weekend, the rivalry heads to Houston. So this is interesting to me because it feels like my entire life, it's been Yankees-Red Sox as the rivalry.
I get it.
And the Rangers were never involved in that conversation. Because even when they went to their World Series, the Yankees were the rival. You had to beat the Yankees to get what you wanted. And now the Astros have kind of taken on that persona of they are the team that they're like San Francisco. You got to beat them. If you want to do it, that's the team you got to deal with to get there. But the Rangers did it. And so now I'm kind of curious because somebody just asked this, Mike. Now I'm asking, is this really going to be this spicy of a season between this team? Because from the 817, who plunks who first?
It's Houston's turn.
It's Houston's
to
turn.
plunk us.
Okay. And that's how it works. That's really how it works. So so Bochy knows in Arlington the weekend of April 5th, somebody now
is Chas McCormick got hit by Aroldis Chapman to end the series.
And Chapman's not even here anymore.
Right, but Chas is still there, and it still was the Rangers.
And it's still the
they
blood.
took the title away. Hopefully, in a way, we hope it doesn't pass, that we do see real physical wanting to fight each other. But I do think it's going to be very good baseball. Both teams are high-powered offensive teams. But I can see where Houston's like, we're not letting this go. We're going to.
It's a different manager too, though. Like that's another thing. I do wonder because Dusty Baker if he was still there, he would have to carry it over. I do wonder if the other manager's like, nope, clean slate. I'm moving on from that. But he was there too.
Yeah.
He was with the club, so there's probably a high probability he doesn't take that away.
It's going to be very interesting. And I know you don't play each other as much anymore. So the tough thing is after playing Houston so much early on in the year, there's going to be a major lull of playing them again. But I love that it's scheduled quickly for the entertainment purposes.
Is what you're talking about whenever you're like, now it's their turn. Is that for the team or is it for us?
No, it's for protecting your guys.
Okay.
Like if you thought
so this isn't a show.
I know the game
us.
has changed and maybe Houston will not. I think they will. But we know you got one of our guys. You kicked our butt. Fine, you kicked our butt. At the end, and look, the Rangers felt deservedly so. That's what you guys did to Garcia.
Yeah.
You guys went and got Garcia, got him kicked out of the game. That kick out caused a whole bunch of things to happen where there was stalling and Ryan Presley came in and he shut us down and they hit the home run and so we got you back. But Houston might go, hey, fine. But we're not letting you guys get the last call on this one. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, don't forget Chas McCormick did post it, right?
Yeah. Like a week or
that
so
thing
later.
Was nasty looking too. His wife was all upset about it and everything.
So it's not so much for us, but I do think we love it. As much as we're like, clean up the game, this and that. Let's face it. A major part of entertaining of baseball is when both teams hate each other and when guys start getting hit by pitches and then benches start clearing.
Yeah.
Because if the Rangers get hit, I'm just throwing this out here. What if it is Adolis Garcia again in the ribs? aren't we going to be like, all right, where's Altuve? Where's Yordan Alvarez? Where's Alex Bregman? Aren't we going to be like, all right, let's get them back? And that's entertaining.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that guys aren't going to get suspended or fined, but it's entertaining to us.
Okay, let me ask you this then, because that part of it, because nobody's going out to right field to punch somebody. Like that's just, you don't see that happen.
It's a long run.
Yeah. It is a long run. It's exhausting by the time you get there. But like it all happens plate and mound. Like that's where everything takes place. How do you choose the player? How do you choose which? Because they chose Adolis for a specific reason.
Right. Because of hitting the home run.
He's the guy that'll show out. He'll do those things. But they also knew that he's the heartbeat of the club, or the pizzazz.
They also know that he is probably
emotional,
the one most emotionally unstable. That if we do this, he will get out of his game plan.
Yes.
Right, and he will overswing, and he will swing at balls. And for that, when you're talking about 0 for 4. We felt like, oh no, not only did they hit Adolis and get him kicked out of that game and they stole game 5 from us, but now Adolis is outside of himself and not being disciplined at the plate. Luckily, he hits the big home run to end game 6 for the most part, and then he takes that and has a great game 7. So they usually pick it based off of star status. Nothing against Ezekiel Duran or Josh Smith or let's just say Nate Lowe. Good players. They help their Texas Rangers, but they're going to pick either Simeon, Seager, or Adolis most likely.
Okay, I was kind of curious on the young kids.
I don't know if they will or not.
Okay. Because that seems like an even more of an attack.
The opportunity has to present itself.
True.
Both teams know winning the game is more important than sending a message. Sending a message can be important, but usually you wait for the right opportunity. And where's the right opportunity? 2 outs, nobody on, 4th inning, and I don't feel comfortable facing Corey Seager. I don't really want to throw him a strike. It's a short porch in Houston. Let's just peg him and send the message and put him on first base. And now I'm facing, I think most likely Wyatt Langford. I think Wyatt Langford's going to bat 3rd this year. I'd rather face Langford right now than I'd rather face Seager. So sometimes it's not like sometimes there is a specific player you have to get. But when it's just repaying the other team for what you felt like was unnecessary, sometimes it's about, I just need the opportunity to present itself. There was nothing against Chas McCormick. Chaz did nothing in that series to deserve getting 100 miles an hour from Chapman. The opportunity was there. 2 outs, nobody on. We're going to win this game. I need 1 more out. I don't want to start off the inning by hitting a guy because now that puts a guy on base. There is a penalty. There is a penalty for hitting somebody. They get to go to first base for free.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, I guess
their potential
I understand you want the penalty to be worse. I totally get that. I'm not arguing that, but there is a penalty. Sometimes people are like, there's no penalty for hitting a guy. Well, the reason that pitchers decide to hit players in certain situations is they feel like the penalty's not going to be that bad. And the penalty with 2 outs and nobody on is not that bad. The score is 7-2 in the 8th inning. We probably lost this game. We're probably not going to score 6 runs in the 9th inning. This is an opportunity to get somebody. So that's where sometimes it doesn't specifically have to be a guy. Sometimes it is a guy slides too hard into second base or something like that. You're like, let's get him. But in this scenario, I don't think it has to be Garcia. I don't think it has to be Corey Seager, but it probably has to be one of the guys that was an impact player last year in the playoffs.
And again, Mike's dead on. Right there at the top of April, you get a very fun
I did look at that series. I know the Chicago series is pretty much sold out Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you look at that, then they go to Tampa and then they come back home and take on Houston. If you want to go, it's going to be a blast, but you're going to have to pay secondary market prices.
Yeah, that's tough. By the way, Mike, Phillies, Braves came in at 2nd, Yankees, Orioles at 3rd, D-backs and Dodgers, based obviously off what happened last year. And then their number 5 was pick your poison in the National League Central. Just any of those teams, and you can just throw out that it's going to be fun rivalries.
I do think, obviously, there's the built-in one of San Francisco and L.A. and them just adding Blake Snell. San Francisco, that's an interesting division. LA's, I think, way better than everybody, but Arizona's a good team. I think San Francisco, to me, I like San Francisco on paper to maybe sneak into the playoffs. Colorado's not good, so you don't have to worry about them. And San Diego's not bad. They're not, I mean, they did just trade for Dylan Cease. They believe that they have something there.
So 2 of Boch's former teams, we got to make sure that they don't win the World Series this year. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for the Expressway, everybody. It's the Lunch Rush, NFL overreaction or not, and Mike likes it. Next on The Fan.
Are you ready?
And the Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Man, this is awesome. I just got followed by my high school baseball Twitter account. So that's something new that I didn't know.
Oh, wow.
Brian Adams High School Baseball in Dallas, BAHS_baseball, followed me on Twitter. Quick follow back. I don't know if they know what I'm up to lately. Maybe they do. So
are they following that left-handed third baseman I played against in the 90s?
No, you even went back and said there wasn't a left-handed third. Oh, it was a left-handed catcher. You always said.
There is a left-handed third baseman for Brian Adams. That's what I messed up. Remember, I said I was wrong. It wasn't a catcher. It was a third baseman.
Congratulations to Sean Morales' 7 strikeouts against Pinkston, 11-1 win over Pinkston on March 13th. Congratulations on that. And then Spruce, they got Spruce Tuesday and Saturday, so I'm looking forward to some district series action happening right there. Now, Mike, I'm going to be all up to date on Brian Adams baseball this year. Good luck in your face. Here we go.
For you.
The overreactions for the 2024 NFL free agency deals and trades. We start things off. Overreaction or not, the Bears misread the market on Justin Fields.
I heard G-Bag talking about this yesterday, and they said, yes, I guess that they should have traded him pretty quickly in the offseason. They were just saying that once everybody started making their moves, Russell Wilson to Pittsburgh and Cousins to Atlanta, you can keep going down the list, right? Is that they were the last team to have a quarterback that they didn't want. And so every team is like, we filled up our quarterback situation. And if we didn't fill it up, we know how we're filling it up. We're filling it up with a first-round pick in the draft. So we don't care about Justin Fields. So, they probably played their hand into the worst hand possible.
Yeah, my big thought on this Justin Fields situation, where it kind of lands now, is, do you now have the infrastructure to bring in Caleb Williams and be best set up for him to succeed? Their biggest hope now is that Caleb Williams comes in, takes off running with the team, they look good, and then they're like, yeah, see, Justin Fields was the problem all along. Justin Fields' biggest hope is that he walks into the Steelers organization, where I don't think Russell Wilson's going to be starting that long if he is the starter, but he walks into that organization. He wants to walk in and become the next Steelers quarterback, because he also knows that is a franchise that has had a long history of success and opportunities in the playoffs. And that's Justin Fields' best opportunity. Now, did everything sour so much while Fields was there with Chicago that it just was not going to work out? Or is Fields really not good enough? I agree with you, Mike, on the front of they waited a little too long, the way that they ran it and everything, but sometimes every offseason you're thinking to yourself, man, we can do this should be this valuable, and then the market kind of shifts on you out of nowhere, and you're like, crap, we didn't get quite what we were expecting out of that. Derrick Henry, overreaction or not, will put the Ravens over the top and into the Super Bowl.
Nope. But I do think it's a decent signing. But Lamar Jackson has to become better in the playoffs. I hate putting it on one person, but Lamar Jackson has to be better in the playoffs. And I don't know how Derrick Henry, it just seems tough to me to hand the ball off to Derrick Henry and say, as his career's coming to a close, and say, lead us to a championship. It has to be Lamar Jackson. He helps, but I don't think that Derrick Henry is. I think it's a good signing. If Derrick Henry would have signed here in Dallas, I think it would have been a solid signing, but I don't think Derrick Henry puts any team over the top, including Baltimore or Dallas.
I will say this. I don't know about over the top, but I think it gives you a better chance if you actually use Derrick Henry. The biggest problem, I thought, with Lamar Jackson playing against Kansas City in that game in Baltimore was that Lamar Jackson was trying to be Patrick Mahomes. Lamar Jackson can make good throws. I think you can work the ball down the field. You can have a balanced attack offensively still in this NFL. Now, Mahomes, everybody wants to replicate what Patrick Mahomes does. You just can't. He's different. So when Andy Reid's drawing up plays, Andy Reid knows he has a different factor on the football field than every other coach that's calling plays. hey, I can call this play and probably get away with it being risky because I have a quarterback that can catch me up whenever things go bad. With what happened in that playoff game last year, Lamar Jackson's out there trying to toss the ball around when they probably should, but would have been better off running the ball. So I will say I do think this gives them another edge, but beating Mahomes is tough, man. It's absolutely going to be tough. I don't want to face that team. I don't want to face Baltimore, really, honestly. That's a tough team to face in the regular season and in the playoffs as well.
Who's a tougher opponent, the Baltimore Ravens or the Baltimore Orioles?
Baltimore's got to be really happy with where they are right now, right? With their two
besides the Washington Wizards.
Yeah, they don't have. Does that really count? Is that close?
It's in DC.
Is it close enough?
45 minutes to an hour drive, approximately.
That's too far.
It's in Dallas, Fort Worth. It's not. It's a little bit further away. Okay. Baltimore and DC are further away than Dallas and Fort Worth, but if Baltimore has a basketball team, it's going to be DC.
I'll say for the sake of that discussion, Mike, the Orioles, you know what? We whipped the Orioles' ass in the playoffs, so I'm fine with that right now. It's not like they got any better with their pitching or anything, right?
They did.
They did?
They got Corbin Burns. Oh. I ended up keeping Grayson Rodriguez over Garrett Cole in my fantasy league just because I think he's about to blow up in a good way. And Garrett Cole scares me to death at 33 years old with an elbow injury.
So you think Derrick Henry is an overreaction, putting them over the top? I
think he's a good signing.
Yeah, I do too.
I just think that over the top would mean, do I think they're better than Kansas City? And they went to Baltimore and beat them.
Yeah.
So it's tough to say, now if they would have had Derrick Henry, that would have been a much different game. Maybe it would have, but I don't think so.
Overreaction or not, Kirk Cousins signing makes the Falcons a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
Not at all. I was too strong in my wording when they signed him and said he's a loser. That was wrong by me. He can get you to the playoffs and he can win that division. And then the story ends. Then the story's over. And there's quarterbacks that fit into that tier. And 90% of organizations are praying and hoping to get that tier of a quarterback. I can't believe it.
That is true.
Because it's so tough. You only have there's only a few that you really feel like can take a team and lead you to a championship. And you're just like, because we are struggling to find one of those 5 guys, we will settle into Kirk Cousins. And I wouldn't run an organization that way, but guess what? I'm sitting here not making as much money as owners do in the NFL.
So. I will say, Mike, when you said he was a loser.
That's too strong of a word.
76 and 67 and 2.
Yeah, and
that is technically a winner, but can't very
win.
Close.
We know he can't win a Super Bowl, and he can't. I get he's been to a NFC Championship game, but he can't. He just can't do it.
I do think there is a certain amount of confidence, cockiness, bravado, whatever it is that a quarterback kind of has to have. And that confidence can be quiet. I think he lacks that. I still think he lacks that kind of confidence that it takes. That is like, you're a stone-blooded killer, man. Like you're stone-cold killer. You're one of those guys, stone-blooded, stone just pouring out of your blood. I think that he does lack that. Do I think Baker Mayfield has that? Yes. I also think Baker Mayfield doesn't quite have all the other things that Kirk Cousins has. So it's kind of a weird mixture there, but I'm very interested to see Kirk Cousins with Drake London, Bijan, Kyle Pitts, and see what they can do. But I'm with you. They're going to need a stellar defense, and Cousins he has to transform into something that he's just not.
The only thing is in the NFC, they don't have quarterbacks that scare you. Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, Jared Goff. You just name. I'm naming the top teams last year. Jordan Love obviously put himself on this level now.
He's on the map, man.
But it's like, no, there's not Patrick Mahomes. There's not Joe Burrow. There's not a team that seems to win 12 or more games every year when healthy in Lamar Jackson. There's not. Obviously, I think Buffalo's going to struggle this upcoming season because they went for it. They actually did go all in. This is where Jerry Jones could say, look, this is why I would never go all in. because there's no guarantee. And look where the Buffalo Bills are now. They're $60 million over the cap, and they're having to release good players. And probably for the next 2 years, it's going to be very difficult for Buffalo to be a contender. But Buffalo's going to say, all right, we're going to reset after a year or two, and then we're going to go all in again and see if we can win with Josh Allen.
Yeah. From the 254, it's so nice not having Kevin yell at y'all all the time. We haven't given ourselves a reason to be yelled at today either. I do want to point that out. Everything's been this is a program director's dream right now. What we do on our show, typically, program directors have no clue what to think about that, all right? They're like, I guess I just let it happen because the fans enjoy it, the Tolos like it, but they're like, you guys... But then, whenever Kevin's out, Mike and I have to clean things up and act serious.
Yeah, it's not fun.
It isn't. It's not my day. All right, the running back, overreaction or not, the running back market is back.
No, not at all. There's not going to be one drafted in the first round. There's maybe not going to be one drafted in the second round. I'm sure there'll be one, maybe two, but no, the running back, it's done. They created the rules that the running back is not as valuable of a player anymore because of the rules of passing the ball. So it doesn't mean they're not valuable, but they're never going to be paid a tremendous amount of money. There weren't long-term contracts here with big signing bonuses.
Josh Jacobs goes to Green Bay. He gets $12.5 million guaranteed. That's a nice number.
Yeah, now compare it to wide receivers and tight ends.
Pollard got $10.5 million guaranteed. Barkley managed $26 million guaranteed. And they're saying it's 1996 all over again. But you're right, Mike. Their number isn't vaulting the same way. Yeah. And even to that point, receivers are at the point of, are they as important as quarterbacks right now?
Yeah. What does Zach Martin make? Is it $1 million a game?
Ooh, I'll have to revisit.
It's close, isn't it? I mean, I'm just looking at guard. I think gets paid more than running back. 6
years, $84 million. So his base salary was $1 million last year. Cap hit 12. So about 12. Yeah.
Okay.
About 12.5. Yeah.
So they're about as valuable as Team C guards as value.
And how
tackles
often,
get paid way more.
How often have you heard the Cowboys too, when talking about Tony Pollard, Alec, whenever they're talking about him, about the blocking, and you hear Jerry Jones talk so much about your ability to block as a running back. We don't need a tight end to block if we have a running back that can do that. Or maybe my offensive line doesn't have to be so special if I have a running back that can be that last line of protection.
Makes me hope that Rico Dowdle is really good. It makes me hope that he's refined some things this offseason. That's what it makes me think.
And that's where I feel like the Cowboys were kind of always pushing towards this of, I don't want to pay a running back. I don't want to be held captive by Ezekiel Elliott again. So let's just make them in the league without being without collusion. Let's make this. They're not as important to the game.
I will bet $20, not a lot of money, that the Cowboys in the second or third round, more likely third round, draft a running back.
Okay.
I do not think they're going with Rico Dowdle as their number one running back. I'm not saying he's not bad. I'm just saying that he's a good backup running back. They are not going with that. Let me ask you this, Cowboy fans. How many people want to buy Rico Dowdle jerseys in the offseason? If they draft a dude from Florida State, is that the kid who's considered the best running back?
I think so, yeah.
They draft the kid from Florida State. Sorry, I'm forgetting his name. I guarantee you Jerry's going to pump those at Dallas Cowboys pro shops and Dick's Sporting Goods and stuff, and we'll buy that guy. We're not buying Rico Dowdle jerseys.
You're saying Trey Benson?
Yeah.
Out of Florida State? Blake Corum. I understand what you're saying there.
And I'm not saying, and they're better. They are. I think they will be better than Rico Dowdle, but I do think marketing is a big play for the Cowboys organization. And Rico Dowdle does nothing for this organization.
You just say
marketing.
Re-sign Zeke, and not even the old jersey. Just throw a new number on Zeke is what you're saying.
Oh, he does wear a new number, doesn't he?
Just put the new number on him. Now you got a whole new jersey set of sales. Everybody's going to buy them.
Can you imagine if we got, I'm not going to put, after you just said that, is he a free agent?
Yeah.
I'm not going to put it past that they sign him to like a vet minimum contract.
The conversation keeps poking its way back in. It definitely does. Somebody pointed out, though, the running backs are a necessity, and they said, but the final four teams last year were run-heavy teams. I mean, the Niners.
Yeah, they have value,
they ran a
but
lot.
teams aren't going to pay them. I mean, I guess I didn't get to this. I'll get to it, and Mike likes it. About Blake Snell. Just remind me, I forget a lot.
Okay.
About Blake Snell and getting only 2 years as a Cy Young winner.
Gotcha. All right. Speaking of Cy Young, guys, Bochy did say that he told Nate Eovaldi in December that he would be the opening day starter on the for this year. So he kind of knew already. You're going to be my guy when it comes around to it. Go ahead and prepare for something like that. Also, on NFL overreaction or not, the Texans are a real threat to the Chiefs in the AFC. Do you now?
Yeah, I'll say a real threat, but I think if Cincinnati's Joe Burrow is healthy, I think Baltimore's a real threat again. Miami, maybe. So I do think there's real threats to Kansas City, but if you want to say the Texans are going to have a better record in the regular season than Kansas City, I wouldn't put my money on that if it's even money.
Yeah. I like what they did last year. I wonder, this goes back to what we discuss all the time with Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. Is there a book yet on the Texans? Or were they just like, they don't have the talent? And did we get a book on CJ Stroud? Did we get a book on Slowick, their offensive coordinator? Do we know what he's doing? And did we get a book on what they were doing defensively? If they can replicate it again this year, they're a serious threat, just trying to add more talent as you go along. That's the way I see it. I'll also add those new jerseys that they put out there yesterday on Twitter. There were some leaked jerseys. Those are garbage. Sorry, Houston. That's just another loss in your book right there. My buddy's a big Texans fan. He was really excited. Mike, if you see it, there's no character. There's nothing to it. It's like building. It's like building it's like, hey, we threw a white shirt out there and we took the Atlanta Falcons numbers. That's basically what it looks like. It just was bad. By the way, Mike, the baseball coach at Bryan Adams just messaged me. And this might be something for the C block in the future because I think I'm going to take him up on this. He is a huge Tolo. So the baseball coach at Bryan Adams is a big Tolo. And he asked something of me. And I think I'm going to take him up on this one, man. I really do.
You have a year eligibility left?
I'm going to go back to high school and play one more year. That's the plan. No, we'll bring this up here in just a little bit. Last one.
Oh, it does. It looks exactly like the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah, those numbers are miserable. Don't do that.
They're really dark navy. Maybe they're just navy, but in the picture, it looks like they went a little bit more
almost
like
black.
Yankee navy.
Yeah. That's a good description of that color.
Over like cowboy navy, because the Cowboys wear navy blue,
but it's blue. Yeah, like it's blue,
right?
Though,
but
yeah.
when you look at the Yankees, you'd swear they're black and white
all the time.
That's just considered like, I don't know if they consider it Yankee navy, but it's a very dark navy.
Yeah, I do wonder what that color is considered. And then the last one, the Broncos will have the number 1 overall draft pick in 2025.
The Broncos?
And they say that's not an overreaction. And I
think they're taking the kid out of Michigan. Every time I look at a mock draft and stuff, I think they're going to way overdraft Kevin McCarthy, who was the voice of
JJ McCarthy
of the Dallas Mavericks for a long time.
Well, JJ McCarthy, he just had a big meeting with the Giants. He went to dinner with the front office. So the Giants are all in at getting him at number 6. The Broncos have the number 1 overall pick.
This feels like
next
Mac
year.
Jones all over again. Does McCarthy not feel like Mac Jones? Like he took a team that was very talented and put up an unbelievable record, and then all of a sudden Mac Jones was going to go 3rd overall or 2nd overall, and I'm like, I watch Mac Jones. I think he's solid as like a 3rd round pick and maybe, but he's a backup quarterback who maybe you get lucky and he's better than that. I've seen this story before. His name was Mac Jones.
Yeah. No, I totally get you there. That was I didn't see enough from him to make me go, he's the next this. But the scouts, they buy in on this guy completely. All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget to come see us out at RJ Duke's on Friday. Looking forward to hanging out with everybody, cracking some packs while we're out there. Kevin will be there as well. Kevin is out today on a bender or something like that. But right now, it's time to go into Mike's world where Mike likes it.
I have multiple things here. I want to start off with Cy Young Award winner Blake Snell signs a 2-year deal. This is only a theory, and I'm wondering about this. I had this discussion, and I know most people hate him here, but he's a good friend of mine, is AJ Hinch. We played together in Scranton, Wilkes-Barre for the home of Dunder Mifflin. We were in AAA together for the Phillies in 2005. And we'd have fun discussions. He knew how much I loved baseball and what I knew about it. I just wasn't playing it, but I loved it. And I knew that he wanted to be actually a general manager. At that point, he wanted to be a general manager after baseball was over. Manager of the Detroit Tigers. Now, most people know him here as the cheating manager of the Houston Astros. So we were saying we would never, if we were running an organization together, and it was interesting at one point, when he was with Arizona as the farm director and my career came to an end, AJ wanted me to get into baseball and be a scout or a coach in their organization. And I just didn't feel like, I thought about it, but I just didn't feel like going down that route. And so anyways, we had a theory when we were on the bus and going into international league territory and spending a lot of time on a bus is we would never give a pitcher, never, over a 4-year contract.
Interesting.
We felt like, this is 2005. We felt like, even me being a pitcher at the time, it's too dangerous to give over 4-year contracts to pitchers because of the injury rate that we were seeing in 2000 through 2005. We're just like, man, if I was running an organization, my money would go more to position players and try to develop pitchers and pay them their league minimum, pay them their arbitration numbers, use them for the 6 years that they are somewhere between age 20 and 30 in that time frame that they can. And then we'd be very careful on giving big contracts to pitchers, and we would never want to go over 4 years. So if there is a major injury, that if they had Tommy John surgery, that we wouldn't be stuck with that contract for a long amount of time without them performing at all. And position players rarely, it happens, but rarely miss a season and a half because of an injury. So Blake Snell gets 2 years, $62 million from the San Francisco Giants. I am wondering, is this starting to go around? Is this now in Major League Baseball going to be the norm? That pitchers will not get, I'm not saying more than a 2-year contract, but will pitchers struggle when Spencer Strider, who's the best pitcher in the National League, striking out a zillion people in a year, will teams look at it and go, dude, we want you, Strider, but we're just not going to go over 4 years because you're probably going to blow out.
Yeah.
You're probably in these 4 years going to blow out, and we hope that you don't. But if you do in year 4, we don't have 2 or 3 more years left on you, not knowing exactly how you're going to come back. Obviously, the Rangers are dealing with this with Jacob deGrom right now. Nothing against Jacob deGrom, but I'm wondering if the Jacob deGrom thing scared teams away this offseason from Blake Snell. Are scared about Jordan Montgomery's request for a long-term contract. And 30 teams are saying no. All 30 teams to Jordan Montgomery saying, we're not doing as far as we know today, we are not doing a long-term contract. And I'm wondering if me and Hinchy and our conversation in 2005 on buses in the International League are starting to come to fruition with all of the owners and general managers in baseball and going, why should we ever give more than 4 years to a starting pitcher when we know that there's a 50% chance they're going to blow out on us during this contract?
Yeah, no, I'm very interested in this because it feels like agents have a lot of ability to spin something that happened in having these negotiation conversations with owners and GMs, Mike, because this might be a new thing where they were like, look, hey, that 5th year, yeah, you can have him. Maybe he is going to blow out 1 year, but you'll have him for 4 years, or 7 years. Maybe he is going to be injured for a little bit, but you're going to have him for this period of time. I do wonder if this is a new trend that could start something.
And this is where Hinchy and I were talking about, you really want to have great scouts who know pitching well in high school and college, and also obviously in Latin America. Because if we're going to go through this philosophy and we're not going to spend a lot of money in pitching, we really have to have a good scout's eye, not just us, but our scouts really do a good job of seeing pitchers in amateur baseball, college and high school, and then over in Latin America at 15, 16, 17 years old, and that we can develop them, that we have the right pitching coordinator, the right pitching coaches, that we will overpay for our coaches in the minor leagues, and we will overpay for our pitching coordinator to make sure that we're developing pitchers that we have at league minimum through arbitration for the most part, because if we're going to be very restricted on our, because we figured this, we're probably going to lose. When we offer a 4-year contract, all it takes is one other team to say 5 or 6 or 7. And if we have a hard stance, we're not going over 4. We know we're going to lose these battles most of the time. Now, like John Gray's on a 4-year, $60 million contract. This is year 3 of that contract. Like, that'll probably be more of the guy that we get in this philosophy of we're going maximum 4-year contracts and we'll never go over that number of years. And so it's going to be interesting in the next week or two. I'm assuming Scott Boras is going to get Jordan Montgomery signed. But if he signs for a short-term contract, I do think there could be a major shift. We just talked about running backs. Not that pitchers aren't going to get $30 or $40 million a year.
Right, they'll get their money.
But it might be on short-term contracts.
The pitchers you kind of gotta like that though, with more opportunities to get, because after 4 years the money goes up. You got it.
Yeah, but if you blow out in year 3 or year 4, now you're sitting there on. This is why you want to be protected on a long-term contract, especially as a pitcher. Is there's a 50% chance, and maybe that's too high, that I'm going to blow out. I am going to blow out my arm. And I'm going to need 12 to 15 months of rehab to get my arm back into a position to compete at the highest level in the world. And if that injury happens at the end of my short-term contract,
then I'm screwed for that.
And I'm screwed if it happens at the beginning of my short-term contract.
Yeah.
You know, like for Blake Snell, if he blows out tomorrow, I'm not saying that's good, but he would have time to pitch in 2025. If he blows out at the beginning of 2025 or the mid part of 2025, what is a team going to do going, well, are you even going to pitch in 2026? Why don't I just wait until you're done rehabbing, pay you $0 in 2026, and then pay you a really short-term 1-year deal? So I understand why pitchers don't want it, and I hate it because I'm a former pitcher, but I would not. I'm wondering if this trend's going to happen, and if more people are going, why would we sign long-term contracts with pitchers?
I do wonder, too, like, why would you sign, like, would this be a thing to go with position players? Or is it better to do these
I think position players stay healthy.
Because they stay healthy, you keep them around a lot longer.
Yeah, there's
They're
not as
part of
much
your
risk.
team. Yeah. I mean, what did we see? 10, 12-year deals that have been rocking out now?
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
Whereas
obviously Bobby
pitchers,
Witt Jr., you have Corey Seager, like getting the whole decade deal, right? They get a decade deal.
Yeah, they might have found Tatis. Yeah, all these.
Okay, so my last, I know this is Mike likes it. New Balance finally did it. I can't believe it's taken them this long, but it was either last night or today. They came out with their Ohtani logo. They got Ohtani. They got Ohtani a year ago. I just can't believe that finally New Balance has come together with Ohtani. It's kind of like him rounding third base. The best way I can describe it's him running, and it's like him making the turn to go home, if that makes sense. He's kind of leaning into that turn. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. He's coming around the corner.
If you think of Griffey, his logo that Nike uses, it's with his bat down on his finish, like the finish of his swing. That's Griffey's logo that Nike still uses to this day. Ohtani is running, but if you go to New Balance's website and you type in Ohtani, they have 0 products for Shohei Ohtani. It's all Lindor.
Yeah, they did show his cleat in that promo.
Yeah.
And it looked like a New Balance tennis shoe, and it didn't show the spikes, but it just looked like a regular New Balance tennis shoe, which they do a good job of. And I do wonder if they get something that's a little more catered to that.
Yeah.
And they're just really trying to figure out how to make that work.
I don't think New Balance will ever come close to Nike, but I think they might be the number 2 in shoes right now. I think you see a lot of kids wearing New Balances now. It used to be when I was a kid and my dad was like, hey, let's go get New Balance. They're really good and comfortable. I'm like, yeah, they're
That's
really
an old man's walking
they're
shoe.
a grandpa shoe. I'm not wearing New Balance. But I think that New Balance, I just see them more and more that teenagers are wearing them. People in their 20s are wearing them. And I'm just wondering if Ohtani, not that they're going to come close to Nike, but I'm just wondering with Ohtani, they finally, after having him under a contract for over a year, are now going to start putting out Ohtani products. Does that help at all? New Balance even go up a few more percentage points?
Maybe so, but I would love, we discussed this at length,
Maxey,
right?
Tyrese Maxey, who we had on, he's a New Balance guy. You know?
Discuss at length how, like, why is Trout not endorsed enough? Why isn't he promoted enough?
Right.
Why, that would help with their sport. When it comes to Griffey, Mike, you always said it. The Griffey shoe you weren't wearing in school, you were wearing it at practice.
Right.
And that's fine, but it's not, you're not in class with your feet propped up on the desk and now everybody's like, hey, are those the new Griffies? I do wonder if New Balance can find a thing where you're like, this shoe looks just like the shoe he's wearing. It just has spikes.
Yeah.
Whenever and you can wear these two. And if that could change for them in that way, that would be awesome.
So New Balance, it took you a while, but you finally, it looks like you're coming around to giving Ohtani a lot of money and actually using his name and likeness on your stuff.
Oh my gosh. Alec just sent this over to me. We have so much to get into in the C block. And it starts with what my high school baseball team asked of me. And then this thing that Alec just sent me next on the fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Mike just asked a pretty interesting question. It was, when will they put out the Rangers gold jerseys? And according to WFAA and some more stuffs, March 21st, the gold collection will be available. So if you want the Rangers hat with the gold tee, the blue hat with the gold tee, or any Rangers things that have the gold trim in it.
Yeah, like outlined in gold.
They'll start selling there at the Grand Slam team store at Globe Life Field, where it looks like, Mike, I'm dropping at least $200 on opening day out there whenever I head out, or whenever I get out there to the because I got to go buy the batting practice hat. Now I got to buy the blue hat with the gold trim, and I might have to get my kids a couple different hats.
I think the blue hat is just a gold tee. The whole tee is gold.
Yes. It looks awesome.
I know that for my son, he wants Nate Eovaldi. That's his opening day starter. That's his guy who he loves watching pitch on the Rangers. I'm not going to get a jersey for myself, but one of my boys is getting Evan Carter, and I'm saying, you're wearing this, okay? This is my favorite guy. You're wearing it.
You're just going to be like, look, I'm bringing this home to you. It doesn't matter whether
my other
you like
son
it
is a Dulles, right? So he's going to want the Garcia. So I know I got to get Eovaldi, Garcia, and then they can share the Carter. But still, Seager's the MVP.
Yes.
How do I not get a Seager? So now I'm at 4. Also, my son's favorite position player is Josh Young. His favorite pitcher is Eovaldi. His favorite position player is Josh Young. So now I'm at 5 jerseys. How can I pass up on Wyatt Langford? If they make a Wyatt Langford jersey for his rookie year, I got to get that.
Yeah, and then not only do you have to get whatever color they're offering, but are you going to get one in the gold trim? That's
what I'm saying.
Will they have his in the gold trim? Because he didn't play for that
The problem with
team.
Wyatt Langford is, and I think he's going to be on the opening day roster. I think he is. He's number 82. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be 82.
That number's changing.
I wonder if it'll just be 28, but isn't Jonah Heim 28? I'm not remembering names or numbers perfectly, but I think he was number 36 in college.
Oh, man.
So I don't know if 36, if there's a meaningful number for Wyatt Langford and what he wants to be.
Yeah, I don't see 28 right now. And you know what? It's been a long time. It is Jonheim. It's been a long time since I've paid attention to many numbers. Like Corey Seager, 5. That's my favorite number. I know that. Most of the guys, I probably don't know their numbers. In baseball, I know their faces. This is very similar. We talk about football, we talk about basketball. There's a lot of things that you just don't see and know. From the 903, the gold T hat is sick. From the 817, I want the City Connect hat with the tarnished gold. I'm sorry.
I don't know if they're doing that. Are they?
City Connect hat with the tarnished gold? Are you kidding me? Are they So that was another thing that I brought up with Alec a few minutes ago is a lot of people loved the Peagle, the City Connect stuff last year. You got to bring all that back this year, right? You just won the whole damn thing.
They're wearing it for 3 years.
3 years?
Yeah, so when you get a City Connect jersey,
around.
It's in baseball, it's a 3-year jersey.
Okay.
They were wearing them last year, Friday and Saturday. I believe
it started out as just Friday. Then they were like, let's do it some more.
So I believe they're only going to wear those on Fridays this year.
Okay. All right. And then they have
Saturday will be whatever. Sunday is the powder blue.
Okay.
And then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is either your white jersey or blue jersey.
Dude, there's a lot of if you enjoy getting your team's gear, there's a lot of great options. And Alec dropped a new option on the entire world just moments ago. The Texas Rangers WWE Legacy title belt is now available.
What? I've seen it in person.
At the WWE shop. So, Mike, there is a Texas Rangers belt that is available.
So the one that I saw that the Rangers have that WWE gave to them, made for them, is the World Series trophy, I believe, in the middle.
I didn't see it, so I don't know.
And then on the sides are Texas Ranger logos.
Okay, so this is
and
more.
It says like 2023. It's definitely like champions, World Series champs with the. So I was hoping that they made more of those because I see Kansas City Chiefs right now have a Super Bowl one that's at like Fanatics or NFL. It's like almost $600, but it's a real championship belt with the Super Bowl logo, and then on the sides it has Chiefs.
Alec, can you explain what we're seeing here from it looks like it's from the WWE.
Yeah, you can find them on WWE Shop, and they did this with the NFL, I think, last season, and those are still available as well for every team in the league. They have their own custom title belt, but Mike is right. They do for the champions of pretty much any pro and college season. They send a title belt over, and usually those side plates that you were talking about, Mike, they put those on the shop too. So if you have a regular title belt at home, you can get the World Series champion side plates to throw onto the regular championship belt just to say, hey, I'm a Rangers fan, I'm better than you kind of thing.
It is awesome. I mean, I would love to wear a suit and underneath that suit just have the championship belt, especially on like a pregame show.
And you just stand up.
Hey,
and you're
let me unbutton my jacket here real quick.
I got this. I got this
belt. I got a new belt to hold up my pants here.
From the 817, Corey, I bought the batting practice hat, and all I've gotten is compliments when I wear it. Pick one up, bro. And
Emily Jones had one at spring training, and it is awesome.
It's gorgeous. It's the perfect hat. It brings back everything is like what it could have looked like back when we were kids. It's got the T on it the way it should be. It looks great, man. I really like it a lot. By the way, Evan Grant is reporting that Ezekiel Duran is starting at first base in today's exhibition. The Rangers want him to get some time there. And providing Seager's in good to go play for the opener, Duran will likely platoon at first base with Jared Walsh and Nate Lowe until Nate Lowe returns. So that's kind of a little update there on what's happening with Ezekiel Duran. They're just trying to find ways to get him on the field, right? They're just trying to find ways, to get him on the field, but they also have a hole that they need to fill.
Right.
So they want Ezekiel Duran to play if he can. If he can get out there and he's good and he's hitting, they want it. He also becomes trade value. There's lots of reasons to have Ezekiel Elliott out there on the field.
And Duran.
That's exactly Ezekiel Duran, not Ezekiel Elliott.
Yeah, we don't want Ezekiel Elliott ever on the field for the Cowboys again.
I'm a little distracted, Mike.
And after I say that, I'm sure that in the next 30 minutes they'll sign Ezekiel Elliott to a Cowboys contract.
Jerry's sitting in there. He's like, I just heard Mike say it. I'm going to go ahead and make sure that I get him. We will, and we do, and we have, and we won't. All right. This popped up earlier, Mike, and I'm very excited. I'm an East Dallas kid who lives in Plano now. All right. I was born and raised in East Dallas. My parents went to Bryan Adams High School. Adrian's mom went to Bryan Adams. Her dad went to Woodrow. That's my wife. All my friends, I still stay in great touch with them. And so growing up in East Dallas, I was born and raised here. And I played baseball at Bryan Adams, played football at Bryan Adams. And the baseball coach, Coach Enriquez, reached out to me moments ago, Mike, and said this. Hey, Corey, we are wondering if you would be interested in coming back to your alma mater and announcing the starting lineup for one of these games. And he gave me a list of plenty of games and said, hope to hear back from you soon. I'm a huge Tolo. Boom, baby, my high school. Well, he's not my high school baseball coach because my high school baseball coach is doing something else. He lives in Frisco now. But the coach of my high school team is a huge Tolo for one. But he also gave me a few dates. Their games start at 4:30. And Mike, I know you made it over. You went to BA, right?
I wasn't able to go to that game.
You weren't able to go to that game,
Yeah.
but your kid did go over there and pitched against Bryan Adams and had a pretty good game, right?
Yeah, I can't remember if he pitched, but he did play against him.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I know they played against each other.
Yeah, I think-
or at least Bishop Lynch went and played Bryan Adams. I do know that.
So, and like I said, the East Dallas kid, born and raised here, getting this opportunity, immediately replied back, absolutely. Let me just check with the wife to make sure of this. Now, here's my question. This is kind of cool because I didn't have anything like this when I was in high school where we had a PA system that my coach, I think he just pulled his truck up to the field and just turned his speakers on. That was it. We had a PA system we brought down every once in a while for playoff games. That was it. We didn't have anything where anybody was announcing names for games like this. This is awesome for these kids. I'm really happy that they get this. But do I do the very simple Chuck Morgan style, batting first, playing second base, Marcus Simeon?
It's you. You do however you want to do.
Or do I get out there and do I come up with nicknames for all these guys and call them the White Rock Slugger or something like that? That's White Rock Lake is right next to Bryan Adams, Mike. So I want you. That's where my city is.
I know
all
where
right?
BA is.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know. This is you're on my turf, Mike.
Playing third base.
Yes.
Left-handed.
No, he's not. I don't know if we have a left-handed third baseman right now. I really don't know the answer to that. But this is a really cool. This is the first time that my high school has ever reached out to me to do something
You've
like
made
this.
it.
That's what I told my buddies. I just texted them a message. I was like, I made it, guys. I finally did it. My college, UNT, I went to North Texas. I'm a Mean Green graduate from the Mayborn School of Journalism. They had me back 5-6 years ago to give me a Rising Star Award. And I appreciate that.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd love to speak. I've been back to speak to Hank Dickinson's class a couple times. But I'd love the opportunity to go be a panelist at UNT. But this right here, this is something special, man. I don't know what it is. What is it about our connection with high school that kind of brings like there's a nostalgia that you're like, man, I think it's we all want to relive the high school days of being able to play, sports like you did when you were in high school. It was different. Even Mike, whenever you were in the big leagues, it was different in high school than it was then. Being able to play football was an absolute blast with your buddies. You have friendships that last forever. There is something nostalgic about high school sports. So yes, Coach Enriquez, I am more than happy. And since you're a Tolo, I'm going to be bringing stuff. I'm bringing something your way. Maybe I'll bring a whole stack of Evan Carter cards that I steal from Mike. We'll see. Because you got all the new ones now, right? You got all the good stuff now.
Well, he only has one card out so far, and it's his tops. There's a whole bunch of parallels to it, and I'm buying all the ones that are really expensive. But yeah.
So there it is, Mike. I know you guys in Duncanville, y'all have the City of Champions. But yeah, when is this game taking place? He gave me about 3 options. I will find out which one I can do. Maybe I can do all of them. Maybe I'll ask. I'll be like, can I just come by and do this all the time and announce these high school kids? I always love that, man. All right, this is an interesting clip of audio that I wanted to get to because I think it's hilarious. How did you bleep it? Okay, good. Oh my gosh. Jose Alvarado is a reliever for the Phillies, and I feel like he may have put on some weight, but he said he lost about 50 pounds, but he looks a little plump. All right.
Okay.
I'm not trying to fat shame here. This is him talking about that in a in-game interview.
Is that the key for any pitcher, though, Jose, is make sure your legs are strong?
Allá in the grizzly bear.
Yeah, you are.
Allá in the grizzly bear. I got, sometimes I call to my people in the clubhouse, bro, I feel like a fat boy, I'm fat.
Oh, wait, he said that on the air?
He goes, I feel like I'm a fat boy. And then
he used the F
throws
word?
out the F-bomb on him. But I always felt like whenever guys would come back to baseball after, like now it seems a little bit different, but they always looked a little heavier. They always looked like they took an off season and they were using spring training to get back into shape. Whereas Mike, now it seems like guys are walking into spring training in fantastic shape already.
Yeah.
But I just thought that was hilarious.
Yeah, I didn't hear that, so that was fun to hear. And he got a little too comfortable there. It's like it's in a way for us, it's great when a guy cusses during an interview, but bad that we're like dumping
scrambling. Yeah.
But now we know that he's engaged in the conversation and he's having a friendly conversation, right? His guard is in a way down, and we can now have a fun conversation where it's not just a protected answer it the way it's an old school movie, but answer it the way Crash Davis told Meat, to answer Nuke LaLoosh on how to answer questions. Just happy to be here, here to help the club, do anything they ask.
Give 100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Just give those answers. Once you become a superstar, then you can add flavor to it.
I think, Alec, you can hold on to that one for a long time. I think that could be a drop that could make its way
fat boy
into the conversations. I'm sure.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man, I'm hoping that, the NC State kid doesn't take out A&M because he's a fat boy.
He is a very large guy. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, and thank you there are some people that are like, hey man, that's really awesome, well deserved. I appreciate it. I'm excited. Hopefully I get to go have some fun, and hopefully those kids turn out to be awesome players, man. Hopefully we can get some eyeballs on even more of them as well. Coming up next, the mascot rankings and the ultimate road trip snack. Next on The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans.
ACLB 84522E.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And this has just turned into a wonderful day, man.
You're pumped, man. You're back at BA.
Yeah, man. I'm really excited. Hopefully this wasn't a prank and it's the real coach.
Wasn't your wife, what did she do at BA? She was
Bell?
A drill
That's
team?
drill team, yeah.
Yeah.
She's
going to wear her drill team outfit and everything at the game.
and I can wear my jersey. Maybe I can wear my whole uniform. I don't have my pants anymore. I'll have to go buy some new baseball pants. But I guess I have to get the same size I wore in high school so that it looks authentic.
It is a beautiful day, and most baseball teams are starting district play today.
Yep, that's right. That is dead on, man. And this is a time of year. If you played baseball in high school or you played a sport in the spring like this is the best, dude. The weather is amazing. That is the one thing that I do miss for sure about that was being on the baseball field back whenever I was in high school. It was my best friends out there anyway. Like, it was me and my best friends hanging out, catching fly balls, shagging balls, taking batting practice, getting our opportunities, talking trash to each other. But I was outside. You know how Wyatt Langford said he loves to be outside? And you're like, yeah, dummy, you were outside playing baseball all the time. And you didn't say dummy, but it's like it is you were outside. You were intentionally outside doing something fun all the time. So take it in if you can, man, everybody out there. And the Cowboys have officially announced their coaching staff for 2024. Al Harris
is back.
Is listed.
Okay. I'm wondering who
as
else.
The offensive or as the assistant
head coach. Yeah, assistant head coach.
Looking at it here. Yeah, assistant head coach. So congratulations to Al Harris.
Is Mike coming back?
And defensive backs coach. Mike McCarthy? Let's see.
Is he back or no?
Look, guess what, Mike?
Huh.
He's back.
Yes.
So
buy into us.
That's 12 wins.
That is every year except for the first year it's been 12 wins.
Yeah.
So they are a consistent team if
Mark
nothing
it down.
else.
Pick your 12.
If nothing else at all. All right, Mike,
did he make the list?
Zimmer?
I bet he made the
Looks
list.
like he did. Yeah, he's on it. Yeah, he's there, man. That's really good. Do you have any other questions?
That's all I know.
On their staff, Greg Ellis is also there.
Hey, number 98.
Assistant defensive line quality control. So
he knows who Zim is.
I always love the quality control tagline. Maybe in crosstalk I'll ask Broadus a little more about that. When did that become a job? When did quality control, QC, start becoming a real job? Because quite honestly, they were discussing it whenever they had the Shanahan, Sean McVay, Matt LaFleur podcast with Adam Schefter. And that was one of Sean McVay's jobs very early on, was a QC guy. And he claims that that's one of the reasons he is what he is as a coach now, is because he was a QC guy then. He was like, you had to pay attention to so many different types of details that's why that's why I do this the way that I do now. So Kevin or Mike, I know you love Sean McVay as a head coach. You think he's a really brilliant head coach. Maybe all guys should rock in and be a QC guy at some point. Maybe they all are. I don't know. It's your choice though, Mike.
Okay.
The ultimate road trip snacks bracket or March Madness ranking all of the mascots for 2024's bracket.
I'm hungry. Snacks.
You like snacks?
Give it to me.
Give you the snacks. All right.
Road trip snacks? Is like Slim Jim going to be one? Your beef jerky?
All right. We'll start in the gas station staples area. Okay. And they have Doritos versus Jack Links.
That's like a beef jerky?
Yep, that is your beef jerky.
I'm not a big beef jerky fan, so I would go with Doritos.
You just asked if they had Slim Jims.
I know, because that's a snack. I do like beef jerky from Rudolph's Meat Market in Deep Ellum, but that's like steak. That is they have done a great job there, but it is very expensive beef jerky, and for the right reasons, because it's a very premium beef jerky.
All right, so you're going with Doritos, and it's Cool Ranch, right? That's the best Dorito?
I like a lot of Doritos. I like nacho cheese. I like Cool Ranch. I like Doritos.
All right, I'll take Doritos on that too. Lay's potato chips or Pop-Tarts, Mike?
Well, I know which one you're voting for, and I will lean towards Lay's.
All right, Alec?
Ooh, I'm going to go with the Lay's.
All right, looks like Lay's it is because I am not voting for Pop-Tarts. Pop-Tarts are garbage.
Wow.
Oreos versus combos. Oreos versus combos.
Oreos for me, but I know that's your least favorite.
Yeah.
So it's going to come down to Alec on this one.
Going Oreos, boys. Going Oreos.
All right,
Sorry,
I'll give
Corey.
y'all. I don't love combos either, but I wasn't going to vote for Oreos at all. But my kids love combos. They will always get a bag
You like
like the
that with
cheese
cheese?
pizza one or whatever it is.
I won't even say they're okay. They're not for me.
Cheez-Its versus Bucky's Beaver Nuggets. This is
Beaver
tough.
Nuggets for me.
Cheez-Its is the 2 seed here, by the way.
That is
Well,
rough.
This is interesting because how do people know Beaver Nuggets if they're not in this region?
I feel like Bucky's like there are what 11 of them or something in Texas. I don't know how many are there.
But they're not like in the Northeast. They're not in the West.
This is interesting.
So they put a regional product against a national product.
Yeah, on a national website too.
I'm going with the Beaver Nuggets.
I'm going with Mike. Give me the Beaver Nuggets.
Dang it! All right, I was gonna go Cheez-Its because I love Cheez-Its.
I have no clue what Beaver Nuggets are made of.
All right, Doritos versus Lay's. We're going Doritos. Oreos versus Nuggets.
I go Oreos.
Oreos for y'all. All right, and then I'm gonna say Oreos over Doritos. I'm sorry, Doritos over Oreos.
There we go.
I was like, interesting because this is a tough one. It just matters. Do you want salty or sweet?
Yeah, it does.
And it changes. You're not always going to want salty, and you're not always going to want sweet.
And don't forget, Mike, you still have drinks, fast food, and candy to go through. So we still got to rock through that.
I'll lean towards Doritos, Alec.
Yeah, I got to go Doritos. Those are my weakness.
All right, okay. Doritos has made the Final Four. Let's move to drinks. Coke versus Pepsi.
I lean Coke.
Yep, it's Coke. Sorry about
shout
it.
out Kevin. Coke.
All right. Oh, yeah, Kevin, because of his addiction. Starbucks latte versus Arizona's Arnold Palmer, the Arizona tea.
I love an Arnold Palmer, but I don't care for it out of the can.
Ooh.
So I like it when it's made like at a restaurant rather than the can. So I will go with Starbucks.
All right. You're going Starbucks too?
Yeah, Starbucks need that caffeine.
All right. Yes, as is off day of caffeine.
I'm fighting.
Speaking of, Red Bull versus Monster.
Red Bull for me.
Yeah, I'll take a Red Bull. Sorry, Alec.
It was going to be Red Bull anyways.
Gatorade. This is tough.
Or Powerade
versus a 7-Eleven Slurpee.
Oh,
I haven't had a Slurpee in a long time.
But you remember having Slurpees?
Yes, they're great
amazing.
as a kid. I'll lean towards I'd rather have a Gatorade. For some reason, I have no clue of the sugar content of either. I know they're high.
Gatorade Zero is like
I'll go with Gatorade Zero because it has zero sugar.
Alec?
This is tough. You know what? I'm gonna go with the Gatorade too.
All right. You guys take Gatorade down. I was gonna go 7-Eleven Slurpee. Let's real quick then. Coke versus latte. Coke.
Yeah.
Red Bull versus Gatorade. Feels like Gatorade's winning that one easy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Unless I need to go.
It's fine.
Red Bull on a road trip.
I did drink Red Bull as a relief pitcher.
Red Bull on a road trip is useful though.
Yeah.
All right.
That's true.
And then Coke versus Gatorade.
Coke for me.
All right. I'll take Coke as well.
I shouldn't. I know that both of them are very bad, and my wife tells kids don't drink either one.
Fast food, Mike. McDonald's Nuggets versus Sonic Tots.
Oh, crap.
That's unfair.
I'll go with chicken over tater tots, but that is a tough one.
All right.
What, Alec, you got to help me out here because that is not easy.
I'm going to split the vote. I'm going to go with Tots.
All right.
Are you going with Tots? I'm not going to disagree.
This is an 8 taking down a 1 seed, by the way. Tots is going to win here. The 8 takes down the 1 seed. Woo! Tots. Popeye sandwich versus the Big Mac from McDonald's.
Oh my gosh. I like a Big Mac, but I'm probably going to lose here too.
What are your thoughts,
It's
Alex?
close. This is not easy.
Give me the Big Mac.
Okay, there you go,
Mac
Big Mac.
attack. I like taking the middle bun out, by the way. I tell them no middle bun.
That chicken sandwich from Popeyes is fantastic.
It's great. I feel like that's going to be the most heat we get so far.
It's very hit or miss, though. I'll give them that very hit or miss.
Popeyes,
That is true. That's
you might get
Popeyes.
it 45 minutes later.
But that's what you need, as Reggie always says. Taco Bell Crunch Wrap versus Arby's Curly Fries. I have to go Taco Bell in this because I can't eat Arby's anymore, unfortunately. So I'm going to go Taco Bell.
I'll go with that because I feel like it's more than French fries.
Yeah.
I do like a curly fry, but I'm getting a whole Crunch Wrap over a curly fry situation.
Burger King Whopper versus the Wendy's Frosty.
This will be where I choose sweet over savory. A Whopper's fine with me, but I'll choose a Frosty.
It's Frosty.
Well, and
Gotta change it up.
we already got a Big Mac on there, so we already got a burger on there. All right, so here it is, Frosty versus Crunch Wrap. I think we're all going Frosty here.
I would go Crunch Wrap.
Interesting, Alex.
I think it's close.
I'm going Crunch Wrap.
All right, Crunch Wrap wins. Big Mac versus Tots.
I would go Big Mac. It's just more than Tots, but Tots are great.
All right, Alec.
Splitting the vote again. I'm going Tots.
I'm going.
If you guys
I'm
go
going
Tots, I'm
as
fine.
well. So now
I get
it's
it. I'm
Tots versus Crunch Wrap.
I'll go Crunch Wrap because I'm going with the meatier things here. I'm sticking with that.
You can get
Besides
chili
Frosty
and cheese
one,
on your Tots
but
if you want.
But I understand where you guys are headed.
Where are you headed with this, Alec? Tots or Crunch Wrap?
I'm gonna shock the system and go with the Crunch Wrap, baby.
Oh my gosh,
Need some
there it is.
substantial, man.
Crunch Wrap in the Final Four, and then we hit this real quick: M&M's versus Skittles.
Oh man,
Peanut
They're
M&Ms.
both great, but I'll go if you're saying peanut M&Ms. I'll go peanut M&Ms.
All right, M&M's. I'm going to take that one down too. Kit Kat versus Sour Patch Kids. I like chocolate. I'm a chocolate guy.
I'm gonna go Sour Patch Kids. Those are one of my favorites.
Sour Patch Kids.
Sour Patch Kids win here. Twix versus Haribo gummy bears.
Twix for me.
Gummy bears.
I'm going to go Twix as well. Sorry, Alec, on that one. Snickers versus Starburst.
Snickers for me.
Yeah, I'll go Snickers.
And I will go Snickers as well. All right, here we go. M&M's versus Sour Patch Kids.
I think I'll go Sour Patch Kids. I got enough chocolate on the other side.
Thank you. I will go Sour Patch Kids as well.
All right, Twix versus Snickers.
Snickers for me.
I'll go Twix.
Oh, I will go Snickers as well. It's something about the peanuts. And then last, Sour Patch Kids versus Snickers.
I'll lean towards Snickers.
This is an easy Sour Patch Kids for me.
I got to go Snickers as well. There it is. It is Snickers versus Crunch Wrap in the Final Four, and Doritos versus Coke in the Final Four as well. So the question is, do we go ahead and wrap this up now? Let's go ahead and wrap this up now. Doritos versus Coke.
Doritos.
Doritos.
Doritos with a clean sweep. And then Crunch Wrap versus Snickers.
Snickers.
Going Crunch Wrap.
Oh my gosh. I'm going Snickers as well. And now it is down to this. It feels like I'm in high school all over again.
What a horrible meal.
Doritos. This is
It's
road
a great
trip.
meal,
This
but
is
it's a
road trip.
horrible, like, your diet is horrible if you're eating Doritos and Snickers, but you are getting good flavor. It's tasting great.
Yeah.
You're having a horrible diet.
My
right
tongue
now.
was happy. My colon, not so much. All right, Doritos versus Snickers. Mike, this is for the championship.
Man, I could eat a whole bag of Doritos, and I know eating the Snickers isn't good either, but I love eating Snicker bars. I'm going to leave it up to you, Corey, because I'm going to go Snickers.
All right.
Because I know the other vote's Doritos.
Are you going also Snickers or Doritos?
It's an easy Doritos for
So
me.
I'm leaving it up to you, Corey. You did the bracket. You get to pick the champ. I think it's very close.
The best road trip snacks bracket. I'm going Cool Ranch Doritos for the W. So Doritos is the ultimate road trip snack right there,
What did you
ladies and
pick?
gentlemen. Doritos.
Okay.
So congratulations, Doritos. It's not like it was rolls where where Kevin's just like, I love rolls so much or whatever you did. So
He likes the Doritos that are just non-flavored,
He just
right?
wants-
But
he
you
wants a-
have to
a
dip.
chip.
You have to use dip for those,
Yeah.
right? You have to either use salsa or you have to get a dip, like a French onion or a ranch dip.
That's just a tortilla chip, bro. What are you
Or you
even
get the
doing?
Shut
up, Mike.
The buffalo, like wing dip.
Oh man,
I've made it before. It's great.
That is
with the
pretty
buffalo,
good.
like red hot and stuff. I think there's a new commercial with Jason Kelsey ripping off his shirts with all the ingredients.
Really? I haven't seen that one yet. I'm going to have to go, I guess, check it out. All right, coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation next on The Fan.
to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, it is time to chit-chat with the fellows from the G-Bag Nation, courtesy of D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Excellent. Majors, how are you?
And I throw you off just a little bit by asking it a little differently. Yeah, that happens sometimes.
And not being Heggy.
Yeah, not being Heggy's a kind of a big deal. Some people were asking where Kevin is. He's on a bender somewhere with a big pile of white dust, I'm assuming.
Again?
No.
Man.
Somebody did
be
say...
surprised if the white dust was still
something
there.
happened. Like he was talking to us yesterday. His wife had enough.
Oh, really?
And so maybe he is having to go back to rehab because his wife is just like, you need help.
Or was there a situation like
I need help?
Somebody had suggested maybe they were. Oh, you said that crack addicts have to do crack together. Like
I feel like, Gavin, have you seen the Chris Rock? It's years old. It's at least a decade old, if not more. But didn't Chris Rock have like a set, like a comic set where he said like crackheads need to be with crackheads or something? Like
I don't
there's a
remember
whole
that one.
bit on that.
I was more
All
of an
right.
Eddie Murphy guy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That's fine.
Richard
that's fine.
Pryor.
Yeah.
Dice Clay.
Yeah.
Man. What? Okay.
Hickory dickory dock.
Richard Pryor.
How that worked. How Andrew Dice Clay made a lot of money with his set is
People
amazing.
bought pet rocks, though, too.
Right place, right time.
They absolutely did. How'd you guys feel about the Blake Snell signing now, knowing he's not going to be a Houston Astro?
I had a party when I saw it yesterday. I was like, yes, let's go. I went running around the NICU. Everyone was like, what just happened? Is your baby okay? I'm like, no, Blake Snell signed with the Astros. Not. He's going to the Giants.
I do like what you guys talked about, though, that do you worry about, though, Boris lining up Montgomery now? And, but I also like what you say about potentially with the Rangers. Could the Rangers look at it as a shorter deal, a 2-year deal? Could it be worth us for $50 million? We're not paying a 6 or 7 year deal, but we're looking at maybe 2 years, but it'd be something we could fit. I thought that was a really good discussion you guys had today.
The window is so open for the Rangers right now. You just won the championship. Literally all your position players for the next 2 years are locked in. It's impossible for any of them you can trade them, but they can't. They're not going to be a free agent. Literally nobody's going to be a free agent really more than 2 years, but the next 2 years you have a window to win it all. And, I heard you yesterday, Gavin, talking about that. And like Ray Davis has spent a lot of money, and spending more money would take you into luxury tax situations.
Yeah.
But you do have a window here, and you don't know. It's really tough to predict what's going to happen 3 years from now with your organization. But 2024 and 2025 do look like, at least from a position player wise, a great team.
Well,
I think he's going to have to allocate more money or pitching's going to have to arrive from the minor leagues ready to rock because, we can talk about getting healthy at half, but that is Scherzer, who's ancient, and DeGrom, who I don't know, and then Malley, is that how you say the last name? Molly? Okay, so, he's going to be pretty good, but that's not a championship rotation still. So are we stuck, I think, is the question. And my thought is yes. I do think Ray's miserly nature as a sports owner was temporarily shut down by a great sales pitch from CY and the new stadium, and they went for it. But I think he's back into his old mode now, and I think CY saying we're going to be defined by what happens next is a message to Ray Davis.
I'll tell you this, though, and Mike, you guys had the conversation about tickets. I think this is where Ranger fans could help the team when you start to go to games, when you start to those weekday series, not just the weekend series, but all of a sudden I think Ray Davis started to see that his baseball park was getting filled up. And it's like, okay, maybe we can budget this. Maybe we can do this now. Maybe I can spend a little bit more money. I think this is where, Cowboy fans will tell you, let's stop going to the games, but they won't stop going to the games. Where Ranger fans, I think, are going to the games, and I think that makes management feel like, you know what, we could spend the extra money. We could, that's why I would have gone after Shohei if I could have, because I would have said jersey sales, gate receipts, Herado Barbecue opening in a whole nother area over here that I could take advantage of. There's a lot of things in a ballpark, every night with all the dates you have that you could justify signing Jordan Montgomery.
It's going to be interesting too, is I think Evan Carter is going to be a star, I'm convinced, and I know he hasn't played a second yet. I'm convinced you have a superstar in Wyatt Langford. I agree. I think the next thing closest to Mike Trout we're about to see is Wyatt Langford.
Let me ask you this.
And you got him on a league minimum contract for, it probably won't be for the 3 years, but for the next 3 years, Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford can make league minimum.
Do you feel like that Wyatt Langford being here is taking pressure off Evan Carter?
I don't think Evan Carter feels pressure.
I mean,
I really don't.
That's a good conversation.
Instead of Mike, if we didn't have Wyatt Langford here, you would be talking about Evan Carter and what he did for 29 games or
100%.
whatever.
That's true.
And I listened to your guys' show. A lot of talk about Wyatt Langford, very little talk. I'm not saying not at all. I'm just saying very little than for a guy that could potentially be a superstar player.
Yeah.
I mean, it's more about Wyatt Langford, and this is potentially what you can have Mike Trout. But you might have somebody that has the same type of ability. And I mean,
they're different players.
Different players, but when you talk about numbers and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. And then, Corey, I think that having Simeon, Seager, Young, Adolis, you have 4 all-stars in your lineup.
Right.
So how much pressure will they feel? It's not like they have to perform or this team
They don't have to carry it.
Yeah.
They don't have to.
No. And Heim's an all-star too. So
just carry your spot. Just carry wherever they put you in the lineup.
We're sitting at 215. The threshold's like 237. The Astros are at 236. You have 20. If you're CY and you know you're capped out at that, do you want to spend that on Montgomery now, or do you want to hold into the season if you only got 20 more to spend?
It's a good question. I mean, last year when you traded for Max Scherzer, you obviously made other trades for Stratton and Montgomery. The Mets ate 70% of that contract.
Yeah. They did.
So in a dude who's making $20 million at the All-Star break, you only owe him 10 because half of the season is done. I'm just giving you a $20 million player. And then does that team contribute another $5 million to make sure they get a better prospect? And now that player's down to $5 million.
I wonder, I think I might just say, okay, Monty, take this, because I wonder how aggressive they're going to be at the deadline, knowing that some of their moves are kind of in-house. You're getting a lot of guys back healthy, especially pitchers. Maybe you want to address the bullpen, but I mean, offensively, unless you have an injury, you're not going to be looking for another bat, most likely.
As the baseball show of record, you tell me, can this team stay connected with the Astros and potentially the Mariners for half of the season?
It's a trade deadline? I think so.
Can they stay connected? Can they not put themselves in a hole that they can't get out of?
It's a great question. I think so, but tomorrow we're going to look really closely at this month of April schedule because it is completely opposite from 2022. Last year, it was a lot of teams that lost close to 100 games on that schedule or more in April. This is not the case in 2023. So that connection, that April schedule is a son of a gun for the Texas Rangers. So I'm hoping at the end of April they are connected within 3 games of those teams.
See, if you could tell me this team can stay connected with it, how it's currently constructed, let's let this thing ride. But if there's any bit of a doubt that having one more pitcher that could keep us connected, I'm looking at that really hard right
I think
now.
there is, because the doubt is, let's say for some reason you lose one of your starters for 2 weeks or however long it might be, you don't have somebody that you're super confident in to come and fill that spot.
Samson didn't make me feel very comfortable yesterday watching him pitch.
And Jack Leiter's an unknown.
Your major 2 backups for 2 months until they're saying Max Scherzer should be ready at the end of May, early June is when he's coming back into your rotation, is Adrian Sampson and Jack Leiter, I think, are your 6th and 7th starters to help you out if there's injury in the first 2 months.
Yeah. Fortunately for CY and the Ray Davises, and they're looking at it this way right now, is they bought themselves a lot of credibility with their fan base.
Oh, no question.
For no matter what the decisions for the time being. What do you guys got coming up on the showgram today?
Pure Gold as always, Majors. Thanks for asking. All the top stories breaking right out of the gates, and then at 2:30 your G-Bag of the Day.
There it is, G-Bag of the Day coming right at you. It's the G-Bag Nation. We are the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back at it tomorrow. Until then, you've been Masterpieced.
Fat boy, like I'm fat.
Miss any shows? and studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having an outstanding day as we're off and running. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, #1 influencer on Cowboy social media. Lucius Alexander's over there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You do have Wolchuk and Chia follow and Carter Freeman coordinating your video. You can follow us all at G-Bag Nation on X. And welcome into the show, boys. How you doing this afternoon?
Oh, I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm just getting some of the draft show conversation from the fellas today. Things get a little bit spicy. I think Wolchuk called out Broaddus to a fight. And it's draft season, man. It's very exciting.
Honestly, I ticked Aisha off pretty good. She got, like I was on the defense. I just got emotional and passionate. And sometimes I think that can come across as like, now I'm being aggressive and I'm in fight mode.
Well, you start wiggling those sausage fingers and all of a sudden everybody thinks, what is he about to do with those bear paws?
My fear is that the Cowboys, because I think Brian makes a good point here, that they've maybe put themselves in a situation where they have needs that they're going to have to address.
Right.
And where they're sitting in the draft, they're going to feel, all right, we're drafting based for need versus best player available. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Now, it could work out for them based on this year's draft, where their need is offensive line, and offensive line is the best player available. But to me, that's where this team's run into some trouble, is where they're drafting based on need, and they're not taking the approach of, okay, if a CeeDee Lamb falls to me like they did in that draft at pick 17, do we need CeeDee Lamb? No. That year, he was going to be your third receiver. What they wanted was an edge rusher. Kayvon Chason was the guy that they wanted to take. He's out of the league now. CeeDee Lamb's one of the top 5 receivers in all of football. You look back on it, who the hell gives a damn if you needed a wide receiver that draft? I think that's how you do it. Take the best player no matter what. And I just worry that they will specifically be drafting based on need, and that's when you run into problems.
No, I'm with you. I think the good news is they have a lot of needs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. We were just going over that.
Yeah.
There might not be a bad position to take at all.
I mean, what wouldn't you take? Wide receiver and end? And quarterback?
I feel like you need ends.
I think you need ends.
You need ends.
It might just be, and honestly, like wide receiver, you could probably even make an argument for.
How much do you care about? I mean, you think Tolbert could be that guy?
No.
Or do you think Sam Williams could be that
Cooks
guy?
is on his last year.
That's kind of where you're at right now.
You probably do need a wide receiver. Maybe tight end. I don't think tight end's worth taking early because you just drafted Schoonmaker. You're not going to quit on him, and Jake Ferguson looks really damn good. So that might not be one that's glaring. But and then quarterback they're not going to take, I doubt.
I definitely want to give Sam Williams another year. And the thing I just need to see is discipline. I think his deal is he's so incredibly talented. Get him on the field, let this work out. But there's got to be a maturity to give you faith in that. But what position would you be disappointed in, Wolchuk, if they took then?
I don't know that I'd be disappointed. I don't think there's a position I'd be disappointed in. I think I would only be disappointed in if they reached for, maybe one of these tackles. Although, granted, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt if they take an offensive lineman in the first round because they seem like they know what they're doing. But if there's clearly a player that we've seen that should be maybe a top 15 pick that's sitting there in the 20s, and they're like, we're going to take this tackle, Kingsley Suamatia, who could be a second rounder out of BYU, but we just need a tackle, and he's the best one there, so let's run with it, and let's not take a Laitu Latu out of UCLA or whoever it might be.
Who's an edge.
Yeah, who's an edge player.
Wow, dude, you just rattled off 2 of the most difficult names in all of the draft, and that was just seamless, right? That was a flex. I know, it was a low-key flex.
By the way, he's hosting the draft for us for those 3 days, so he's got to practice up on all those names.
Sean broke some news for me this morning.
We got the call up.
Yeah,
nice job,
We're going to try not to screw this up.
You won't screw it up.
Don't worry, the world's only listening.
That's crazy, dude, because Wolchuk loves going to Pluckers and getting hammered with the Tolos on draft night. So for him to punt on that is...
You have to carry on.
It's a giant promotion. I'll be drinking for 2 that night.
Our countdown to the draft is officially on right here. We'll have big board reports and coverage, and you can trust the fans going to be all over that story for 3 days. Top local story today, Rangers just named Nathan Eovaldi your opening day starter. That is awesome. Hell of a leader, hell of a player. World Series hero for multiple teams, and proud to have that guy with your cap on going out there every 5th day. And if he has a healthy year, maybe that Cy Young that he was in the conversation for early last year could come together for him. He is that high quality. What does the news mean for Jordan Montgomery? I think the Rangers World Series hero as well, likely is going to end up signing somewhere shortly. I don't know if it means anything relative to the Texas Rangers other than maybe the market is so low. If Blake Snell just gets 2 years and 30, could 2 and 40 get it done with Montgomery? Could 1 and 15? Is it possibly that low? And what would the deal have to look like for the Rangers to want to do it? But I think I'm just kind of excited that it appears we're going to get a resolution on this Montgomery thing. I would say within 24 hours, boys.
Ooh, let's go.
Yep.
Man, you saying what you said in crosstalk about how much they have to the luxury tax threshold, which is, you said 237 million is the line, and they're at like 215 right now. So you got like 20 to 22 million or so to play with for 1 year. I mean, I wonder if you could
Houston
put
just
something
hit
together.
236. So Philly's tied with them at 236. There's a number of teams within a couple of bucks of that, and then the Yankees at 274. So I'm going to say, if you don't want to compete with the Yankees, I understand. That's a massive media market. They have more money than the Cowboys, damn near, But can we at least compete with the Astros, Ray?
Right, right. And I do think when you start putting up the options of, okay, not signing Monty now, going into the season as is, getting to the deadline and making your acquisition there, to me, like you already have, like Walchuk mentioned, like you already have your reinforcements as planned coming around the trade deadline on your staff. What you're trying to do is stay alive in the first half of the season. Yeah. The best way I can do that is making sure I have another guy alongside Evaldi, and that's Montgomery. And so if you can find a way to 22 million for 1 year, maybe you do a 2-year deal and it's 22 in the first year and maybe a touch more in the second year to get things where it needs to go. But right now, I mean, I think that's the better play because you're trying to stay alive to the deadline. Yeah. I mean, I don't think they will be in such a hole that they can't get out of because I believe in the offense and the defense and everything like that. So I think they'll be able to stay afloat. But that is your question right now. Can you get to the deadline? And I think you're going to want a guy like Monty to do that when you already have the reinforcements at the deadline in-house coming to you.
Yeah, because I wonder, I mean, as we were just having that conversation, I was thinking, okay, what would be their biggest needs? Last year, it was clearly they wanted to add starting pitching and then bullpen help. And bullpen, I think everybody's always going to be looking for. So that's still probably one. But your offense, unless there's a glaring injury and how deep they look specifically in the infield, they're probably not going to be aggressive to try and add another bat. So I don't think you're going to have to be massive shoppers at the deadline. I'd probably rather spend that money to where I have the peace of mind. I've got Jordan Montgomery in the conversation because you are one injury to one of your starting pitchers away from thinking, oh no, we might be in deep doo-doo because now we're relying on Cody Bradford, Jack Leiter, Adrian Sampson, guys that we're hopeful, but we don't know.
Yeah, it's a good topic. Assuming they only have 21 mil more to spend, do you drop that on Montgomery now or do you stay flexible? Their bullpen isn't that much better than last year. They might be looking at it like, man, we need a starter. We need bullpen pieces. We need to break this 21 million up in mid-season trades where the other team is eating a high percentage of it.
But then you're also having to punt on some prospects.
Yeah.
And that's the other currency. So is that something you want to do, or do you want to just spend the money right now? And again, takes two to tango. Yeah. I don't know that Montgomery and Boris would hear $22 million in the first year and feel good about that. Yeah. But assuming that they were willing to play along, that to me, I'd rather spend the money on that now and then get my reinforcements in-house in the summer instead of having to make some tough calls on some prospects.
And maybe you could do both. Maybe you could spend 20, you could give up a Foscue, maybe you could trade Zeke Duran and have the other team eat all of or pretty much all of the salary. So, you wouldn't be going that much over the luxury tax threshold. But I think teams are going to be very wary of going over that because of how punitive they've made it. But yeah, Blake Snell, prolonged free agency, now done, 2 years and $62 million with the San Francisco Giants. It's a great story on Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford today in the morning news. 15 plate appearances against lefties this spring. Carter has 4 hits, and he's been on base 6 times. He might have figured out this lefty thing in one offseason. And Bang Bang hit his 17th ribby of spring yesterday, and he is now hitting .457 after a 1-10 start.
Unreal.
Just absolutely dominating. And it's huge that it continued this week because this last week is the week that pitchers begin to make their adjustments. And he did not miss a beat. He was just as good as he'd been the previous week. Okay, speaking of draft, there is a post-free agency mock from Mel Kiper. He has 5 quarterbacks going into the top 12. Do you guys think that would happen? And what if a quarterback slipped to 24? Is there one that you'd be like, oh, hell, we got to do this?
Probably Drake May for me. Maybe Caleb Williams for you guys.
I don't think the Cowboys are doing that.
You said for me.
Yeah.
Right? You just for me. Not for the Cowboys or anything.
Jaden Daniels.
It's got to be somewhat realistic.
Michael Penix.
Michael Penix.
Do you think Penix just might be there anyway?
I don't know. But I'll tell you what, though, it would be hard for me to pass on Michael Penix because I feel like that everywhere he's been a winner. You look at Indiana, their program when he was there, they were beating Ohio State, they were beating Michigan, and then he leaves, and then they completely fall apart. He goes to Washington. Next thing you know, they're in the national championship game.
Beat Oregon twice.
Yeah, this guy is a winner.
He is.
He's got the mobility. He's got the skill. He's got the accuracy. He's got the leadership. It would be very, very hard for me. It would almost be like what Ted Thompson did with Aaron Rodgers. And I know Rodgers was either going to be the first overall player taken, or you didn't know where he might fall. But Teddy was going to pick a defensive player, and he just picked Aaron Rodgers. He says, I can't pass up on this, can I?
I love what you're saying about Penix. I felt that he would get the rise like we're seeing with J.J. McCarthy right now.
Yeah.
I thought people would kind of fall in love with everything you said about Penix. The deep ball, the touch that he has is very, very rare. So Penix is definitely one that I would be interested in. But I do think you're going to see a run on quarterbacks. With all the love that J.J. McCarthy is getting here, I think him plus Michael Penix, maybe Bo Nix slides in there. I don't see that for the life of me.
Yeah.
But it's possible that teams, they get overdrafted. Hell, we had E.J. Manuel go in the first round. Christian Ponder went in the first round. These quarterbacks that aren't any good.
Kenny Pickett.
It shouldn't go in the first. They find a way to go in the first because it's
Zach Wilson.
Yeah.
I think he might have the GOAT trait that he plays best in the fourth quarter in one-score games. They won so many of those this year at Washington, and I faded them because of that. I was like, you're not blowing teams out in the Pac-12. You got no chance. But I do think Penix is special and has that intangible, and if he can stay healthy, I think he's going to have a hell of an NFL career. That'd be a lot of fun. Do you agree with what Wolchuk was fixing to say, Brian, that you just don't think the Cowboys would think of that way at all? I think with Dak going into his final year in the financial trouble of the cap, you'd have to at least have somebody in there that was like, guys.
It'd be fun.
Well, what's going to happen is the stack is probably going to tell them, much like why they made the 4th-round selection or give up the 4th-round pick for Trey Lance, because they had a 1-2-0 grade on him, which is the top of the 2nd round. So to them, it's like, their stack will tell them where, now if they take somebody else other than say they do have Michael Penix there in the top 12 and the board starts falling and all of a sudden Penix is falling, we could see them jump a tag. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. I mean, jump a tag, it's like maybe Penix grade is a 1-1-2, which is the 12th best player on your board. And then you have an offensive tackle at 1-1-5, which would be the 15th. And all of a sudden they pass on Michael Penix to take the offensive tackle.
That's destiny trying to save you.
Yes.
I do believe a special quarterback is what this franchise needs.
They did it with, if you go back, you look at Zach Martin, and Steven wouldn't let Jerry do it with Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
He wouldn't let him do it.
It's a little bit different. Penix is tall, big arm.
Yeah, it's one of those, too. It could work out for you if they're not going to want the quarterback. Somebody behind you might, and there's your trade back situation that could benefit you.
Mavs and Spurs tonight. They've won 4 of 5, 39-29 now. Pretty decent record this late in the year. 3rd easiest schedule in the league coming in. The top 3, Thunder, Wolves, Nuggets, all separated by a half game. So there is so much to be determined here in the remainder of this basketball season. It's going to resume tonight.
Yeah, I hope they don't fall apart, though. They play down to San Antonio's level there.
I mean, CA gave us a pretty good nugget yesterday about how well the Mavericks have done this year versus the teams they should beat. You never know.
I would rather
Wemby's playing out of his mind.
Yeah, I don't. Like I say, I don't want him to get going here. I'd like to see one of those like 16, 18-point laughers like you had like in Chicago the other night, where you're able to rest Luka for like 7-8 minutes in the second.
Yes,
something like that.
That's
would
what
be
we need.
Ideal. Yeah.
I bet you Lively and Gafford tear his ass up. He's riding high coming in. I don't know. He's having such a breakout now. It's probably rookie year is pretty much wrapping up, and now he is figured out a couple of things, and
Blocking shots.
he's ready to use that size and skill set to take over.
Nah, he ain't seen Gafford yet. He don't know what's coming.
How long till he's the best player in the league?
Man, I don't think it'll be that long based on what we've seen here. Assuming health, I think you're talking about in the next
3 years.
I was going to say 2, but yeah, 2-3 years. I think you're having arguments about is he the best or whatever, but it won't be long before he's surefire top 5.
This time 2026.
Man, I know that he's
nose to nose with Jokic.
Yeah, I mean the thing that'll have to do is like
these bigs.
How long will it take to get these guys into the playoffs? Like that's where how much postseason success can you have? And it starts with just getting there. Obviously, they're not going to do that this year, but how long does that take? Because that will become a huge factor for him if he's putting up all these insane points and the Spurs continue to be a bad basketball team, which they're supposed to be bad right now. Like that pressure's not on them at the moment, but this time next year, if you're an obvious team this time next year not making the playoffs, then it starts to be the conversation. But him individually right now is borderline unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Only Mark Cuban could fumble an opportunity like that with an MVP candidate for a half decade. We'll check back to you.
I wonder your thoughts, though. Like the one guy that's kind of intriguing me, especially after what he did last night with that monster dunk and literally breaking a man's face and what we've seen him do with the block of the season. But Anthony Edwards has put himself in a position now where the talent's there. I don't think he's gotten enough love, but now with Cat being hurt, if he's able to take Minnesota on a postseason run, he's going to be in that conversation.
No question.
G-Bag of the Day coming up 2:30. What sports memorabilia would you drop everything to bid on is next in the nation.
Take your turn.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by TexDot.
Texas roads are big enough to share. Drivers, do your part to help make sure everyone arrives home safely. Stay alert, stop for pedestrians at crosswalks, yield when turning, and watch your speed. Be safe, drive smart. A message from TexDot.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. G-Bag of the Day is coming up in 7.5 minutes. This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by Window Nation as well. Here's the Wooly Bully with some sports memorabilia talk.
Yeah, I saw this story from CBS Sports that Kobe Bryant's 2000 Lakers championship ring, which he originally gifted to his dad, Joe Jellybean Bryant, is now up for sale at Golden Auctions.
We got a guess, huh?
So 877-881-1053. I was like, man, is there, one, that would be badass, and I'm sure Kobe fans and Laker fans would love to try and bid for this.
Which number championship ring is this for him then?
So I think it was his first one, 2000, I believe.
So this was his very first one?
First one. So it's the one, so he actually asked for a second ring to be made for him for the Lakers. So he had one of his own, but he wanted to get a second one.
For his dad.
For his dad. So it's the same exact ring that Kobe was gifted along with the rest of the Laker team. So it's not like Kobe Bryant's specific ring, but it's the one that he got and gifted to his dad.
That one doesn't mean anything to me.
You wouldn't want that?
Nope.
Yeah, I know. I was just going to say that definitely lessens the value.
Yeah, give me if it was Kobe Bryant's first championship ring, I'm in. Dad's ring, I'm out.
It's kind of a replica. I'm sure it's worth slightly more than the goods that it took to create.
Right.
It's worth more to a Lakers fan probably, though. They would love that replica that was part of the original production line. It was essentially an extra. I think for Lakers fans, that might have tremendous value still. But outside of that, I don't see that as a collector's piece.
Nope.
That's what I'm looking to do is like buy something that's going to go up significantly in value if I'm going to be bidding on one of these deals, unless it just has tremendous sentimental value because I'm a Lakers fan or something like that.
Or Kobe fan,
Clearly
right?
not. Yeah.
All right, so
14 karat gold contains 40 diamonds. Bryant's last name, along with the Lakers' regular season record and postseason record, appear on one side. On the other side are words "bling bling," followed by the year 2000.
All right, I'll start the bidding at $25K.
You would already have lost.
All right, I'll start the bidding at $50K.
You would still have lost.
Wow.
Well, I'm not going to bid against myself here.
A lot of money out there in LA. Is it sold already?
It's not sold, but we do have a leading bid. I can tell you that. But I want
275.
Somebody bid 187, I bet.
Lower.
Okay. Somebody bid 165.
69, 420. 69,420.
I do like that. We're a little bit higher than that.
Okay. $75K. It's my final answer. It's my final offer. Okay.
How about I give you a DeMarcus Ware?
Oh, 94,000.
94K.
Okay.
Is your leading bid right now for this specific ring. But Brian, if that doesn't tickle your fancy, and the 903 says they bet this thing ends up selling for $3.5 million. They might have overshot that a little bit.
I'd say so.
We're going to have the bidding go for a while.
If it was Kobe Bryant's actual ring, yes.
Okay.
I could see something going heavy.
But just in general, like all-time sports memorabilia, and I know you love racing.
Yes,
so like, is there something that you'd be like, I can't pass up. I really want a piece of this thing.
You always think about cars. Is there a car you're going to give me that's, or are you just asking me?
Yeah, anything's on the table.
You want Knight Rider, don't you?
You find out, man, I've got I would like ex-driver.
No.
Schumacher's.
No, exactly.
Whatever available.
There's Formula One cars you would love to bid on, like Lewis Hamilton's 7th championship car. There's cars. You mentioned Michael Schumacher. You mentioned there's certain cars throughout history that you would like to. Another one that I'd like to have is the 1969 car that Mario Andretti won, the only Indianapolis 500.
That's badass.
In the Andretti family. They've tried for, it seemed like forever to win an Indy 500 and only have had it one time. That car to me would be worth a lot of money, I feel like. But yeah, cars to me would be far more interesting than a piece of jewelry if I could afford them.
Okay.
I'm thinking like massive pieces of history, like a Babe Ruth bat.
Yeah.
Or glove.
Like a record-breaking type of moment deal.
Yeah.
Like some boxing gloves or like something that like Emmitt Smith's helmet that he wore when he broke the all-time rushing record.
I'll tell you what, I'd love to have a Heisman Trophy on my hands.
That'd be fun.
You know, to be able to have someone's Heisman Trophy. I know that would be unfortunate for that guy to lose that trophy, but
might be able to get Reggie Bush's on auction somewhere since he had to forfeit it. I like the Muhammad Ali gloves. You know, pieces of history like that I didn't see. I just would be cool to be able to experience that.
The gloves from the Thriller in Manila. You know Give me the gloves. I'll tell you a piece of memorabilia I'd like to have. I'd like to have the ball that George Bush threw out at the World Series
Subway
after 9/11.
Yeah.
Yes.
Perfect strike.
That's great.
I'd like to have that ball and him sign that ball.
I do not want the most recent World Series throw that will forever be forged onto my memory, but I would like to eject it if I could. It wasn't his best performance. But, he was charged up that night. It was 20 years ago. He was a younger man, and you just had 9/11 happen. So the adrenaline was firing, and we know he's a proper baseball man. Happens to the best of us.
Man, I think I would want the nasty Nate Eovaldi game day glove, the red one that just looks badass. And he was wearing it during the curtain call game. Like, give me that glove.
That'd be sick. Or Sporzy's glove for the final out. I mean, that's in Canton right now, but you never know. Like, something happens, that's available. We got someone which said they'd just bid on a Rangers World Series ring if it became available from the 214. Dale Earnhardt's race-driven car when he won his first Daytona 500.
That'd be a great one to have as well. How about Mike Bassick's jersey after he gave up the Barry Bonds home run?
Ooh.
Is that thing in Canton?
Something is.
Or I mean,
Mike send something to Canton. Mike, if you're listening, text in or text one of us and let us know if you got something in Canton.
Yeah, we had a lot of good texts rolling in here. Tom Brady deflated football. That might be a joke, but that's also pretty good. Don't know something about one of Jeff Gordon's cars.
Yep.
The Gretzky last point puck would be a good one.
I'll tell you what would be cool. Like when Tiger Woods went on that run, was in 2000. How about his sticks? All the clubs with the bag. Oof. Like you give me the whole set, 16 clubs, the whole complete bag from his record breaking when he won all those, like he held all those majors at one time.
I want the one that went through his car window.
The 2-iron? His wife threw at him.
I would like to play with those. That would just be so fun. Yeah, I got Tiger Woods clubs from when he was on top of the world.
How about you? Okay, you're currently, you used to be pretty good at golf.
Yeah, just okay.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. If you had Tiger Woods, you showed up and just played with a random group of 3 guys. You show up, the bag says Woods. It's got all the sponsors on it.
What's
Tiger
over
Woods.
this?
And then you're breaking out like you're breaking
the Scotty Cameron,
and you're just hitting it all over the yard.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not even close. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, hey, where'd you get those clubs? Oh, there were Tiger Woods.
Tigers.
4. Yeah. Just smash it way left.
It's
crushing the value
for the G bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. Lucius Alexander.
Yo. I'll take our Jordans. Game 6 over Utah.
There you
go.
go.
Get them right there.
Yeah.
And I know it's not sports or anything, but I would like that car that Pac got shot in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, BMW 745 that was Suge's. I think Drake bought it or something like that. And he bought the chain and everything. Oh man. All right. Let's see. Our winner and champ, day 2 for this fella right here, the fans' very own Will Chambers. He had himself a meltdown at the bar over the Bears trading quarterback Justin Fields.
I don't understand why you cannot hold on to him until training camp, until something happens to somebody, and you're going to get better than a 6th-round pick. What are we doing here? This is why I say it all the time. I am the only human being that is qualified to run this organization that is
Will is mourning the Bears trade.
Is that number 4?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You should get number 6 in honor of the Bears only getting a 6.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Whiskey Will.
Will's a great time. He's a good hangout.
Was he asking how many shots deep they were at one point? He was like, "Is that number 4?"
Yeah, it was shots, and then they pounded another one.
Will could be with us though, Chief, when we do one of those pregame.
Oh, dude,
he would be encouraging to drink even more
for sure.
And we'd want to stop, and Will be why you stop it?
More. Yeah, he's a good time,
Will's a party
man.
animal.
Yes, he is.
Dustin, would you consider yourself a crypto bro?
Yeah.
Yeah.
110%.
I'm like that just standing on it. That's a real thing.
You got it.
Have you ever heard of crypto bro Hard Rock Nick?
Think so.
Hard Rock Nick.
Hard Rock Nick.
Oh, yeah. Look this fellow up. Google this fellow, man.
I need to sub and follow and like.
Now, I want to be nice. He clearly has something going on, whether it's physical or mental. There's clearly something going on there.
Wow.
Either way, I want his skin routine. Hey, what are you exfoliating with, sir? Damn. Anyway.
And where'd you get those eyebrows?
What's going on with you? Somebody said he looks like a pharaoh.
He does, dude. But he's got the Carlos Boozer Beijing on his face.
What are we doing? Anyway, he's a Miami Heat fan. Okay. He has some words for Boston fans. Yeah.
What's up, guys? It's Hard Rock Nick, the Prince of Florida, the face of cryptocurrency, and one of the richest men in the world. I want to remind all you big-ass Boston Celtics fans that we here in Miami not only got the best weather, we not only got the best food, we not only got the best, but we're going to do exactly what we did last year, which is take out the number 1 seed Celtics as the number 8 seed Miami Heat. Remember that. Last year, your big ass lost in 7 to the 8 seed Miami Heat. This year, we're going to get it done in April.
Wow.
Talking some sports too.
Like it, Nick.
He's a weird looking fellow, bro.
He is, dude. I'm just kidding.
I say that respectfully. I don't know what's going on with you, man. You might have your own silent struggles. I get it, dog. But what are you exfoliating with? I need to know. That's your brand, bro, right there.
Does he have the painted on eyebrows? And beard?
Everything looks painted on.
Did Carrot Top have the painted on eyebrows?
A little bit.
Everything looks painted on.
Or tattooed on.
I mean, he's open.
Nice man, Carrot Top.
He was very nice.
Oh, Carrot Top is rich, bro. Y'all know that, right?
Yeah, very
he's
nice
up,
man.
Up and away. You can say whatever you want to about Carrot Top. He's up and out of here.
Every time he walked by our table at the Super Bowl, he's like, "Hey, how's it going, guy?" He's kind of like we had a good interview with him. Yeah,
he's awesome.
Speaking of Carrot Top, I did that Zion Williamson workout again today.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Did it for a whole hour.
Is it getting easier?
No, it's not getting any easier, but it is working. I do feel it working because I'm feeling just like this pitcher right here for the Phillies, Jose Alvarado. He was mic'd up during the game, doing a little confessing.
Is that the key for any pitcher, though, Jose, is make sure your legs are strong?
You know, allá I'm the grizzly bear. Yeah, you are. I am the grizzly bear. I got, sometimes I call like to my people in the clubhouse, bro, I feel like a fat boy, you know, like I'm fat.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel him, bro. I be grabbing it sometimes. Like, what's going on down there? Nobody invited you to the party.
Shout out to you, man. That's self-awareness at its finest.
Yeah, dude. High level.
Yeah. How about this one? This isn't one. I just wanted to figure out if you guys know what they're talking about here. Can you just put together what's being said right here?
Let that box of skulls.
Even Lola tell you the same thing, she ain't had no damn highlights.
But did Lola you shoot the 22?
She shot it, but she ain't had no damn highlights.
She did have highlights.
No, Lola did not.
Kid, they shoot her together. They didn't have no damn highlights. They had license because that game wouldn't stop those and talk to him.
No.
After that game wouldn't talk to him, they wouldn't got license.
Lola ain't had no damn highlights on like Lola had got fishing lights.
I know we cold. Let that box of skulls. I know we cold. But Lola ain't never killed no damn squirrel, did she? Yes, she did.
No, she did. You right about that, Chuck. I agree with that. I agree with that. Lola did not.
Let that box of skulls.
Something about catching a squirrel.
I think they're squirrel hunting.
I thought they were saying take a box to school.
No, I think they're squirrel hunting. I think I heard a 22 was involved. Did I hear
22, maybe a homosexual individual at some point.
No, did a girl shoot? Did a girl
all
shoot?
over the place.
Was it a girl?
Wasn't there talk about a gay
paymaster?
I heard maybe a gay reference as well.
Gay
thank
reference.
you. Yeah, there was some gay in there. And
They're talking about
and a box of skulls.
Man, this is
a box of skull. I've heard of a log of skull. I've heard of a can of skull.
This
British scone.
This is an experiment. This is a social experiment right here, bro. Nah, they're talking about hunting.
Yeah.
Oh, Lola didn't have her hunting license.
There we go. Yeah.
Lola.
Yeah.
I agree.
Let's go ahead and wrap it up, buddy.
Is it the social experiment?
No, it ain't like that.
Is it? No, it's fine. That was fun. I was playing along. I was trying to figure out what they're saying.
Just to hear it.
Is it?
Sorry, buddy.
Let's vote.
Is it Jose Alvarado? Crypto Bro, Hard Rock Nick, or Will Chambers?
Look that guy up. My gosh.
I did. I'm not sure what to make of this guy. Or is it Will Chambers there on the Bears trade? I'm going to go with the pitcher there, Alvarado. Chief.
I'm going to go with Willie Chambers.
Lucius?
Yeah, me too. I'm going with the pitcher guy. I'm feeling him today.
It's 2-1 Will Chambers.
I think I'm going to go with the pitcher. I love a good big dude.
You got to make a sound just to tie your shoe. You're like,
I just feel so fat, man. I feel like a fat ass right now. Yeah, this guy's definitely drawing on his face.
Digging Eric Burton and the Animals that we're listening to,
Hey,
House of the
man.
Rising Sun.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote for the pitcher, the fat boy.
By a score of 4-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion, maybe the best fat athlete going on in today's sporting world, a rarity from years past when a hefty gentleman had no shame to get out there and try to throw a fastball or dunk on you while over 20 BMI. Well, Chuck, where are we going next? No, Brian, where are we going next?
Yeah, how about this?
Brian?
There's some draft analysts that have this wide receiver ahead of others. Let's talk about that. We'll do that next.
Okay, I want to chat Frankles with you before we do anything else, though, because you're going to be on your way.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All righty, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. It is time now for Krusty's Corner, and here's the king himself, Brian.
Thank you very much, Joe. Appreciate that. A couple programming notes for you if you're so inclined after our show and working out, driving around, whatever you want to do. We got a Love of the Star podcast Bobby and I did for you last night that's up on and ready to go. And then also we had the draft show this afternoon that we were able to do. So if you're into those kinds of things, Bobby and I, we covered a lot of ground about the Cowboys and that Love of the Star. That's one of those podcasts you do for 45 minutes, and the next thing you know, it's like it's over.
It's over.
You're just like
Goes by in a flash.
Goes by in a flash, and the draft show's like that too.
It is.
We could go on, and again, congratulations to Zach for being a host. Sean did a hell of a job too, by the way, for all those years.
He's that's some big shoes to fill right there.
Big shoes to fill right there. So we thank Sean for all the years that he did. All right, I'm going to ask you guys this question. We've got a professional athlete that's going to get married, and this his fiance is only asking for two things. These are the two non-negotiable things she has for the wedding, and let's see if you like what she's talking about here.
Donut station.
Now let me ask you this: Do you do something like that? I mean, I got married a long time ago. We had a dinner and all that. We got married in a hotel. It was a long, all that stuff. She probably wishes she had the money back after what happened. But is that what we do now? Do we do the donut station, the taco bar, ice cream
that
station?
kind of stuff, yeah.
Is that what we do now at weddings?
The donut station has become very, very popular. The first one I saw was Nick Nepic's wedding that we got to go to, which was during the day, so it made and it was like in the morning.
Breakfast. It was like a breakfast.
Yeah,
it was
that
delightful.
was their thing.
Yeah.
They're big on coffee and the breakfast. But then I think there was another wedding I went
Kyle
to.
Yeomans had the donut station.
Kyle had a bunch of stations, but yeah, he had the donut.
Donuts.
So
okay,
the donut station's becoming very popular.
I like that. Okay, Olivia Coupel, is how do you say her name? That's Christian McCaffrey's fiance. Culpo, Culpo, Culpo,
Culpo. Culpo.
Okay.
I think you got to pronounce the L in there.
Yeah, the L's not silent on that one.
Okay, Culpo, right? I said it right.
Well, Mrs. Future McCaffrey.
Okay. Anyway, they're set to tie the knot soon, and she's got only two things she wants for the wedding. She said she needs McCaffrey to be there so she can marry him, and she also wants her whole family there. She says he's non-negotiable. She told E! News. She goes, groom, family, great weather. Actually, you know what? I'm going to leave the weather part out because whatever happens, happens. Okay. She also added she wants good champagne, tequila, food, and friends. Those sound like essentials for fundamentals for a great wedding. Is she on to something here?
I would say absolutely.
Hell yeah. I would
good
love those things
champagne,
too.
Tequila, food, and friends.
Now the champagne.
Is there anything you want to substitute out of that real quick?
Maybe I'll sub the champagne for whiskey.
Yeah. You probably need some beer. You need a beer option. You
might want to put the donut station in there if you're going to do donut station, tequila, some type of food, right? Yeah, maybe better than finger foods and stuff.
Yeah, full-fledged meal.
Okay, so you guys would only get rid of the champagne then, right?
I wouldn't even do that. I love a good wedding wine chug. I mean, I really do.
I think you got to have the champagne for celebration purposes.
Right.
Toasting.
I'm just looking to add more than take anything away.
Right.
Now, if I had to take one of those things away, I think I'm going for the tequila. I understand that can be an unpopular decision, but this gal sounds cool. That's one of my
I
other
dig the
takeaways.
fact, she's obviously, she knows what's going on.
She's
talking about getting hammered and having a good time with her compadres.
That's what it's all about. Now, I used to side with you on the tequila. Now, hanging with Eric and Lucius, I've definitely become more of a tequila man myself.
Yeah.
I'm definitely more open-minded to the tequila than I was, say, 2 to 5 years ago. I used to be whiskey only. And now I've evolved to more of the clear alcohol, the vodkas and the tequilas.
I think food's important at the wedding, by the way.
What would be your go-to wedding meal?
Well, see, what the problem is, depending on how many people you have to serve.
Yeah.
Whether you do the steak, the fish, the chicken.
Do you like the buffet, serve yourself style, or more of you sit down and they bring it to you?
I think the buffet style kind of lends to you can get how much you want and you can kind of serve the portions, and maybe you could have the meal a little bit better. I think individual plates, sometimes it doesn't you can't pull off that many plates. You know what I'm saying? We've all been at banquets and stuff where, you have a bite of somebody else. It's like, man, yours is better than mine.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to pull off that number of plates. So to me, I kind of feel like the buffet, when you get to serve yourself, I think is never a bad call.
Went to a wedding, they did babes as their food,
there you go.
which ended up being a home run.
That's huge. It's probably a detriment to the dance floor.
Yeah,
that's true.
But hey, you choose. Some people just prefer the dominant dinner.
Okay. Ohio State's wide receiver Marvin Harrison Jr. has been called a generational talent. You guys, we all know enough about Marvin Harrison Jr., right? As a player.
No
We've all
doubt.
kind of seen Ohio State and what he can do, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Some consider him the best prospect in the 2024 NFL draft. Well, Chuck, what do you think about that?
I do have him as my wide receiver 1, but by gosh, the top 3 guys are all very close for me.
Okay. This is high praise for Harrison, because 2 Heisman Trophy winners are expected to be taken in the top 5. So, but Harrison has proven himself an elite prospect. We all kind of understand that. On the episode of Ross Tucker's podcast, CBS's HQ's Emory Hunt explains why he has several wide receivers ranked ahead of Harrison.
Several.
Oh, we got to start watchdogging this guy.
Wow.
Huh?
I mean, I think the 2 are in the conversation, but who else would there be outside of, say, Neighbors and Adunze?
I'm not watchdogging it because I think there's one ahead of him, for sure.
Neighbors.
For sure?
For sure.
Wait, so we're at a place where for sure there's a wide receiver better than Marvin Harrison Jr., who's been talked about for 2 years like a freak show.
For me.
Well.
And that's why I bring it up, because I don't know if many people share this.
I think Dane Brugler and Daniel Jeremiah have also put it out that, and this is going back pre-combine, that there will be teams that have Malik Neighbors as their number 1 receiver on the board.
And that's LSU's guy.
And the big difference is the after catch ability.
Run after catch. Yeah.
That's the big difference between those two.
But this guy's got several. He says, you go back and watch the tape, he really doesn't have the consistency of getting off bump press. He's not that explosive or straight line fast, which is probably why he didn't run his 40-yard dash, says Hunt. A lot of his big plays are schemed up. So that tells me he's probably best off the line of scrimmage, because he's not the nuance of a route, doesn't have the nuances of a route runner, and is not explosive or twitchy as a player. Hunt says these deficiencies concern him when it comes to Harrison, but he did praise Harrison's hands, confidence, and ability to win the 50-50 balls at the highest point.
Well, good. He's like 6'4", isn't he?
Yeah.
At least he's got that going for him. Would you guys just completely crap on this guy if he was in front of you right now?
I absolutely would.
I don't. The thing about it is, because I do have Neighbors ahead of him, but I don't have Rome Odunze from Washington ahead of him.
I've got Harrison, Neighbors, Adunze.
Yeah.
As 1, 2, 3.
I don't want to go crazy, but where do you guys have Adonai Mitchell?
He's my wide receiver 4.
Okay.
5.
Okay. Because I've heard at least one guy say like he thinks Mitchell should be closer to those top guys considered in the draft.
I love Mitchell.
There's guys like, maybe you consider Mitchell ahead of Brian Thomas.
I do.
From Alabama, from LSU.
Yeah, I think Mitchell's better.
Let's see. Now, the problem is, though, where would you have Coleman from Florida State?
5.
And is it because of the speed?
Just because of the speed. Yeah, I think Mitchell, similar. I think both of them are very, very good contested catches, 50-50 balls, working the sideline. And so I've actually got Brian Thomas at 6.
See, so that would be interesting for me. I think I have him at 4.
You got him ahead of Keon Coleman?
Yes, I do. But this goes to show you, though, there's people in this draft, and we'll see. Harrison probably will be the first wide receiver taken. But some people are also talking about that maybe there's some other receivers that are better than him. I find it interesting to say that you have several ahead of him. I don't think I would go to that extreme.
Damn, this guy just doesn't like Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, maybe his dad did something to him. I don't know.
Well, he's
wow.
Could be.
Kind of thinks.
Appreciate you, Brian.
Could be. Could be. Well, the capabilities there I mean,
yeah,
options are endless.
We have heard some things.
We've heard some things. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
Krusty's
it.
Corner every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Draft season is heating up, and free agency season should be heating up for the Cowboys, or maybe they're already done. Hard to tell. NFL News of the Day is coming up next, though. Woolchuck, where are you taking us?
Yeah, we got a new Netflix show. Let's keep that wide receiver conversation going. And have you seen this Dynasty show on Apple about the Patriots? A couple of former players not liking that. That's next.
We have Fan Studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. It's time now for the NFL news of the day. Coming up at 3:20, we got some Ranger stuff for you. We got a C-note coming up at 4, Cowboys news of the evening. And in between those, we'll find out if Travis Kelce is smarter than a 5th grader. Here's your main man, Zach Wolchuk, NFL news of the day. Bully.
Thank you very much. Now, we just had some fun wide receiver conversation based on the draft. But we've got a new Netflix show, and this is following right in line with Quarterback that came out. And we all watched it. Did you watch that, Eric?
I actually have caught up a little bit, not fully, but over the it's been pretty good. I've enjoyed
Marcus
it.
Mariota stuff. I felt like Marcus was very uninteresting. Like, I tried the first episode, and then after that, I just basically focused on Kirk and Patrick Mahomes and forwarded through all of his pieces.
There is a part of me that, yes, every time they switch away from Pat Mahomes, I'm like, well, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Let's just make it the Mahomes show. Let's just watch it that way.
So Quarterback is supposed to still come back. Got renewed for a second season, and we now have today it was announced that Netflix is doing a show called Receiver, which is going to follow Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson,
Snapper,
George Kittle,
long snapper,
Deebo Samuel,
story of 3 men,
and Amon-Ra St. Brown. So they're all going to be featured in the series. So I think we're like way expanding this. I mean, we're following 3 people. Down. Now we're following 6 people.
And they're going all the way to Taiwan for one of these guys.
Yeah,
man.
they are.
That's pretty incredible.
Like a hard man humble.
So I'm excited for this. Netflix has done a good job. Drive to Survive, obviously.
I watched all the episodes
Outstanding
like one
show.
day.
So that means all these guys have been followed around for the previous season, right?
Yeah.
That's what that was.
Yes.
So this whole time, secretly, Amon-Ra St. Brown had his own cameras there following him, and same goes for all these guys.
And I guess maybe the Deebo George Kittle one was easy. Maybe you could keep the same crew, just follow them since they're on the same team. I don't know. But Justin Jefferson, you deal with the injuries that he had. Devontae Adams, frustrated without Derek Carr. Yeah, this could be fun. I'm excited for this. I think everything Netflix does usually, and this is Peyton Manning producing as well, NFL Films, Omaha Productions, should be kick-ass. I'm looking forward to it.
No question about it. I'm in on this.
The other show that's come out.
Really, dude?
Really not into it?
You're hitting the snooze on that thing?
No, on that. But the wide receiver.
You're a football guy.
No, a real football guy when I'm like watching the games and stuff.
There's gonna be some games.
It sounds
I really
thought you were a football stuff guy. Like that are cool. I dig that
you
stuff.
You don't want to get any behind the scenes info on
Not
these
really.
dudes?
No.
You don't want to see what makes your 2 LSU stud wide receivers be studs in the NFL?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Thanks.
You don't want backstory on these guys? Learn what
I
makes
love
them tick?
You know me. I love me some backstories. But
See them hanging out with their wives and stuff, their dads.
Really. Are you interested?
No,
I thought you.
Well, that's why. That's why when I said we all watched it, right? I pulled back and I looked at Eric and I said, "Eric, you watched it, right?"
After 4 years, like if I was in my first year with Dawson, I'd been like, I kind of feel bad about it. And then I'm like, "Are you in?" No, man.
No, hell no.
Dude,
the trustees are out.
Dude, you know me.
His package has gotten too big now that his options are so just vast that you don't have time to stop down for something like this.
You got ladies knocking on your door?
We got Canadian Premier League games.
No, he's Broadus has.
Talking about me? What are
I'm talking about you.
Oh.
I mean, I think I'm talking about all of you guys. All of y'all have a supreme package that is now. Your options are endless here, and so I can understand.
Yeah.
With a package that size, why you might say, "Oh, I can't just commit to one of these things."
It's fair. Yeah, and it's tough to do.
More the merrier.
Now, I have not really been able to finish the Patriots Dynasty documentary. I've watched about 2 episodes, and it's been okay, but it's one of those things where it's not gripping me.
It's not your team.
And there's just so much going on now, just fighting for time where I can.
Well, again,
holy hell, life really comes at you fast here.
And then when you factor in the amount of options you have with your package.
And then the college.
Do I really want to watch Robert Kraft just talk about how Bill Belichick bleeped up the Brady thing for 3 hours? No, I'm fine.
But Rodney Harrison and Devin McCourty were talking about this, and they are making fun of this Patriots Dynasty documentary. They are not fans. Here's their back and forth on what they had to think about this thing.
It didn't tell the stories like of me coming and Corey Dillon and I interviewed for 5 or 6 hours. I was in New York, and all they had me saying was, come on. Like, that's it.
I felt like I got kind of duped. I was like, man, this is going to be great. Like the storytelling, we're talking about this and we're talking about that. everything that we all gave to the 20 years that it encompassed, they only hit anything that was negative. Hey, we won at a high level and guys stayed there. Like I could have left 2 times. I signed back. There's reasons why.
Like they act like the last 3 or 4 years, because the Patriots have struggled, that Bill can't coach. Bill made some mistakes and he wasn't always the nicest or the purest guy. But at the end of the day, he always did whatever he had to do to make the team better. Think about this. He gave me an opportunity, a 5th-round draft choice. He gave Tom Brady an opportunity. He set on a $100 million quarterback when no one thought it was popular and started Tom Brady.
Malcolm Butler was, forget undrafted free agent, he was a tryout guy.
He gives guys who are the underdog an opportunity. No one talks about that. When everybody else is done with a guy, he brings in a Corey Dillon. He brings in a Randy Moss. He brings in a Rodney Harrison. And I just don't think that he got enough credit, enough respect, enough props. Man, this dude is the greatest coach of all time.
So we got the insight that it was Robert Kraft who kind of had the final say on this. And, I mean, Eric, you had the piece, I think it was like maybe a month ago now, that this was going to make Bill Belichick look pretty bad. Maybe that was what Kraft wanted to do. So they're defending Bill. I mean, honestly, the first 2 episodes that I saw, I don't think Bill looks too bad in it. Now, maybe he does moving forward, once you get to the Gronk stuff, because I know one of the quotes was from Gronk. But, yeah, I mean, I had forgotten just how much grief Bill got for the decision of, no, we're not playing Drew Bledsoe when he's back healthy. I'm sticking with Tom Brady. Like, there's no Tom Brady without Bill Belichick putting his balls on the line and saying, I'm sitting our $100 million quarterback. I believe and trust this kid. They go to the Super Bowl. Lawyer Malloy's complaining about his room that they're staying in at the hotel. Bill says, okay, lawyer, I'll switch rooms. You can take the coach's room. Everything's about the team first. So, Bill, I don't think was a terrible dude. Maybe once he got later on into his coaching career, 20 years down the line, maybe he was a little bit more difficult to handle.
Well, the missed drafts. His final years were very similar to what Tom Landry went through. I was here in Dallas. I was following that, following the Cowboys and still being a fan and all that. Hadn't left for Green Bay yet. What happened to Bill Belichick happened exactly what Tom Landry went through. Poor drafts, team got old, quarterback situation turned bad, and then all of a sudden you've got these Hall of Fame greatest coaches of all time. When you don't draft well and you don't have the players anymore, you can't win the race. And that happened to both those guys.
Yeah, and I think the unfortunate reality here is these things are being framed as documentaries, but they're really just like from the superstar's perspective, or the owner's perspective, and it becomes almost like an autobiography.
Mm-hmm.
And it's after The Last Dance, we kind of got introduced to this. It's big money to put these things together, and the game's biggest stars are willing to cooperate, but they're getting too much editing freedom for it to still be interesting. Like, I'm kind of done. I don't need to see any more of these.
Yeah.
I'll wait for an untold story in a book or something. That'll be a lot more interesting.
30 for 30.
You want that unofficial story.
Yes. The unauthorized.
The one they're fighting against it. No, there's lawsuits and everything for this one.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's just a marketing thing to keep, the brand booming, and I think Jordan did experience a tremendous boost from that. Not that he needed it, not that Tom Brady needs it. And I feel bad for these secondary players on both teams. They just feel disrespected. Like, what? I was a footnote in this dude's story? BS. We won as an organization. We won as a team, and everybody's sacrifice was just as important as the next.
Who followed around Jerry Jones this year? Was that Netflix?
Yes.
You guys in on that then? I think so, right?
I think we're going to have to be, because
there's your editorial control again.
Yeah.
Will it be?
Jerry will probably let some sexy stuff be in there.
Okay.
Would be my thought, but I'll just wait for the highlights that make news for the most part. I'm not going to invest 10 hours of my time watching Jerry Jones cruising around Highland Park and, sipping coffee and playing the soft shoe on his dash. I'll just wait for the highlights.
Now we have the Dolphins making some room. Shaq Barrett, they signed him, but they're also restructuring Bradley Chubb's contract. So I kind of, the Dolphins have been making some aggressive moves while now they're trying to free up some space. So I think they cleared $11 million with the Bradley Chubb restructuring. But Shaq Barrett, I mean, he's wanting to go out there and prove to Tampa You should not have let me go. He said he's still got a lot to prove, especially getting cut from another team. That adds whole new fuel to the fire. Dolphins are going to be happy they signed me. Tampa is going to be mad they let me go because this year I'm planning on having the success and it's going to be absolutely amazing. So we'll see. I mean, you're going up against quarterbacks that are really good in the AFC. You need pass rushers. You got Bradley Chubb. You got Shaq Barrett. Maybe he can finally stay healthy and channel his 3 years ago success.
Yeah, he basically just said what Drake May said about himself, which is you want a game plan with me, not game plan for me.
And that's a good line. It is. I mean, it's like Tom Brady going up to Robert Kraft and saying, I'm the best decision he ever made. Turned out to be true. The Raiders are adding Alexander Madison, so there is a veteran free agent running back that's no longer on the board. Kevin Zeitler, former Pro Bowler with the Ravens, is signing with the Detroit Lions as they continue to beef up both of their lines of scrimmage.
Man, I feel like he's been Dunsky for 2 years, Brian.
Yeah.
We've been talking about Zeitler being
Zeitler's
washed.
bouncing around.
Washed, yeah.
Teams need linemen, though.
They do.
They do.
Chargers are signing center Bradley Bozeman, so there's another center that just got signed. It appears Chase Young, who signed yesterday with New Orleans, signed a 1-year, $13 million deal, is going to have a procedure on his neck. Teams were aware of a neck issue, and the Saints were comfortable moving ahead with it, but that's going to sideline him into training camp, which was very interesting. And the Browns have agreed to a 3-year contract extension worth up to $58 million, including $41 million fully guaranteed with Jerry Jeudy, whom they traded for from the Denver Broncos. So all of these wide receiver signings that get made now, I think you're looking at how does that impact CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys contract negotiations there. Bengals adding left tackle Trent Brown to a 1-year deal, and he was, of course, former Pro Bowler with the New England Patriots. So it seems some people on Cowboys Twitter like, hey, why don't you sign Trent Brown? That could be a solid option to replace Tyron Smith. Cowboys aren't doing that. They're going to draft their balls off. And why did the Eagles give up what they did for Kenny Pickett instead of Justin Fields? Read an article today out of Filthy. Basically, they get an extra year of control for Kenny Pickett than they would have for Justin Fields, because if they picked up the Fields 5th-year option, they would have been paying him for the year almost as much as Jalen Hurts. Kenny Pickett, not quite as expensive, so they'll take the extra year of control, give up a little bit of a higher pick. There was also a rumor coming out of Pittsburgh that Kenny Pickett did not handle Russell Wilson being signed there very well, and the Steelers made the move because of the way he was poorly handling the arrival of Russell Wilson. Kenny Pickett had his introductory press conference in Filthy as an Eagle. He was asked about that. Here was his response.
I think the communication, is what it is. It was behind closed doors. I'm confident in the way that I handled it. I handled it the way I should have handled it. I'm excited to be here. It worked out so well that Philly was the place I ended up landing in. So I think everything happens for a reason, and I'm right where I'm supposed to be.
Hope he plays a lot there in Philadelphia. Maybe he ends up taking over the starting job at some point. Maybe this is like a Nick Foles, Carson Wentz situation. I don't know.
Well, I don't want it to be that.
Well, no Super Bowls, but they don't have Jason Kelsey anymore, so they ain't winning it. Or Fletcher Cox.
Or Doug Peterson.
They don't have a Philly special anymore. Nick Sirianni's not dialing that up. We did get good news.
You know what? Talking about a lot of Russell Wilson and all those other situations, I hope HBO goes over there to Pittsburgh. I want a Hard Knocks. And I want a Steelers Hard Knocks right now, bro.
I don't think they've ever been on it. Now,
there's too much going on right there. Too much going on.
That would be fun. That would be a blast with
And
Fields
dude, I think I want an in-season one, though, not even the beginning.
Yeah, you want the in-season.
I think I might want the in-season. But there is going to be a quarterback little situation at the beginning, so I don't know.
Man, you want to see them go on a road trip, and Russell Wilson, while everybody's napping on the plane, is doing high knees and whatnot, right?
Yeah,
just keeping the body fresh.
When George Pickens will say some wild stuff. He's a big personality.
Yeah, that's true.
TJ Watt.
Yeah, see, it's a lot.
I'm in on the Steelers, dude. That's a good call. We're also excited to hear that Tank Dell, who we loved last year coming out of the draft.
Yeah, how's the fibula coming around?
He's coming around well. He said he's been hitting the road to recovery full speed. He's ahead of schedule right now. Team site said the team website was talking about speed and explosiveness, big parts of his game, obviously, but it doesn't seem like any of that is going to be impacted based on the recovery. So hopefully Tank Dell does indeed get back and is able to have a strong second season, because he was looking awesome as a rookie last year. He really was fantastic. This stuff's weird. Like, how long is too long to be out of the league? And then now we're going to start working you out to try and get you back into the league. You remember Anthony Lynch edge rusher.
Yeah.
He's been out of the league for 2 years.
Oh.
Or Aaron Lynch, excuse me. Browns are going to work him out to see if maybe he's still got anything left. So I don't know. I mean, once you're out of the league for 2 years, I think the league's pretty much said, we're done with you. But maybe there's something there. And then Dion. We talked about Caleb Williams yesterday and the terrible take that RG3 had. Dion told SiriusXM Mad Dog Radio, let me tell you something I have a problem with. And this kid can flat out play. I think he's the best on the board this year for sure. A kid that's coming from California for the last couple of years, right? And went to Oklahoma. That's not terribly cold. Chicago's cold. You got to think about that kind of stuff when you're taking a young man. When you take a guy from Ohio State, you bring him to Chicago, okay, can understand that. But from Cali to Chicago, not only that, but you're going to add a couple more games. So he's not sure that this could work, Caleb Williams in Chicago, based on the frigid temperatures late in the season.
Yeah, I think it's tough to know coming from there. It's risky. I'd rather not do it, but most people are going to adapt.
Yeah.
You know, it takes you a couple of 2-3 weeks to adapt to elevation. It took me a summer to adapt to the Texas summer. But now when I go to the north, I can't handle the cold anymore. My friends and family are up there are like, whoa, you know, I guess you're Texan now. I'm like, well, give my body 2 weeks and we'd be back to outdoors and 40 degrees. You know, I think it's just a testament to the human body, the ultimate survival weapon.
I agree with you. You know, I think that I don't know how much you can really weigh that, but if Caleb Williams is your guy, you're taking him. Like, I'm not worried about the hot and the cold thing.
I think what you look for is dudes that are living in that environment that can't handle it. Like, you show me an Ohio State kid that when it gets cold, he fails. That's the guy you don't want.
Sure.
You want the Jason Kelsey and the Zach Martins that never put on long sleeves, and they're like, what? It's cold out? I can't tell. I'm busy kicking somebody's ass.
Damn right. There's your info news of the day.
We got to run, Nation. When we come back, it'll be time for some baseball stuff, and I got all the goods coming out of a surprise here as the Rangers hit the home stretch in spring training and prepare for opening day, which is now just 9 days away here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Mexican magic. Visit MexBars.com.
Welcome back, Nation. Let's talk some baseball with you. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. It's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Jump over to truckwreck.com. We'll have Sands on after the game. The Rangers trail the A's right now, 2-0 in the second. We'll have Around the Bases in the 6 o'clock hour tonight. Janko talking Carter and Wyatt Langford. The Rangers' new beer can. And Houston, we have a problem. That's coming up at 6:20 here on 105 through the Fan, or 6 o'clock rather, there with your baseball stuff, one of the two. Okay, let's go behind the enemy lines a little bit, though. I was Googling Rangers today and just looking for any different kind of angles that we could get to talk about. And one of the interesting things I found was actually an Astros blog, and they're talking about what 3 weaknesses the Rangers have that the Astros can exploit to not only win the Silver Boot, win the division, but possibly even be able to beat the Rangers in the playoffs if it comes down to it again. And the first one, what do you think is the biggest Rangers weakness at 877-881-1053, and how difficult will it be for you guys to overcome? And I want to know, division-wise, what's your gut telling you going in? Over 162 last year, you could not get the best of the Astros, but over 7 games, you sure did. But boy, that was tight, wasn't it? It was close. And they made some impressive additions to their already impressive roster. Maybe the Rangers, finish it this year as far as asserting their dominance inside the regular season as well, and completely initiating the turnover of power, the handing over of power inside the West. So at 877-881-1053, truckrate.com fan text is open. Well, Chuck, how would you answer that? Like, what do you think about the division? What do you think the Rangers' biggest weakness is right now, and could it be fatal?
I mean, I think their biggest weakness going into the season is starting pitching depth, right? Because I'm optimistic that the bullpen will be better. I mean, I guess you could probably go with the bullpen. Maybe some people will answer that until we see, what Kirby Yates and Robertson are able to do. I think we're excited about what Church can do if he ends up getting called up. Grant Anderson, I think, has a chance to make the big league club, but I think that's an improvement. I think the biggest weakness certainly would just be the depth there of the starting pitching. I do think that the American League West is good. I mean, I think that the Mariners made some moves with the trade to acquire some better starting pitching as well. And Houston has been the dominant force in this division for the last 8 years. And
it's going to be hard to win 100 games.
But the thing is, for them now, they're dealing with pitching issues and health issues. So I think they're probably more concerned. Like, if you're an Astros fan, you should be more worried about your starting pitching situation. Meanwhile, nobody in the national media is talking about that. They're using that as a reason to why the Rangers aren't going to win the division. But Jose Urquidy's starting on the IL. Justin Verlander's not ready for the season. And maybe they're giving Houston the benefit of the doubt because they've had guys like Brown and some of these other pitchers come up from their minor league that they've been able to develop, and the Rangers haven't been able to do that. But they're also not in a great place when it comes to their starting pitching depth to start the season either. Yeah. So I think that the Rangers right now should be the favorites in the American League West because their lineup is the best in the entire division.
Sometimes I don't hear well. Did you say that the national media is not talking about the Astros pitching?
I don't think so. Not as much as they're about the Rangers. Why are they
tying into every deal out there for Snell and Monty and
not in terms of the free agents. I mean in terms of why they're not picking the Rangers to win the division.
Yeah, because it seems like everybody's picking the Astros to win the division.
Yeah, they're using the rotation as a weakness for the Rangers. They're not talking about that as a weakness for the Astros.
They're just talking about the Astros bullpen and how much they've gotten the shot in the arm with the likes of Hader.
Well, I do feel like that there is weakness there because every time there's a pitcher out there, the Astros get tagged with that.
Sure.
You know, that like, oh, well, hey, their starting pitching is not that great, right now. And so
they must be more active. Agents and leaks are tying the Astros to players. And if I'm like, look, this is in-state. We're technically a bigger market. They're at 237. We're at 215. We need to at least compete with the Astros financially if they're getting tied to all these players and we're not, Ray. What the hell is going on?
And ultimately, they lost out on Snell. Like, Snell's going to the Giants. So I don't know who they're going to pivot to. Hopefully, it's not Jordan Montgomery.
972 must be trolling, says biggest weakness are the fans. We're just talking about in between the lines. I think these Rangers fans are fantastic. Kenny says biggest weakness is keeping starting pitching healthy and the starting infield healthy. Yes, health is the first thing that this Astros blog said with Molly and DeGrom and Scherzer, Malley. That's the biggest thing, probably preventing me from being sure the Rangers will win the division. You might have to settle for the wild card in the World Series again and let the Astros take the West. Seemed like they were very proud of that last year. Bullpen difference. You tell me Rangers lost Chapman, Stratton, and Will Smith. You could only kind of count on one of those when they were winning the World Series. Chapman was like a hold your breath, cross your fingers. They did add David Robertson, Kirby Yates. Those two aren't going to keep your bullpen afloat in the 8th and 9th if Leclerc, Anderson, and Danny Duffy run it aground in the 6th and 7th innings.
And don't forget about Sporzy.
Yeah. He'll run you into the ground in the regular season as well. That's a good point, Chief.
Oh, yeah, the October player.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Mr. October.
He's saving it for October.
Sporzy.
He's Mr. Only October. Salute to Sporzy, though.
He's got a little November in him, too.
Oh, yeah.
From what we've seen.
November 1st.
If you need one good day in November, Sporzy's got your back on that one, too.
I was talking with Jared the other day about this because, I didn't know that much about Kirby Yates. And, he was saying that, listen, where Kirby Yates can help you is that they're worried about, the Rangers are getting left-handed batters out.
Sure.
And Kirby Yates, that's okay. Why would you keep another left-handed pitcher on to get left-handed? But Kirby Yates, as a right-handed pitcher, has done a really good job of getting left-handed bats out. So I didn't know much about the guy. I keep hearing people talk about him. I'm like, hey, what is this guy? Well, it seems like to me he's got an ability, a guy that can get left-handed bats out.
Yeah, that's why.
And so that's one of the reasons why that. They're pretty high on him right now.
Definitely. You'll hear him talk about filling in pieces of the puzzle, and I'm sure that he can elaborate on that more when we have him on in a couple hours. But it's all about navigating the matchups and the righty versus lefties, the lefty on lefty matchups.
Right.
It'll be kind of the same thing with how Boach wants to stagger his lineup sometimes. Like right now, you're probably going to have a platoon of Ezekiel Duran and Jared Walsh filling in on first base until Nathaniel Lowe is healthy. When Lowe comes back, you're probably not going to have Jared Walsh because he's essentially just the same thing. They're both lefties. So you don't want two of those guys on your roster.
I do think it's possible that the bullpen's significantly better. I just don't know. Leclerc made me so nervous last year in the playoffs and World Series, and he made me even more nervous in surprise when we saw him. It just looked like he was struggling to find it. The confidence, the guy that you saw in the World Series, wasn't there. So we'll see how that develops as the season goes on. But if he could be a solid 7th inning guy, I don't think they had anybody last year I was confident in other than Spores for that very short period of time. Sure. And you got through it and ultimately had tremendous amount of success. Now you have, I think, 2 relievers better than anything you had last year, Brian.
Ultimately, what happened is you had pitchers get hot for 3 weeks at a time. Remember Grant Anderson when he was pitching, all of a sudden it's like, whoa, what's this guy all about? And he kind of gets hot. The one consistent guy you had, no matter what role they put him in, was Dane Dunning.
Yeah.
That was the one that kind of was able to, Will Smith had his moments where he was really good and then he went really bad.
Of the season.
And then they figured out that, put Andrew Heaney out in the bullpen. That worked out pretty well for him. So it felt like to me that they were really piecing things together at 2 and 3 week stretches just to try and get through the season. But I'm interested to see what David Robinson has left. A veteran guy. He's made a bunch of appearances in his career. I mean, maybe this will be the one time you find the lightning in the bottle for a guy.
Yeah.
Again, he's pitched in a bunch of places, pitched in a lot of high leverage situations. Maybe he could be that guy.
I think
because,
so.
like I say, Leclerc. If Leclerc walks the first guy, he's usually doomed.
Oh,
I just felt like the first guy gets on, you're like going, oh no, here we go.
Yeah, if he doesn't have his command.
36 pitch inning here coming up.
I mean, I was just shocked that they stopped the bleeding last year when the walk train started in huge playoff games. They were able to get huge double plays or strikeouts, pop-ups to end the thread. It was almost like baseball God was watching over us to ensure that we finally got to go on that parade. Yeah, but starting pitcher was the second thing that this particular blog looked at, just the uncertainty. Dunning, Heaney, Bradford, Gray, any one of them could make you lose confidence in the first couple of starts of the season.
Oh.
I feel like Heaney has the best stuff, but he's a little erratic, and Dunning overachieved, and Gray was pretty good. But at times in the second half of the season, I really lost confidence in John Gray last year, so we shall see. I think
He showed up in the playoffs, so right with a couple of games there, they really needed him to play well.
Out of the pen.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I get confident.
That's your hope.
Knowing we have Bochy, we have CY, and we should have $20 million to bridge the gap before you get to that luxury tax threshold. I was looking at the luxury tax threshold penalties. Once you go over, it's 120% on every dollar. It's a 20% tax. Plus, if you go 20 million over, there's an additional 12% surcharge. If you repeat as taxpayers like the Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers do, it goes to 30% in year 2, and then in year 3 and beyond, it's 50%, nearly dollar for a half dollar. It actually is once you get to the other side of that, plus the 12% surcharge. So I doubt Ray Davis wants to go over that, knowing how miserly he has been, and I understand it. Very few teams go over that. Just go to it. That's all I'm asking for. Tear him up. Parking at the Globe, Yahoo Finance Sports. Main takeaway here is you want to buy parking before you go. That is recommended for next week. And you can only pay with a credit card. I have no idea why they did a story about parking at the Globe on Yahoo Sports, but they did. Okay, so I delivered that to you. And
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Man, I got you. Yahoo thought it was important. I thought it was a nothing burger, but I deferred to them.
By the way, if you're out there really early and you got really good barbecue on the back going and maybe some cold beer, let us know. Text in that you're going to be out there tailgating. You never know who might show up for that. Maybe a guy like me. You never know.
Yeah.
You never know.
You never know. If you get one of those really good spots, it's kind of close to the stadium. I've proven that I can drink outside that stadium quite well. So
And
if you want to do that.
If it's a tie game late and you're still out there tailgating and you see Brian come outside, tell him to go the hell back in.
No, don't. Yeah. No, I've got to listen to the game.
Yeah, tell him to get in his car right now.
Yeah, I feel like I
know who I won't be driving with.
Just don't let anybody walk out of the stadium with me. Yeah.
All right, we got to run, Nation. When we come back, it's time for the 340. Is Travis Kelce smarter than a fifth grader? We'll find out next in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about D&M Leasing before we do that, though, because if it's time for you to get a new vehicle, you want one, you need one, I don't know, and I don't know what kind you want.
all the matchups and have an eye on some future plays, too. This time of year, baby. Search Cash the Ticket on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The place to hear sports.
Swing and a miss. Struck it out.
With lots of this mixed in. Thanks for listening and sharing some laughs, Tolos, on The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Yes, sir. Welcome back, Nation. Thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we have the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. Here's the Chief with a question for you. Is Travis Kelce smarter than a fifth grader? Is that Wolchuk?
I know that I do know that Travis Kelce is he's going to be hosting. I do know that he's going to be hosting.
Okay.
There is I guess a new installment courtesy of Amazon Prime of the game Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Does that used to be Jeff Foxworthy? Was that back in the day, I think?
I believe so.
Okay.
All right.
I do know that.
Right on.
Well, I think he was the host of that show at one time.
Yeah.
Jeff Foxworthy was.
So Travis
Here's your sign.
Yeah, so yes, he's the Here's Your Sign guy, absolutely. You might be a redneck if that's the Foxworthy.
Yeah.
But yeah, Amazon Prime is, I guess, creating their own version of this or renewing it to an extent, and Travis Kelce is going to be the lead man hosting that thing.
So they're going to try to fit this rough and rugged guy into talk show host with kids, or
game show host.
Is he cut out for it?
I think he will be. I think he will be cut out for this. I mean, he did the Saturday Night Live thing. He hosted Saturday Night Live. I don't think he absolutely crushed it. Don't get me wrong. I'll be honest with you. I think Jason would be better at this.
Oh, yeah. And Jason's retired.
He's got more time on his hands.
He's older brother, much more mainstream, I feel like.
Yeah,
a little bit more tucked in. Now, he'll rip that thing off and chug beers, but I think when it's time to go, he can be just a little bit more family friendly.
Yeah, and higher IQ, I think, is pretty clear. Like him knowing the answers to these questions. I think it's a fair question to wonder at times, is Travis Kelce smarter than a fifth grader? I feel confident that Jason is.
I think Jason is. Travis, I'm not sure.
Okay, speaking of some sports celebrity news, Ryan Garcia super emotional on video. This is just the latest sign on his erratic behavior that narcotics could be involved. I don't want to speculate too much, but I think the things are adding up here. Super emotional on video, crying as he tried to create a TikTok to thank his fans for their recent support through his tough times. Does he still have a big fight coming up? This would not give me confidence as his trainer or promoter. The boxing star seen in the footage posted to his social media page listening to some music. In the clip, Garcia tearfully explains that he's been going through a lot lately, but his faith and the love from his supporters have helped him get through it. He noted he was torn up over the fact that despite trying to do good in his community, some have tried to muzzle him and even cancel his upcoming mega fight with Devin Haney. I was trying to do something good, adding, I love you guys, and I appreciate every one of you guys, and I love all of you guys. So a little bit repetitive there, but he was in definitely an emotional state on TikTok a little bit earlier.
My goodness. Yeah, they've pulled some of his videos. Didn't you say, Lucius, you had seen some over the weekend? Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, I had some lined up, man. They snatched all those joints down. He was drinking and everything online, saying the fight's still on, though.
Yeah, you hate to see it. I do think people can bounce back, though. Now.
Yeah, but should be allowed to fight without at least the boxing commission looking at him one good time.
Yeah, are you mentally stable?
Yeah. Are you selling a fight right here, sir?
Yeah.
Or is you you're manic?
Yeah. Yeah, I think there might be some
just another
mental health issues or substance abuse issues going on. I would be shocked if they let him fight at this point, but you can get that stuff out of your system pretty quick and pass a drug test. I was telling you, I saw that guy that they have the YouTubers that fight each other.
Mm-hmm.
This YouTuber was freaking gone, dude. He's in Vegas running around in a casino just gacked out of his brain. He's talking a mile a minute. It's like, wow, everybody is on knowing this dude's, just totally
zooted.
Yes.
Out.
Yeah. 3 weeks later, he whips a dude's ass. You know, I watched it and he looked good. And since then, his YouTube channel has been much more focused and like sober, you know? So maybe the fighting can get the best out of you. I think Ryan Garcia, probably has a bigger issue at hand. This seems like Charlie Sheen, like you got to go away for 6 months type of deal.
Yeah. I think you're onto something there. Now, in front of me here, fellas, I have the content that can provide the answer to whether or not we here in the G-Bag Nation are smarter than a fifth grader.
Oh, you can.
I don't want to play this game.
No, you don't want to play this game. I've already seen some of the questions. I'm glad that I am the Travis Kelce in this scenario. I am the Jeff Foxworthy in this scenario, so I don't have to worry about it. But the rest of you schmoes are about to get the feet to the fire. So we will start. I don't know exactly how they played this game one at a time, but you can just shout your answer if you feel like you know it.
Mm-hmm.
Question number 1. Are you smarter than a fifth grader?
No.
The first day of the 20th century was blank. What's the date? It's the month, the day, and the year. What was the first day of the 20th century?
It's January 1st, 1900.
That would have been my guess. I just didn't want to say it and sound dumb.
Yes.
Okay.
1901?
1901. 1901.
Oh, 1901 and not 1900. Okay, that
Why
makes
do they
sense.
count like that?
That makes sense.
It is weird. I would not have gotten that correctly, I don't think. Are you smarter than a fifth grader? And Lucius, please chime in if you feel like you got a good answer here.
You might be our only help.
What do you call a group of crows? Dawson should know this because, well, he eats it so often.
I don't know.
There's a really it's a murder.
It's a murder.
Yes.
2 on the board for the General Gavin Dawson. He is so far the only member of the G-Bag Nation that has a chance
murder
to be smarter.
That's
cool.
Wow.
Fifth
We
grader.
should change that.
Yeah. Okay.
I was thinking of gaggle. Then I thought
I was
that's
thinking
geese.
gaggle too, and that's geese.
Never even heard of the gaggle.
Let's see here. What does a
They
paleontologist?
are good eating, by the way. It's unethical though. They live for like 40 years. They're one of the smartest
Paleontologist
animals.
studies dinosaurs. Dinosaur bones.
That would have been my answer too, but I guess the real correct answer is you still get points, Broadus. Don't worry, but it's considered ancient life.
Ancient life. Okay.
Ancient life.
Dun, 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 dun.
How many countries are in North America?
3.
Yeah, 3.
Broadus?
Yeah, 3.
Nailed it. Dawson's
overthinking
on
this.
y'all's head right now, for real. Julius Caesar was the emperor of what empire?
Rome. It's not built in a day.
Bada boom, bada bing. Fellas, you're on the board. Let's see here. The words fee, fi, fo, fum are from which fairy tale?
Jack and the Beanstalk?
Jack and the Beanstalk, yeah.
Boom. Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully. Nice work. The abbreviation for RSVP is of what origin?
Latin.
French.
French, dude. Dawson's pulling it out. What is the largest internal organ in the human body? A fifth grader would know the answer.
The rectum.
Skin.
Wrong.
Heart.
Really?
Wrong.
Yeah, intestines, right?
Also wrong.
Oh.
The answer?
The big intestine.
Liver.
Liver. Broadus. By the hair on his chinny chin chin. You nailed it.
Really?
The energy of a moving object is also called what type of energy?
Inertia.
Incorrect.
Kinetic.
Nice work. Draft guys. What is the closest planet to the sun?
Pluto.
Saturn.
Pluto planet.
Earth.
The moon.
Uranus.
Also all wrong.
Jupiter.
No, wrong.
Mars.
Stars. Go bleep yourself.
No one said Mercury.
I think
Mercury
we did.
Morris.
A fifth grader
I should
would have
known
I
it.
think we did.
I don't think a
they
fifth grader would
would've
have known that.
Yeah.
Earth is located in what galaxy?
The Milky Way.
Nailed it. Let's see here. How many months in the calendar year have exactly 30 days?
7.
6.
4.
4. Zach Wolchuk. Nice work.
Lucky yes.
Okay, here. What is the hardest naturally occurring mineral?
Diamond?
Yes.
I would hope you know
RW
that, right?
Diamond Broker, ladies and gentlemen. To travel from New York to London, you fly over which ocean?
Atlantic.
Boom. The traveling man, Brian Broaddus, back on the board.
You actually fly over like Greenland and those places too, I think.
Animals without backbones are called
Invertebrates.
Dawson nailed it.
What'd you say?
Invertebrates. What did I want to know what Wolchuk said?
That's an invertebrate.
He said reptiles.
A snake.
They're called snakes.
Damn
The
it.
Joneses negotiate.
This one's for you, Broaddus. How many letters are in the English alphabet?
26.
Nice.
You'll never forget that.
Yeah. That's one of those deals. Fool me once, right, Broaddus?
Yeah.
The mountain range that includes Mount Everest is called the
Himalayas?
Himalayas. There you go, baby.
I tell you what, I've seen a lot of videos. You know how many people up there are dead?
Yeah,
thousands.
They show like you climb it and you climb past dead people.
Yeah.
Like dudes like in their full climbing outfits.
So sad.
Dead. And you have to go past them to get to where you need to go.
All kinds of trash up there and
it's
stuff
bad.
because it doesn't melt. It just sits there frozen
There's
for
no
years.
way to bring it down.
There's poop all over the trail.
Yeah.
It's bad. You don't want to climb Everest.
All right, where do you think Mike Williams just signed with? Or where do you think he's
Carolina,
Philadelphia.
Eagles,
None of the above.
Commanders,
Dallas.
Kansas City,
Keep it going.
New Orleans,
Jacksonville,
Nope.
Houston,
Nope.
Seahawks, 49ers.
We might
Buffalo.
You're in the realm of
Jets.
possible.
Giants.
Rams.
Jets.
1 year, $15 million
Jets.
deal
I
with
should've
the
guessed the
Jets. Jets. Tyron Smith has a new teammate.
There it is. Thank you, Wolchuk. And thank you,
That
Chiafalo, for that.
was good.
Are
That
you
was good.
smarter than a fifth grader?
I feel dumb.
I think you probably did it better than Travis Kelce's going to do it, but he's dating Taylor Swift now.
That's
so
true.
They're going to force him as a real-life entertainment option. I don't know. They pulled it off with Gronk. You know, why the hell
For
not?
a few minutes.
Yeah, good call.
C note, Todd Archer piece on why you don't believe the Cowboys when they keep telling you what they're doing it and they keep repeating it. It's next in the nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, great news for you. It is Truck Month. That's right. Platinum Ford, Gilchrist Automotive, in Terrell between I-20 and
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We have LA Live coming up in about an hour and a half every night, 5:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Lucius Alexander guides you through his segment. The Expressway starts at 5:20. We'll take a look at all the top stories of the day. And, of course, Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 4:20 is now just 20 minutes away. We have some more breaking news, and another one of the Cowboys players has decided to leave. The big question is going to be how much will this impact their quality. Another depth piece in the form of Jonathan Hankins, the best one-technique defensive tackle they've had in a long time. The best defensive tackle they've had since Jay Ratliff. He's gone to the Seattle Seahawks, right, Wolchuk?
Yep, he's going to join Aiden Dirty, who, of course, left to be their defensive coordinator in Seattle. So Cowboys now really only one tech on the roster. I guess they did re-sign Carl Davis, but I don't think we're super bullish on him. But
Wouldn't count on that one there.
So, yeah, that's another position of need. How about defensive tackle?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough watching these Cowboys. And I do want to know from you guys, isn't it starting to feel like the 2011, 12, 13 Cowboys where you still had some names? I mean, it was D. Ware, and, at the start there, it was still a T. New and, Brady James, Keith Brooking. But the working class, the supporting cast, players 15 through 50 were just picked clean and replaced with either super young guys or super old guys. And that ended up costing the Cowboys, 3 or 4 wins off of, the pace they'd set late in the Wade Phillips years.
Yeah, this is not necessarily surprising, I would say, but it is a little bit just added to the list of things that you still need right now. So,
let me ask you this.
I don't think you're drafting it.
The collection of players they've lost, though, I feel like now we're in the range of expecting a major fall off. What Hankins did for this team was actually made them not suck totally against the run.
No,
if you don't fix him, you will suck worse against the run than you did last year, which was bad.
Yeah. I mean, it was like a yard per play difference with him on and off the field. So, hey, I mean, that's another area where depending on who's available, we talk about second-round guys. Yesterday we were talking about Braden Fisk out of Florida State, Devondre Sweat out of Texas. Depending on who else is there, what they do in the first round, maybe that is up for consideration. Mason Smith, defensive tackle out of LSU, another big boy that they met with apparently at the Combine, could be an option on day 3.
Jackson from Texas A&M.
Yeah, yep, absolutely.
Well.
So, I mean, they've been doing some homework on this position.
I mean, I know Zim's probably insisting on one, and he got himself a linebacker, but at some point, if you're the Joneses, you're like, I know you really like this guy for your defense to work, but you might only be here for a year. So I don't know how much you weigh that up when you're talking about high draft assets. But yeah, I think you should definitely put defensive tackle, even though you have the first rounder Mozzie Smith on the roster. You got to include that in the needs.
Where would you consider, or how would it fall for you if I told you can have a running back or in the second round or one of these defensive tackles? We're talking about Sweat or Fisk.
I would like the defensive tackle. I don't want to start getting into the territory on day 3 where you're hopeful the guy can eventually be a rotation.
I hate to say this. I feel like it can make this running back group stretch a little bit.
I agree.
I don't think I can make the one stretch.
No, I think I would have to pull the trigger on a Braden Fisk. And honestly, I would have him higher, I don't know about you, than any of those running backs anyway.
But, I mean, defensive tackle would have to be clearly better than offensive line to take that in the second round.
Well, I'm thinking about this. You're probably going to grab a tackle or the center maybe in the first round. You're going to take an offensive lineman in the first round. Now the second round turns around if you have one of these running backs. Okay, say you had Brooks or Fisk. Brooks being from Texas.
I would take Fisk. I do know they like Jonathan Brooks a lot, though.
But this Hankins deal is going to end up probably being under $4 million, maybe $2 to $3 million. I mean, he is an older guy. He's not anywhere close to an every down type of player, but in big running downs, he was key for the Cowboys. And again, they're signaling that's too much for them. I think it's a perfect segue into this piece from Todd Archer, Brian.
Yeah, I feel like, though, too, that what Zach's talking about, I think Aiden Dirty up there helped.
Yeah.
I think Aiden went in there and said, listen, we don't have as he went up there and studied for the last several weeks and studied that defense in Seattle. he's probably figured out I don't have a run-stopping defensive tackle here.
Yeah.
And so he politely probably went into John Snyder's office and said, hey, would you be interested in this guy? I coached him. Let me vouch for him. I think that's how that ended up.
Yeah, and Zim's vouched for his guys.
Yeah,
and with Kendricks. Yeah, Todd Archer's piece in the Cowboys free agent philosophy. Puzzling quote from Stephen Jones here. As Todd set out to give an explanation as to why they build the way that they build, and he says it's almost as if fans don't believe Steve when he says this stuff. He says, I've always been of the ilk that in the first couple days of free agency, you pay good players like they're great and you pay average players like they're good and so on and so forth. And I understand that. I think that is the price that you pay in order to fill all of your holes on your team with above average players. And if you're not willing to do that, you're not willing to do what it takes to build a championship roster, in my opinion. But my real thought is, why is it okay to do that with your quarterback then, Steve? I want to start a list of questions here that we can get into starting next year. As these topics come up that are just absolute head scratchers and to me create a double standard. So he gets the logic of it. You don't want to pay good players like they're great. But you sure as hell did that with Terrence Steele. You sure as hell did that with Tony Pollard. But more importantly, Dak is the one that just gives you annual reminders of his status as a non-elite player, but you pay him as an elite one. And that really hacked me off today, guys, because once again, it proves they're smarter than this. They know exactly what they're doing. And, they treat this team like an investment portfolio that you invest in and you keep it healthy, but you don't want to be unbalanced. You don't want to risk too much. You don't want to go all in because, there's too much risk on that. And the risk is it could cause you to have to cut players that, you market around that have given you some level of regular season success. But then the other part is, when he talks about how we've drafted so well that this is how we have to team build because we end up paying all those guys. I get that too. But what just happened is you failed the draft in a big, big way. And if your plan is to draft your way to a championship, I'm okay with it. You have 2-3 good drafts in a row. I'm like, cool, this is going in the right direction. Maybe you'll have no holes on your team. By the way, you're about to have to pay those guys that you drafted 3 years ago. But hey, this is your strategy. Once you fail epically, you're done. That's what the Cowboys are. In order to maintain their level while going through this financial transition, they would have had to have last year find 3 players that could damn near be starters and then do it again this year. And that creates just, way too high of a bar. Is it possible, Brian, to just have nothing but good drafts? I don't know if you've ever seen it in all of your years in the NFL.
No, it's
you
not.
Can't have 5 good ones in a row. If you have 3 good ones in a row, you are really outperforming expectations.
Even a good draft is considered you had 7 picks and 3 guys turned out to be good players.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not even like a good draft is the bar of every player hits.
Yeah.
So it's very difficult. And I think the other issue with this is they're at times too married to, we drafted this guy, so we want to keep him. Because you can talk about not wanting to pay free agents because you're paying premium money for just okay players. But how many times have they turned around and given money to just okay players on their own team?
Yeah.
Good point.
Or maybe he's not an okay player, but just the position. You did it with Zeke. You just did it with Pollard. Guys off injury, Terrence Steele. We're going to give you money. Like, you're scared to give a right tackle in free agency money, but you're willing to give it to this guy who's off an injury. You did it with your quarterback off an injury. You did it with Michael Gallup. You did it with Jalen Smith. So these are all guys that, I guess if they were free agents, the Cowboys would be like, oh my gosh, these were terrible deals. But since they were from in-house and they drafted them, all of a sudden now they have this different perspective on them and much more optimistic view of who these players actually are.
Well, and I think they feel like they're getting a bargain on the deal because of that. They're like, okay, so we're getting an offer and you're taking less to stay with us. They think they're winning the deal in that situation. To them, it's a plus. But in reality, they're not getting any type of return on that investment with these second contracts. They're not aging well for them at all.
The other thing he said in the past is we know the guys fit our system. We know their medical history very, very well. And I get that as well. But, the teams that win excel at finding guys that are maybe playing in a different system, but they know these traits, and this coach is going to be able to put them in a position to succeed even at a higher level or maintain that same level. I think maybe the Brandon Carr thing, maybe made them a little bit gun shy. They also were in on Nnamdi Asomugha the year before.
Well, Brandon Carr, he played out his entire contract.
It wasn't a terrible sign.
No, I mean, it was
solid player.
The $50 million, but they didn't let him go early. He played he got every dime that he signed up for, if you remember correctly on that.
Yeah.
So they did, to them, that was, they could talk about maybe they got a little shy on it, but they rode the whole contract.
But then Todd touches on what I think can only be described as the unrelenting optimism that Jerry has brainwashed the fan base.
He hasn't, though. I mean, okay, I'll say this. I think fans more than ever now are tired of it. We talk about the brain. You say brainwashing. I think fans.
You think they're snapping out of it?
I think they have.
That would be great.
My interaction with fans on a daily and reading timelines and stuff like that. I think fans have had enough. And
okay.
And I talked to several of them and I'm on different platforms, so I get that opportunity. I just feel like that the fans, like, you're not going to fool me anymore.
Okay.
I'm done with you. And it was to your statement that he made, the all in.
Yes.
And that's
all
what,
in my ass.
That's at that point, people have now given up on that.
I hope that was the last breath of Jerry as a pitchman that has credibility.
Yeah.
Now, we'll have to see. The proof will be in the pudding this year. If they go on a 3-game winning streak and the fans are shouting you down if you say, I don't think they're good enough, even though they've won 3 games in a row.
Yeah.
And they're saying things like, you can't style point a win. It's hard to win in this league. This team's good, Dawson. If they're yelling at me like that, I'll be like, they're still brainwashed.
Okay.
Todd Archer writes here, this year, they drew lines on how much money they could pay Smith, Pollard, Biotish, and Armstrong, and did not budge. The departures might not be over. Defensive tackle Jonathan Hankins might leave. He wrote this early this morning. Hankins just did leave. Gilmore, recovering from shoulder surgery, could sign elsewhere too. The Cowboys could certainly adjust cost-effective players in the coming days and weeks, but they're hanging their hat on the ability to draft since VP of player personnel Will McClay took over the draft in 2014, has had 13 draft picks named to at least 1 Pro Bowl. And then... crap. I lost my point in my story here.
Pop-up ad hit you?
Yeah, I copied and pasted the wrong thing.
Oh, well, anyway, like I said, I'm gonna go on record and say I feel like that they're feeling a little pressure over there with the scouts.
I would absolutely
draft.
As well.
About the draft.
They've unfairly been placed in this situation where all of it
those
is.
scouts have done a hell of a job over there. And now they realize, like, after last year, what happened, and we'll see what happens with all those picks. But there's a lot of pressure on that crew, and everybody said, "Well, that's their job," No, well, yeah, it's their job, but it ain't their job to say, "Okay, we've got to hit on 6-7 guys every time we roll up here and draft." You're talking about if you hit on 3 of them, you're doing pretty good. They'll put you in the damn Hall of Fame for that,
right?
But now you're having to supplement so many guys walking out the door, replace guys. They put a lot of pressure on those scouts to come up with to make sure that their board is absolutely how they need to in order to draft. They can't afford a mistake. They can't afford a miss.
No, they can't. No, because they're not going to sign anybody. And I can't believe I can't find this story from Todd Archer on ESPN Dallas. But the basic premise of what I was getting to there was they keep telling you they're not spending money on free agents. And Cowboys fans keep getting surprised this time of year. I can't believe what they're doing. This has been going on for a decade plus now.
It has.
Of Stephen Jones telling you we're not spending money. And every single time the season ends, fans are like, well, they can't just do that again. And then they do it. And that's like the unrelenting optimism and brainwashing that I speak of. I give Todd Archer all the credit in the world for pointing that out. I had never realized that layer of it. Like just how thoroughly convinced Cowboys fans can get very quickly after reading the heights of frustration to, okay, now we're winning again and we're in the midst of a regular season, or free agency has started and my Cowboys can't do anything but make themselves closer to a contender? Because I think shock and disbelief best describes the reaction to this free agent approach. Once again, literally 12 years in. It's fascinating that like the optimism can maintain that high of a level.
You see what Philadelphia is doing. I'm not worried about the Commanders or the Giants, but Philadelphia has a similar roster to you, and they continually able to add players, wheel and deal, move on from players, get players. Cowboy fans are like, wait a minute, how are they doing that? And how do they pay their quarterback? How are they paying all their guys and still have the financial flexibility to do that? I'm sure I'll get a text here in the next 3 minutes explaining to me why they do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the unfortunate thing about it is Cowboy fans are looking at it going, well, wait a minute, how are they able to do this?
Well,
I mean, and you're
Eagles,
and you push more and more money into the future.
Yeah.
You push more and more dead money into the future.
When the Eagles are bad, they take advantage of it. They're like, hey, this thing has run its course. It's time to kill all of our dead money so we can get back at it and be aggressive. You can be aggressive 3 or 4 years in a row and have a target year that you're going to destroy. We're going for it, and until we win the Super Bowl, we're pushing it. Like if Tom Brady doesn't walk away, Tampa would still be figuring out ways to pull money from the future and think as soon as Tom Brady retires, we are going to blow out all this, dead cap that we have sitting here. The Cowboys won't use that strategy. That's another thing the contenders are doing that the Cowboys won't. They won't pick a year and say, hey, this year we're going to be bad. Let's set up all of our contracts so we can blow them all off the books in this 1 year, have a top 10 pick for an actual elite or premium player, and then, reemerge as contenders the following year. It's one after another. And reading stories like this, it clarifies Stephen Jones has a very good grasp on all of the dynamics of this market. They just intentionally choose this path. And I think because it's so unbelievable, every year we think, well, this is going to be the year they snap out of it, Wolchuk. But they don't.
Because we got the cap, but then they never have, the cap's never stable. And maybe this is the year. Maybe them not doing anything and sitting back this year and next year, they're doing that. Because they're going to be paying Michael Gallup. They're saving $9 million. They're paying $8.5 million next year in dead money for him. Ezekiel Elliott, they're paying this year in dead money for him not to be on your football team. We can go down the list. There's probably more players that we can name. But I don't know when it comes to the fan base. I think there's a lot of fans that do reach out to us that agree. They are frustrated.
Very.
But I do think that there is also a large portion that when we show up to Oxnard that they don't care. It's still, it's going to be the same. They're going to be buying all the merchandise.
I don't know,
It's still
man.
their Dallas Cowboys. We'll find out day one when we walk in there. And I think
absolutely.
that place is still going to be a madhouse, man.
I think even the hardcore fan realizes the frustration of not playing championship football. And you couldn't have had a better situation than they got to get to the second seed and to go out there and pee down your leg like they did.
It's disgusting.
I mean, that to me,
it was a full-fledged grumper, bro.
It's not the hardcore fans.
They went number 2 ski.
Yeah, it's not the hardcore fan I'm worried about. I think those people.
No. I think there's some hardcore fans that are like they're tired of this S.
They are.
They really are tired of this S. Like, okay, where's the loyalty to us? Where's the we're buying in. We're all in. What the hell are you doing?
We love the Cowboys. One of the Cowboys are going to love us back.
Great stuff, Brian. I love it when you get like that. I think that's what the Cowboys need.
Well, they need, they do. They need their fan base to
keep them accountable.
To keep them accountable.
Yeah.
If you're going to keep us accountable for what we say, really keep them accountable for what they're doing.
So discontinue your season tickets. Don't show up to Oxnard.
Yeah,
I mean, that's ultimately, and I hate to say that because I think there's a lot of people that wouldn't do that. I've had a family member that has season tickets that reach out to me. What should I do? It's not a decision that I can make for you, but it does seem as though the only way that it will actually ever change is when that wallet starts to get impacted in a negative way.
I think they got those season ticket holders trapped because the PSLs. You need a license.
I don't know how that all works. That
team will always make money. It just always will. It's got too many sponsorship deals and stuff like that. They're not going to.
And good for them. I give them great. Go out and do that. Just also give us a winner.
Please.
That's the most important
championship winner.
No, that's the most important.
Not just 12 games and then crap down your leg in the playoffs.
If I'm the fan base, I'm demanding it. I am absolutely demanding it right now.
I still feel sustained from the Mavs title. 13 years ago. That's the way these things work. But we need some success. Now, it's not as bad as what things did in Washington, but there ultimately was a tipping point in Washington, and maybe a couple of non-playoff seasons could do that. I think that's what they're heading for this year and next. I think they missed the playoffs back-to-back years. Time for Woolchuck's Top 10. Where are we going?
All right, National Poultry Day, the top 10 most popular chicken dishes in America. What's your favorite chicken dish? That's next.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news. Inside.
It's time for the Top 10 420 segments brought to you by Soda, State of the Art, by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org, and Window Nation. And here he is, the Woolly Bully, Zach with an H, the Top 10.
No wasted time. We're diving right into it, baby. The top 10 here. It is the top 10 most popular chicken dishes in America. Big chicken guy over here. Gotta say, love me some chicken. As it is National Poultry Day. Happy Poultry Day to all out there who celebrate.
Don't we have to show a little love to the turkey as well on Poultry Day?
We could, yeah. We
no, the chicken is obviously the headliner.
I just want to I think of first.
I just want to voice respect for the turkey.
Respect to the turkey. Yeah. And we give love to the turkey on Thanksgiving big time.
No question.
It gets its own special day.
You're right.
And I think a turkey sandwich is always a win. Or I'm never going to turn down a wonderful chicken sandwich or turkey sandwich.
It's a damn good bird.
But I did find a list of the top 10 best chicken dishes, the most popular ones in America. What is your go-to chicken dish, Lucius Alexander, when we're eating the bird?
There's too many. I feel bad for the chicken, bro. You're so damn delicious. Walking around here with your legs all exposed and everything. Come
Very
on,
vulnerable.
Man. Yeah, what's wrong with you? Strutting and all that.
They haven't been able to adapt over the years either, to where they're not getting slaughtered at a rapid rate.
Yeah, man. I mean, figure it out, guys.
We're your enemy, dude.
If you haven't figured it out by now.
They grew up so fast. I would say chicken fettuccine Alfredo with at least 4 pieces of garlic bread, Texas toast.
Gosh, yes. You can't go wrong there, dude.
No, you can't.
I love a good chicken Alfredo.
Brian, I brought up
chicken fried rice, but chicken and dumplings is one of my favorite ones.
Chicken and dumplings is delicious.
Yeah.
And the chicken fried rice, some hibachi, fried rice. Ooh, yeah.
Chicken paprika. You ever heard of chicken paprika?
How about your chicken pot pie?
Chicken pot pie, yeah.
Chicken paprika is great. The chicken pot pie is probably a top 5er for me. Chicken fajitas.
Oh, chicken fajitas? How about some sesame chicken?
I would get mad if they gave me fajitas with chicken in it.
You're only a beef guy?
Hey, cheers to that. I'll drink
love
to
chicken
it.
fajitas,
chicken parmesan.
Yeah, chicken parm, the cutlets for sure.
Orange chicken?
Orange chicken. My
wow,
gosh.
good pull.
Yeah.
Orange chicken.
All of the Asian chickens are amazing.
Yeah.
Kung Pao.
Chicken teriyaki.
They even make fried chicken wings amazing.
Yes.
Oh my god.
The Korean fried chicken. That is
so crunchy.
Those are some damn good wings.
How about the chicken sandwich?
Chicken sandwich.
We had a whole damn chicken sandwich war going
For
on.
sure.
We had people stabbing each other in parking lots.
Understandably, dude. They're so good.
That's what I always do with my chicken parm. If you have little pieces of bread, I'll make little chicken parm sliders out of it. If you have a big loaf, I'll cut that loaf down the middle and just shove the whole cutlet in there.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
The chicken parm sando.
Just having myself a time. But, I think if I was being honest, my favorite chicken item in DFW is the smoked half chicken at Hutchins.
Yes.
And wow, it made my mouth water just thinking of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then my Orange Magic wings.
That Orange Magic.
We'll check.
Chicken fried chicken, jerk chicken, gumbo,
Jerk
chicken kebabs.
Oh, you find a good Jamaican spot and go get the jerk chicken. And oh my goodness.
Dude, that jerk the flavor.
What you want? White meat or dark meat? Let me get the white meat. We don't have white meat. All right. Appreciate it.
I'll take the dark. Yeah. Beer can chicken.
What y'all want?
Beer can chicken's great.
That was the first time I ever tried to sip a beer. Was when my grandma and my dad made beer butt chicken is what they called it or whatever. It was disgusting.
Chicken
I was in
fried
3rd
steak.
grade.
Getting a lot of love.
The chicken was great.
I still remember my first sip of beer too, around the same age.
Yeah.
Wow, why do you guys drink this?
Yeah. It was a really good play. I think I'm gonna pull that on my kids too.
Man,
dude, I didn't want any until I was at least 16.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right about the time I was getting my permit, I was like, all right,
little freedom.
Now it's time. We got to give love to the duck. I do think duck can be some good eating as well. I hear that text.
Hey, I mean that was my big takeaway from the Buck and All buffet in Vegas. That roasted duck
duck's good.
I was surprised you went that direction. With the duck.
I've wanted to do ever since there was that Geico commercial with the caveman who was ordering a meal and he said I'll take the roasted duck with the mango salsa. There's I've always decided I want to try it. And then Broadus talks about cooking French fries in duck fat.
Duck fat,
You know,
duck
I'm just
is good.
I need to get familiar with this duck.
It really is. Chicken flautas or chicken taquitos. Getting texted in Tennessee hot chicken.
Yeah.
Notes are duck and
That's
love.
from Palmer.
Since all three are poultry, it probably is. Shout out to you, Palmer.
I need the super mild Nashville hot chicken, I'll tell you.
Bro,
Super You go
mild.
one step into spicy, it's the hottest thing I've ever eaten.
I'll tell you what, when it's almost like I say, when it's that maroon color, it's something bad's happening to you. If
Your
it's
innards
maroon.
are going to die.
Yeah, it's that maroon.
Number 10 on the top 10.
You better have nowhere to be the rest of that weekend.
No.
Yeah, just go ahead and call it off. Most popular chicken dishes in America. Number 10, General Tso's chicken.
Yeah, it's good.
9 is just your rotisserie chicken.
Dude, okay, I put that down. The rotisserie chicken's phenomenal.
It's fantastic.
Costco, Target, they're all doing it.
All
Yeah, they are.
Tom Thumb, Walmart.
The good old days, it was $4.99 for a hot and ready bad boy.
What is
Now
it
it's
now,
probably
$6.99?
it's probably more like $8.99. Well, Chuck.
Number 8, chicken noodle soup.
Oh, yeah, every time you get sick.
Yep.
Some
Classic.
chicken noodle soup and some cranberry juice.
Oh, what'd you get? You get a text?
No, I'm just laughing at Eric.
It's
When
double
he
in
used to-
price.
No, when he used to bring in that bag of chicken and just
Oh, yeah.
like debone it right there. I mean,
It's good.
So
it's ready to
good.
go. I see it all the time. Anytime I
Yeah.
go to the grocery store, I'm like,
So
maybe I
juicy.
should just buy it.
It
Tastes
just-
better off the bone, man.
All that, yeah.
And that skin.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
7 is jerk chicken.
Yeah.
6, we'll have to have you explain this for us. Coq au vin.
Coq au vin. It's okay. When you do this, it's a French dish.
Yep.
And it's done like Julia Child was one of the first one to do it. It's a way you cook chicken in a sauce.
It's like a red wine.
Yeah, with red. You cook it with sauce, and then all the marijuana, the vegetables and stuff
Garlic,
like that.
mushrooms,
Yeah, exactly.
cubes of pork fat.
There you go. It's lardones.
Yeah, lardones. Yeah.
is what they got.
5 is chicken pot pie.
Hey, that was a damn good scouting report. I just want to say, salute to you.
Sorry,
Crushed it
man.
there. I know you
did-
would.
Culinary guy of the day.
I did my best on that one.
I am calling
It's
for-
actually an excellent meal, though. It
Okay.
really is.
I was out when you said cream of mushroom or something.
Oh, no,
but-
that's what makes it good, bro. Good and creamy. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
a chicken to soup.
I don't
can't
think you
pronounce it.
noticed the mushrooms in there. I think
That's
that
what
it
they
might
are.
hide it.
They'll cook it down.
It might
They'll cook
hide
it down.
to
yeah.
where
Good
like, you'd be
creamy
okay.
chicken dish is amazing, bro. What
I'll
are
take the
we doing?
fettuccine sauce, you know?
Just sub it.
Or is it Alfredo?
Alfredo.
Sauce? Alfredo
Yeah.
sauce, yeah.
Hey, how about that chicken tetrazzini, though, Lucius?
Chicken tetrazzini.
It's a damn good pasta.
Pot pie at 5. Butter chicken.
Is that
Oh,
a,
that's
is
my
that a
number 4.
poverty meal?
I'm calling for a return to
No.
quality in the pot pie game.
No, it's what the girls know
Oh,
how
yeah,
to
I
cook
see what you're saying.
first. No, bro, this is not a poverty meal. I see what you're doing.
right.
It's what the girls know how to cook first, though. You know what I mean?
Chicken tetrazzini?
Chicken tetrazzini.
Poverty meal. I'm calling poverty meal right
chicken
now.
Alfredo.
It's definitely what my
Okay.
mom will take the leftover turkey or chicken from whatever the original meal was and be like, all right, I'll throw together a tetrazzini. So I get what you're saying, but it doesn't taste like a poverty
No,
meal.
it
I will
doesn't.
say that.
poverty meal.
No, we're good.
I'm doing it next Friday then.
Yeah, please do.
Please, bro.
With your
Serve it.
leftover chicken.
Prove us wrong.
I'm going to serve it over toast points is what I'm going to do.
Okay. 4, butter chicken, which is fantastic. Now,
Butter chicken. Butter chicken
chicken's
is good,
an Indian
yeah.
dish. You should
Indian
definitely
dish,
give it a
yeah.
try. And tell you what, it's actually like your first voyage into Indian food. Butter chicken or tikka masala. Those are kind of the safe ones.
Those are
to
good
do
ones.
that.
Thank you.
We need to make chicken pot pie a luxury meal, first of all. Okay, the quality has dipped during my lifetime very significantly. We need to return to the pot pies. I'm ready for it to go viral. And Spittle, there's people on the text saying that the radio signal's cutting in and out. Lots of them. So
Lots of them.
They might be onto something.
3 is chicken parmesan.
Or Tim.
Cowboys
Yes,
are
dude.
messing with the
Yes.
Seager.
Yeah, they're like those guys. That last segment. Number 2 is just buffalo wings.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
But number 1,
Chicken nacho?
Fried chicken.
chicken nachos are good. Yes. Number 1 is southern fried chicken.
The wings, too. I like the whole chicken wing. Not the little half one, the whole one.
Yeah.
Where they overcharge you if it's at the Southern place.
Mm-hmm.
You know what
I
I'm
like the
saying?
thighs.
Yes, dude.
4 wings, bro. You're paying like $25 for a meal.
It's crazy.
Man, can't wait to get that orange magic truck going. You get 20
gonna
bucks
make a lot
for
of money, dude.
4 full-size wings.
Sure do.
And inflation has everything's higher, you know, except the revenue. Unfortunately.
There's
Full
your
show.
top 10.
Thank you, sir. Okay, when we come back, G-Bag Nation, we gotta get you in this rim session with basketball on the agenda tonight, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, Mavs and Spurs for sure, but we'll also feature the dunk herd around the world next year in the nation.
Cannot wait to talk about that a little bit more with you. What an
The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Let's talk some hoop. Here's Eric.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out, put the kids to bed. G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride. Rain dance.
Rain dance.
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when Anthony Edwards absolutely baptizes John Collins with one of the most holy-s, vicious, disrespectful dunks we've seen in years.
Warren did not score and only had one shot attempt in that first half. Another turnover for Utah. Edwards gets it back and threw it down and one from the rafters.
Sent that dude to concussion protocol. I think that's the first time I've ever witnessed a dunk that sent the defender into the protocol. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. You fellas have been watching basketball for many a year. I've never seen the concussion protocol. And I've seen Jason Terry in a Boston Celtics uniform absolutely get buried by Miami Heat's LeBron James. When everybody in the arena was yelling "World Star," and even Jason Terry didn't go to the protocol.
Yeah. What did our guy say with no regard for human life?
No regard for human life.
Yeah, that's exactly what this was last night.
Yeah, dude. It was. I'm surprised we don't have more guys go into concussion protocol because that whole thing is like you're launching 230, 250 pounds maybe with Edwards. He's so strong. You know, bang like this, arm comes out, and it was just like the pinky hand, but it's so fast and powerful. You know, I was born in 76, Chief. So right around the time that like getting dunked on was becoming a thing, you know, I was in my early 20s and I really didn't realize how big of a thing that it was. So I would be like trying to play defense in my 1980s try-hard sports mindset, right?
Yeah.
And dudes are just feasting on me. Yeah. And the last one I really did isn't because I got dunked on. I really didn't realize that until I was well into my 20s that I was getting embarrassed, and that's why all the guys were, you know, having so much fun celebrating the dunk. But I got hit so damn hard. Like knees, elbows are just flying in. And again, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often.
Yeah, that is.
Hey, if you're Collins, though, you got to get up, right? Concussion or not, bro, you got to get up. You sitting down.
Yeah.
The biggest dunk in the world just happened. You got to get up.
Yeah.
You got to roll and then go back there and cry, right?
You got to pray to God that you can be given a one-time superpower of vanishing. In that moment, and you'd like to use that right now.
Flight, and I want to get away. Want to get away.
You got to pop up and demand an offensive foul simultaneously.
Yeah, you got to do something, bro.
Or stay down for the Paul Pierce wheelchair to come get you.
Well, that's what it felt like he did because he went straight to two hands on the forehead, like fetal position. There's the embarrassment, of course, but then there's the idea that you just took a forearm to the dome, and now you're a little bit woozy. I don't know, but
It's a head contusion. That's freaking insane, dude.
Oh my gosh.
He broke this dude's head.
And really, John Collins, what he did was save Austin Reeves from what could have been the most embarrassing thing of the NBA season, because you had another dunk last night between the Atlanta Hawks and the Los Angeles Lakers. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Jalen Johnson of the Hawks had a nasty, nasty facial on Austin Reeves. And Austin Reeves does the thing where you go for the charge, and he just ate nothing but crotch.
Yeah.
I mean, right to the face.
It's a turnover, and he got ball sacked.
He did. Worse than the Bulls broadcast did the other day.
That's disrespectful.
But thanks to Anthony Edwards and John Collins, that dunk, Austin Reeves having a mouthful of Jalen Johnson sort of goes unnoticed here. But just two giant dunks last night. Thank you to the association for bringing it strong. I do think the level of play has ramped up over the last couple of weeks in the NBA. You can see it. Yeah. Scores are down a little bit more. Refs may be letting you play a little bit, but the intensity is there because teams are fighting for playoff opportunities, man. And that's one of those dunks though from Anthony Edwards last night that we'll be reliving that one for a long time. I don't know how long it's going to take to get one better than that. That was truly vicious.
Man, Austin Reeves has to do something, anything to recover from that one. And you're right, he's blessed.
Yeah.
That the other dunk happened.
Yeah.
That one is Anthony Edwards a Christmas card.
Hilarious.
Yeah, he got blessed.
He got something.
Yeah, he had an interaction with the media. The sound's not that great, so I didn't pull it. But they were asking about like from his point of view, and he was like, "Trust me, you don't want my view of that." Austin Reeves like, "Trust me, you don't want anything to do with the view I had of that particular dunk right there."
That's the last time I step in to take a charge at the very beginning of a game. Maybe fourth quarter.
Never again.
Win or lose situation.
I mean, for as much as it sucks for me to always have to live with the fact that I was never able to dunk a basketball, I can at least be proud to say I've never been dunked on. And I've just actively avoided it at every turn. You know?
There you go.
I have control of that.
Self-awareness.
Now,
do you put your hands up when you see the dunk ring happen? You're just like, whoa!
Yeah, I'm stepping away entirely. You have your fun, bro. I'm not going to get involved here. Tonight we get the Wemby opportunity, and we're watching Wemby right now at the at the peak of his season. He is playing truly tremendous basketball, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday with the last performance that he had, which was just, hey, here's 33 points, here's 15 boards, 7 assists, 7 blocks, doing it pretty dang efficiently as well versus the Nets. And I mean, right now he's averaging 21, 10.5, 3.5, 1.5 steals, and 3.5 blocks per game on the season. Those numbers have been reached for a season 4 times in the history of the NBA, and that's twice by prime Kareem and twice by prime Hakeem. And that's what rookie Wemby is doing right now. First player in NBA history with 200 blocks, 100 plus threes, and 75 or more steals. So he's impacting the game. And defensively, I saw from Kirk Goldsberry, who does a great job breaking down some of your basketball analytics, and he does it over recent samples. And when you look at the Spurs' last 15 games, you're talking about Wemby being the most impactful defender in the NBA based on what the Spurs are defensively when he's on the court, which is first in the sport, to when he's off the court, they would rank 25th in the NBA.
Wow.
This is over the last 15 games. So certainly a small sample size, but you're talking about the growth and maturation rapidly of, an ascending young superstar. And so you're looking at, what have you done for me lately? You're turning into Wemby. You're turning into something we've almost never seen before.
We saw the power forwards become perimeter players, and maybe Giannis epitomized that better than anybody. Obviously Dirk was revolutionary, but now we're seeing it from centers. To have a guy come in that skilled and that long, he is a cheat code. He is a creative player. And in these last 15 games, he's scored over 27 points in more than half of them, and also given you 4.5 assists, 4.5 blocks, 12 rebounds. I do think this is the next guy in the Jordan LeBron GOAT conversation.
Couldn't agree more, dude. And the Spurs will be without a couple of their backup bigs tonight. So outside of Wemby, hopefully Gafford and Lively can really get going. But we'll get Mavs Spurs tonight. Mavs got to get this one, man.
Heck yeah. What a night. What a time to be talking about sports here with you, and looking forward to that Mavs Spurs tonight. I do think the Mavs are one of the better teams matching up with them. So I'm, of course, expecting victory. Popovich has already tanked his balls off and put lineup combinations out there all season long to ensure a top 3 pick. And now probably going to try to finish strong and not win too many games, of course. But I would expect them to be a playoff team next year. So feast on them while you can, Mavericks. Go tear their butts up tonight. Now, coming up next, we have an edition of Football's Finest. Chief, where are we going?
Why Eric Kendricks gave the stiff arm to the Niners next here in the nation.
But it's prize picks time, baby.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We are now 20 minutes away from the Expressway, where we go commercial-free to the top. We'll get you some very interesting college football news and try to check in with Jared Sandler here out in Surprise with the latest on your Texas Rangers, either 5:30 or in the 6 o'clock hour. We're watching it like a hawk and thrilled. 9 days from opening day. 9 days plus 90 minutes is what you're looking at. Be a 6:30 first pitch next Thursday night against the Cubbies. In the meantime, football's finest. And here's Eric Chiafalo.
All right, Jonathan Hankins signs with the Seahawks. He follows former defensive line coach Aiden Dirty to Seattle to be their run-stuffing man-beast in the middle of their defensive line. Yet another void for the Dallas Cowboys. Now, we know the one move they did make in terms of acquiring somebody new, linebacker Eric Kendricks. He's familiar with Mike Zimmer, played with him in Minnesota. He had originally agreed to a deal with the Niners at the beginning of free agency, but then he said, thanks, but no thanks. Let me get over to Dallas. Here's your new linebacker, Eric Kendricks, on with the Bussin' the Boys podcast. And here is why he left San Francisco sort of at the altar.
I want to play Will, so to speak, while Dre Greenlaw was nursing his Achilles, but I didn't want to be in a position where, I was playing a position the whole year and then potentially having to switch to another position and kind of rotating in and out. I wanted to be on the field. I wanted to be making a difference. I wanted to be making an impact. And that's why ultimately I had to make a change for myself.
You want that green dot. You a green dot shot caller, bro.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And it's just like, obviously it was hard. It was a hard decision to make because there's such a solid squad and such a good organization. But, I went to another solid squad and great organization with a great D-line. And, I feel like it was a win-win. I had to really just write things out and pros and cons. And it was, once I did that, and I, had a great talks with my family and friends, it made it very apparent where I should be.
This might be an elementary question, but I really don't know the answer. What is the difference between Mike and Will?
Yeah, Mike, you're in the center of everything. You generally, most of the time, you're right in the center, and you kind of have a balance of both worlds on both sides. Whereas Will, you kind of get segmented to partial side of the thing. And I'm used to having kind of everything crossing and mix matching, and I'm used to being off 3 a little bit. Where Will, you're kind of more off 2. Not to say that you can't be off 2 at Mike, but it's just the world I've been growing up in. I've been playing Mike since I was probably 6th grade.
So there's a little window into what his thinking was. I would imagine Zimmer did some recruiting there, and he went on to say, the familiarity to not have to learn a new defense and things like that was pretty important to him. But he was going to be kind of, hey, we're signing you in San Francisco to replace Dre Greenlaw. You're going to be slightly playing out of position a little bit, and then when Greenlaw comes back, we can't guarantee much here for you, Eric. Whereas in Dallas, it's like, dude, you're our Mike linebacker, and we hope you play every snap of the season.
Would you have made the same decision, you think?
If I was Kendricks?
Yeah. You're a linebacker?
Yeah, I think ultimately it just – I get where he's coming from. For the reasons why, like wanting to play the position you want to play for, not having to learn a new defense, like I totally get why he would do that. But if the sole goal was to get as far as possible to a championship, then you would have to have gone to the Niners. As unfortunate as that is.
I do think the playing time would be more important for me and being in a comfortable role.
Yeah,
and knowing Mike Zimmer.
Mike's going to take care of him.
Yeah, I would have made the decision he made.
Yeah, I think he made the right decision there. You look at the 49ers and what they have at linebacker ahead of him. How much does he really, really, really play? But to me, I think Mike did a good job of saying, hey, listen, here, you're going to come here, you're going to play, you're going to be my guy. I need somebody here to help me. I'm one of these guys that believe that Mike could save this guy's job. I think he could save McCarthy's job.
It's harder now knowing what we know about how much they've not helped themselves.
I just have that much faith in Mike Zimmer. We'll see with Kendricks. Probably a little bit of a step slow, but still going to be around the ball, still going to be able to kind of line people up.
He's got to be the one that's most frustrated that old Jonathan Hankins is no longer in front of him.
I would say that, they've got to figure out that Mozzie Smith thing really fast. Either that or in the second round address defensive tackle at that one technique. I think now especially with Hankins out of the mix, that there's no chance of him coming back. They've got to.
Been a first round pick on Mozzie Smith.
Yeah,
make it work. Step it up, Mozzie.
It's like Mozzie, dude. It's just you're just lifting and eating, dude. Like that's your off season.
Well, the problem with Mozzie, as we all know, is that I think that season really emotionally hurt him. I think there was a lot of pressure on him, and I think there were times where he felt like that he just didn't deliver, and I think the pressure got to him a little bit, and he was maybe thinking that if I lose weight, maybe I'll be quicker. That's all we were talking about, him getting off the ball.
Off the ball late.
But you watch Michigan play. We're watching Chris Jenkins play 3 technique for Michigan this year. Chris Jenkins is laid off the ball. And so you're sitting there thinking, I've seen this before. I've seen this. And, sometimes you have to be able to, as you adjust the scheme, you got to be able to make the adjustments yourself. And if you need to get off the ball, you got to get off the ball, especially when you're looking right at the ball.
Well, I do presume that Mike Zimmer's going to have the appropriate plan for him, and hopefully with the new additions, with the defensive line coach who played the position, Jeff Zganina.
Yep.
I think I nailed it.
I think you said it right.
Hopefully they can get Mozzie on the right track, but a lot of it's going to start with getting back to being the physical freak that you were at Michigan, Mozzie. You can't be 30 pounds down here. So hopefully he's already, closer to his original weight than he was to end the season here. I imagine Mike Zimmer's just giving him, hey, here's a grocery list, bro. And let's just, we'll be sending all the Papa John's, Jerry with the sponsorship. We can hook you up,
he's always
garlic
been
sauce.
Strong. Yeah, he's always been strong. He just needs to put the weight back on, but he also needs to play quicker. However you could get Mozzie Smith to play quicker, well, what's going to unlock him?
But what do you do if he's not going to play any quicker? Don't you have to put him in a strong role?
Well, that's the whole
play to your strengths. Literally,
should no. He's if you like I said, Mike is interested in those guys getting off the ball. You can't if Mozzie's going to play slow and you're saying just hold up blocks. Yeah. Is that what you're thinking? I don't think they would do that. I think it's about all 4 of those guys getting off the ball and then getting up the field and being disruptive, and that's Mozzie's responsibility too.
You know what I did with Porzingis, Brian? I would suggest that start Mozzie, play him to his strengths,
right,
and then trade him.
Right.
That's the only way you're going to get value out of a guy. If you're not quick, don't play a quick man's game. You need to be playing a strong man's game, and I think that's going to ruin his career, not even give him a chance to play what he is built for. That's just weird to me. I think it's a failure of the coaching staff and the scouting department coming together, and I got to look at Will McClay for that one. Dang right.
Well, Will stepped up. He did.
Yeah,
we've seen the video.
Argued for him.
Will wear that one. He will.
You can't win them all. I think I love Will McClay and the job that he's done, and I have nothing but the highest respect. But things happen. Like CY brought in DeGrom, and somehow Will McClay stood on a table for a guy that doesn't fit your defense, and he paid for it.
Well, we got a couple other moves around the league today, one of which is just the Browns paying Jerry Jeudy the 3-year contract worth up to $58 million, $41 million guaranteed. So they traded for the Broncos wide receiver Jerry Jeudy, former first-round pick out of Alabama a few weeks ago. Now they give him some guaranteed dollars. Ted Wynn, one of my favorite football analyzers, noted that they now have a $230 million quarterback in Deshaun Watson that has thrown 14 touchdowns in the last 2 years, and they're throwing $41 million guaranteed dollars at a wide receiver who's never had a 1,000-yard season. So interesting the way they're putting that one together. But I do know that Jerry Jeudy hasn't had much in the way of quarterback play over the years, so I understand that. But that one, giving him $41 million guaranteed, probably not the one I would have done.
Not have waited.
Cleveland's going Cleveland.
That's right. Chuck, you mentioned this earlier. Free agent wide receiver Mike Williams, formerly of the Chargers, now $15 million 1 year to the Jets. The Jets are putting together what is potentially going to be the most injury-riddled team in the history of football, between their quarterback, their left tackle, and now what is going to be their number 2 wide receiver, Mike Williams, who's off an ACL injury. He's perpetually missing games. Good player, though, when he plays.
He's good when he plays. Yeah.
Same with Tyron Smith.
Sure.
Same with Aaron Rodgers. We'll see how many games you get of the trio. I'm looking forward to that. We'll have that conversation getting closer to the season. We'll all have to put our bets on the line. How many games do you get of Aaron Rodgers, Tyron Smith, and Mike Williams all on the field together at the same time. Let's see here. We also have apparently Anthony Richardson, my guy, Colts quarterback.
Your guy.
He is apparently a good Samaritan. Have you guys ever done this?
Of course I have.
The only man who has the decency to help us was Anthony, writes the Instagram kid, Parker, P80. He writes, what an odd way to meet Anthony Richardson. I had a tire blowout on I-65, and the only man who had the decency to help us was Anthony. Huge thank you to this guy. And Carl, of course, from the Emergency Transportation Department for helping us out. I guess I'm a Colts fan now, he says. And Anthony Richardson, who was tagged in the post and in the photo, says, my guy, weird way to make a new friend. Rooting for you, my dude. So Anthony Richardson.
Yeah. But he called 911 or he dialed pound, whatever the toll tag.
I'd like to think he got up under there, jacked that car up, and changed the tire, dude.
Looks like he could have picked the car up himself if it was like a coupe.
That's a good point, dude. He is a giant dude.
Either that or he's got somebody that's on
He
call.
probably pulled over and said, hey, are you okay? What's going on? Let me call and get this fixed for you.
He called. He's got somebody on call
And
that could probably handle that.
That's going the next level. I don't know if I'd stop for a man. Now a woman, especially with a couple kids in the backseat, I'm like, crap, she needs some help. But a dude, I'm like, man, I don't want anybody else stopping being like, hey, do you need help changing your tire?
Yes, I do.
Talk about a masturbation.
I would love that help. Thank you so much.
You want to mow my lawn,
God,
dude?
I am inept over here.
You have to have a NASCAR air wrench in your car,
God,
and then also,
Jeez, you won't catch me doing that.
Yeah, I used to help folks out a lot. Were you getting ready to say something, brothers?
No, I was about to say, man, I'll tell you, if you've ever had to deal with one of those stupid little jacks that you have to kind of have the bad handle,
go forever and ever.
You will take
you can't turn it.
You will take any help you can get.
Yeah.
I know, because I never put.
You got to get the industrial one, the badass one,
the NASCAR one.
Yeah.
You get that one, and the air gun is what you got to have.
Yeah, I used to help folks out like that. I don't do it anymore. I feel like it's a setup.
Yeah,
you gotta
I
be
feel like that's how you rob you and stuff like that.
Sure.
There was a guy's car in the road the other day. I helped him push it out. He didn't say thank you or nothing like that.
What?
So I was like,
Really?
you know what? I'm going back on my own stingy ways.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
That is crazy.
Didn't even help, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was like, can you push it up here a little bit more? I'll push it 3 more feet. He was like, thank you. I was like, come on, fam. Already had it in the right spot.
Yeah,
Man.
you have on a lot of these highways like a hazard to your life as well.
Yes.
The shoulders
Yes.
are big
Yes.
enough. I could get out here and get hurt.
People are on their phone. They're not paying attention.
I have no problem not changing my own tire, but I'm not going to be out there underneath the car, like with my legs dangling out into an intersection. I'll just call a tow truck.
That jack looks so flimsy and stuff when you put it under there. Like this is not going to work.
You got to get that hydraulic jack.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
God, that's awesome.
It makes it so much, like 100 times easier.
Yeah,
is what it
Can you
makes it
carry
on
that around? Like,
it folds up, I think, pretty nicely
put it in your trunk.
to fit in the trunk there.
Yeah.
I did find out the hard way, though, that some of those ones that look like the NASCAR one are just a cheap piece of junk with slightly different mechanics. So if you do have a heavier vehicle, you got to get the real big one.
I just feel like that's
over.
I feel
with,
like that's
with the
better
Vans
than the crank.
Absolutely,
the crank thing.
Oh
does
yeah,
not
you'll be
work.
there all day.
Yeah.
Saw this from Jeremy.
And the baby tire. That's not good either.
Not good.
The baby tire.
Eagles are moving Hassan Reddick's $1 million roster bonus, originally due a couple of days ago, to April 1st. And so this
He must agreed to it.
Yeah, this in theory buys Philly time for a potential trade before having to pay the money.
Yeah.
So we heard the early offseason chatter about potentially Hassan Reddick being traded out of Philadelphia. They do go get Bryce Huff out of New York with the Jets in free agency, one of the best pass rushers in the sport in terms of just creating pressures constantly. And so now maybe they feel like they have some room to spare Hassan Reddick. I wonder what they could get in return for him. But I have to imagine teams are going to be pretty dang interested in getting still a premium pass rusher. So I wonder what the Eagles can get. It's always weird before the draft, though, when teams are starting to hoard picks and they value their draft picks greatly. How much can you get for Hassan Reddick? But I did notice that, and we'll see if Hassan Reddick gets moved here in the coming days. And then Jim Harbaugh. Did you guys see somebody on Reddit sent the photo go viral where he had a garage sale?
That's awesome.
In Ann Arbor.
So many khakis.
I guess yesterday. Because he's now he's a Los Angeles man, and so I wasn't sure. I mean, I don't know.
Change his style to some joggers now.
He's getting in that IV, ready to go.
The only thing that really jumps out to me here is how much of a snow globe guy he is.
Him and me both.
Or was. Maybe it's a hobby of his past because there's just an entire table of for sale snow globes. So
Are they all Michigan related?
I can't zoom in enough to see exactly what they are. They don't seem Michigan related, but I do see a couple of Michigan items there, people floating around. I wonder if Jim was there, bargaining with folks or not. But I know Bud Grant, formerly of the Vikings, rest in peace, he used to have his yearly garage sale. That was apparently pretty awesome for the community.
Like, would you not just sell everything? You're doing it yearly? I mean, how are you still having more things to put up there? Are you like going ahead and collecting from other people? We're getting donations for this.
It's a fair question, Walchuk, but when you're Bud Grant, I think it's just an endless pipeline of valuable things.
All right, let me go back in there and to the attic and dig something up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chief. Great stuff, as always. Football finest almost every evening here in the nation at 5. Brian, why are you laughing?
What are you chuckling about?
I almost watchdogged you on Bud Grant. He died like a year ago. That's why.
Did you not think he was dead?
I didn't think he was dead.
Oh, we knew. You're not a football guy.
I was like going, I'm going to watch dog.
Couldn't wait to call me out. Still alive. You killed Bud Grant.
Dang it, Bud. No.
False alarm.
Epic college football news here with you on a Tuesday night. LA Live's coming up at 5:40. We hit the expressway. Commercial free to the top next, the nation.
But before we get to that expressway, I do